Part 2. Rong Tao, thought that my life would always move forward along the established track, but I never thought that I would meet Chu Xiaoli, and everything would become different. I used to be a big shot in the financial field, but now I have been transferred to the marginal hotel business. The gap in life is so big. I thought I would be silent, but the appearance of Chu Xiaoli not only broke my silence, but also made my life full of surprises. Chu Xiaoli, the girl who used to be submissive in front of the Chu family, has now become so brave and fearless. She can ruthlessly fight back against Chu Ro. In the face of Chu Ro's provocation, she not only did not retreat at all, but faced the challenge head-on. When Chu Ro tried to reveal her past in front of me, she stood firmly by my side and guarded our relationship. And I thought I could face everything calmly, but I didn't expect that under her influence, my heart gradually began to waver. However, the road ahead is still long, and I don't know how many challenges we will encounter. But at this moment, I look at everything Chu Xiaoli has done for me, and my heart is full of emotion. I know very well that with her by my side, my life will no longer be lonely. However, I am also worried that she will be hurt because of me. This contradictory feeling makes me fall into deep thought. Where will we go in the future? I thought today would be spent in busy work as usual, but I never thought that an unexpected storm would break this tranquility. In the office, the moment Chu Xiaoli stood up, the cashew nut on my lips disappeared. Then, Secretary Chen rushed in and bowed repeatedly to apologize. His humble appearance showed the helplessness of a worker. Then, Shin Yunshu rushed in a mess, and she burst into tears without cleaning the coffee stains on her body. Her crying method with tears in her eyes really opened my eyes. Chu Xiaoli looked calm and threw a cashew nut into her mouth. Rong Tao, I looked up full of doubts. Shin Yunshu, however, was the first to complain, accusing Chu Xiaoli of deliberately spilling coffee on her. However, the fact was that she accidentally spilled coffee on Chu Xiaoli's documents. I asked the reason, but Shin Yunshu distorted the facts, and Chu Xiaoli would not let her bully her. She smashed a macadamia nut directly on Shin Yunshu's forehead, mocking her unreasonable behavior. Shin Yunshu actually asked Chu Xiaoli to apologize and compensate for the clothes, which was simply a fantasy. Chu Xiaoli suggested that Shin Yunshu apologize to Secretary Chen first, but she made many excuses. It was not until Secretary Chen said that he was scalded to protect Chu Xiaoli that Shin Yunshu was dumbfounded. I frowned and questioned Shin Yunshu, and she instantly lost all the courage to refute. At this time, Shinzhou hurried over and slid down to apologize at a shocking speed. Chu Xiaoli took the opportunity to ridicule Shin Yunshu, and Shinzhou was embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. After the office returned to silence, I told Chu Xiaoli that if she had anything to do in the future, she should come to me and not do it herself. After Shin Yunshu's commotion, it was almost 5 o'clock. I thought Chu Xiaoli would eat instant noodles alone at night, but I didn't expect that I would invite her to join the dinner party for some reason. My friend is Bo Zhixing, the youngest professor of quantum mechanics. At this moment, I am full of expectations for this dinner, but I don't know what kind of accidents will happen. Chu Xiaoli, wearing a t-shirt and casual pants, seems a little hesitant. But I think it's okay. After all, it's not a private party, and she hasn't met my friend yet. At this moment, I have a different feeling in my heart, wondering what kind of story this dinner will bring us. However, everything in the future is unknown, which makes people both excited and nervous. Chapter 32 Rong Tao, S-Baby. I thought today was just an ordinary dinner, but it was full of surprises. When I saw Chu Xiaoli's youthful and lively appearance, with a bun, pink t-shirt and jeans, she looked like a beautiful landscape. Bo Zhixing had heard about Chu Xiaoli's past behavior and even suggested that she seek psychological counseling. But now that I saw it with my own eyes, I felt her healthy vitality. Chu Xiaoli was the first to greet Bo Zhixing, and her generous appearance was admirable. When arranging seats, her attentiveness was also revealed. Bo Zhixing asked the ladies to order first, but she was not picky, and I also knew her easygoing nature. Bo Zhixing laughed and said that we had a tacit understanding. At that moment, I felt a little different in my heart. The two men talked about current affairs and finance. Bo Zhixing said that the reason he stood me up last time was because a person who claimed to have traveled through the end of the world predicted several major events that matched his predictions, but was diagnosed as having mental problems. When Chu Xiaoli heard this, her spoon fell into the soup. Her reaction made me a little confused. She picked up the spoon again and asked Bo Zhixing if he believed in the existence of parallel worlds. Her curious look made me look at her a few more times. Then, Chu Xiaoli left her seat on the pretext of going to the bathroom. Bo Zhixing and I continued to talk. He praised Chu Xiaoli for being studious and lively, which was different from what I imagined. And I also mentioned that she suddenly started reading books recently. Bo Zhixing asked about my new business again. I told him about my plan to restart and promote the semiconductor and chip business. Although he was worried about the difficulties, he also recognized my MA strategy. We clinked glasses, and he teased me that I was about to have a successful love and career, but I had mixed emotions in my heart. At this time, Chu Xiaoli met Chu Ro in the bathroom. This mature woman with short hair and exquisite dress made Chu Xiaoli unable to remember who she was. It was not until Chu Ro spoke that Chu Xiaoli remembered that she was Chu Ro, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Chu Ro accused Chu Xiaoli and thought that she should go back and kneel down to admit her mistake. But Chu Xiaoli did not give in and bluntly said that Chu Fei and Chu Yin should be beaten and asked Song Mei Yin to pay compensation. Chu Ro's hypocritical face was disgusting. Chu Xiaoli's tough attitude made Chu Ro speechless. At this moment, I didn't know what would happen to Chu Xiaoli in the bathroom, and I was a little worried. Chapter 33, Sister Xiaoli, the husband-protecting demon, appears online. I was once a rising star in the financial world, but now I was relegated to the marginal hotel business. On the surface, my career seemed to be slipping, and my fiancée, Chu Xiaoli, was subject to a lot of ridicule because of me, especially from her sister Chu Ro. Today, we met some friends for dinner at a restaurant. Unexpectedly, Chu Ro bumped into us. She walked gracefully with her usual fake smile on her face, as if she was in control of the situation. What a coincidence to meet you here. Her voice was gentle and kind, as if we were still the closest family. Chu Ro has always played the role of a gentle elder sister, especially in social occasions. But I know that this is just her mask. She stood in front of our table and pretended to chat casually about booking a window seat, trying to make us believe in her tolerance and generosity. I looked at Chu Xiaoli and knew that she had long since disdained these hypocritical tactics. She was not someone who would swallow her anger. Sure enough, Chu Xiaoli smiled and said to Chu Ro indifferently, "If you were so curious about my backer, you might as well ask Rong Tao directly." Chu Ro's smile froze slightly. She probably never thought that Chu Xiaoli would confront her so directly. She curled her lips slightly and tried to maintain her composure. Rong Tao has been transferred to the hotel business. What else can he do? Do you really expect him to turn things around? Why don't you go ask him now and see how he can turn things around? Chu Xiaoli challenged with a sneer, with a hint of contempt in her words. Chu Ro was obviously irritated, but she didn't have the courage to provoke me again, so she could only force out a sentence. "You'd better take care of yourself." When she turned around and prepared to leave, Chu Xiaoli was not going to let her go easily. Just as Chu Ro stretched out her legs to trip the passing waiter, before I could react, Chu Xiaoli suddenly rushed over and blocked me with her body. Cream of mushroom soup poured on her back, scalding her and making her frown slightly. Her hair was soaked by the soup, but she concealed the pain lightly. "Are you okay?" Her tone was still relaxed, as if the scene just now had not happened at all. My heart tightened, and I reached out to check her injuries, but she picked up the borscht on the table faster than I did and glanced coldly at Chu Ro. Under the gaze of everyone, Chu Xiaoli poured the borscht onto Chu Ro's head without hesitation. The action was quick and decisive, and the soup flowed down her carefully groomed hair. Chu Ro was stunned for a moment. Her face turned pale and blue, and she completely lost control. Chu Xiaoli raised her chin slightly and said coldly, "If you want to use dirty tricks, it's best to choose a place where there is no one. Otherwise, you will only bring shame upon yourself." Chapter 34, Teaching Chu Ro a Lesson. The thick borscht instantly blurred Chu Ro's vision. She let out a piercing scream, not caring about her image at all. The restaurant fell into a strange silence for a moment, and everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Chu Xiaoli to be so decisive in throwing the soup at Chu Ro. I dialed the number and ordered coldly, "Bring someone up immediately." Chu Ro's face was full of shock and anger. She wiped the soup off her face, tremblingly, her voice full of hatred. "Chu Xiaoli, are you crazy?" Chu Xiaoli wiped her hands and said slowly, "Do you know why I splashed you?" Chu Xiaoli angrily. However, before she got close, my bodyguard picked her up like a chicken. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became tense. The black-clad bodyguards blocked the exit and coldly asked the customers to delete all photos and videos. The bodyguard captain even made a gesture of wiping his neck, warning everyone not to make a big deal out of it. Although the onlookers were unwilling to miss this big show, they did not dare to offend these bodyguards who looked difficult to deal with, so they had to leave helplessly. Let her go. You are breaking the law. A man who was traveling with Chu Ro suddenly stood up. He pointed at Chu Xiaoli and threatened, "You splashed soup on her face for no reason. I'm calling the police." As soon as he finished speaking, his wrist was held tightly by the bodyguard. He screamed in pain, and his phone fell to the ground. Chu Xiaoli stood up coldly, pointed at Chu Ro, and said, "Who hurt someone intentionally?" She stretched out her foot to trip the waiter. "If I hadn't stopped her, the soup would have spilled on Rong Tao. Can you afford the compensation?" Everyone suddenly realized what had happened and began to whisper. Chu Ro's face turned pale in an instant, and she tried to argue, "I didn't." Ro wouldn't be like that. The man was still trying to defend Chu Ro, but Chu Xiaoli's eyes fell on him, and she sneered. "Who are you? Does her husband know about your relationship?" The restaurant suddenly fell silent. Chu Ro hastily pushed the man away, her face pale. "Chu Xiaoli, I have done nothing wrong to you. Why do you slander me like this?" Chu Ro finally couldn't help but scream. Her words were sharp. "You are just a little bastard that no one taught you." Chu Xiaoli was not angry at all and pointed at Chu Ro's shoes. "Then explain to me, what's the matter with the blood on the shoes?" Everyone's eyes were focused on the tip of Chu Ro's shoes. She looked down and her face became even uglier. She wanted to escape, but was blocked by the bodyguards. There were only a few of us and my bodyguard left in the restaurant. "Chu Ro, admit it, you wanted to hurt Rong Tao on purpose." Chu Xiaoli's voice was cold, with anger burning in her eyes. I stood aside and said calmly, "Call the police and let them handle it." Hearing the words "call the police," Chu Ro was completely panicked. She knew that if the matter got out of hand, not only would she be ruined, but today's secret date would also be exposed. She hurriedly grabbed Chu Xiaoli's sleeve and begged, "We are sisters after all. Why do we have to make such a fuss? It will not look good on anyone if it gets out." Chu Xiaoli sneered and shook her off. "You just called me a bastard, and now you call me sister? Aren't you also an uneducated little bastard?" Chu Ro's face was ashen, and she almost collapsed. She finally let go of all her pride and apologized through gritted teeth. "I'm sorry. You're apologizing to the wrong person." Chu Xiaoli patted her on the back and said coldly, "Apologize to Rong Tao." Chu Ro bowed to me stiffly, "Sorry. You are not sincere." Chu Xiaoli reminded softly, motioning to the bodyguard. The bodyguard stepped forward and kicked Chu Ro's knee hard. She could not help but kneel on the ground, looking very embarrassed. I smiled and looked at Chu Xiaoli. Her victory was not only in dealing with Chu Ro, but also in her control over her own destiny. She was no longer the weak girl she once was. Now she was full of energy. Chu Ro almost gnashed her teeth, wishing she could devour us. However, she knew very well that she could not fight against us alone, especially since I supported Chu Xiaoli. But at this moment, Chu Ro suddenly raised her head with a sneer. "Chu Xiaoli, have you forgotten that I was the one who covered for you when you and Chen Luo were having a secret meeting? Aren't you afraid of retribution for being so ungrateful?" Chapter 35. A slap in the face made her unable to get up. Today's dinner was originally very pleasant, but Chu Ro's arrival instantly cooled the atmosphere. She thought she had the upper hand, pressed forward step by step, and even tried to reveal some secrets of my past in front of Rong Tao. She thought she could get me into trouble by bringing up the past, especially by pretending to be nice to Rong Tao and bringing up some things in the past that I no longer remembered. Her pride made her forget Rong Tao's character for a moment. When she changed the subject and tried to sow discord between us, Rong Tao's patience was obviously exhausted. "Shut up." Rong Tao's voice was low and cold, chilling. Then, the bodyguard slapped her without hesitation. Chu Ro fell to the ground and spat out a tooth. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became stiff. Everyone held their breath and dared not speak. Chu Ro struggled to get up from the ground. Her face was pale. She covered her face and glared at Rong Tao and me with vicious eyes. "You dare to hit me?" Her voice was trembling, and she clenched her phone tightly in her hand, as if she wanted to call the police. However, she hesitated, perhaps because she was afraid that the matter would get out of hand and her secret would be exposed. "Remember this. I will return this slap to you sooner or later." Her roar was full of unwillingness, but I knew that she would not really take action because she was afraid. Rong Tao's sneer shattered her last glimmer of hope. He signaled the bodyguard again, and this time, Chu-ro was knocked to the ground again, completely losing the power to resist. You never learned your lesson. Rong Tao's tone was cold and ruthless. The dinner had to end early in this tense atmosphere. I said goodbye to Professor Bo with an apologetic heart, with mixed emotions in my heart. Rong Tao was calm and decisive throughout the whole process, but I was a little worried that he would be shaken in his trust in me because of Chu-ro's instigation. The atmosphere in the car was equally silent. I glanced at Rong Tao secretly, and my heart began to get nervous. Suddenly, he said, "Does your back still hurt?" I was startled by his concern and quickly replied, "It hurts a little." Rong Tao stopped the car and checked the burn on my back. I couldn't help but whispered, "It's not serious, just a little red on the surface. Just apply some medicine." His movements were gentle, but his expression was more solemn than ever before. This made me even more uneasy, and my heart was gradually filled with uneasiness. I knew that he must care about the things that Chu-ro mentioned, even if he didn't say it explicitly. After the car started again, I finally couldn't help but pull Rong Tao's sleeve and whispered, "Don't believe Chu-ro's words. She is just trying to instigate us." Rong Tao's eyes remained calm. He just said lightly without saying anything more. I felt a sense of powerlessness and grievances flooded my heart. I knew he cared, but I didn't know how to prove myself. I said tentatively, "If you mind, I can go to him and solve everything." My voice gradually faded away, and I didn't even dare to look up at him. Rong Tao's voice sounded low in the darkness. "I'm not angry, and I don't need you to explain anything." His calmness made it impossible for me to guess his true emotions. I felt that I was increasingly unable to see through him. The grievance and loss that welled up in my heart intertwined, and I muttered, "Then you should just get angry for a while." Rong Tao was obviously stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. He patted my shoulder gently and said in a gentle voice, "No matter what Chu-ro says, I won't take it to heart." His words finally made me feel relieved. I knew that Chu-ro's provocation would not easily affect him, but I also understood that this incident might leave some shadows between us. I could only tell myself silently that I should trust him more firmly. The night outside the car window gradually deepened, and I held Rong Tao's hand tightly, silently saying in my heart that no matter what storms we face, we must keep going hand in hand. Chapter 36, I Won't Allow You to Get Hurt. Women's minds are always complicated. Even someone as straightforward as Chu Xiaoli can't be completely consistent in her feelings. She seemed dissatisfied with my explanation. Although I said I wouldn't take it to heart, her brows slightly furrowed, obviously thinking that this was not appropriate. She quickly reflected on herself, as if she was being too hypocritical. It was not right to be angry, and it was not right not to be angry. After thinking this through, she turned around again and said solemnly, "Forget the me of the past, and remember the me of the present and the future, okay?" Her eyes sparkled, as if full of hope. I suddenly felt a long-lost warmth in my heart. I looked at her and said slowly, "Okay." At that moment, I seemed to have grasped something. In the evening, Xiaoye came upstairs with the ointment for Chu Xiaoli. She met me at the stairs and said tentatively, "Sir, I'll get some ointment for madam." I responded calmly. Xiaoye handed over the ointment and hesitated for a moment. "Or sir, you come." Taking the ointment, I nodded. "You still have things to do, right?" She was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. "Yes, I still have to go to the greenhouse to water the flowers." I pushed the wheelchair to Chu Xiaoli's door and knocked gently. "Come in." Chu Xiaoli's voice came from inside. I pushed the door open and saw her lying on the bed with her back to me, covered only with a thin blanket. "Xiaoye has something to do." I brought the ointment. I explained. She turned her face slightly and showed a mischievous smile. "It's just right I can't reach my back myself. Help me apply the medicine." I approached her, holding the corner of the quilt with my hand for a moment, and finally lifted the quilt. There were already a few red marks on her back, and her slender figure reminded me of the scene when she rushed over to protect me. At that moment, I had an indescribable feeling in my heart. When applying the medicine, I moved very gently and treated her wounds silently. "Why don't you say anything?" She suddenly broke the silence and teased, "Is it because my back is too beautiful?" My movements paused slightly, and I responded calmly, "You talk too much." "You don't speak, I don't speak." "Do we have to communicate through eye contact every day?" "That would be too boring." She said easily with a smile on her lips. "You didn't talk so much before." I said in a deep voice. "People always change." She muttered, "Didn't we just agree to forget the past and not bring up the past?" or I'll be angry. I laughed. You want to pour soup on my face too? Do you think I was very fierce just now? She asked gloomily, as if she was worried about my feelings. No, I said calmly. If you are bullied, you must fight back. Hearing my answer, she seemed relieved, and her tone became lighter. Then I feel relieved. However, I then said, don't do that again. Why? She was obviously confused. It's too dangerous. If the soup is really hot, you will be sent directly to the hospital. I frowned and couldn't help but scold her for her recklessness. She was silent for a moment, then said firmly, then you will be the one who gets hurt. I can't let this happen. Her answer left me speechless for a moment, and I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Her behavior reminded me of the car accident many years ago when my mother paid the price of her life to save me. Since then, I have understood one thing. Emotions are dangerous and they can bring unbearable pain. It's not necessary. I'm not worthy of you doing this. I whispered, with a hint of sarcasm in my voice. You deserve it. Chu Xiaoli's voice was firm and gentle. You deserve all the tenderness and care in the world. From now on, I will protect you from those who hurt you. Every word she said was like a spring breeze blowing across the barren land in my heart, making me feel a little at a loss. Why? Because we are husband and wife. Marriage is about supporting each other. You protect me, and I protect you. It's normal. Her determination left me speechless. I looked down at my legs, and all my emotions instantly turned into cold reality. I couldn't bear to see anyone get hurt from me anymore. I won't be grateful to you for this, I said coldly, trying to cut off her persistence with this sentence. Chu Xiaoli was stunned for a moment. Then she became anxious and sat up abruptly. I don't care. I just want to protect you. I can take the soup this time and the gun next time. However, she obviously forgot her current situation. Her upper body was smooth, and her white skin was particularly obvious under the dim light. My eyes fell on her, and my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Chapter 37, He Saw Me. All my senses were infinitely magnified at that moment, and the heat quickly climbed up my neck and behind my ears. I hastily turned my head away, trying my best to hide my inner panic. However, the picture in my mind could not be shaken off. Chu Xiaoli realized that my eyes were sweeping over her body. She froze. Her reaction was like a stuck machine, running several times and then stagnating. After a few seconds, she seemed to regain consciousness, quickly pulled the quilt over herself, and then lay down stiffly. The ceiling seemed to echo her inner voice. He looked at my breasts. I took a deep breath, my ears still burning, and said in a hoarse voice, "Go to bed early." After that, I pushed my wheelchair out of her room almost as if I was escaping. After closing the door, I leaned against it, my fingers involuntarily gripping the wheelchair handle. The image in my mind was the unintentional appearance of Chu Xiaoli and her unswerving actions in protecting me. The familiar scene seemed to have opened up some long-sealed memories in my heart. Back in the study, I tried to concentrate on my work, but the project plan on the computer screen seemed to have lost its appeal. My mind was still in a mess. The words she said kept echoing in her mind. I won't allow you to get hurt. I'll take the soup for you this time, and I'll take the bullet for you next time. I couldn't help but recall the moment when she protected me, as if I had returned to the figure of my mother, who protected me at all costs many years ago. That accident completely changed my life and made me lose trust and emotions. I shook my head, trying to get rid of these chaotic thoughts, but the picture in my mind became clearer and clearer. I grabbed my phone and made a call. Where is Chun Luo? The other party's answer made me frown. The lawsuit will be filed next week. Don't let him have an easy time, I ordered coldly. My voice was low and cold, with an unquestionable majesty. After hanging up the phone, I still couldn't calm down. Chun Luo, the man who hurt Chu Xiaoli, I won't let him get away easily. It's late at night, but my heart is not at peace. In the early morning, Chu Xiaoli was awakened by the beeping sound of her mobile phone. She received an important email from a young doctor named Zhou Luoran. He is a world-leading urologist and a student of Dr. Walker. The other party showed great interest in Chu Xiaoli's surgical plan and planned to return to China to meet with her next month. This is undoubtedly great news for Chu Xiaoli. She has been struggling to find a suitable helper, and now the opportunity has finally come. She jumped out of bed excitedly, her heart full of anticipation. Perhaps this person could become a crucial part of her plan. I didn't sleep all night, and I showed up at the restaurant on time in the morning, poured myself a cup of black coffee, and tried to wake myself up. However, my mind was still filled with the scenes of last night, especially Chu Xiaoli's firm expression and her determination to protect me. The morning meeting made me a little absent-minded. My thoughts frequently wandered, and Chu Xiaoli's image kept flashing in my mind. When the meeting was over, I took out my phone as usual, but found that I had not received her good morning message today. Usually, she would always send me greetings or share something interesting with me. Although my replies were brief, her presence made me gradually get used to this kind of interaction. But today, it was strangely quiet. I looked at the screen of my phone, typed a paragraph, and deleted it. After a while, I picked up the phone again and started typing the keywords in the search bar. Girls chat, opening remarks. What on earth am I doing? I don't even know myself. However, a certain corner of my heart seems to have begun to waver, and a strange emotion slowly seeps into my life. Chapter 38, Newlyweds in Love. My life has always been extremely simple. Black, white, and gray are the colors that permeate everything around me, whether it is the bedroom or the office. Even daily communication is as monotonous as my life. Chu Xiaoli likes to send messages, and I usually reply briefly. But today, Chu Xiaoli did not send a good morning message, and I felt a little strange. So I took out my phone and typed a few keywords into the search app. All of a sudden, all sorts of chat suggestions and advertisements for relationship gurus popped up on the screen. I didn't bother to browse through the flashy content until I saw a suggestion. Share your work and life with her. Boring, my life is indeed boring. So I continued to scroll through the screen and saw another suggestion. Start with her circle of friends. I clicked on Chu Xiaoli's profile picture and found that her circle of friends was clean, with only one personal signature. Occasionally hateful, always cute. I couldn't help but laugh. Talk about topics that interest her. She is interested in making money recently. I know this. In the study, Chu Xiaoli was replying to an English email. She recalled the awkwardness between me and her last night and was glad that I went to the company early to avoid a face-to-face encounter. After finishing the email, she checked her phone. She didn't receive any message from me, but she didn't get anxious. Instead, she thought about sending an emoticon package. Just as she was struggling to choose which emoji to use, her phone suddenly vibrated. I sent her a string of numbers. Chu Xiaoli looked at the string of numbers in confusion, guessing that it was a stock code. Before she could think about it, my explanation followed. These stocks will have a considerable rise in the future, and it is recommended to hold them for a long time. I knew Chu Xiaoli was very interested in investing, so I gave her some information I learned from inside sources. I had a perspective on the future, so I could naturally see which stocks had potential. This was my way of expressing my concern, and it might be a little clumsy, but it should be useful to her. Chu Xiaoli quickly replied with a silly smiley emoticon, adding, "Big brother, are you going to take me to invest in the future?" She never hesitates to praise herself, and sent another message. I am very smart. I can understand things quickly and learn them quickly. I couldn't help but curl my lips. She was always so confident. I replied, "Let's talk about it later." I attached an emoji of patting the head. This was a rare expression of warmth from me. As I was interacting with her, Liang Chengwen knocked on the door and came in, just in time to see me laughing at my phone. He is the company's vice president and an old subordinate of my father. This time he voluntarily followed me to the new business department. Uncle Liang. I put away my smile, took out the plan written by Chu Xiaoli from the drawer, and handed it to him. Take a look at this. 30 minutes later, Liang Chengwen pushed up his glasses and said with obvious surprise, "Are you planning to replace Mr. Zhang from the strategy department?" I raised an eyebrow. "Do you think she has this ability?" He thought for a moment and said seriously, "From this business plan, it can be seen that this person has a strong strategic vision and business sense. If we can recruit him to the strategy department, he will definitely be a rare and outstanding talent." I didn't tell him that this project plan was written by Chu Xiaoli. His words made me more certain that Chu Xiaoli was indeed a rare genius. I smiled and said, "No need. I will communicate with her personally." At the same time, Chu Xiaoli was busy investing in the stocks I recommended and handling other matters. Not long after, she received a call from Song Meiyun. It was an unfamiliar number, and after answering the call, she remembered that she had blocked Song Meiyun before. Chu Xiaoli, how dare you let someone beat her? Song Meiyun's anger was obvious. Wait a moment. Chu Xiaoli responded calmly and turned on the recording function of her phone. To ensure the quality of the call, I'm recording now. Watch your words, or I'll sue you for personal attack. Song Meiyun could hardly suppress her anger. I will not only not compensate you, but also sue you for intentional injury. Chu Xiaoli sneered. Before you sue me, Chu Ro will definitely be sued first. Not only did she intentionally hurt someone, she also cheated on her husband. You might as well check the entertainment news. The photo of Chu Ro holding hands with that male star has been taken. Song Meiyin was choked, her anger boiling, but she had no way to vent it. You should think carefully about using money to keep some people's mouths shut. Otherwise, if her husband finds out, I'm afraid she will lose more than just a few teeth. Chapter 39, it hurts a little, bear with it. How dare you threaten me? Song Meiyin was almost mad on the other end of the phone. I listened to her sharp voice, shook my head, and sighed in my heart. You are already old. Why are you still so impatient? I was in a good mood today, so I had the patience to listen to her nonsense. I'm just reminding you kindly. You. I could almost imagine what she looked like at the moment, wishing she could rush over and tear my mouth apart. I put away my smile and said coldly, okay, stop talking nonsense. You don't want to pay? I will sue you directly in 7 days. Wait for the court notice. The voice on the other end of the phone was so sharp that it almost pierced my eardrums. You beat my daughter, and you still dare to ask for money? It's not that easy. I smiled disdainfully. I didn't hit her. I just splashed soup on her face. It's just a courtesy, that's all. This family really bullies the weak and fears the strong. It was clearly Rong Tao who had them beat up, but they didn't even have the courage to mention his name, and only came to cause trouble for me. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then Song Miyun's tone softened. We are all family. There is no need to make things so awkward. How about this? Let's talk about it in person. I sneered and said sarcastically, you are just over 50, and your memory is so bad? I have already sent the statement of giving up the inheritance rights. Don't forget to urge Chu Guofeng to sign it. You. Song Meiyin was so angry that she couldn't breathe well. Finally, she said angrily, you don't want the things anymore, right? Things? I was stunned. As time went by, the original owner's memory had gradually faded, and I couldn't remember what she was talking about. I put the things in your box in the attic for you out of kindness. If you don't want them, I'll throw them away immediately. Some vague memories came to her mind. It was an important item that the original owner had kept since childhood, locked in a box. She had wanted to take it back before, but Song Meiyin had made things difficult for her and refused to give it to her, even throwing it into the attic to collect dust. Now, the original owner has left, and those things can be considered her relics. On the phone, Song Meiyin continued proudly. If you want to get your things back, agree to my conditions. I was silent for a while. Song Meiyin seemed to sense that something was wrong with my reaction, and her confidence weakened a bit. She quickly added, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. When the time comes, I will bring the documents signed by your father and your things, and we will meet and have a good talk. I sighed, suppressing my inner irritation. Send me the time and place. After hanging up the phone, I closed my eyes and tried to recall those things. Unfortunately, my memory was still vague. At the same time, Song Meiyin put away her phone, and Chu Ro asked impatiently, did she agree? Song Meiyin nodded. Mom, I can't swallow this. Chu Ro gritted her teeth and touched her face, which was swollen like a pig's head. Look at me. I've been beaten into a mess. Song Meiyin patted her back distressfully and said through gritted teeth, my dear daughter, I will definitely take this vengeance for you. Chu Ro was brought up as a socialite since she was a child. Compared to her ordinary mind, her face was her only asset. Now, she was beaten beyond recognition and dared not even go home. She could only contact her mother secretly. Song Meiyin felt so distressed that she whispered to comfort him. Such a pretty face was beaten like this. I really want to scratch that little bastard's face right now. Mom, what are you going to do now that you've tricked her out? Chu Ro asked with narrowed eyes. Song Miyun's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. I have my own way. Chu Ro leaned over to her ear and whispered a few words, and Song Miyun nodded quickly. Okay, let's do it. Chu Ro sneered, a trace of viciousness flashing in her eyes. This time I must make her lose her reputation. She paused for a moment and said doubtfully, but what's strange is that Rong Tao actually protects her so much. Song Meiyin took over the conversation. She won't be so proud for long. I don't believe Rong Tao can still protect her this time. I was in a good mood today and even wanted to cook. Xiaoya asked worriedly, what are you going to cook? I thought about it and asked casually, what's Rong Tao's favorite dish? Xiaoya was silent for a while, then replied awkwardly, Sir, you are not picky about food. Just follow the nutritionist standards and make sure the ratio of protein and carbohydrates is reasonable. I turned to Alan, who had just returned from vacation. What about you? Do you know what he likes to eat? Alan shook his head. Madam, I am responsible for household storage, not food. Finally, Uncle Lien Zhong said, the young master is easygoing and has no particular preferences. It seems that Rong Tao is really terribly cold. I sighed. Okay, I'll do what I like. There were so many things I liked that I finally chose a seafood rice. As a result, when I just picked up the knife to cut the onion, Xiaya stepped back in fear when she heard a bang. How about I do it? No, just cutting some onions. I insisted stubbornly, but soon regretted it. My eyes! I yelled as I fumbled for my eyes. Give me some paper. It's killing me. Xiaya hurriedly handed me paper and urged me to rinse my eyes with water. Yes, cooking has never been my thing. Although I am far ahead in academics, sports, and even chess, in the kitchen, even a genius girl can be at a loss sometimes. I rubbed my eyes and said with tears in my eyes, I can't do it anymore. Madam, you should take a rest. Xiaya consoled her thoughtfully. I will tell mister that you made this dish. Let me take it easy. I sniffed and said stubbornly, it will be done soon. Looking at the lobster in my hand, I said firmly, be good, I'm going to eat you. It's a little painful. Just bear with it. Chapter 40. Leaning over to ask him to kiss her. As soon as I walked into the house, I immediately smelled the aroma of food. In the past, Yuan Villa was just a place for me to rest when I was tired, but now it is more and more like a home. Chu Xiaoli was frantically bringing out a plate of hot paella from the kitchen, with a slice of lemon on top. She looked at me and smiled. Dinner is paella. I really made it myself this time. I frowned and noticed that her eyes were red and she was still shedding tears. What happened? Your eyes are like this. Chu Xiaoli explained a little embarrassedly. The onions were spicy. Her clumsiness always made people laugh and cry. I went to the living room, got the eye drops, and walked back to her. Tilt your head back and open your eyes. When the medicine fell, Chu Xiaoli's reaction was so fast that I was speechless. She closed her eyes tightly, and the medicine dripped on her eyelids. She was still blinking awkwardly, trying to let the medicine flow in. I couldn't help but pull the tissue over and gently wipe the medicine off her face, sighing, look at it, don't move. This time she finally behaved better, but at the moment when the medicine dripped, she quickly closed her eyes again. I reluctantly withdrew my hand, and Chu Xiaoli said weakly, how about? I do it myself. I pinched her eyelashes with my fingers and said in a cold voice, if you close your eyes again, I will use a cotton swab to pry open your eyelids. Sure enough, she stayed still, and I finished applying the eye drop successfully. Chu Xiaoli immediately changed her expression and asked expectantly, come and try the paella I made. I have always disliked seafood, especially those with strong fishy smells, but this time I still scooped a spoonful and put it in my mouth. To my surprise, the rice only had a fresh lemon scent, without any of the tastes I hate. She looked at me expectantly. How is it? How is it? I nodded slowly, and she immediately smiled and couldn't wait to pick up a large piece of lobster meat and put it in my bowl. She said excitedly, although it's my first time, it's definitely not worse than a Michelin 3-star chef. I chuckled and didn't comment, but still took another mouthful of rice. At night, I was working in the study, as usual. Chu Xiaoli came in with a cup of warm milk and said, I'll bring you some milk. After she put the milk on my desk, I handed her a folder. Take a look at this. Chu Xiaoli curiously opened it and found a letter of appointment from the group. I wanted her to join the strategic planning department directly, with very generous remuneration and even equity commitment. You can consider it, don't rush to answer me. I said gently. She lowered her head and pondered for a while, then raised her head and said with a firm look in her eyes, thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to be just a senior employee. If I want to join your own group, I hope to join as a shareholder. Only in this way can I truly participate in decision-making. Her words made me fall into a brief silence. This girl, only 22 years old, could see through so many complex situations. She was right. There were complicated factions within Yorong. If you entered too hastily, it would indeed attract attention from all sides. I couldn't help but chuckle. You want your own shares? Without shares, there is no power, and there will be too many obstacles in promoting business, she said bluntly, her eyes not evasive. She had a point, and I was already planning my next move to reduce the power of those relatives who did nothing on the board. Her intelligence and insight forced me to reevaluate her abilities. I will keep this letter of appointment for you. I said slowly. In fact, I have never given anyone a second chance. Chu Xiaoli's eyes flashed with cunning. She came close to me and asked with a smile, "Then can I make a request?" She was too close to me, and the fresh scent of her bath lingered in my nose. I couldn't help but look away. "Okay." She pointed to her cheek and said mischievously, "Then give it a kiss." I looked at her smile and helplessly discovered that this girl always caught me off guard, even irresistible. Chapter 41, You Care About My Legs. As soon as I entered the study, I felt a little more tense in the air. Chu Xiaoli approached me. Her face was right in front of me, and I could kiss her cheek if I just turned my face slightly. Some kind of emotion in my heart began to surge, as if it was going to break through my long-standing self-control. I slowly turned my face, hesitant, but involuntarily moved closer. At this moment, the phone rang, and 3 ding-dongs broke the ambiguity of the moment. Chu Xiaoli's phone lit up, and it was a few emails from Zhou Luoran. She glanced at the screen, and her expression changed slightly. I knew she was here to talk to me about serious matters, not to play any tricks. "Actually, I have something to say." She squatted down, placed her hands gently on my knees, and her tone became serious. "Go ahead." I nodded. Chu Xiaoli took out her phone and looked up Zhou Luoran's profile. Zhou Luoran, the world's youngest neurosurgeon, will return to China next month. I would like to invite him to re-diagnose your leg disease. Hearing this, I frowned and looked at her face with a deep gaze, feeling a little unhappy. "That's not necessary." I responded coldly. "Why?" She looked at me puzzled. "The result won't change." I tried to suppress my emotions and explain patiently. "I don't have time either." Chu Xiaoli was obviously unwilling to give up and tentatively said, "Then at least update the rehabilitation plan? The current plan is outdated. Times are changing, and we should try new methods." I remained unmoved. The status quo is sufficient to maintain. She wanted to say something else, but my eyes were already locked on her, and I raised my eyebrows slightly. "Do you really care so much about my legs?" She raised her head, looked me straight in the eyes, and said firmly, "Of course. I'll give it a try if I get a chance." I was slightly shaken, but I still stubbornly repeated. I said, "Nothing will change. If it can't be cured, it can't be cured. You're spending your time and energy on something that is doomed to fail. You'll get nothing in return except disappointment." My emotions gradually got out of control, and I even felt a little impatient. "If you don't like it..." I paused before I finished speaking. Her face was still on my knees, her big eyes full of expectation. She didn't dislike me. On the contrary, my mood became complicated because of her persistence. I turned my face away and continued coldly. "Out of sight, out of mind." Chu Xiaoli was still gentle. "I don't dislike you." Her voice was as soft as a breeze. "I just want everyone to look up to you." I was stunned. This girl's wish was for me to no longer be confined to a wheelchair, but to stand at the pinnacle of the times and be admired by the world. "Can you please promise me?" she asked again, moving closer, as if hoping I would give in. "There's no need to mention this matter again." I said in a cold and hard voice, refusing flatly. A trace of loss flashed in her eyes. After a few seconds of silence, she stood up straight, said good night softly, and left the study. The room suddenly became quiet, but the anxiety in my heart was still surging. I held the glass in my hand and almost wanted to throw it out, but suddenly I remembered that she liked to walk into the study barefoot, so I finally stopped. She shouldn't worry so much about my sick leg. I had already given up any hope, so why should I make her worry more? I leaned back in my chair, closed my eyes, and recalled the mist in her eyes when she left. Was she feeling sorry for me? The argument just now seemed a bit excessive, and I couldn't even control my emotions. During this period, I always became irritable and out of control because of her. Even the slightest emotional fluctuations could be easily brought out by her. What on earth did she do to me? Chu Xiaoli returned to her room. She lay on the bed, feeling a little depressed. Looking at the pile of academic questions sent by Zhou Luoran, her head suddenly became big. "Is it necessary to ask so many questions?" she complained to herself. She edited a few words, then thought it was unnecessary, so she threw the phone aside. She was still thinking that Zhou Luoran would definitely be useful in the future, so she couldn't offend him easily now. She covered herself with the quilt but felt annoyed again, so she kicked the quilt away and said to herself, "There is nothing I can't solve." The next morning, she caught a cold. When I heard the news that she was sick, Xiaoya's voice on the other end of the phone stunned me. I felt a little uneasy. Although we had a quarrel yesterday, I never thought that she would be really affected by that incident. Chapter 42. My heart is so sad. Xiaoye's voice was hesitant. Madam's condition seems to be quite serious. I frowned, quite dissatisfied with her wording. Xiaoye continued. She almost didn't eat all day today. Do you want to come back and take a look? I was silent for a moment, pressed my eyebrows, and whispered, Don't worry, go find Dr. Zhang to consult about her condition. Okay, Xiaoye answered and hung up the phone. I immediately asked her to send me the list of drugs that Chu Xiaoli had listed. When I saw the names of the drugs, I sent them to the RD experts in the pharmaceutical industry. Soon a reply came. From the name, this drug is an upgraded version of paracetamol. It is not currently sold on the market. As far as I know, a company is developing it, but it is expected to be on the market in 2 years. I tilted my head back slightly, tapping my fingers on the table. How did Chu Xiaoli know about this drug that has not yet been launched on the market? Her smiling face appeared in my mind, but it seemed that this face was always covered with a layer of mist, making it hard to see through. I sighed and picked up the plan on the table. Not long after, I pressed the internal line to let Lenny in and threw the plan to him. Go ask Director Zhang if this plan was written by his 7-year-old son. Lenny immediately understood that I was in a bad mood and said carefully, I understand. I will deal with it immediately. After he left, a message immediately flashed in the small group chat in the office building. Boss is in a bad mood today. Orange alert. Secretary Wen also quickly followed up. I feel that he may be absent-minded in the meeting this morning because of internal family conflicts. It was already 2 in the afternoon when Xiaoye came back from buying medicine. She knocked on the master bedroom door hastily, and I looked away from the documents, waiting for her report. Ma'am, I'm sorry. I went to several pharmacies and couldn't find the medicine you wanted, so I bought other cold medicines. Chu Xiaoli was lying on the bed in a daze, and she woke up instantly after hearing this. Her eyes became a little complicated. She actually forgot that the medicine was developed in her world, and it might not have been released in this world yet. It's okay, this one will work too. She smiled faintly and took the medicine box, as if she realized her negligence. After taking the medicine, she was obviously a little sleepy, so she lay down again. Soon, she heard the sound of a car starting. She secretly opened her eyes and saw me pushing a wheelchair into the room. When I approached, she quickly closed her eyes again. Have you taken the medicine? I said in a cold voice. She didn't respond. I reached out and gently brushed away the hair around her ears. As soon as my fingers touched her earlobe, she giggled. Don't touch there, it's itchy. I reluctantly gave up and said after seeing the food Xiaoye brought over, Get up and eat. She suddenly started coughing violently, leaning against the head of the bed, with a weak look on her face, and whispered, I feel so bad. Where does it hurt? I asked, frowning. Heart. She looked at me aggrievedly and pointed to her chest. I was a little speechless, raised my eyebrows and said, Aren't you catching a cold? Yes, but it's caused by a heart disease. What's wrong with you? She pretended to be aggrieved and said softly, If I tell you, you will be angry again, so I'd better not say it. I remained silent. She repeatedly tested my bottom line, and I actually gave in. After a while, I couldn't help asking, If I don't agree to your request, are you going to stay sick like this? She covered her heart with her hands, her expression serious. Heart disease is hard to cure. I will get thinner day by day. I sighed softly. Hasn't anyone told you that I hate negotiating terms with others the most? I know. She looked innocent, but I am just like that. If I can't do what I want to do, I feel uncomfortable all over. If I don't do it, it will become a mental illness. She seemed aggrieved, but her words revealed a firmness that would not tolerate compromise. I calmed down and tried to bring the topic back to reality. You have to understand that even if you try, the result may not change. Can you bear that psychological gap? Her eyes were firm. No matter what the result is, I will do my best, and I will always be with you. This sentence was like a warm current flowing slowly into my heart. She did not promise any emotion, but made me feel the warmth I had never felt before. Get up and eat first. I whispered. So, you promise me? She looked at me expectantly. I turned my face away and said, Yeah. She immediately lifted the quilt and smiled brightly. Let's eat now. The heart disease heals so quickly. She smiled and nodded. Okay. Just after she finished speaking, she suddenly pressed her temple. But I still feel a little dizzy. How about you feed me? You're really asking for too much. I sighed, then picked up the spoon, blew on the tofu soup, and fed it to her mouth. She ate contentedly, with a sly smile on her face. I looked at her and couldn't help but say, By the way, you asked Xiaoye to buy the medicine, but she said she couldn't buy it, so I asked her to ask the doctor. Chu Xiaolie's smile froze, and she almost bit her tongue. She nodded immediately. I made a mistake. I wrote a few extra words. That's not wrong. I raised my head, my eyes deep. It's just that the drug is not on the market yet. I looked at her. Her clear eyes were not blinking at this moment, as if all the secrets had nowhere to hide. Chapter 43. This person is amazing. It turns out she is my wife. I watched Chu Xiaoli trying to defend herself. Then I'm not wrong. It's just that the drug hasn't been launched yet, right? She continued innocently. I'm a prophet. I unceremoniously stuffed a spoonful of rice in her mouth and successfully shut her up. She is a person who talks so much that sometimes it gives me a headache. I pondered for a while and suddenly said, I put you in the strategic department. Maybe I was careless. She looked up curiously, as if waiting for me to continue. You should do crosstalk. Her expression suddenly became exaggerated, and she covered her mouth with both hands, as if she was afraid to say something to make me laugh. Her little action made me laugh slightly in my heart, but I remained calm and just lowered my eyes to hide the smile on my lips. Although I won't join the strategy department, I can be a strategic consultant. She began to make nonsensical demands again. Just pay me according to the market price. I raised an eyebrow. In this case, the money will come from my personal account. She glanced at me and said, You are indeed a capitalist. You are very careful with every penny. Thank you for the compliment. I smiled faintly and asked, How much do you have in your account? She shook her head and said in a relaxed tone, Not much yet. It's not time for me to exert my strength yet, but it will be soon. I continued to ask, What are you going to do with the money? Just for the sake of making money, it's a bit boring. She smiled with a sly look in her eyes. I am planning to do something big. When you hear it, you will be surprised to think that such an idealistic person is actually my wife. She looked at me with a smile, expecting compliments. I couldn't help but let a faint smile appear on my lips. She always made me relax involuntarily and feel much more relaxed. The setting sun shone on her face through the window, and her eyes were like the warm sun in winter. That night, I lay in bed flipping through Joe Laurent's files. He is a top expert in the field of neurology. At only 26 years old, he has made remarkable scientific achievements. Recently, he published a paper that shocked the medical community, proving that surgery can help paralyzed rats regain their mobility. In theory, this provides new possibilities for humans to regain their mobility. My eyes fell on my legs, a wry smile on my lips. Regaining mobility? Is this really possible? I had given up hope, but she kept insisting, as if in her eyes, I could overcome everything. This time, maybe I should give it a try, not only because of her persistence, but also because deep in my heart, I also had a little hope to stand up again and stand by her side. My fingers unconsciously slid to another page, which was a cartoon, with a boy holding a girl high up in the air, his eyes gentle, as if hiding a sky full of stars. I was silent for a moment and put the tablet down. At the regular meeting on Monday, I presented my plan for the hotel business to shareholders. My goal is to increase the market share of the smart hotel business by 100% by the end of the year. At the same time, I plan to restart the e-commerce business of Yorong and build the basic framework through mergers and acquisitions. After the meeting, I was stopped by my uncle Rong Jiwen, who was wearing a loose suit and had a greasy smile on his face. Rong Tao, you're taking too big a step. Oh no, you forgot you can't walk. His tone was full of disdain and sarcasm. Lenny clenched his fists behind him, but I just smiled faintly. Uncle, the hotel business is something you don't want to do, and the electronic business was also built by me before. As for finance and real estate, that is your territory. I have never interfered. Uncle, you don't have to worry about me. My body is indeed limited, and there is not much I can do. I just do some business that others are unwilling to touch. My tone was humble, but my words were steady and powerful. Rong Jiwen looked unhappy. He kicked my wheelchair and said with a fake smile, You are sensible, but I heard that you made Chiwen suffer a little bit a while ago. How could I have that ability? I responded to his question calmly. After he left, my expression instantly turned cold and the temperature around me seemed to drop below zero. When I got back to the office, I said to Lin Yi, who helped Rong Jiwen deal with the accident last time when he was driving under the influence. It's Director Zhao. Lin Yi replied quickly. I narrowed my eyes and said, Tell Rong Jiwen about this, and tell her that Rong Jiwen is planning to buy out her shares at a low price. Chapter 44. Rong Tao kissed her. Lenny asked me. Are you going to help her? I sneered. What can I do for her? Then why did you tell her all this? He asked puzzledly. Because I plan to kick her out too. My tone was calm and unperturbed. Rong Chiwen has already cashed out a lot of her shares, and the remaining shares have no influence on the group. I told her this just to make her panic, and the first wife will not intervene. Her only way out is to ask me through her husband Wan Wei, and I will take the opportunity to take her shares and ensure that she has no say in the board of directors. Lenny didn't ask any more questions, and I didn't explain. I changed the subject. I'm going to Ningxing on a business trip tomorrow. I'll sync my schedule with Chu Xiaoli. Okay, Lin responded. What specialties does Ningxing have? I suddenly asked, emphasizing food. Osmanthus cake, pickled duck, and the like. Lenny thought for a moment and gave an answer. I nodded and added casually, she should like them all. Lenny was silent for a moment, obviously smelling the scent of love. Chu Xiaoli asked, did you buy a ticket for me? Lin E replied embarrassedly. The president's business trip is very urgent this time. I will take care of him throughout the trip. Chu Xiaoli smiled and said, then I'll pack his luggage for him. I'll send you the list of items later. When I was a kid, when Master went on a business trip, his wife would always help him pack his luggage, and I would occasionally help too. Now, my wife helps me pack my luggage, and this feeling makes me feel a little dazed. Marriage life is more adaptable than I thought. I watched her carefully fold my clothes and even prepare my underwear. When she saw my boxer briefs, her face suddenly turned red. She was obviously thinking about something she shouldn't be thinking about, and her face was as red as a ripe apple. I watched her hurriedly put away the clothes, and I couldn't help but smile a little. On the morning of the business trip, Chu Xiaoli insisted on seeing me off. She got up early to have breakfast with me. I originally thought that she would not be willing to get up so early, but she actually got up earlier than me. In the morning light of the courtyard, when it was almost time to say goodbye, she stood there hesitantly and suddenly asked, don't you have anything to say to me? Her eyes were filled with anticipation, like white orchids in early summer, fresh and charming. I raised my hand gently. Come here. She leaned closer to me suspiciously and put her ear close to me. The moment she got close to me, I leaned over and gently kissed her ear. The movement was as soft as a feather brush, but it easily touched her heartstrings. Her eyes suddenly widened. Obviously, she didn't expect me to kiss her. This was the first time I took the initiative to kiss her. I'm leaving, I whispered, my voice hoarse. She was stunned for a few seconds, then waved her hand. Be careful on the road. When the car drove away, I saw through the rearview mirror that she was still standing there, her fingertips gently touching her ears, as if she was still feeling the warmth I left. A smile gradually appeared on her face, and that smile gradually expanded, and finally her whole face was filled with smiles. It seemed as if her world became brighter because of this kiss. Chapter 45, I'm asking you to shut up. The late summer morning breeze was a little chilly, and I stood in the courtyard, feeling as cheerful as a dandelion in the wind. He took the initiative to respond to me, and that kiss, as light as a feather, ignited the hope in my heart like a candle in the dark, weak but bright. With this throbbing feeling, I walked through the courtyard and returned to the villa. I greeted everyone I met with a smile, and although I tried hard to restrain myself, I could not hide the joy in my eyes. Back in the bedroom, I couldn't wait to share this joy. The moment I took out my phone, I suddenly remembered that this was not the world I used to live in. There were no relatives or friends. This feeling of loneliness suddenly came over me. I reluctantly opened Weibo, registered a new account, and posted my first blog post. He kissed me, took the initiative. I can't express my feelings in words. I just felt that the world was shining, as if I was walking on cotton. I wanted to laugh and kept laughing. In the morning of Ningxing, the moist air of Jiangnan hit Rong Tao in the face. He got off the plane and got into a black business car. Lenny took out the tablet and began to report the itinerary. It is expected to arrive at the hotel at 10 o'clock. There is no arrangement in the afternoon. You can rest. I will synchronize the content of tomorrow's meeting in the evening. I adjusted my cufflinks and said calmly, I'm going to Lingshan Temple this afternoon to see Master Ye. Lin was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I'll arrange it right away. Lingshan Temple is a place that carries my childhood memories. 20 years ago, my father brought me here to pray for blessings. Master Ye read my fortune, and the result was the noble will be easily broken. This prophecy seemed to be fulfilled in my later fate. I didn't believe in fate, but now, I have chosen to return to this place to pray for blessings. The temple was silent. In the Zen room, Master Ye was quietly waiting for me. When he saw me, he showed a hint of surprise on his face. You don't believe in fate, so why are you here? Not for myself. I smiled and said vaguely. That must be an important person. He smiled and handed me a peace charm. I took it and said nothing. Before leaving, he suddenly wrote the word Yi and handed it to me. I didn't understand what it meant and wanted to ask, but the Zen master just smiled and said nothing. Does this word Yi indicate change or a turning point in fate? In the evening, Chu Xiaoli's video call arrived as promised. She was still lively on the screen. Your little cutie suddenly appears. She raised her fingers to make bunny ears with a mischievous look on her face. I smiled. Although I was not good at communicating with the opposite sex, I always felt a sense of relaxation and warmth when facing her. Are you busy today? Or are you taking a rest? She asked. I answered truthfully. There was no meeting. Have you had dinner? She reminded me to eat on time, especially when I was on a business trip. I ate it. I answered confidently. Just then, Lenny pushed the door open and shouted, Boss, the takeaway has arrived. The hotel is too remote, so we can only order these. My hand unconsciously went up to my forehead. Chu Xiaoli on the other end of the video instantly raised her voice. You didn't eat, and you dare to lie to me. Lenny immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained. It's a midnight snack. We are having a midnight snack. Chu Xiaoli didn't believe it and narrowed her eyes. What did you eat? Let me see it. He obediently showed the lunchbox in his hand. Preserved egg and lean meat porridge, scallion oil noodles, cold fungus. She sighed and finally reminded him. Take good care of yourself outside and don't mess around. After hanging up the phone, Lenny looked at me with an apologetic look on his face. I didn't know that Madam was checking on me. I glanced at him coldly and handed him the box of noodles. Eat more. Lenny was flattered. Boss, you also know that I like to eat noodles with scallion oil? He was so touched that he could not express it in words. I told you to shut up, I replied calmly. The next morning, I followed her advice and sent Chu Xiaoli a photo of my breakfast to prove that I had a regular diet, and also attached text to explain in detail the contents of my breakfast. When she replied, her tone was full of warmth and concern, as if what I sent was not just a photo, but a message from my heart. However, just before the warmth faded, my phone rang again. It was a message from Song Meiyun asking me to meet her. I frowned, and my mood suddenly sank. She was looking for me, so it must be bad news. Chapter 46. Cannon Fodder, Vicious Stepmother's Frame-Up. Song Meiyun asked me to meet her in a hotel suite, saying that she had a business to discuss, so she decided to meet her there for convenience. I touched my chin and laughed. There are many stories of vicious stepmothers causing trouble, but why do these people always choose hotels as the location of their conspiracies? Probably because they are well concealed. I accepted her invitation, and I was prepared. Who knows if Song Meiyun, this crazy woman, will throw away the original owner's things. Anyway, she is a wicked person who is not afraid of retribution. Of course, I wouldn't go to meet her without any preparation, so I immediately called the hotel front desk. Please help me book rooms 2506 and 2510 for Thursday and Friday. Song Meiyun booked room 2508, so I booked both rooms on her left and right sides just in case. Then, I called Rong Tao as bodyguard Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had worked for the CIA for 10 years and was good at monitoring and intelligence analysis. Although he was just a bodyguard who looked capable, he was actually a master who was hiding his true abilities. Madam, what do you want me to do for you? Xiaoyang answered the phone with a respectful tone. I need you to help me monitor room 2508 of the Regent Hotel. I said directly. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and Xiaoyang said, Should we report this to Mr. Rong? There's no need to report this. I said firmly, Rong Tao is on a business trip. After I meet with Song Meiyun, I will explain it to him in person. Xiaoyang didn't say anything more and agreed to my request. On Thursday night, Xiaoyang sent me an edited recording. He told me, after deleting the invalid blank recording, the audio is about an hour long. The other party was very cautious and communicated through gestures many times. I'm not sure what they want to do for the time being. I put on my headphones and listened for a while and faintly heard a few key words: hypnosis, injection, and live broadcast. These words together were enough to make me feel cold. This was clearly not a good thing. Song Meiyun, you are indeed extraordinary. By the end of this week, you will regret being alive. At 2 p.m. on Friday, I knocked on the door of room 2508. Song Mian opened the door and greeted me immediately after seeing me. Are you alone? I raised my eyebrows and asked back. Aren't you alone? Of course. She seemed a little anxious and reached out to pull me in. Come in. What are you standing there for? I pursed my lips and walked in. The room was large and looked normal. Song Mian pointed to a small wooden box on the sofa and said disdainfully, The thing you want is here, I haven't touched it. The wooden box looked simple and had a lock. I picked up the box and shook it. I heard the sound of books colliding inside. After confirming that it was correct, I looked up and asked her, Where is the document signed by Chu Guofeng? Song Meiyun waved her hands and said unhappily, Why are you rushing me? The documents are here. She cursed as she spoke. Your father is so mad at you, and you still have the nerve to come and ask for things. I interrupted her impatiently. Stop talking nonsense. She was so angry that her fingers were shaking, but she finally pushed the document in front of me. I flipped it open and was amazed to see that she had actually added a clause in the document, requiring me to repay their child support expenses for many years. I sneered and threw the document in her face. Who allowed you to add conditions? Song Mian looked unhappy and argued. This is not a lot of money. We have spent a lot of money on your food, drink, and studies over the years. I stared at her and said calmly, Didn't you, Song Mian, take a penny from the Rong family's betrothal gift? Her face turned pale and blue, and she gritted her teeth and said, 80,000, the most. Deal. I smiled and looked at her. Go turn down the air conditioner. She rolled her eyes and did it reluctantly. After a moment, Song Mian tentatively handed over a glass of orange juice, with a sinister look in her eyes. Have a drink, it's just out of the refrigerator. It's very cold. I stared into her eyes, unmoved. Why don't you pour a glass of milk? Her face turned pale, but she finally suppressed her anger and poured a glass of milk. I took it and was about to drink it, but then put it down and said calmly, Transfer the money first. She calculated secretly and guessed that I wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, so she simply transferred the money to me. The money has arrived. She sneered. Don't even think about having anything to do with the Chu family anymore. I looked at her, gently raised the glass, and drank the milk before the ice melted. After a while, I pretended to shake a few times, propped up my head, and pretended to be dizzy. Oh, why do I feel so dizzy? Chapter 47, She Took Chinese Medicine. Is there something wrong with the milk you gave me? Chu Xiaoli's voice was hoarse and weak. Song Mian couldn't hide her joy. She stood up and walked over. Seeing Chu Xiaoli's droopy eyelids and weak body, she bent down, patted Chu Xiaoli's face and said, You are still a little naive to fight with me. Then she took out a syringe and a glass bottle of liquid from the other side and took out her cell phone to make a call. She's already unconscious. I'll inject the medicine into her later. You guys can start the live broadcast in 30 minutes. This live broadcast is aimed at paying viewers on the dark web. A charming girl from the East, as charming as a rose petal. The body is delicate and fair. Just thinking about it is exciting enough. Song Mian never took Chu Xiaoli seriously. She had always beaten and scolded her since she was a child, and slapping her in the face was a common occurrence. But these days, Chu Xiaoli rebelled against her. This made her even angrier. She drew the medicine and walked closer, with cold hatred in her eyes. That face is exactly like her mother's. Despicable. However, Song Mian has never used a syringe. Should it be injected into the arm or the back of the hand? What's wrong? The clear voice of a young girl suddenly sounded. Can't you find your veins? Song Miyun's expression froze for a moment. She looked up and met those clear eyes. The eyes are beautifully shaped with drooping tails. Especially when she smiles, she looks even more pure and innocent. She was shocked, but it was too late. There was a sharp pain in my wrist. Then I felt a tingling sensation in my hands. Chu Xiaoli pushed the syringe into the vein on her forearm with her backhand. Have you learned how to inject like this? Chu Xiaoli pulled out the syringe and threw it aside. For intravenous injection, the drug will take effect quickly. You probably have 5 minutes left. Song Meiyun's pupils widened instantly. She screamed and wanted to escape, but her limbs were weak, and Chu Xiaoli grabbed her and threw her on the sofa. She could hardly believe it. Didn't this bitch drink milk with sleeping pills in it? There is nothing wrong with milk. But there was something wrong with the ice. It was mixed with a lot of sleeping pills. You! Song Miyu opened her mouth, and her tongue began to feel numb. Chu Xiaoli tilted her head and smiled. Curious why I didn't faint? She sighed. Although you are bad, You are too stupid. Then I'll tell you kindly, first, milk will dilute the drug, and second, do you know antagonists? She had taken an antagonist of the sleeping pill before coming to suppress the hypnotic effect of the drug. Therefore, that dose of medicine was of no use to her at all. Chu Xiaoli sneered. It's keeping up with the times by still doing live broadcasts, but those paying viewers will probably be disappointed. The cover is seriously inconsistent with the content. You, who are you? Song Meiyan looked at the calm girl in front of her, with fear in her eyes. You are not Chu Xiaoli. Chu Xiaoli came back when she was 6 years old. Lived in the Chu family for 16 years. He is a coward and will not fight back when beaten or retaliate when scolded. He is a dull and stupid character. How could he turn the tables on his opponent? Yes and no. Chu Xiaoli still smiled. Song Miyun's psychological defenses collapsed in an instant. In her astonishment, Chu Xiaoli bent down, stretched out her hand, and slapped Song Miyun on the face without any hesitation. You are still a little naive to fight with me. You are still cannon fodder. But I am no longer. I don't just want to be my own protagonist. You also have to be the protagonist of this world. Let this world change because of my arrival. Song Miyun whimpered, but unfortunately, she no longer had any strength to struggle. When she thought of the consequences, she begged Chu Xiaoli with her eyes, her tongue tied. Don't go, I'll give you the money. Chu Xiaoli picked up the wooden box from the sofa and turned around without mercy. We could have lived in peace. She also didn't want to waste her energy and time on these stupid, vicious cannon fodder villains. But Song Meiyan overestimated her own abilities. I'm sorry, but I have to sacrifice you. Chu Xiaoli took 2 steps, then thought of something and turned back. His eyes fell on the open glass bottle on the coffee table. There is a light fragrance lingering. Very unique and smells great. Chu Xiaoli bent down and picked up the bottle. Just like Eve saw the apple on the tree in the Garden of Eden and was involuntarily attracted to it. It should be some kind of aphrodisiac drug that cannot be taken orally and can only be injected into the vein to produce its effect as the blood flows. She strictly followed the laboratory rules of smelling unknown gases and gently fanned the bottle mouth with her hand. Just a slight aroma. I can't smell any specific chemical. The professional qualities of a PhD in science and engineering begin to manifest themselves at this moment. She was very curious and even wanted to take it back to identify its ingredients. Chu Xiaoli moved a little further away, tightened the lid, stuffed it in her bag, and then walked out carrying the wooden box. Xiao Yang was waiting for her outside. She said before that no one should come in without her order, no matter what happened inside. He is indeed a highly qualified agent who strictly follows instructions. Chu Xiaoli ordered, delete the surveillance records of me entering and leaving the hotel. Yes. Chu Xiaoli returned home, carrying the wooden box. Xiaoya came up to her and saw the wooden box and asked, Madam, is this a new express delivery? Yes. Chu Xiaoli smiled. My husband just called back and said he expects to be home at 7 tonight. Oh, okay. Chu Xiaoli said immediately. I'll wait for him. At this point, she suddenly remembered something, handed the box to Xiaoya, took out her cell phone and saw, oh my God, Rong Tao had sent her a message 2 hours ago, but she had been immersed in her own thoughts and hadn't even read it. Chu Xiaoli immediately acted coquettishly and cutely and sent an emoticon, crying, I didn't see you just now. I'll wait for you to come back. After sending the message, Chu Xiaoli went upstairs, put the box on the bed, and looked at the 4-digit combination lock outside. If you want to try from 0000, there are 10,000 possibilities in total. She didn't have to do anything but decipher the code, which would require her to dial 10,000 times. Never mind. It would be better to just use a saw and cut it open. Chu Xiaoli put the box into the cabinet and planned to deal with it later. She sat on the bed, took out the bottle of liquid from her bag, looked left and right, and unscrewed the cap. Having just confirmed that it was not a poisonous irritant gas, she leaned in and took a deep breath. I smell the scent of violets. Others are hard to judge. Chu Xiaoli became bolder and dropped a few drops on the back of her hand. The skin feels slightly warm. There is no other feeling besides this. She guessed that it would only be effective if injected. Chu Xiaoli put the glass bottle away and prepared to find a laboratory to test the ingredients, and then hand it over to the police. If this kind of thing were circulated on the market, who knows how many innocent girls would be harmed. She got up, went into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and immersed herself in the huge jacuzzi. All the pores on the body are opened, and the heat penetrates into the pores, promoting blood circulation. It feels so comfortable. She is very proud now and feels that she is extremely capable. The naive and innocent heroines in the novels are all drugged by their vicious stepmothers and then rescued by the male protagonists, and a love story begins after a fleeting encounter. She is different. She immediately poured out the medicine for her stepmother. It's worthy of you, Chu Xiaoli. But soon, she felt something was wrong. It's so hot. Is the water temperature too high? No, it's not the water temperature. It's her body temperature. What's going on? A possible thought flashed through her mind, and Chu Xiaoli's pupils dilated instantly. The drug penetrates into the capillaries of the skin. Hot water acts as a catalyst. Catalyzes the efficacy of the drug. She took Chinese medicine. Chapter 48, Why? Is your mouth broken? Smart people are often ruined by their own cleverness. Chu Xiaoli. Sorry, I'm not curious anymore. Even if I feel remorse in my heart. But it was of no avail. Her actions will drag herself into the abyss. The consequences were beyond her control. No way. I'm going to die. While thinking about this, Chu Xiaoli immediately turned on the shower and splashed cold water on herself. Now she just felt her hands and feet were weak and her whole body was exhausted. I can't even get up. Just want to stay in cold water. Rong Tao got off the plane at 5 o'clock. The company actually has a lot of things waiting to be dealt with. When Lenny asked, he said he would go home directly. Yuyuan is now a place he prefers to stay. It was no longer oppressively cold there, but became warmer. While in the car, he saw the message on his phone. The corners of his lips curled slightly. Finally, I found an emoticon package in the chat box and sent it over. Chu Xiaoli never replied. Rong Tao narrowed his eyes. When he got home at 7 o'clock, he didn't see her either. Chu Xiaoli, this little liar. I said I would wait for him to come back, but till now I haven't seen even a trace of him. Is she in the room? Rong Tao asked. Madam is taking a shower. Xiaoya looked up and said, I knocked on the door half an hour ago, and there was no response, but I heard the sound of water in the bathroom, so I guess she should be taking a shower. Rong Tao disinfected his hands with an alcohol cotton pad and said, Go prepare dinner. I'll wait for her. It takes a lot of time for women to take a bath. He knows. The last time she was at Rong's house, she took a bath for at least an hour. After taking a shower, she also applies various moisturizing lotions. Maybe a face mask too. I'm afraid it will take another 20 minutes. What else can I do? Just wait. Rong Tao was very patient and waited until 8 o'clock. Chu Xiaoli hasn't come down yet. Xiaoya said, How about I go up and take a look? Rong Tao, I'll go. He took the elevator in his wheelchair to the second floor and knocked on the door, but no one answered. Rong Tao pursed his lips and opened the door. The sound of water in the bathroom also stopped. Are you okay? Rong Tao asked. No one answered. Quiet and silent. Could it be that he fell asleep? Rong Tao came to the bathroom door and knocked. Chu Xiaoli. No one answered. Knock again. I hear. A confused voice came from inside. After a while, the bathroom door opened. Chu Xiaoli came out wrapped in a bath towel. Rong Tao raised his eyes and saw that her face was as red as rouge. What's wrong with you? Chu Xiaoli shook her head and wanted to say that she was fine, but she found that her tongue was a little knotted. I wanted to smile, but my facial muscles were a little stiff. She soaked in the cold water for a long time, and finally it wasn't so hot anymore. But I don't have much strength. Hearing him shouting outside, she almost had to struggle to climb out of the bathtub. Change your clothes and go downstairs to eat, Rong Tao said, turning his eyes away. Her bath towel was wrapped loosely and looked like it would fall off at any moment. The pretty face is like a red cherry in midsummer. The corners of his eyes drooped slightly, and his pupils were filled with a pool of shallow water. 2 straight white legs appeared in his sight. It is the purity of a young girl. But there is a hint of desire in this purity. Although, I've seen things I shouldn't have seen before. He still felt a little uncomfortable. Yeah, she nodded numbly and stiffly, but did not move. Rong Tao frowned. Why are you still standing there? No. Chu Xiaoli's tongue was straight. I feel dizzy. Do you have a fever? No. Her expression and movements were a little stiff, having lost her former agility and liveliness. Chu Xiaoli tried to move forward, but she felt dizzy and didn't know where to go. Rong Tao saw that she was not in a good state, so when she walked forward, he grabbed her wrist and said, This way. Chu Xiaoli's steps were disordered. Her balance was unstable, and she almost fell down. Fortunately, there were an extra pair of hands on her waist, supporting her. Chu Xiaoli's limbs were not controlled by her brain. Her legs went soft, and she fell into his arms. Rong Tao frowned. Are you feeling unwell? Chu Xiaoli nodded. Restless factors are surging in the blood. You're back. Chu Xiaoli's mind was now blank, and she could only see a blurry figure in front of her. It was Rong Tao. Yeah, I waited for you for an hour. He didn't mean to blame her, but it was more like the anger between lovers. Chu Xiaoli's eyes were dazed. Her eyes fell on the delicate collarbone that was revealed when the man's shirt was unbuttoned. It's like the cool luster of fine jade. After a moment, the man's pupils suddenly shrank. How dare she? There is obvious pain in the clavicle. The contours of his handsome and deep facial features were instantly stretched extremely tight, revealing great repression and restraint. Extremely complex emotions crossed his face. His pupils were as dark as ink. Not even the moonlight could penetrate. However, Chu Xiaoli quickly let go, raised her head, and looked at him face to face. Rong Tao turned his head away and said, "If you feel uncomfortable, go to bed and rest first." What is he talking about? I can't hear you clearly. A bit noisy. Chu Xiaoli wanted to reach out and silence him. But my hands were so weak that I couldn't even lift them. Rong Tao wanted to speak again. A pain on the lip. The last thing in sight was her enlarged face. It was already dawn when Chu Xiaoli woke up again. She was wearing a clean nightgown. I have a slight headache. Look at the time again. 11 o'clock. It was already noon of the next day. She thought back to yesterday's events. Song Meiyan asked her to meet, hoping to frame her using dirty tricks. She remained calm and fearless in the face of danger, and completed a beautiful counterattack that could be said to be at the scientific level. Those naive and innocent heroines who are often drugged by vicious female, supporting roles, or stepmothers should learn from her. Be prepared in advance and have a plan for retreat. Ensure safety. Then, she brought this upon herself. Curiously, I dropped the medicine on the back of my hand. And then, she responded. I tried my best to control myself by pouring cold water on myself. At last, I have no memory of it. Woke up. The sudden male voice interrupted her response. This sound? Chu Xiaoli turned her head instantly, and her eyes suddenly met the eyes of the man beside the bed. He was wearing a round-neck white short t-shirt today, with his hair falling in front of his forehead, and he exuded a homely and casual vibe. Gentle and calm. Of course this is just appearance. Oh my God, why is Rong Tao in his room? Chu Xiaoli. You, Rong Tao. Don't be surprised. I'll wait here for you to wake up. These words sound like they're about settling scores. And his expression is also unpredictable. Chu Xiaoli's eyes turned around and around. She glimpsed a cut on Rong Tao's mouth and asked, Why is your mouth cut? It's quite serious, with blood scabs forming. Are you suffering from acclimatization problems from the business trip? She asked again, giving sincere advice. It's probably due to lack of water. Put on some lip balm. I'll prepare some fruit for you later. Eat a light diet for the next few days, and you'll be fine soon. Rong Tao. It only happened in one night, so there's no reason to lose memories so completely. Or, is she playing dumb? Rong Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, and his dark pupils revealed a hint of doubt. Chu Xiaoli looked at the man and touched her head. Is there something wrong? Did you bite it accidentally? She asked again. Rong Tao. For a moment, Rong Tao recalled the soft touch against his lips. Soon, the pain came again. Complex emotions welled up in his dark eyes, so deep that no light could penetrate them. He pursed his lips and said, You bit me last night. Chapter 49, Did I Bite It? Chu Xiaoli. Her face was almost full of question marks. You bit me last night. The words you and me seemed to be deliberately emphasized by Rong Tao. What is he emphasizing? Chu Xiaoli put her finger on her nose in disbelief and asked, Me? Did she do such a thing? Why did she have no impression? Rong Tao stared at her, which made her feel guilty and insecure. She asked cautiously and tentatively, Really? Did I bite it? The man stretched out his hand and slightly opened his collar, pointing at the collarbone. Here, you bit me too. Last night, she sat on his lap wantonly, unconsciously, and had no idea how tempting and torturous she was. Chu Xiaoli narrowed her eyes with excellent vision and seemed to see the teeth marks on the collarbone. She could still deny the wound on her lip, but she couldn't escape the mark on her collarbone. She held her head in her hands for a moment. When she realized something was wrong, she poured cold water on herself, but she couldn't remember much of what happened afterwards. What on earth did you do? Did you bully him again? I don't remember anything. Chu Xiaoli leaned over to take a look, then stepped back and sat up straight, asking, Do you want me to come back? Rong Tao lowered his eyes, stretched out his hand to press his brow, and quickly raised his face. I have something to ask you. Chu Xiaoli hung her head. If you can't run away, you'll be taught a lesson. Where did you go, and what did you do yesterday? Chu Xiaoli was silent and organized her words. Seeing that she didn't speak, Rong Tao had a blank expression on his face, but his tone was full of threats. Are you sure you want me to check? Naturally, Rong Tao could not hide these things from him. Chu Xiaoli had no intention of hiding it. Oh, she puffed up her cheeks and said, I said it myself. Song Meiyan asked me to meet her to discuss compensation and signing a statement. I was so smart that I saw through her bad intentions. So I asked Xiao Yang to help me. I wanted to know what Song Meiyan was going to do in advance. What did you ask Xiao Yang to help you with? Just to help me monitor her movements. Seeing the man's eyes suddenly turn cold, she said, I originally wanted him to help me keep an eye on her, but I didn't expect that he was so powerful that he got me the recording of their conversation. Your people are really powerful. Of course it must be, because you are powerful. Rong Tao didn't take her flattery seriously. His expression didn't improve, and he said in a calm voice, Speak to the point. Song Meiyan wanted to drug me and do a paid live broadcast, the kind on the dark web. She also explained, I pretended to be unconscious and fooled her. She was too stupid and didn't know how to use the syringe. She gestured on my arm for a long time, but didn't know where to stab. In the end, I pushed the syringe in her arm with my backhand. Ha! Chu Xiaoli was proud, even laughed out loud. He didn't notice at all that Rong Tao's handsome face was already covered with dark clouds. She also laughed. How dare you? Then I ran away and left her alone. It's just such a smart and fearless thing. Are you quite proud of yourself? Rong Tao stared at her with a smile. Chu Xiaoli was more than just proud. She was extremely proud. She also wants to publish a book. However, she could tell at this moment that the man opposite her had a bad tone, and even the temperature around him dropped to the lowest level. I'm not proud. Chu Xiaoli suppressed her pride and sat down obediently. Did I ever tell you not to put yourself in danger at any time? The man finally couldn't hold back his anger and slapped the armrest of the wheelchair, which made her heart tremble. Yeah, Chu Xiaoli said cutely. I remember it very clearly, but this time is different. And there is no gain without risk. Song Meiyan wanted to frame me, but I turned the tables on her. She won't dare to do anything to me in the future. I will be a shadow in her life. Chu Xiaoli said this without any awareness that she was wrong. The blood pressure in his skull rose instantly. Rong Tao pursed his thin lips into a straight line. He held his forehead and tried his best to control his emotions. Rong Tao asked again after a while. Then, she brought the bottle of medicine back and tried it out of curiosity. Chu Xiaoli remained silent. Rong Tao stared at her deeply, refusing to give in. Have you taken Chinese medicine? When he said these 4 words, the man's voice suddenly became hoarse and his syllables were unclear. Chu Xiaoli felt embarrassed and didn't know how to respond, so she just looked away. His fingers unconsciously clenched the sheets beneath him. I wanted to preserve the evidence and prevent more people from getting hurt, so I brought the bottle back. I was just curious, so I tried it. She didn't hide anything and told it all, trying to prove that she had her reasons. If we could do a keyword statistical analysis of Rong Tao's mood at this moment, I will be pissed off to death by you sooner or later must be the largest and most conspicuous one in the center. Not only was she bold enough to play tricks on a vicious person like Song Meiyan, she also dared to use herself to test the medicine. She also threw herself into his arms, causing him to lose control and become extremely out of control. If she hadn't collapsed and passed out, he wouldn't have been able to control the consequences. No one can withstand such teasing. Are you angry? Chu Xiaoli asked. Rong Tao put the tip of his tongue on the roof of his mouth and did not answer. Is there any need to ask such an obvious question? I will protect myself and won't be curious in the future. Chu Xiaoli swore seriously on her face, staring at Rong Tao's face and biting her lower lip unconsciously with her pearly teeth. It seems that he bit himself a little hard. Such an obvious cut. It must hurt. Chu Xiaoli lowered her eyes, feeling ashamed. Then she slowly raised her face and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bitten you. Rong Tao waved his hand. Go wash up. Rong Tao was angry, and it's very hard to appease. Although the two of them had lunch at the same table, he looked like he didn't want to talk to anyone. Chu Xiaoli looked pitiful with her drooping brows. She knew what made Rong Tao angry. First, I shouldn't have met Song Meiyan when I knew she had bad intentions. Second, you shouldn't try things out of curiosity. The third one bit him so hard that it hurt. So after dinner, when she saw the man avoiding the wound and wiping his lips with a tissue, she handed him her lip balm and said, "Here, it can protect your lip wound." Fancy packaging. It's a strawberry pattern. Just like that, go around a circle. Chu Xiaoli was a good person and unscrewed the lipstick cap, gestured to him, and seeing that he didn't seem to refuse, she gently applied it on his lips. The man has thin lips, but the lips are very beautiful and have a healthy blush. When she purses her lips, she looks cool and noble, like a supreme god. When smiling, the corners of the lips are raised, which is tinged with the world's fireworks, gentle and warm. Chu Xiaoli stared at his lips and the obvious wound. A little absent-minded. She didn't know what kind of state she was in last night, and how outrageous she had to be to bite someone's mouth like this. Chapter 50. Being treated as a pampered child by him. Chu Xiaoli had no impression at all, and naturally didn't remember what it felt like. She was lost in thought and accidentally touched the wound on the man's lips. He took a noticeable breath. Chu Xiaoli came to her senses and apologized hurriedly. She tightened the lipstick and handed it to him. Seeing that he didn't respond, she handed it to him again and said, "Calm down. Remember to apply it when you have time." Rong Tao took it. Her eyes and eyebrows are so curved that it is hard to get angry at her. But when I think of the outrageous things she has done, his anger wouldn't subside. She looks well-behaved and cute on the surface, but in fact she is not well-behaved at all and is very arrogant and thinks she is very good. Rong Tao continued to ignore her. "I really know I was wrong. Please don't ignore me." She reached out and tugged at the corner of his clothes. "Being angry is bad for your health." I didn't expect that he would be angry. Chu Xiaoli had always thought that he had no emotional fluctuations. The man put his hand on the wound on his lip and snorted, "You'd better be serious." Chu Xiaoli nodded rapidly. "Next time I will tell you in advance." "There won't be a next time." Rong Tao interrupted her impatiently. "Give me the medicine later." Chu Xiaoli opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Do you want to try?" At this moment, Rong Tao clearly felt his blood pressure rising rapidly. He held his forehead and said, "This week, you stay at home and don't go anywhere." "Okay, isn't she just a little quick-witted?" "He will be locked up in a small dark room." Rong Tao was watering the flowers in the greenhouse in the afternoon. He grows many different varieties of orchids. The starting price for a single plant is at least 6 figures. One of the orchids is worth millions, and they are delicate and difficult to raise. But he just likes it. Rong Tao has an indifferent personality, but he will do his best to treat the things he likes. What a pity! There are very few people in this world who can be loved by him. Naturally, there was no such experience as being held in his palm and treated as a pampered child. The sun shines on him, and it is a rare moment of peace and quiet. Chu Xiaoli suddenly pushed the door open and said, "You have a phone call." His cell phone was on the coffee table in the living room and kept ringing. Rong Tao reached out to take it and heard her say, "It's Chu Guofeng calling." Apparently, it was about Song Meiyu's matter. Rong Tao swiped the answer button and pressed the speaker, and Chu Guofeng's voice came from the other end of the phone. He took a few deep breaths and adjusted his mood before he said, "Rong Tao, I have to tell you this or I won't be able to swallow this. I never thought that my 20 years of hard work would produce such an ungrateful wolf cub. From now on, I don't have a daughter like Chu Xiaoli. This wolf cub is vicious and scheming. He tricked her mother into going over and plotting against her. Now Mei Yun's mental state is extremely unstable, and she's crying and wants to commit suicide." Rong Tao asked in a concerned tone, "Do you need me to contact the mental illness center?" Gu Gu Feng. It was obvious that he was very angry, and his heavy breathing could be heard. "I'm not here to tell you about this matter today to ask you to be fair, but just to remind you that Chu Xiaoli has had an extreme and weird personality since she was a child, and she has some mental problems. Everyone in the family gives in to her, but she doesn't know what's good for her and often bullies her sisters." Rong Tao's face showed a cold expression. "President Chu, didn't you say that to my grandfather before?" Chu Guofeng couldn't catch his breath. In order to get Chu Xiaoli to marry him, he praised his daughter to the sky. There has to be a solution to this problem. Chu Guofeng suddenly said viciously, "If you insist on protecting her, don't blame me for turning my back on you." Rong Tao smiled. "Are you sure?" The smile slowly expanded on his lips, and he said sarcastically, "You don't want the right to jointly develop the west of the city?" Chu Guofeng was under complete control in an instant. Rong Tao hung up the phone and looked at Chu Xiaoli. Her expression was very subtle, and she frowned and said, "He said bad things about me in front of me, which is a bit serious." Rong Tao said, "Your father wants to completely cut off ties with you." "That's perfect. He won't let this go." Rong Tao said. From his tone, "He can't let this go." Chu Xiaoli said angrily, "How can he have the face?" It was obviously Song Meiyun who wanted to frame me, but in the end, she ended up hurting herself instead of trying to steal the chicken. She has a straightforward personality and grew up in a relatively open and honest environment. So naturally, she has no idea how shameless some people can be. Rong Tao pursed his lips and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, he will stab me in the back." Chu Xiaoli realized later that she had caused him trouble. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." She finally stopped being so proud and arrogant. Rong Tao sighed softly, his voice sounding a little sad. "It's a big trouble." Chu Xiaoli was a little uncertain. Although she knew that the big boss was almost invincible and could easily deal with small cannon fodder like Chu Guofeng, the current plot was inconsistent with the original book. The time of falling out with Chu Guofeng came much earlier. At this time, it is not known whether Rong Tao has made complete plans. Chu Xiaoli suddenly squatted down and grabbed his hand. Is this because she feels regretful and guilty for causing him trouble and wants to apologize? Do I still need to cry and beg for forgiveness? Then take this opportunity to get rid of him. Chu Xiaoli looked determined and said with great passion, "I believe in you." Rong Tao pulled the corner of his lips, but was speechless. "We are right," Chu Xiaoli said. "Chu Guofeng is just bluffing. He is not confident at all. Otherwise, he would not keep saying bad things about me to win your heart, right?" She analyzed calmly. "He just wants you to misunderstand me and lean towards him, but he doesn't know that I already have evidence." She held Rong Tao's hand tightly and said, "I'm not the person he said I am. Believe me, I'm optimistic, cheerful, and positive, with an IQ of 180. I will hand over the money I find, and I will do anything from helping an old lady cross the road to carrying a child through a puddle to—" "Okay." Rong Tao twitched his lips. "I believe you." Chu Xiaoli nodded. "Chu Guofeng has been stabbing you in the back for a long time. Get rid of him quickly." After she finished speaking, she realized that she had spoken too quickly, and quickly said, "I know him. He is just that kind of person. He even said bad things about his own daughter. If a child is not well educated, it is the fault of the father. If a child has problems, it is all due to the lack of family education. Of course, I have no problem. It is him who has the problem." Rong Tao stared at her. Suddenly, I remembered a sentence. "Different fireworks. It must be her." He smiled helplessly, which actually revealed a bit of doting. "Go to the study and take down the sandalwood box from the desk." Chu Xiaoli ran upstairs quickly, came down quickly, and handed him the sandalwood box in her hand. "Is it a good thing?" "Mysterious." Rong Tao opened the box, and the faint fragrance of sandalwood hit him. There was a lucky charm inside. Rong Tao picked up the amulet from the box with his slender fingers and said to her, "Hold out your hand." Chu Xiaoli reached out her hand obediently. "Amulet of good fortune." The man placed the small object in her palm and said, "Here you go." Chapter 51. Be good. Rong Tao does not respect heaven or earth and does not believe in gods or Buddhas. But he is willing to go to Lingshan Temple to pray for peace for Chu Xiaoli. Chu Xiaoli stared at the small amulet in her hand, her eyes wide open as she looked at him. "Did you ask for this for me?" "Yes," Rong Tao said. "May you be safe." When he said the 4 words, "May you be safe," his tone was gentle, like notes jumping in her heart. Chu Xiaoli immediately held the amulet tightly, smiling, and said to him solemnly, "I will definitely wear it well." "Amulet, amulet." She rolled her eyes and said, "Should we try it?" Rong Tao guessed what she was going to say and warned her with a gloomy face. "Don't even think about testing whether it works or not." Chu Xiaoli stuck out her tongue. Rong Tao leaned forward and said in a low voice, "That's all for yesterday. He will deal with it later." He sat up straight again, and this time his tone became gentle. "Be good." Chu Xiaoli nodded. "I have always been very well behaved." "Always been well behaved?" "I'm afraid he's just being obedient in words." What a girl with a distinct personality. In her, you can feel the ultimate purity. She is always rude and never has a good face towards people she dislikes. He is extremely gentle and tolerant towards the people he likes. Be clear about what you love and hate. Rong Tao originally took an outsider's attitude and never interfered in other people's lives. A person's life circumstances have a lot to do with his or her growth environment and personality. He is cold and indifferent. and it is not easy for him to live a good life. And now he actually wants to take care of her and worry about her. Some things have gone off the established track since I don't know when. Chu Xiaoli carefully put away the amulet. This was the first gift Rong Tao gave her. Actually, that's not true. The first gift should be the divorce agreement he gave her when she first opened her eyes into this world. Anything else? She asked, leaning closer. The osmanthus cake and chestnut crisps are on the dining table, and the pickled duck is in the refrigerator. Rong Tao tapped her forehead lightly with the second joint of his index finger. Chu Xiaoli pursed her lips and smiled. She was just thinking about her food. Chu Guofeng used his connections overnight to have someone delete the live broadcast replays on the dark web. He was so angry that he stamped his feet at home, as if he would not give up until Chu Xiaoli was sent to jail. But he didn't dare to offend Rong Tao easily. I don't know what kind of magic potion that girl Chu Xiaoli gave him, that this cold and heartless man protected her so much. Chu Guofeng really couldn't swallow this. But soon Rong Tao asked him to meet in person. He arrived at the top floor office of Yuan Group. Rong Tao was sitting on the sofa, wearing a white shirt and black trousers in a casual manner. Just the way he is sitting gives off an awe-inspiring aura. If he could stand up, I can't imagine it. Chu Guofeng gritted his teeth before he came, and was timid after he came. Rong Tao called out, "Sit down." He just sat down obediently. Rong Tao didn't say anything nonsense or flatter, and directly asked Xiao Yang to play the recording for him. While Chu Guofeng was stunned, he put the contract in front of him and said, "Take a look at this." Chu Guofeng picked it up suspiciously and took a look at it. Halfway through, he looked up at Rong Tao in disbelief. He actually wanted part of the development rights of the West City project to be transferred to himself. Chu Guofeng naturally refused to believe such a pie-in-the-sky thing. But he was not stupid either, so he asked, "What are the conditions?" Rong Tao curled the corners of his lips and signaled him to continue looking back. At the end is a consent form for treatment from the Department of Psychiatry at Anding Hospital. The subject of treatment is Song Meiyun. Chu Guofeng now understood what Rong Tao meant. He wanted to send Song Meiyu to a mental hospital himself. Rong Tao said with regret, "I'm sorry to hear that Mrs. Chu has mental problems. It must be a big blow and burden to President Chu. How about signing this consent form and letting a professional psychiatrist take care of her?" He handed the black pen to Chu Guofeng. This way, President Chu can focus all his attention on the West City Development Project. Am I right? Chu Guofeng hesitated. Rong Tao is now using threats and inducements to send Song Meiyu to a mental hospital for treatment. Kill with a borrowed knife. Chu Guofeng took the pen and said with a trembling hand, "Meiyun was just upset for a while, and she is in a much better state now." Rong Tao stared at him without giving in and said word for word, "In my opinion, she is a lunatic. No normal person would drug their daughter and broadcast a live stream, even if she is not their own." Chu Guofeng looked dejected and didn't even dare to refute. Two choices, prison or hospital. Rong Tao reached out and knocked on the table. "Father-in-law, I'll give you face. Don't be ungrateful." Chu Guofeng is having a psychological struggle. Song Meiyun and he had been married for 20 years and had already formed a community of shared interests. Now he was asked to sign a document to send her to a mental hospital personally, which he really couldn't do. Xiao Yang said at the side, "President Chu, you still have 3 daughters. If this matter were to be exposed, the reputation of the Chu family would be completely ruined. His 2 daughters would definitely not be able to marry better people, and it would even affect Chu Ro's marriage." Chu Guofeng raised his head and confirmed again, "As long as I sign this consent letter, can I get the development rights of the Qingxi project?" Rong Tao's eyes flashed with cold disdain, and he asked Xiao Yang to take out a statement and have Chu Guofeng sign it. That was the statement that Chu Xiaoli had asked her lawyer to draft to sever ties with the Chu family. It's just that the subject has changed. It turned out that Chu Guofeng took the initiative to sever ties with his daughter. Although the results are the same, the nature is different. The Chinese people value filial piety. For a daughter to sever ties with her father, no matter the reason, it is a moral hurdle. Rong Tao needs to consider everything for her. "You don't have to sign either," Rong Tao said in a steady tone. "If you insist on going against me, I'll accompany you. This is a threat. After you sign, even if you choose to sever your relationship with Chu Xiaoli, you are still my father-in-law. We are always in the same boat. This is inducement. I have to say, Rong Tao is a natural superior and is very good at manipulating people's hearts." Xiao Yang was still tempting him. "Chairman Chu, If you get the development rights for the West City, the project will make tens of billions of profits once it goes online. A smart person will not refuse. You can change your wife, and she is not a good wife. She will only hold you back. I often wonder how much energy Chairman Chu will burst out without any burden. It will definitely shock the entire business community. Thinking about the 10 billion that was about to arrive in his account, Chu Guofeng gritted his teeth and signed 3 documents in succession with trembling hands. His facial muscles were twitching with excitement, as if he had made a major decision, and his uncontrollable excitement and agitation could be seen from them. But they have no idea that there is no such thing as pie in the sky, only traps. She had no idea that she had fallen headfirst into a trap set by this seemingly gentle son-in-law. Wait until Chu Guofeng leaves. Rong Tao looked coldly at the signed documents, took out the statement of severing ties, and told Xiao Yang, "Contact the director of Anning Hospital and ask him to focus on taking care of Madame Chu." Chapter 52. Willing to do anything for her. Song Meiyan naturally refused to go to a mental hospital. Chu Guofeng thought of a way and said that he had already settled the score with Rong Tao about this matter. Now Chu Xiaoli is in his hands, and they can do whatever they want with her. Song Meiyan screamed, "I'm going to kill her, I'm going to kill her, I'm going to strip her naked and throw her on the street. Where is she now?" She desperately pinched Chu Guofeng's neck and gritted her teeth and said, "Tell me where she is?" Indeed, after this incident, Chu Xiaoli became a shadow in her life. Chu Guofeng was almost suffocated by her, and all the guilt in his heart disappeared. He even felt that he had made a very wise decision. Meiyan, let me go first. I'll take you there. Don't be anxious." Song Meiyan was only thinking about revenge, and she got into the car with her husband, with no suspicion that he was lying to her. The car drove directly to Anning Hospital. As soon as Song Meiyan got out of the car, she was held down by 2 doctors and given an injection. Soon she lost consciousness. Chu Xiaoli didn't know that Song Miyu had been sent to a mental hospital for treatment. What Rong Tao said to her before was, "I will communicate with the Chu family." His expression was very gentle when he said this, making people feel that he really wanted to have a good talk. After Rong Tao returned, he handed Chu Xiaoli the statement signed by Chu Guofeng and said he took the initiative to terminate the legal relationship with you. Chu Xiaoli took it and took a look. It is indeed different from the first edition. Chu Guofeng became the one who took the initiative to make a statement. It doesn't matter, as long as the result is achieved. Chu Xiaoli held the thin statement in her hand and suddenly let out a long sigh. Rong Tao thought she was reluctant and said, "You have the initiative. If you don't sign, the agreement will not take effect." Chu Xiaoli took the pen and signed her name, then lowered her eyes to look at him, her voice soft and sticky. "From now on, you will be the only one for me." She is already alone in this strange world. Now that I have severed ties with my original family, Rong Tao is really the only one around me. This sentence touched Rong Tao deeply. From now on, he was really the only one she had. He would be everything to her. With a thought, Rong Tao reached out and held her hand. Chu Xiaoli pushed the issue further, squatting down to look him in the eye. "You have to be nice to me. What is good?" Everything he did was for her, but he was still not sure if these were what she needed. Rong Tao asked seriously, "What's good?" His attitude was sincere, and there was no trace of joking. Chu Xiaoli didn't know how to answer for a moment, so she quoted a sentence from the youth pain literature she read that year. "I want to be your only, unique, and first choice. You have to trust me. This is very important. This is very important." "What else?" Rong Tao asked. "Anything else?" Chu Xiaoli thought for a moment. "You are not allowed to have intimate contact with other women. Last time, that Shun Yinshu. I remember it. It's her. She called you Brother Rong Tao. Don't allow anyone to call you that from now on. This is vinegar that has been aged for several years." Rong Tao's eyes were filled with smiles. Chu Xiaoli felt embarrassed and shouted, "This name is too intimate. You are married now. It is not appropriate to call you that." Only she could shout like that. Thinking of this, she said with a wicked smile, "Brother Rong Tao, will you agree to it?" "Rong Tao," he explained calmly, "I have a cooperative relationship with her father. We knew each other when we were young. That's all." She looks down on me. Women would be impressed by his handsome and deep appearance and his wise and intelligent mind, but would still stay away from him because of his leg disease. That only proves that she is blind. Chu Xiaoli held his hand and said, "You are so outstanding. It would be great if you could just let me be yours." Her words melted my cold and hard heart little by little. Maybe she is an angel sent to earth. He even felt like doing anything for her. Rong Tao went on a business trip to Ningxing and successfully signed the contract. The MA plan will be launched within the week, followed by the promotion of new business. Others just thought that the fourth young master Rong wanted to find something to do to make his presence felt and prove that he was not a useless person. Little did they know that he had a very deep plan. Keep a low profile in times of adversity. It's his usual method, being low-key by nature, and as the project was not favored by everyone, Rong Tao encountered almost no major resistance. At the same time, it was also because Rong Jiwen attracted all the attention. His drunk driving and hit-and-run incident was exposed. The victims made tearful accusations in the media. His mother was in a car accident and fell into a coma on her way home from get-off work late at night. The driver fled the scene and has not been found yet. According to witnesses, it was a Land Rover with license plate number Beijing A. Someone traced the license plate number and found out that the car belonged to Rong Jiwen, the third master of the Rong family. Rong Jiwen is trash. It would not be an exaggeration to use any derogatory words to describe him. He has been naughty and lawless since he was a child and has done all kinds of bad things. But because his mother died when he was very young, Rong Jingting was quite partial to this youngest son, even indulging him to a certain extent. Even though he knew that he was a hopeless person, he still handed over important business of the group to him. So, for the sake of her son, she called Rong Tao at night and asked him to go back. Chu Xiaoli was half asleep when she heard some noise outside. She stood up and pushed the door open and saw Rong Tao already dressed and ready to go downstairs in a wheelchair. "Where are you going?" Her voice still had the softness of just waking up. "Go back to Rong's house." Rong Tao said to her, "Grandpa called just now. You go to sleep first. I'll be back tomorrow morning." Rong Tao, who already had difficulty moving, to go back. Is there anything so outrageous? But Rong Jingting is just like that, domineering, strong, and casual. When the old man gets angry, he doesn't care. Now he is sitting in the living room of his house, asking the housekeeper to call his children and grandchildren one by one. "I'll go with you," Chu Xiaoli asked in a low voice. "Is it because of your uncle's matter?" Today, she also read the post and posted a comment on a secondary account. "Support the blogger. The murderer must be found and brought to justice. He must not escape legal sanctions." Of course, she didn't dare tell Rong Tao. After all, he is his third uncle. They are all Rong family members. Rong Tao smiled bitterly. Grandpa was furious because of this. He was afraid that he would be scolded if he went back. "Then I have to go with you," Chu Xiaoli said hurriedly. "Grandpa's health can't be easily angry. Wait for me to change clothes." Rong Tao agreed. While in the car, he received a call from his housekeeper Chen Anhe, saying that his uncles, aunts, and cousins had all arrived and he was the only one left. In addition, the atmosphere on the scene was subtle. Rong Jiwen complained to the old man, saying that he had deliberately leaked the news and incited the media to target him and the Rong family. After hearing this, Chu Xiaoli took out her mobile phone and silently deleted the comment. Rong Tao responded, hung up the phone, put his hand on his temple, turned around and said to Chu Xiaoli, "Don't be impulsive when you get to Rong's house, no matter what you hear." Chapter 53. Rong Tao is suspected. Chu Xiaoli. Am I that kind of person? She was dissatisfied. I am rational and restrained. Rong Tao thought of her heroic act in the restaurant that day and was hesitant to speak. Chu Xiaoli analyzed. Your third uncle hit and ran. And instead of apologizing and turning himself in to take responsibility, he wanted to shift the blame and frame you. But now the most important thing is to see Grandpa's attitude. Rong Tao said in a cold voice. Grandpa has only one attitude. Yorong's reputation and stock price cannot be damaged. Chu Xiaoli sighed inwardly. It turned out that the powerful tycoons only cared about interests and reputation. We just pretend that we didn't know anything about it before. Chu Xiaoli said, Grandpa will probably protect this bastard son, regardless of whether he is right or wrong. He is indeed trash. Rong Tao responded sarcastically. When we arrived at the Rong family mansion, the atmosphere was solemn. Rong Jingting's two sons and one daughter were all present. Chu Xiaoli pushed Rong Tao into the hall, and several eyes fell on them in an instant. Is this a public trial? She raised her eyes and scanned the people sitting on the sofa one by one, calm and fearless. Rong Tao, you are so courageous. You manipulated the media behind my back and wantonly attacked and slandered me. Do you know how much loss you caused to Yorong? Yorong's stock price dropped by 3 points. Rong Jiwen took the lead in launching the attack. As soon as he opened his mouth, he cleared himself of all blame. Rong Tao frowned slightly. Uncle, I don't quite understand what you were talking about. Are you still pretending to be confused? Rong Jiwen stood up from the sofa and threw the tablet onto Rong Tao's lap with a click. Look for yourself. Chu Xiaoli was so angry at this moment that she wanted to smash the tablet on Rong Jiwen's face. This was the first time she met Rong Tao as uncle. From his bone structure, one can tell that he had a good foundation when he was young. Unfortunately, his face was puffy, he had heavy bags under his eyes, and his complexion was sallow. It is a manifestation of years of indulgence in wine and sex. It can be seen that the liver is not in good condition. Chu Xiaoli narrowed her eyes. Rong Jiwen also noticed the unfriendly look from Chu Xiaoli. He turned around and stared at her, looking her up and down with a frivolous and disdainful look. I'm not aware of this. Rong Tao quickly read the nearly 15-minute statement from the victim's family, and then glanced at the comment section. He looked up at his grandfather and said, if the content is true and is related to my uncle, I suggest that you surrender and apologize publicly to minimize the damage to Yorong. Yorong's reputation that has lasted for decades cannot be ruined because of this incident. Turn yourself in and apologize. What the hell are you talking about? If I turn myself in, Rong will be finished. Rong Jiwen was anxious and blurted out, Rong Tao, you ungrateful wolf, do you really want to send me to prison? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Rong Jiwen. Rong Jiwen said exaggeratedly, brother, you really hit someone and fled the scene. The eldest brother Rong Qingwen frowned and said, third brother, you caused such a big trouble and didn't tell us. Rong Qingwen continued, brother, because of you, the share price of Yorong has dropped by 3 points. Rong Jiwen was too stupid to fall into his nephew's trap and confess. He had previously argued that it had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to speak, his own father slapped the table and said, you bastard, you are always causing trouble. I have told you many times that drinking will cause trouble, and I told you not to drink. But you didn't listen and caused such a big mess for us to clean up after you. Dad, I really quit drinking. Rong Jiwen burst into tears, but I was feeling down when I came back from visiting my mom's grave at the cemetery that day. When I thought about how my mom left me when I was so young, I was so sad that I couldn't help but drink. I was really too sad. Chu Xiaoli. Welcome to watch the drama of ethics of wealthy families. Besides, that man has already woken up. He can just pay some money. If you insist on pursuing the matter, find someone to take his place. Dad, do you really want to send me to jail? I'm your own son. If Mom knew about this, that's enough. Rong Zhengting shouted. Shut up, you bastard. I'll take care of this. I have to say that Rong Jiwen is quite capable in dealing with his own father. When he heard that there was a play, he hurriedly said, Dad, we must find out the person who leaked the news to the media. This person is the traitor in our family. I don't wish the Rong family well. His eyes swept across the faces of everyone present, finally landing on Rong Tao. Brother, I have always stood by you, but I won't stand by you this time, because you are not right. Rong Jiwen suddenly spoke up at this moment, saying indifferently, a person with a clear conscience is not afraid of his own shadow. You did the wrong thing first. If you were innocent, we would have reason to sue them for defamation, no matter what the media wrote. She sighed. Now your license plate number has been photographed at the scene, and the evidence is irrefutable. How do you want us to help you? Chu Xiaoli glanced at Rong Jiwen and pursed her lips. There must be a reason for suddenly jumping out and getting involved. It seems that she was most likely the one who leaked the information. Where's the car? Has it been dealt with? Rong Jingting asked. Rong Jiwen nodded hurriedly. It has been canceled and scrapped. A Land Rover worth millions was just wasted like that. You go abroad for a month first. Rong Jingting waved his hand. Get out tomorrow. The old man glanced at everyone and said, everyone go and rest. Rong Tao, you stay. Finally, there were only 3 people left in the hall. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and Chu Xiaoli was very sleepy. Rong Jingting did not shy away from asking Chu Xiaoli and asked directly, how long have you known about this? Chu Xiaoli immediately became alert. It seemed that the old man really suspected Rong Tao. I just found out, Rong Tao said calmly. If I had known earlier, I would have told you to deal with it in advance so that Yorong would not be harmed. Rong Jingting leaned back on the sofa and said, I know that you feel unbalanced when your jobs are swapped. Jiwen is such a good for nothing and can't achieve anything. You are different. I have high expectations for you. Rong Tao smiled faintly. I will definitely live up to Grandpa's expectations. Yeah, Rong Jingting continued to knock. You are sensible and enterprising, but you have to understand that all your achievements are given by Rong. Without Rong, you are nothing. Before doing anything, you should consider the interests of the entire group and the Rong family instead of your own. Rong Tao lowered his eyes. I will follow Grandpa's teachings. Rong Jingting waved his hands, a little tired. You two should go up and rest. Chu Xiaoli could still force a smile and say good night to the old man, even though she had already cursed him 800 times in her heart for being biased. The two went upstairs and met their sister-in-law Rong Chiwen at the door of the room. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time. As soon as she saw Rong Tao, she asked, "What did Dad say to you?" Rong Tao answered honestly. Grandpa suspected that I leaked the information and questioned me. So what did you say? Rong Tao looked at her with a half-smile. Are you curious about this, Aunt? I'm just asking. Rong Chiwen was quite afraid of him now, so she lowered her voice and said, We are in the same boat now. Once Grandpa suspects you, your excuses will be useless. Rong Tao said coldly, just do your own thing. Rong Chiwen was silent for a while and suddenly said to Chu Xiaoli, Chu Xiaoli, I was wrong last time, don't take it to heart. I have always been a straightforward person, and I was really anxious at that time, so I hit you. I bought a beautiful bag, and I will personally deliver it to your door tomorrow to apologize. Chapter 54, Do you want to try? Rong Chiwen apologized, lowered his noble head. Chu Xiaoli naturally didn't believe that the woman was apologizing sincerely. Rong Tao must have something under his control, or she must have something to ask of Rong Tao. In view of this, Chu Xiaoli smiled and said, Anne, I accept your apology, but the bag is not necessary. I don't like these. Rong Chiwen was stunned. I also feel that this girl is really difficult to get along with. After entering the room, Chu Xiaoli asked, Your aunt, is there something you need from me? Why are you apologizing to me all of a sudden? Yeah, Rong Tao knew she was smart and didn't hide it from her. Rong Jiwen excluded her and wanted to kick her out of the board of directors, so she was forced to ask me for help. Chu Xiaoli opened her eyes wide. You want to help her? Rong Tao said nothing. Chu Xiaoli thought for a while, and in keeping with the boss personality, she lowered her voice and asked, You're not thinking the same thing, kicking her out? This matter is not suitable for discussion now. Rong Tao did not deny it. Chu Xiaoli shut up and said, Your grandpa is so biased. She imitated the old man's tone and said, All your achievements are given by Yurong. Without Yurong, you are nothing. Her eyes turned cold. I still doubt you for no reason. My trust in you is almost zero. Rong Tao's eyes were calm but somewhat displeased. Chu Xiaoli squatted down and said, It's most likely that your aunt leaked this information. She said she was in a hurry to speak in the hall just now, and it was obvious that she was guilty. You can't take the blame for this. You have to find a way to let your grandfather know. Rong Tao deliberately had someone reveal the information to Rong Chiwen because he wanted to achieve this effect. Seeing the distress in his wife's eyes, he frowned slightly and shook his head. Let him doubt it. No. Chu Xiaoli flatly refused. How unfair it is. Being doubted and denied is intolerable. If it goes on for a long time, the prejudice will only get deeper and deeper. It's okay, Rong Tao said calmly. It's always been like this. He was never pampered at home. Because he is calculating in everything, very cunning, and his personality is gentle, and he likes to retreat in order to advance. There is no resemblance to the old man. People like people with similar personalities to themselves. Chu Xiaoli felt sad after hearing this. Rong Tao is such a poor little thing. He lost his parents and received no care or favor. Because of this, he was forced to develop a cautious and introverted character. If only someone loved him more. He also doesn't plan and calculate everything. Who doesn't want to live a clear life? A sour feeling filled the air, and Chu Xiaoli's eyes became misty. Rong Tao saw her eyes and was a little flustered. He explained to her, I just said it casually just now. Don't worry. I won't let myself be blamed casually. Chu Xiaoli suppressed her emotions and said sullenly, They're all annoying, especially your uncle. This scumbag is a piece of trash. He got himself into trouble and wants to drag you into it. Ugh. Rong Tao covered her mouth with his hand. Keep your voice down. The man moved closer and looked her in the eye. You're talking bad about people so loudly, huh? He joked. Rong Tao spoke almost in her ear. The warm breath he exhaled penetrated every pore of her facial skin, making her blush instantly. She cleared her throat. But I can't help but speak out. Thinking of this, she leaned close to his ear and said, He is incompetent at everything he does. He is not even worthy of carrying your shoes, but he occupies a high position and blocks people's way. Your grandfather is biased and protects him even when he commits a crime. I just can't stand it." Rong Tao stared. Some of the words seemed too cruel. The world is not black and white, and not all sins can be punished. "Aren't you sleepy yet?" he asked suddenly. Chu Xiaoli yawned. "I'm sleepy." She glanced at the bed and said, "Let's sleep together." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt that she was so sleepy that she could say anything. Rong Tao just smiled. "Okay." Chu Xiaoli carefully helped him to the bed and said, "I'll go get your pajamas." When she came back with her pajamas, Rong Tao had already unbuttoned his shirt. Chu Xiaoli handed him the pajamas. She felt embarrassed to keep staring at him, so she changed her clothes with her back to him. "Wait until she finishes changing." Rong Tao is changing his pants. His legs were weak, so he had difficulty moving. Her soft hand covered his hand, and Chu Xiaoli said softly, "Let me help you." Helping a man put on his pants is not an easy task, especially a tall man who is over 1.8 meters tall. She had never done anything like this before. I was nervous and scared, and I didn't help him pull up his pants several times. Chu Xiaoli was about to cry and said, I'm sorry, I'm so stupid." Rong Tao said gently, "Don't worry, I will teach you." He gently took her hand and said, "Put the front on first." "Yes, that's right." Rong Tao patiently instructed, "Just pull it up." Chu Xiaoli was in a panic. Finally, he put his pants on. "It's not difficult, actually. It's just that I'm not familiar with it the first time, and it's a bit troublesome." When she finished, she was sweating profusely, but she was still very happy and said, "I said I'm smart, and I can learn it quickly." The fragrance of her hair all fell on his nose, giving off a slightly charming scent. Rong Tao suppressed his surging emotions and said, "Go to bed, it's already late." Chu Xiaoli lifted the quilt and slept on the other side. This was the second time they slept in the same bed. This is only possible in the Rong family. The bed was so big that two people could barely touch each other. Chu Xiaoli felt that this was not a good idea, so she turned over, moved closer, and said, "You kissed me that day." Just that once. Perhaps because they were about to part, he rarely took the initiative. But only that one time. Later, he remained indifferent. Could it be that I really have no feelings for love? "You've already returned," Rong Tao said casually. Chu Xiaoli. In the darkness, she grew bolder. "I don't remember," she said shamelessly. "This is about giving and taking, so if I kiss you now, do you want to kiss me back?" If that's the case, she'll have to try a few more times. There was a hand on her waist immediately, and Chu Xiaoli's heart beat faster. She wanted to move, but was restrained by that hand. Her lower back sank, and she was caught off guard and bumped into the man's chest. A warm breath fell. It is a unique hormonal scent belonging to men, containing the refreshing taste of mint. Although she never admits defeat, she still lacks confidence when faced with a practical situation. She could even clearly hear her own accelerated heartbeat. Compared to the man's calm and steady heartbeat, her panic and helplessness suddenly appeared. Rong Tao didn't say anything either. Being close, they can feel each other's body temperature. In the dark night, Chu Xiaoli's heart was beating like a drum. She felt that he was different from before. It was an experience I had never had before. With her mind in a mess, Chu Xiaoli began to want to retreat. But the hand on her waist just stayed there, and she couldn't move. "Do you want to try?" Rong Tao suddenly said. Chapter 55, Husband. Are you really asleep? The man finished speaking. There was a sudden silence all around. Chu Xiaoli didn't say anything, only heard her own heartbeat. She started to get nervous. The heat came over her, and her head felt dizzy. Rong Tao felt her trembling. She is not as bold as she appears to be. He released his hands from around her waist. Chu Xiaoli got some free time. She was also a person who would not admit defeat, so she got excited and kissed him on the lips in the dark. It was just a rub, that's all. This is the most intimate act between her and the opposite sex. She was not even clear about the essential difference between a kiss, and only had a primitive understanding of it. She leaned in his arms. He could even kiss her if he just lowered his head. But the feeling of weakness in his legs at this moment calmly and cruelly reminded him of a fact. He is a man with crippled legs. There are already physical defects. Unable to stand up. Even getting dressed requires help. In Chu Xiaoli's world, a kiss is the boldest thing she can do. But she didn't know. For men, this is far from enough. Men and women can also have more intimate and in-depth communication. Rong Tao didn't say anything. The impulses that had originally surged up were suppressed by the desolate state of mind. Beneath his strong and calm appearance, he actually feels inferior. Even that parting kiss that day. When he thought back on it later, he felt that he had been impulsive. Are you asleep? Okay then. Seeing that he didn't react at all, Chu Xiaoli tried to save her face and get back some face. Her face was hot, and her breath seemed to be entangled in it. Then she got up, tiptoed downstairs, and went to the kitchen refrigerator to get a bottle of ice water. After taking a sip of cold water, my restless heart slowly calmed down. Chu Xiaoli took the bottle of water and prepared to go for a walk in the garden, but found that the back door leading to the garden from the kitchen was ajar. The summer night wind brought the man's voice. Don't worry, it's no big deal. Even if I kill someone, I'll find a way to deal with it. Give that bastard some money to shut up and stop spreading rumors about me in front of the media. Check if Rong Tao is behind this. I've been annoyed with this guy for a long time. As a disabled person, he should just stay at home and collect social welfare benefits. Why doesn't he become the president of the Disabled Persons Federation? He has to squeeze in beside Yorong. It's really an eyesore. But the old man will never hand Yorong over to him. Ha ha ha. The person in charge of Yorong is a disabled person. If anyone knows about it, it will make people laugh to death. Rong Jiwen was talking to someone on the phone in the small garden in the middle of the night. He probably thought no one could hear him and acted arrogantly and aggressively. The old man asked me to go abroad. Only a fool would go there. You can find a place in China for me to go to, and then tell him that I am abroad. That's it, hang up, and arrange it for me. You will get all the benefits. Rong Jiwen hung up the phone and stretched his body. In a good mood. Don't even think about sending him abroad. And that kid Rong Tao actually dared to set a trap for him. He will have to be dealt with later. He thought proudly, pushed open the kitchen door and went back, but after taking a few steps his feet suddenly slipped, and with a whoosh, he fell backwards and fell heavily to the ground. His elbow hit the ground heavily, and Rong Jiwen was completely stunned. Just as I got up, I slipped again. Fall again. Fuck it. Who doesn't mop the floor? When Chu Xiaoli heard a knock at the back door of the kitchen, a chill ran down her face. Do you dare to scold Rong Tao? I won't kill you if I fall. I'll send you to jail sooner or later. She immediately went upstairs to her room. After taking off her shoes and going to bed, she whispered, Rong Tao, are you asleep? No response. Ah-chan, brother Chin? She asked tentatively. Husband, are you really asleep? Rong Tao continued to remain silent. I have something to say. Chu Xiaoli said. I just ran into your uncle downstairs, he said. She stopped mid-sentence. Say what? You haven't slept yet. Chu Xiaoli teased. Then why are you still pretending? Rong Tao. He said he wanted to stay in the country and pretend to go abroad to deceive Grandpa. He wanted to use money to silence the victim. He also asked someone to investigate you and make sure to say that you were the one behind it. Rong Tao frowned. Did you eavesdrop on him? He said it loudly enough for me to not eavesdrop. He didn't find out. Chu Xiaoli shook her head. No. Rong Tao pursed his lips. I understand. He was worried and warned. Rong Jiwen is a person with no moral bottom line. He can do anything. You should be careful of him. Okay, I'll listen to whatever you say. Chu Xiaoli said cutely. Look, don't be impulsive no matter what you let me hear. I didn't say a word that night. Then you are really good. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Rong Tao said, if he wants to investigate, let him go. I can handle it. The Rong family is in deep trouble. Don't get involved. He said finally. The Rong family seems to be prosperous, wealthy, and powerful. The inside was extremely dirty and messy. Chu Xiaoli. I poured detergent and oil on the kitchen floor, and he walked in and fell twice. The fall was quite heavy. Rong Tao. He didn't know what to say. In the dark night, the man slowly raised his hand and placed it on his forehead. After a long silence, he said, just pretend you have never left this door. Chu Xiaoli slept until 10 o'clock. Rong Tao had already finished washing up. Seeing her sleepy look, he said, go downstairs and have breakfast, then we'll go back. Okay. Chu Xiaoli pushed Rong Tao downstairs. There was no one in the restaurant, and no one was awake yet. What do you want to eat? I'll go to the kitchen and bring it to you. Chu Xiaoli asked him softly. Birds nest with milk. Good. Chu Xiaoli walked into the kitchen and asked politely, excuse me, do you have milk birds nest? No one paid any attention to her. There were servants in the kitchen, all busy with their own things. Chu Xiaoli looked around and found some birds' nests ready to be served. She selected 2 bowls of good quality and was about to take them away when suddenly a loud shout came from behind her. "Don't move!" She almost knocked over the bowl in her hand. Aunt Wu came over and, under Chu Xiaoli's gaze, replaced 2 cups and placed them on the tray, motioning, "You take this." Chu Xiaoli opened it and took a look, her brows furrowed deeply. The quality was too poor, it was fragmented and looked like leftovers, and it was incomparable to the one just now. "Change for 2 better ones," Chu Xiaoli said calmly. Wu Ma put on a fake smile and said, "Fourth young master's wife, I can't change it. The kitchen prepared these this morning." Chu Xiaoli narrowed her eyes, pointed at the first 2 bowls of bird's nest, and said, "I want those too. That's for Master San and Miss Chiwen." It can be seen that the servants in the house treat people differently based on their status, always flattering the powerful and bullying the weak. It has reached the point of being unscrupulous. Chu Xiaoli finally spoke out in dissatisfaction. "Is this how you treat people differently? Why did you give the 4th young master such a defective product?" Chapter 56. The 4th young master is a junior and should give way to his elders. Wu Ma said, "There are only so many birds' nests left in the kitchen, and the 4th young master doesn't really like eating birds' nests." Chu Xiaoli glanced at her and said, "You're not going to change it, are you?" Wu Ma refused to give in. "The 4th young master is a junior. He should give way to the elders." Chu Xiaoli really wanted to ask, if Rong Yin and Rong Ying were here, would you dare to say that? Wu Ma felt that she was being too nosy and continued indifferently. "If you feel that we are being treated differently, I will explain it to the 4th young master in person. The 4th young master has a good temper and will not care about these things. Good temper and not fussy." How bold of you to say that. Anger swirled at the top of his head. "I've had enough." These people looked down on him at home because he had a good temper or because he was too sensible. The difference in treatment was so obvious, but he still acted like he was very reasonable. Wu Ma's explanation was that she ran to Rong Tao and said that since Rong Tao didn't seem to like eating the bird's nest very much, she didn't prepare it specially for him. Rong Tao naturally wouldn't dwell on such things. Or maybe he's already used to it. Know the morals of these people. So he rarely came back later. Aunt Wu glanced at her coldly, ignored her, and turned around to order. "Have you prepared the cassava and sweet potato porridge for the old man? Hurry up! Cassava and sweet potato porridge? The elderly have poor intestinal function and should eat less foods, such as cassava, to avoid intestinal bloating." Chu Xiaoli stood where she was. What does this have to do with her? She then went out with the milk bird's nest. At this moment, the old man and Rong Jiwen had already sat down in the restaurant. Only Rong Jiwen was missing. Rong Jingting asked, "Jiwen fell in the kitchen last night. Is it serious? Brother fell down. How can he be so careless at such a big age?" Rong Jiwen curled her lips and said, "Don't worry, Dad. He's probably fine. Otherwise, Brother would have called 911 a long time ago. When he was a kid, he would cry in front of you for a whole day after getting a cut on his hand." Rong Jingting glanced upstairs and said nothing more. After a while, Aunt Wu came up with cassava and sweet potato porridge. Rong Jingting asked, "Who cleaned the kitchen last night?" "It's me," said Aunt Wu. "You didn't check carefully," the old man blamed. "Jiwen slipped in the kitchen last night. Except for me, no one else in the family usually goes into the kitchen." Aunt Wu was still quibbling. Rong Tao said, "Auntie Wu, check every corner of the house from now on. Don't let the situation like last night happen again. For everyone's safety and your own. After all, you are old. Be careful and write down things that you easily forget." Before she knew it, the blame was put on Wu Ma. She didn't know what to say, so she could only nod. Rong Tao's eyes were fixed on the bird's nest in front of him. This kind of appearance is brought up. You really dare to fool people. Rong Jingting waved his hand and let her go. The old man was in a bad mood, with a frown on his face. He drank the porridge slowly, and after a while he felt uncomfortable in his stomach and a little bloated. Chu Xiaoli could tell at a glance that something was wrong with his expression. "Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Rong Jingting rested his hands on the table, his brows knitted into a chan shape. "My stomach hurts a little bit." Chu Xiaoli, "Is it true that you got bloated so quickly?" "It was a high probability event. But once you encounter it, it is 100%. Dad, please go sit on the sofa first. I'll call the family doctor and ask him to come over to see me." Rong Jingting's face was pale, and it was obvious that he was in great pain. Chu Xiaoli immediately stood up and said, "Grandpa, I'll help you sit on the sofa." After he sat down, he asked, "Where do you feel uncomfortable? Is it your stomach or something?" Rong Jingting pointed to his stomach. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Rong Chiwen came over and asked, "Is there something wrong with the food prepared in the kitchen?" She shouted, "Annie Wu? Annie Wu? Come here?" Wu Ma ran over and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong with the old man?" "You ask me, and I ask you," Rong Chiwen said sharply. "Dad was fine this morning, but after eating the porridge you brought him, he suddenly had a stomachache. I ask you, did you get something dirty in your stomach?" "Miss Chiwen, you can't wrongly accuse me of this. I have worked in this family for 20 years and have never had any accidents. But this morning, what happened this morning?" The fourth young master's wife went into the kitchen. "I wonder if it was Chu Xiaoli. You're so awesome. How dare you put the blame on me?" Rong Tao said coldly. "Annie Wu, you have to be responsible for what you said." Wu Ma felt wronged. "I didn't lie." Rong Chiwen cleared her throat and said, "Let's wait for the doctor to come and take a look." Rong Jingting leaned back on the sofa, feeling exhausted. Bloating and gas are extremely uncomfortable. In severe cases, people may even roll over holding their stomachs. Rong Jingting must have felt pain as well, but he just frowned. He is a man who doesn't feel any pain even when bullets hit his body. "Are you suffering from abdominal bloating?" Chu Xiaoli asked. "Grandpa, let me rub it for you." Chu Xiaoli reached out and pressed her hand just below his ribs. The old man frowned in pain. "Does it hurt here?" Chu Xiaoli said softly, "Grandpa, please bear with it. Abdominal bloating is not a serious disease and does not require medical treatment. Just massage it properly. Just have to suffer a little." Chu Xiaoli massaged the area below the old man's ribs in a clockwise direction for several circles. "Grandpa, do you feel better?" Rong Jingting nodded. He burped. "It doesn't hurt as much anymore. Rub it again." The old man said, "It doesn't seem to hurt anymore." Rong Chiwen called her family doctor. "It's already here. How do you feel now, old man?" Rong Jingting sat up straight and said, "It's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore." Chu Xiaoli said, "Grandpa may have abdominal bloating. I massaged him to relieve the pain, but for safety reasons, doctor, please check him again." The family doctor examined Rong Jingting again and said, "It is indeed abdominal bloating. The old man told me about his recent diet. Grandpa drank cassava and sweet potato porridge this morning." Chu Xiaoli was afraid that the doctor couldn't hear her, so she said in a loud voice, "Is there something wrong? Old people have poor intestinal function, so they should eat less milk, tofu, cassava, and other foods." The doctor said seriously, "This has already been mentioned in the dietary taboos given last time." However, the young lady's massage was in place and helped the old man relieve the pain. "He is fine for now. Just remember it in the future." Chu Xiaoli, "Thank you, doctor. I'm glad it's not food poisoning." She poured a cup of warm water, handed it to Rong Jingting, and said humbly and respectfully, "Grandpa, please drink some water to calm down." While helping the old man to relieve his bloating, she said, "I also had bloating before and rolled on the ground in pain." "Grandpa, you just frowned when you were in so much pain. You are really a tough guy, as if you are not afraid of pain. When will I be able to have such a strong will as you?" When Rong Tao heard her flattering him again, the corner of his mouth twitched. But Chu Xiaoli quickly changed the subject. "Grandpa, you didn't have to suffer all this." She turned her gaze to Wu Ma. Her eyes were as cold as a thin, cold blade, making Wu Ma's scalp tingle. Chapter 57. You and I will share the bird's nest. After saying this, Chu Xiaoli stopped talking. Smart people know when to stop. Rong Chiwen frowned and scolded. "Annie Wu, you are getting old and confused. The doctor said that Dad can't eat these, but you still prepared them for him. I think you should go home to take care of your grandson sooner or later. Otherwise, who can rest assured that Dad will be taken care of by you when we are not at home?" Wu Ma thought to herself that she had served Rong Chiwen wholeheartedly for many years, but she didn't expect that she would be the first to make trouble. She said aggrievedly, "The old man also had cassava and sweet potato porridge in the morning a few days ago, and he was fine. I don't know what happened today. Did he not get enough rest last night?" Rong Chiwen was furious, still trying to argue. "You've made this mistake more than once. The doctor has told you not to eat it, so why do you keep challenging the doctor's words? Pack your bags now and don't come back. From now on, leave the kitchen work to Ah Xiao and the others. Mother Wu has been in this family for 20 or 30 years and has never suffered such humiliation." She wiped away her tears and said, "Old man, I have been in this family for nearly 30 years. You can't just let me go like this." Rong Jingting frowned and looked quite annoyed. Rong Chiwen had the absolute final say on this matter. All escape routes were blocked. If he punishes Wu Ma too lightly, he will completely lose his prestige in this family. Who will be afraid of him in the future? But Wu Ma can't leave. She has worked in this family for 30 years, and no one knows the old man's temper and preferences better than her. Chu Xiaoli looked at Rong Jingding and saw hesitation on his face. He was thinking about how to deal with it. Chu Xiaoli thought for a moment, took the cup from the old man, patted his chest, pursed her lips, and said softly, "Grandpa, Aunt Wu is a little older, but she has worked in this family for so many years. No one knows your preferences better than her. Let her go through some things. What do you think?" She paused here deliberately. Rong Jingding's eyes fell on her, and he gestured. "You say." Chu Xiaoli continued. "Mrs. Wu will have all her performance bonuses and 30% of her salary deducted this month. Listen to my aunt. From now on, all the detailed work in the kitchen will be handed over to Xiao and the others. Mrs. Wu will be responsible for the overall arrangement." This statement can be regarded as an example of high emotional intelligence. It not only satisfied Rong Jingting's wishes, but also did not offend Rong Chiwen. After all, Rong Chiwen has surrendered to them now. Chu Xiaoli. This is the pattern. Sure enough, after hearing what Chu Xiaoli said, Rong Jingting's expression eased a lot. He followed the steps Chu Xiaoli gave him and said, "Okay, I'll do as you say." Then he pointed at Wu Ma and said, "Don't do it again." Chu Xiaoli said obediently, "Grandpa, you haven't had breakfast yet. How about some oatmeal?" Rong Jingting looked at her clever appearance and thought that this girl had guessed his thoughts with her quick mind, so he nodded kindly. "Okay." Chu Xiaoli raised her eyes and said, "Annie Wu, make some oatmeal and prepare 2 fish oil pills for Grandpa to take with his meals. I'll go to the kitchen with you." When she said this, her voice was no longer sweet and gentle, and inexplicably carried a stern aura. Aunt Wu nodded tremblingly. Passing by Rong Tao, their eyes met. Chu Xiaoli winked at him. "What is this girl up to?" Mother Wu went into the kitchen and started cooking oatmeal. Chu Xiaoli instructed her, "Go get a cup of unsweetened soy milk." Mother Wu was in mixed feelings. She turned around and saw Chu Xiaoli's stern gaze. Her heart trembled, and she lowered her head to make soy milk. She poured the soy milk into the cup, prepared 2 fish oil capsules, placed them on the lid, and placed them on the tray, and said to Chu Xiaoli, "The oatmeal will have to wait another 10 minutes. "Yeah," Chu Xiaoli responded, folded her arms around her chest, and walked in front of Wu Ma, looking down at her condescendingly. In fact, this face is quite innocent and gentle. When her eyebrows and eyes are curved, she just looks cute and gentle. But when those eyes look at you, there's an air of power that doesn't match their age. "Annie Wu," Chu Xiaoli said to her, "do you know why I spoke up for you today?" Mother Wu was stunned. Her education level and logical analysis ability were not enough to support her to think about such a complicated matter. But she knew that Chu Xiaoli definitely did not do this out of kindness. "My aunt was going to drive you away, but I stopped her," Chu Xiaoli said calmly. "You saw it too. Grandpa listened to me and only deducted your bonus to keep you." She leaned closer and lowered her voice, saying, "I did this just to make you realize one thing. In this family, whose words count. Of course, the one who has the final say in this family is Rong Jingting. She is just taking advantage of the power of others. But it's enough to fool the brainless Wu Ma. Anyway, Grandpa's listened to her and done what she said these times." At this moment, Chu Xiaoli felt like a scheming female villain. So, she decided to be a villain and put her hands on Wu Ma's shoulders and pressed down. This posture is the best way to break down a person's psychological defenses and make her not feel that she is shorter than you. If you and your people dare to treat the 4th young master differently, look down on him, or even ignore him again. Chu Xiaoli stared into Wu Ma's eyes and spoke word by word with a hint of coldness in her voice. "I will find a way to make you get out of here immediately. Do you understand?" Aunt Wu's lips were trembling and her hands were shaking. She was very angry and even felt humiliated. Seeing that she didn't speak, Chu Xiaoli increased the strength in her hand and raised her eyebrows. Understood." In the end, Wu Ma succumbed to her dominance. Chu Xiaoli then let go, walked over to pick up the bird's nest that she had just taken away, opened the lid, scooped a mouthful in her mouth in front of Aunt Wu, and nodded. "It tastes good." Mother Wu almost fainted from anger. When Chu Xiaoli came out with the bird's nest, Rong Tao and Rong Chiwen were the only ones left in the living room. The old man should have gone upstairs to rest. Rong Chiwen didn't know what she was talking about, and Rong Tao's expression remained cold. Chu Xiaoli walked over and ignored her, sat down, scooped a spoonful of bird's nest in her mouth and said, "This is delicious." Rong Chiwen took a look and said, "This is the bird's nest, the most nutritious part of the bird's nest." As expected, that bastard Rong Jiwen eats better than humans. Chu Xiaoli scooped a spoonful and handed it to Rong Tao's lips and said, "Then you try it too." She bit her lip and whispered, "This is much better than what we just had." Rong Tao lowered his head and opened his mouth, and Chu Xiaoli stuffed the spoon into his mouth. In the past, Chu Xiaoli didn't know why some people like to steal other people's things. Now she knew, and she was so happy to do it. She scooped another spoonful into her mouth, and when she was about to feed another spoonful to Rong Tao, Rong Chiwen said disdainfully, "Enough. You are so greasy so early in the morning, and you and I have to share the bird's nest. It's disgusting." After saying this, she looked at him with disdain and walked away. Chu Xiaoli's hand paused, and she lowered her head in silence. Rong Tao raised his eyebrows. "Why don't you feed him?" Chapter 58, You're Not Jealous. Chu Xiaoli looked up in surprise. Her face was a little red. There are some things that you don't think too much about when you do them yourself, and they may even be a spontaneous and proactive behavior. When someone points it out, you will think more. Since Rong Tao doesn't dislike her, Chu Xiaoli blushed and fed Rong Tao another spoonful of bird's nest. She reached out and touched her cheek, pretending to be calm, and said, "It's almost autumn. The dermis is lacking water, the stratum corneum is thin, and the subcutaneous tissue is prone to congestion." Rong Tao frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Rong Jiwen came down from upstairs and asked the kitchen, "Is my bird's nest ready for me?" Chu Xiaoli remained calm. I don't know what was said on the other end, but he started to curse. "This is how you guys in the kitchen do things now. Do you want to be fired? If there's no more, go buy some for me." With a bang, Rong Jiwen knocked over something in the kitchen. After saying this, he walked out and saw Chu Xiaoli and Rong Tao in the living room. He walked over angrily, pointed at the two people and said, "Why are you two still here?" When he saw the bird's nest in Chu Xiaoli's hand, he was even more angry and said, "You dare to steal my things? Are you looking for death?" Rong Jiwen fell last night and was feeling depressed, so he secretly drank in his room and has been sleeping ever since. A 40-year-old man has messy hair like a bird's nest. As soon as he opens his mouth, people feel like he is a giant baby. Rong Tao pulled Chu Xiaoli behind him, frowned, and said unhappily, "Why are you so mad so early in the morning?" Rong Jiwen gnashed his teeth, his spirit still in an excited state. He pointed his right hand at Rong Tao's face and said, "You, don't be complacent or arrogant. Wait until I come back and see how I deal with you." He made a gesture of wiping his neck with his left hand. Rong Tao became angry and bent the index finger on his face back, causing Rong Jiwen to scream in pain. He raised his hand, but someone grabbed his arm. "It's the housekeeper, Chinanha." Chinanha said calmly, "Third master, it's so early in the morning. Don't be so grumpy." Rong Jiwen's arm was twisted by him, and he couldn't move. Chinanha was a martial artist in his early years, so his strength was naturally not comparable to that of Rong Jiwen, who drank and indulged in sex all day long. "What are you doing again?" Rong Jingting went downstairs and slapped his hand on the handrail of the stairs angrily and said, "I asked you to buy a plane ticket to go abroad. Did you buy it?" I bought something to go to Melbourne. I'm leaving tonight. Not only giant babies, but also bipolar disorder." Chu Xiaoli made a preliminary judgment. Mr. Rong was so annoyed that he waved his hand and said, "Get out of here now." Before leaving, Rong Jiwen glared at Rong Tao and Chu Xiaoli fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "Just wait." Chu Xiaoli felt wronged. "Grandpa, I'm scared." Rong Jingting's expression eased a little, and he consoled her. "Grandpa is here. Don't be afraid. My uncle just said that he would deal with us when he comes back." Chu Xiaoli's little face was extremely panicked. "Grandpa Chen also saw what my uncle did just now. He wanted to kill us. I'm a girl, and Aiken is no match for him. Grandpa, please save us." As soon as she cried, 2 lines of tears fell directly. Rong Jingting's heart trembled at her crying. Even tough guys are afraid of girls crying. Rong Jingting said in a gentle voice, "No, he just said it. He won't really do it. But I'm still afraid. Can Grandpa protect us?" Rong Jingting nodded and said, "Grandpa is here. What are you afraid of? Grandpa will protect you." Chu Xiaoli took a deep breath and said, "With Grandpa's words, I am not afraid anymore." She wasn't afraid. But Rong Jingting had to be warned. Know the seriousness of the matter. On the way back in the car, Chu Xiaoli suddenly sighed and said, I feel like a female villain now. Just act according to the situation. Coercion and inducement. Hypocritical. How come she did everything that only villains can do? Rong Tao lowered his eyes. Sorry. Draw you in. Don't apologize. Chu Xiaoli was still determined. I promise to always stand by your side and go through thick and thin together. So no matter what happens, we have to face it together. Besides, she took out the amulet hanging around her neck and said, "Isn't this the amulet you asked for me? It is blessed by the Buddha and blessed by the Bodhisattva." Rong Tao's mind moved. He chuckled, held her hand, and said, "You are a female villain. Then I am a male villain. If everyone is a villain, we will be the ultimate winner." Chu Xiaoli replied, "That's for sure. She is the absolute protagonist. The chosen one." Thinking of this, she suddenly said, "Then we will form a couple, and we can't separate." CP name, let's call it. At this moment, Chu Xiaoli seemed to have her run, and Du Meridians opened up and blurted out, "Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, CP." Perfect. It also means that Rong Tao is protecting Chu Xiaoli. She must be a god. How could she come up with such a meaningful CP name? Rong Tao couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Take a deep breath. Very interesting. Chu Xiaoli took out her cell phone and started typing, then hit send. Second Weibo post. Take a deep breath. YYDS. After she finished sending the message, her phone dinged and a message came in. It's Rong Jingting's transfer information. Chu Xiaoli and Rong Tao looked at each other and said, "Grandpa transferred money to me again." Rong Tao said indifferently, "Take it. What's wrong with you?" Chu Xiaoli frowned and pouted. "So cold." You massaged him, poured him water, and even gave him a way out to save his face. Rong Tao came over to take a look at the amount and said with a smile, "If it were me, I would give you 10 times the money." However, he didn't have this treatment. The tone of voice sounded a bit sarcastic. Chu Xiaoli sent a long thank you note to Rong Jingting, then gently touched Rong Tao's hand and said, "You're not unhappy, are you?" She stared at Rong Tao's face and asked, "Are you jealous?" Rong Tao said nothing. He must be jealous. Chu Xiaoli confirmed, "That's your grandfather. If pleasing him can make your situation better, then go ahead. Anyway, I sell good words by the pound. I can flatter him with 800 words of rainbow farts. You are such a tough guy. You seem to be not afraid of pain. When will I be able to have such a strong will as you?" It's a pity she could say that. But as soon as he finished speaking, the man's eyes drifted over, as if thinking about something. Chu Xiaoli swore hastily. "Everything I said to you is from the heart. There is absolutely no falsehood." Anyway, Rong Tao paused, then continued, "I will believe you if you say so." Two blushes quickly appeared on Chu Xiaoli's face. "Oh my God, how can he talk so well? I am sincere, not false at all," Rong Tao added. Chu Xiaoli touched her cheek with her hand. "Sorry, the subcutaneous tissue is starting to become rapidly congested again." Rong Tao's cell phone rang at this moment. He picked up the phone. "Have you contacted him?" "Okay, help me make an appointment." Rong Tao hung up the phone and said, "Zhou Luoran, whom you have been thinking about, has returned home early." What is it that she keeps thinking about? Wait. Zhou Luoran returned home early? Chapter 59, Treating Rong Tao. In early September, Zhou Luoran officially returned to China after completing his academic exchanges overseas. At the same time, Rong Tao sent someone to contact him. Prior to this, Zhou Luoran intended to re-diagnose Rong Tao, but was decisively rejected. The reason is that Rong Tao will not waste time on almost impossible low-probability events. This time, no one knew who persuaded the fourth young master of Yurong to accept treatment again after years of silence. "Senior, you are so wise. Rong Tao has already had someone contact me. I think he must have hope in his heart. However, I'm not sure if I can help him regain his mobility. There is no precedent in the entire human world. If I give him hope and end up disappointing him, I will feel guilty. A doctor has a kind heart." On the eve of returning to China, Zhou Luoran sent an email to his imaginary senior. At this moment, Chu Xiaoli was trying out the needle in the room. She was afraid that she would be discovered like last time, so she stuffed a towel into her mouth. This trial injection was more effective than the last one. The newly stimulated acupoints reacted even more violently than last time. However, multiple stimulations of the same acupoint will cause nerve fatigue and have no effect. In this case, mild electrical stimulation may be considered. Chu Xiaoli thought about it in her mind. It won't directly electrocute yourself. What's more, there are no such conditions. She spit out the towel and saw faint traces of blood on it, probably oral bleeding caused by using too much force with her teeth. Chu Xiaoli leaned on the bed, took out her cell phone, and saw the email from Zhou Luoran. It turns out that we are colleagues. Everything is considered on one point. Rong Tao has no hope for this and will not be disappointed, so you don't need to worry. Chu Xiaoli answered his concerns. Then why did he contact me suddenly? Chu Xiaoli, are you 100,000 wise? Put aside these unnecessary questions and worries. What you need to do now is to form an expert team as soon as possible to issue a diagnosis and treatment plan. I will give you the direction, and the detailed implementation plan will be adjusted and refined according to the results of your initial diagnosis and treatment. Zhou Luoran received this message. My heart inexplicably calmed down. The senior is really steady. One can tell at a glance that this is the result of decades of experience and accumulation. That's why you can be so calm and composed. Chu Xiaoli was not calm. On the contrary, she was also very confused, especially now the target of treatment is Rong Tao. But fortunately, she has strong psychological quality and strong self-regulation ability. Negative emotions can be quickly suppressed when they arise. She couldn't sleep at night. I stood up and started reading a book on neurology. I had hoped that I would feel sleepy after reading for a while like I would during an exam at school, but the more I read, the more energetic I felt. When I woke up the next day, I had dark circles under my eyes as heavy as a panda. Chu Xiaoli always goes without makeup at home, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. For example, Xiaoye says whatever she sees. I didn't dare hide anything from Rong Tao. After all, it was Rong Tao who paid the salary. Chu Xiaoli didn't know what to say. For this purpose, she put on delicate makeup and went downstairs. Instead, I saw Secretary Chun unpacking boxes with Xiaoye and Alan in the lobby downstairs. Chu Xiaoli. Whose express delivery is it? Why are there so many? Secretary Chun turned to look at her and explained, these are the new autumn clothes from major brands. The president asked me to select them for you. You can keep the ones that suit you. All sizes are available. You just need to see if you like the style and color. Is this the life of a wealthy lady? Have new autumn clothes delivered directly to your home to try on? And looking at those rows of logos, almost all of them are top luxury goods. Some of the high-end products cannot even be bought with money. I'm afraid only super VIPs are qualified to own new products. Secretary Chun has a unique vision and is in charge of the business affairs of the president's office. She is the one who usually selects the gifts that Rong Tao wants to give to his partners. Chu Xiaoli put her hand on the stair railing and said, do you want to try all of these? Secretary Chun didn't know what her previous rules were, so he just said respectfully, according to your wishes. If you don't want to try, you can just leave them all. Chu Xiaoli selected a few dresses that might be used for important occasions and said, just these, and return the rest. Secretary Chun was surprised. You don't like those? Actually, they're all very nice, but it's not necessary. There are so many new clothes of the season in my closet that I can't even wear them all. Girls all like beautiful clothes, but there is no need to have so many. What's more, this is all Rong Tao's money, although he is very rich, but she is not the original owner. I can't spend his money with a clear conscience. It's okay, it's just a little too much. It's enough for daily wear. Chu Xiaoli explained. We'll also have shoes and accessories tomorrow. Are you free to pick them out? Chu Xiaoli said, I have something to do tomorrow, so I can't be free for the time being. Tomorrow, she has to go to the International Neuroscience Symposium at the Kyoto Hotel. Then let's make another appointment. Oh, no need. Chu Xiaoli frowned. I'll choose for myself in the future. It takes too much time to try on so many clothes and shoes. She doesn't have time for all that fancy stuff right now. Secretary Chun is a veteran in the workplace. Whatever the lady says is what it is. At this moment, Rong Tao was holding a meeting in the group's top floor conference room. Because of Rong Jiwen's accident, Yurong held various video calls and on-site meetings to discuss solutions and who would lead the financial projects during the month when Rong Jiwen was absent. Due to Rong Tao's previous outstanding performance, the board of directors decided that he should take over. Rong Tao sneered in his heart. Am I here to clean up your mess? He decisively refused. The business of Yurong Hotel is progressing steadily, and the semiconductor and chip project will be launched this month. Everyone knows that I am in poor health and cannot spare the time to take care of so many things. There are many talented people in the group, and we can always pick someone to take on the big responsibility. What he said was reasonable and a little aggrieved. The old directors took the opportunity to vent their dissatisfaction with Rong Jiwen. saying that he had messed up things as soon as he came in and that the finance industry, which was originally the mainstay, was almost destroyed by him. They all asked Rong Tao to come back and take over. The atmosphere was so tense that his grandfather called him in person in the middle of the meeting, but Rong Tao also disagreed. First, avoid suspicion and don't force yourself to take the lead. Secondly, he wanted to let Yurong Finance sink to the bottom, and when it was desperate, merge it with Huaxin Securities, and then use his absolute advantage in Huaxin to swallow up Yurong Financial shares, thereby completely controlling Yurong Financial's lifeline. 3. He also has a temper, okay? Seeing that he was determined not to do it, the old man had no choice but to ask the directors to nominate someone over the phone. Rong Tao raised his head at this moment, and his eyes swept over each person one by one. The look was indifferent, without even much emotion. It's just inexplicably terrifying. After an unknown amount of time, someone said smartly and boldly, "Rong Tao, you have so many tasks that you can't handle them all. We understand that. So, you should choose a suitable person to take over this position. Financial business is very important, and the project cannot be stopped just like that." Rong Tao curled his lips and smiled faintly. Chapter 60, I Like You. Lit Wan Wei Kome. Rong Tao said. Wan Wei is his uncle and also a veteran of the group. 20 years of hard work. No merit or demerit. Just ordinary. But he is very good at standing in line. When everyone was on the side of Uncle Rong Tao, he decisively chose Rong Tao and remained loyal to him. The last project restructuring was retained in the financial department at Rong Tao's instruction. In short, this is a person who can satisfy all parties. Seeing everyone was silent, Rong Tao said, "For the sake of fairness, let's decide by voting." Just when everyone thought there would at least be a secret ballot, Rong Tao raised his hand first. "Time is limited. Just raise your hand, I agree." His eyes swept over everyone present again. More than 2/3 of the people raised their hands. Pass. Brother-in-law Wan Wei successfully took over. When Rong Jingting learned the result at home, he could not raise any objection. However, he was somewhat displeased with Rong Tao's behavior of retreating in order to advance. This grandson, he is really resourceful, only 26 years old. He was so evil and deep that even he couldn't see through him. Rong Jingting didn't like the feeling of not being able to control himself. After the meeting, directors came to congratulate Wan Wei. Wan Wei looked humble and said that the opportunity was given by young Master Rong Si and thanked him for the promotion. Rong Tao stretched out his hand. My uncle-in-law squatted down. Rong Tao patted him on the shoulder and said, "That's because you, my dear uncle, have outstanding abilities and have won the unanimous recognition of the directors. Please, fourth young master, you just raised your hand and agreed. Who dares to disagree?" That 1/3 didn't raise their hands. "I'm afraid it will be recorded." Wan Wei diligently helped Rong Tao push the wheelchair. At this moment, he felt that he was really on the right side. Although some people privately called him Rong Tao's dog. So what? It's just being a dog anyway. If you choose the right one, the owner can eat meat. If you choose the wrong one, there won't even be a bone. They arrived at Rong Tao's private office. Wan Wei said, "Chiwen has agreed to the share transfer. Can you tell me when you are free to sign the contract?" "No hiri." Rong Tao said calmly, "I'm not very satisfied with the price." He wants to lower the price again. Rong Tao took out a gift box from his desk, inside of which was a Patek Philippe Heritage Series watch. "It's worth a lot of money." He handed it to his uncle and said thank you for your hard work. Rong Tao has always been generous, especially those who are beneficial to you. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Rong Tao arrived home early. Chu Xiaoli is reading the financial news on the sofa. I know that Rong Tao supported Wan Wei to get to the top. In this way, he could win over his sister-in-law and place his own people in the financial sector. Wan Wei must report everything to Rong Tao. Only after obtaining his consent will we proceed. Rong Tao has invisibly doubled his power. If you go against him, you will probably die a miserable death. Chu Xiaoli's gaze drifted over. I feel inexplicably heavy. Rong Tao was in a very good mood today, and his usual gloomy look was gone. She walked over to help him change his shoes and heard him say, "Secretary Chen said you returned most of your new autumn clothes?" Chu Xiaoli nodded. "Don't you like it?" Rong Tao asked with concern. "I like them all, but there are too many of them to keep in the closet without wearing them, which seems a bit wasteful. The styles selected by the brand this time are based on your previous preferences. Just tell Secretary Chen what you like now, and she will ask the brand to change it. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously." Chu Xiaoli is particularly sensitive, especially when it comes to comparisons between before and after. My style and preferences have changed recently. She smiled and forced herself to explain. Women are always fickle. Rong Tao. That makes sense. What do you like? He suddenly asked seriously. In fact, he didn't know her preferences. The two have been married for a year, and except for the recent period, they have almost no communication. That day at Rong's house, she said she didn't like bags. She didn't particularly like the new autumn clothes today. Except for food, Rong Tao emphasized again. Chu Xiaoli. What do I like to eat? Just a little bit of like, he said softly. What else? All the gifts he gave to others were prepared by Secretary Chun, and he hardly took the trouble to find out other people's preferences. But she are different. Knowing in advance will allow you to be fully prepared. He can provide all the material needs in this world. Chu Xiaoli puffed up her cheeks and smiled maliciously. I like. She dragged out the ending tone, leaned close to him, and said, You. I like you. Only you. Everything else is nothing in her eyes. The sudden confession stunned Rong Tao. He lowered his head slightly to hide the sudden panic in his eyes. But she was still smiling so happily. It looked like a plan had succeeded. What about you? Chu Xiaoli asked. Do you like me? Is it that direct? Rong Tao raised his eyes and looked at her. The girl's eyes were sparkling, as if there was light in them. She is so smart, lively, cute, and gentle. All the beautiful adjectives in the world are not too much to describe her. She was not satisfied with the lack of a positive answer. I have already said that I like you, so you should also say that you like me. You're not talking? She puffed up her cheeks. Then I'll take that as your consent. Rong Tao clenched his hand and placed it on his lips. You agree? Chu Xiaoli sighed inwardly. My husband is really, really hard to discipline. I have to go out tomorrow, Chu Xiaoli said. From morning to night. Good. I'm going shopping, she said again. Rong Tao immediately said generously. You can do what you like. You don't have to tell me deliberately. I hope you keep your promise. The International Academic Exchange Conference officially began at 10 o'clock in the morning. The location is at Kyoto International 9. It's a 2-hour drive from home, especially in the morning when there is traffic jam. So she took the subway there by herself. After getting off the subway, Chu Xiaoli followed the navigation and walked forward. When I was almost at the hotel entrance, someone suddenly tapped me on the shoulder. She looked back. He is a tall man with delicate features and glasses. He has a thin figure and a handsome face. Can you help me pay the fare? The other party pleaded. I just returned to China, and I haven't downloaded the payment software. The driver can't find the change. Sorry to bother you. Chu Xiaoli looked him up and down. Doesn't look like a liar. The moment she hesitated, the tall man handed her the change in his hand and said, Take this first. I won't lie to you. Please, my meeting is about to start. Chu Xiaoli was curious. Is this person also here to attend this international academic exchange meeting? It seems that he is also a professional in the field of neuroscience. For this relationship, she took out her phone and paid for him, saying, Download a payment app. It will be very convenient in China in the future. I'll keep that in mind. The two walked forward side by side. The destination is surprisingly the same. I'm attending a neuroscience seminar. The man said, What about you? Chu Xiaoli narrowed her eyes. What a coincidence, me too. But when we arrived at the hotel entrance, Chu Xiaoli was stopped because she didn't have a ticket. In her previous life, she was always invited as a super guest and had a VIP seat in the front row. I've never heard of such a thing as an admission ticket. Chapter 61, I really can't communicate with girls. Chu Xiaoli asked. Can't we go in if we don't have it? The staff nodded. Of course, we follow the rules. Chu Xiaoli pointed at the back of the man who had just entered and asked. He didn't have any either, so how did he get in? Do you know who he is? The staff member curled his lips. Important guest? Chu Xiaoli answered casually and shouted at the back. Colleagues, please stay. Zhou Luoran turned around. It was discovered that Chu Xiaoli was stopped at the entrance. He walked towards her. I just paid for your taxi fare, Chu Xiaoli said to him. Thank you, Zhou Luoran said. He seemed to have forgotten to mention this. You're welcome. Zhou Luoran had no change on him, only a 100 yuan note in cash. He gave it to Chu Xiaoli, but she said she had no change, so he let it go. Zhou Luoran thought she had changed her mind, so he took out the 100 yuan and handed it to her. How about, don't give me the change? Chu Xiaoli. His train of thought is really unique. I want to attend this academic exchange meeting, but I don't have a ticket. Can you take me in? Zhou Luoran. Ah? Oh, okay, sure. After that, he politely said to the staff in charge of check-in, "This is my friend. Sorry to bother you." Chu Xiaoli took 2 steps and said, "Thank you. They said you were a heavyweight guest." Huh. Zhou Luoran smiled modestly. "I will go up and speak." He looked at Chu Xiaoli curiously and asked, "Are you a student of the medical university?" Well, this face will always be mistaken for a college student. Maybe she was dressed really ordinary today. "Yeah," she said casually, "from Beijing Medical University." "It's actually my junior sister." Zhou Luoran was surprised. "Junior sister? Who is your junior sister?" "I am your senior." Chu Xiaoli waved her hand. "Go in quickly, the meeting is about to start." When the two of them walked to the door, Luoran. Suddenly, an older man in front of them walked up to them and said, "You just returned to China yesterday, and you rushed here today. It's really a bit rushed. Have you prepared the manuscript?" "A speech?" Zhou Luoran wondered. "Principal Huang, I don't need a speech." Principal Huang saw Chu Xiaoli and asked, "Is this person looking for a date?" Chu Xiaoli, "No matter where you are, your parents and mentors will be very concerned about whether you find a partner." "But Luoran?" "Principal, this is a misunderstanding. She is a student of Beijing Medical University, a junior sister." "Oh." Principal Huang raised an eyebrow. "What's your name? Which department are you from? Are you an undergraduate or a master's student? What's your major research area?" Chu Xiaoli. When she was about to report on the research direction of her doctoral studies, a group of people came over. Principal Huang hurriedly walked over to the leader and greeted him. "Brother, you are here." Chu Xiaoli took the opportunity to escape. Zhou Luoran chased after him and said, "I'll have someone add a seat for you next to me. The seats have corresponding names, so you can't just sit anywhere." Chu Xiaoli looked at him and asked, "Are you Zhou Luoran?" "It's me." Zhou Luoran was surprised. "You know me?" Chu Xiaoli nodded. "Yes." She looked at him calmly, rejected his kindness, and said, "I'll sit in the back." She might be photographed by the media next to Zhou Luoran. This is a student exchange meeting held by the Department of Neurology of Peking University of Medical Sciences and Kyoto Hospital. Her face might appear in the school media and might even appear on the hospital's internal website. Another pretty face. Even the side profile is unbearable. So, Chu Xiaoli took out the mask and put it on her face. "I'm a little allergic, sorry." Zhou Luoran was not angry at her blunt rejection and nodded. "Then I'll go over first." He added, "I don't know your name yet." Chu Xiaoli said through the mask, "We will meet again." In Zhou Luoran's view, this was a tactful refusal. Well, probably I didn't want to tell him. Zhou Luoran smiled politely and walked forward without any hesitation. The exchange meeting started on time. Chu Xiaoli listened carefully. Even though the research progress she communicated was the most advanced in the world, it was still 8 to 10 years behind the world she was in. She recorded the people who went up to speak in a notebook, eliminated the academic underdogs, and circled the names of several big names in their professional fields so that she could form an expert team in the future. Zhou Luoran appeared in the middle of the speech and gave an impromptu speech, showing very profound professional knowledge. At least within the existing technological boundaries, he is already at the top of the industry. But he is quite humble. Chu Xiaoli drew a big circle around his name. "It's you. Charge at me." After Zhou Luoran finished his speech, he saw Chu Xiaoli get up and leave. He pursed his lips and also stood up and walked out. Chu Xiaoli was waiting for the red light on the side of the road. "Hey, are you going back to school?" Chu Xiaoli raised her head, saw that it was him, and shook her head and said, "No." "Do you mind if I buy you lunch?" Zhou Luoran said gently, "Thank you for paying for my taxi fare." "Haven't you already thanked me?" Chu Xiaoli said. "You just brought me in. Why does this person have a bad memory?" Zhou Luoran. He didn't give up. "Then add a contact number?" "Would you like to discuss academic knowledge?" Chu Xiaoli asked, and then quickly added, "You can follow my community QA account. The number of fans is growing steadily, and my professional field is ranked at the top, at the front." Zhou Luoran. He held his forehead and said, "Okay, I'll pay attention to it." Chu Xiaoli. "I was just saying it casually. Please don't agree so quickly, okay?" Zhou Luoran asked again. "How do I search for you?" Chu Xiaoli was silent. "I will answer questions in the community." Zhou Luoran was persistent. "I am also happy to discuss academic issues with you." Chu Xiaoli opened the app and showed it to him. Zhou Luoran was stunned. "Is that your name?" "Well, what's the matter?" Zhou Luoran, who comes from a family of professors, has good upbringing. He pursed his lips, controlled his expression, and clicked the follow button. Zhou Luoren actually used his big account with millions of followers to follow Chu Xiaoli's account, which had just been registered and answered a few questions. He is affectionately called Luoshin by fans in the community. Zhou Luoren has a handsome face and is a talented boy who is a top student. Countless female fans, almost catching up with the traffic stars. Chu Xiaoli counted the zeros after the number of his fans, and then looked at her own little account. The mood is complicated. No, I'm still your senior. I'm leaving. Chu Xiaoli waved at him. Goodbye. Zhou Luoren waved. Goodbye. He looked at her back, feeling a little depressed. I probably really don't know how to communicate with girls. Chu Xiaoli got on the subway and found that the number of followers of her account was growing exponentially. The number one hot search on the community was her account name Jinghao Chukanji. The second is Jinghao Zhou Noran follow the song model. Instantly, a large number of private messages flooded in. Message 99 plus. After clicking it, it soon reached 99 plus again. She worked hard and stayed up late to revise and re-revise her 3,000-word high-quality answer on neuroscience, but only received a few likes. The most common message she received was the system push notification asking her to become a member to attend the class for free. Now, after being liked by Zhou Luoren, the answer instantly received 1,000 likes. Everyone is discussing who is the great guy behind the Kukwanji. Can get the attention and likes of Luoshin. Chapter 62, Chu Xiaoli kicks him in the face. Chu Xiaoli turned off her phone silently. Isn't it just a sudden increase of 10,000 followers? It's no big deal. A small battle. But then again, does this Zhou Luoren really seem to be as popular as a traffic star? Because many of her fans are female. Fortunately, she filled in male as her gender when she registered her account. And it's the name of the machine with these 3 words. It's not something some weak girl could come up with. Chu Xiaoli got off at the stop in the city center. To show that she really went shopping, Chu Xiaoli stood in front of the huge music plaza of Max Shopping Mall, feeling a little confused. What should I buy? Clothes, shoes, bags. We have them at home. Glancing at the ice cream shop nearby, she restrained her impulse. I don't just like to eat. 3 minutes later, Chu Xiaoli had an ice cream in her hand. Just after taking a bite, someone bumped into him. The ice cream fell to the ground. Chu Xiaoli hasn't spoken yet. The man apologized hastily. I'm sorry. This sounds very familiar. Chu Xiaoli frowned. Rong Ying, 4th sister-in-law. Why is it you? You can tell that Rong Ying's breathing is unstable and she is very flustered. Chu Xiaoli, why are you so flustered? Someone is following me. Rong Ying, still wearing a mask, spoke in a muffled voice. I have to go first. After saying that, she immediately ran towards the underground parking lot. Chu Xiaoli stretched out her hand. Hey, if someone is following you, run to an open and crowded place. Are you running to the underground parking lot? You are amazing. Chu Xiaoli was worried, so she followed her and grabbed her hand, saying, Go where there are more people. No, we'll be photographed. Rong Ying said, If I'm photographed like this and posted online, I'll definitely be criticized. Oh, I remember. Rong Ying is a star. Recently, the movies starring heroines have been a huge flop. The internet is basically flooded with criticism of her. Resource guy. Forcing praise will lead to divine punishment. The shame of domestic entertainment. Rong Ying, get out of the entertainment industry. And so on and so forth. It's just that Chu Xiaoli hasn't been paying attention to this recently and has no time to pay attention to it. My car is downstairs. I can just hide on it. Rong Ying said firmly. 4th sister-in-law, don't worry about me. You go first. That won't work. If you have something to do, I won't be here to help. That's not our business. It's the whole Rong family's business. Chu Xiaoli grabbed her hand and said, Let's go to the car first and then call the police. You can't call the police. Rong Ying added. If Grandpa knew, he would make me quit the entertainment industry immediately. Chu Xiaoli. As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the underground parking lot. Rong Ying held the car keys and looked around for the car. She forgot where she parked. Chu Xiaoli calmly comforted him. Don't worry, think carefully about which district it is. Area G. Let's move forward. The two took just 2 steps. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her and blocked her way. Rong Ying! The young man in the baseball cap suddenly raised his face, and a cold light flashed in his narrow eyes. Who are you? It can be seen that Rong Ying is very nervous, and her hand holding Chu Xiaoli is shaking. Someone wants me to teach you a lesson. Damn, you're so brave. Rong Ying is the heroine of the original text. As they were thinking this, the young man was approaching them. The two women in front of him looked very thin, and 10 of them would not be a match for him. The young man took out the folding iron rod from his waist and walked towards them step by step. Rong Ying made a prompt decision, shook off Chu Xiaoli's hand, and said in a low voice, "Let's run separately." Chu Xiaoli pushed her and said, "I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and you run to your car." "Good. Don't run to the wrong side." She was not very reassured about Rong Ying. Rong Ying bit her lip and said, "No, no. 3, 2, 1." The two of them decisively ran in different directions. The young man was stunned for a moment, then immediately chased in the direction of Rong Ying. The underground parking lot on the second floor below ground is very large and empty. Max Mall is a high-end shopping mall and is usually sparsely populated. The underground parking lot was empty at this moment. "Come out. I know where you are." Rong Ying hid behind the car and trembled. "I found you." The young man laughed obscenely. "When I find you, you're done." He approached the car step by step. "Hey!" Suddenly someone called him from behind. The young man turned around. I saw that it was the girl who was with Rong Ying just now. He waved his stick and said, "Don't mind your own business, or I'll teach you a lesson too." Chu Xiaoli shook her head. "I won't mind my own business." I saw her. At the same time, she signaled Rong Ying behind her with her eyes, asking her to get in the car quickly. "Where is she?" "She's here." Chu Xiaoli looked back. "Behind you." The young man turned around suddenly. No one was seen. At this moment, Rong Ying had already gone around to the gap between the wall and the co-pilot's seat, hiding her figure. "You fucking..." Ah! A shrill scream rang out in the underground parking lot. Chu Xiaoli twisted the two thin chains of her metal bag into a bundle and hit the young man hard in the face. Her moves were ruthless, fast, and accurate, and she hit the man directly in the eyes. Without blinking an eye, the young man threw away the stick, covered his eyes, and rolled on the ground in pain. His screams were particularly creepy in the empty scene. "Get in the car quickly," Chu Xiaoli said in a deep voice. Rong Ying climbed to the passenger seat tremblingly. Chu Xiaoli also ran towards the car. "Careful," Rong Ying cried out in horror. The man lay on the ground and reached out to grab Chu Xiaoli's trouser leg, but she dodged him. With his other hand, he slashed towards Chu Xiaoli's leg with a dagger. Chu Xiaoli moved to the side, but her calf was still cut by the sharp weapon, and she heard the sound of flesh tearing. Ignoring the pain, Chu Xiaoli kicked him in the face. He was kicked so hard that his eyes went dark, and he did not pass out. Chu Xiaoli quickly got into the driver's seat and said, "Fasten your seatbelts." "Rong Ying, fourth sister-in-law, are you driving?" As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Xiaoli stepped on the accelerator, and the car flew out. "Nice car. Extremely powerful." The car drove from the underground second floor to the underground first floor exit. When it circled and went up, a white light came over. A car was coming straight towards them. Chu Xiaoli immediately swerved the steering wheel, the tires making a harsh sound as they rubbed against the ground, and she turned the corner just a few centimeters away from the car and passed it by. The car quickly turned around and followed. It seems that it is aimed at Rong Ying. Rong Ying leaned on the passenger seat, her face pale and her whole body dizzy. She also saw the car behind her and said, "That car was following us." Chu Xiaoli said calmly, "It's okay, just get rid of it." She stepped on the accelerator and rushed onto the main road. There was a green light ahead, so Chu Xiaoli stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, wanting to pass quickly. Suddenly, a huge truck drove towards them from their left. The truck honked loudly. Rong Ying clutched the handrail, her face pale, and her teeth chattered because of the thrilling adrenaline rushing through her. "Ah, it's going to crash." Chapter 63, I am low-key and don't like to show off, but I am actually omnipotent. Chu Xiaoli gripped the steering wheel tightly and pursed her lips into a straight line. The brain works at high speed to judge the current situation. It takes approximately 1.7 to 2 seconds from immediately activating the emergency braking system to finally stopping the vehicle. This does not include the time the pedal is pressed. Sudden braking at a speed of 120 miles per hour can also cause skidding. According to the speed of the truck, it will reach them in 3 seconds. Chu Xiaoli made a prompt decision and turned the steering wheel to the right, pressing her right foot firmly on the accelerator and not daring to relax at all. Rinjing. Please, let's show off our heroine's aura." 3 seconds later, the truck drove past their car. It also blocked the vehicle that was rear-ending behind. Rong Ying almost vomited. Her head hit the car window hard, and the next moment she saw a car coming towards her. Be careful. Chu Xiaoli released her accelerator, tapped the brakes lightly to evade the traffic, straightened the steering wheel, and merged into the rush hour traffic. Only then did she relax a little. Her nerves were highly tense. Dopamine was secreted rapidly, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Chu Xiaoli took a piece of paper and wiped her sweat, then said in a hoarse voice, "It's okay, we got rid of that guy." Rong Ying's pupils were dilated, and she leaned on the passenger seat, holding the armrest tightly. After a long while, she said, "Did you get rid of it?" She looked back. The sun sets. The sunset dyed the sky crimson, like rouge on a girl's face. Rong Ying felt a sense of ups and downs after surviving a calamity. 3 seconds later, she let out her groundhog scream again in the passenger seat. Hey, Chu Xiaoli resisted the urge to roll her eyes. "What's wrong again?" Rong Ying said loudly. "I was really scared just now. I thought I was going to be hit by that truck, but I didn't expect that I actually survived. You are so awesome." Chu Xiaoli curled her lips and smiled. "Am I handsome?" "Handsome, handsome, handsome." She gave Chu Xiaoli a thumbs up with an admiring look on her face. If she hadn't met her fourth sister-in-law, she really didn't know what to do. Fortunately, her fourth sister-in-law was there and saved her. Chu Xiaoli. "Not only did I play the villain, I also did what the male lead should have done." Rong Ying asked in confusion. "Fourth sister-in-law, how come you were such a good driver? I've never seen you drive before. I'm low-key and don't like to show off, but I'm actually omnipotent." Rong Ying. I really let her pretend again by accident. Chu Xiaoli calmed down and asked, "Who have you offended recently?" Rong Ying never reveals her relationship with the Rong family in the circle, which is considered a small effort. "Pity. Red has always been a mystery." "I don't know," she said glumly. Chu Xiaoli glanced at her with a hint of wind. Rong Ying moved back a bit in her seat and said, "The drama I starred in was recently released, and there are a lot of haters. They curse me in various places every day, and some even threaten me physically. Could they be haters?" Chu Xiaoli shook her head and sighed. "Did that guy say someone asked him to teach you a lesson?" As she drove, she stretched out her hand and twirled it around her ear. "Think about it carefully. Is it a colleague in the industry? Is he jealous of you for grabbing resources or something like that?" Rong Ying nodded thoughtfully. She raised her face and asked, "Fourth sister-in-law, were you injured just now?" Chu Xiaoli lowered her head. "I saw blood gushing from my calf." Her nerves were so tense that she had forgotten the pain. "Let's go to the hospital." Rong Ying looked at the wound on Chu Xiaoli's calf, frowning deeply and looking concerned. "No need." Chu Xiaoli refused. "What if you were photographed? And you? How far is your home? Do you have a medicine box at home?" "There are still 20 minutes left. The medicine box is ready." Chu Xiaoli parked the car on the side of the road and said, "Then let's go to your house and you drive." She got out of the car, sat in the spacious back seat, and took out a pair of small scissors from the storage compartment. She cut a piece of fabric from the trouser leg. Since the trousers had been spilled anyway, she tied it just above the wound to stop the bleeding. Rong Ying now lives in Jiangzhou Garden, a gathering place for celebrities and internet celebrities. People come here to check in and take photos every day. After Rong Ying parked the car in the underground parking lot, she got out and helped Chu Xiaoli out, saying, "Fourth sister-in-law, can you still walk? It's not a big problem. You can go straight this way." Rong Ying supported her arm and said carefully, "Do you want to call a doctor?" Chu Xiaoli pursed her lips. "No, I can handle it myself." Seeing how confident she was, Rong Ying didn't know what to say. The elevator went directly to the house. Chu Xiaoli arrived at Rong Ying's house, sat down on the sofa, and looked at the wound carefully. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. The wound is not big. No need for sutures. Just stop the bleeding and disinfect. But it was enough to hurt her for a while. Prepare the alcohol, cotton balls, iodine tweezers, bandages, and gauze. Chu Xiaoli ordered. "Do you have antibiotic ointment?" Rong Ying directly moved the medicine box over. Chu Xiaoli first disinfected her hands with an alcohol cotton pad, and then soaked the cotton ball in iodine to clean the wound. "As soon as I touched it, I felt a burning sensation." She gasped. Rong Ying hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, fourth sister-in-law, I hurt you." Chu Xiaoli blurted out, "It's okay, I volunteered." After saying that, I felt something was not right. This seems to be the protagonist's line. Rong Ying stood aside and watched her calmly treat the wound. It looked very painful, but she didn't even frown. I suddenly felt admiration in my heart. What a cruel woman. How are you going to deal with this? Chu Xiaoli looked up and asked Rong Ying while treating her own wounds. "Will you hand it over to your agent?" Yes. Rong nodded. I'll talk to her later. She will let you pretend that nothing happened. Chu Xiaoli thought about the plot of the original book and said with a frown. At this time, Rong Ying's agent was still extremely unreliable. After all, when Princess Ying first started entering the entertainment industry, she had to rely on herself, and almost no one knew that she was the little princess of the Rong family. Who was originally cast for the role you're playing in this new play? Xia Mengli? I have some impression of Chu Xiaoli, a vicious female supporting role in the original story, and a TV queen. She has good acting skills and is a hidden White Lotus. In the early stage, she was a sister to Rong Ying. Be careful with her. Teacher Xia is a very gentle and kind person. He would not do such a thing. Rong Ying said. Chu Xiaoli said no more. But there was a fire of anger burning in my heart. She resisted the urge to curse. Never mind. Now Xiaomingli has not revealed his true identity yet. Still a good person in Rong Ying's eyes. Come and help me hold the gauze. Chu Xiaoli instructed her. Press both sides. Don't put your whole hand on it. How can I bandage it if you do that? Rong Ying, QEQ. At this moment, Chu Xiaoli's wide leg pants had been rolled up to her thighs. Rong Ying saw at a glance the thin red dots extending from the knees to the thighs, like pinholes. She asked, Fourth sister-in-law, what's wrong with your legs? Why are there so many red dots? Chapter 64 Sister Xiaoli is beautiful and cool. Chu Xiaoli said casually, I felt uncomfortable in my legs a while ago, so I had acupuncture. Rong Ying raised her head to look at her, frowning deeply. It must be very painful. Last time I was dragged to get acupuncture, and it hurt for a long time. The nerves in the knee are particularly sensitive. The pain will become more severe. Yeah, Chu Xiaoli replied perfunctorily and raised her voice again. Focus on your hands. I don't even know where the gauze went. Okay. Rong Ying fixed the gauze again. Chu Xiaoli wrapped herself in a bandage and leaned weakly on the sofa and said, Are you really not going to tell your family about this? Rong Ying, if they knew, they would definitely not want me to stay in the entertainment industry, but I haven't fulfilled my dream yet. She has loved performing since she was a child. That's why I entered the entertainment industry. Obviously, being a princess of the Rong family would make you more comfortable and have more money. But she still wanted to pursue her dream. Chu Xiaoli said gently, Not telling them will cause more worries, and according to Murphy's Law, the more you don't want them to know, the more likely they are to know. Rong Ying was speechless. She is too young, only 20 years old, not very worldly wise. Like a sister, I'm not able to think rationally and maturely about many things. Of course, I'm just putting forward my thoughts. You are an adult now, and you have your own logic and principles in doing things. Chu Xiaoli said softly, Just be responsible for the consequences of your own choices. Rong Ying looked at her in surprise. That face actually looks about the same size as mine. But I don't know why he is so mature, calm, and composed. It's like fourth brother. The temperaments of fourth sister-in-law and fourth brother are really similar. Fourth brother is like this too, always calm. It's like he doesn't get emotional about anything. Both of them look gentle, but they have a kind of character inside. Sure enough, after being together for a long time, the two people's temperaments and personalities will become similar. Is this what they call a couple look alike? Rong Ying lowered her eyes. Let me think about it again. She is a little confused now and doesn't know how to deal with it. Indeed, Chu Xiaoli's words touched her heart. When in doubt, first eat. Rong Ying opened her phone and said, Let's order takeout. Chu Xiaoli hummed. Order something expensive to reward me. Of course. Rong Ying said sincerely. Thank you, fourth sister-in-law. How about I call you Chu Xiaoli from now on? It's more intimate this way. Chu Xiaoli smiled. Okay, Princess Ying. Rong Ying chose a very expensive restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and then checked the hot topics on Weibo. The expression on his face froze instantly. They seem to have become a trending topic. To be precise, it should be Chu Xiaoli. Someone edited the video of her beating someone in the underground parking lot and posted it online, with Chu Xiaoli hitting him in the face with a metal chain and ended with her kicking him in the face. The girl in the video is decisive, calm, and ruthless. The action is quick and accurate. No drag at all. The person who edited the video also protected her privacy by mosaicing her face and captioned, Facing the criminals, the young lady defeated them with one move. Her movements were clean and neat. She was beautiful and cool. Did you love it? Rong Ying was very nervous at first, but after reading the comments and finding that everyone was praising her, she felt relieved and went over to say, Chu Xiaoli, you're on the hot search list. Everyone is praising you for being awesome. Chu Xiaoli raised her eyebrows. Hmm. She took Rong Ying's phone, looked at it, and flipped through the comments. I'm just calling my wife sister. This is so cool. Good fellow. This time he hit the man so hard that his eyeballs were probably about to burst. Wow. I saw her leg was cut by a knife. Is the young lady injured? Sisters, learn this and carry a chain bag when you go out. Chu Xiaoli touched her chin. The corners of his lips curled up. Proud. Beautiful and cool. I really like this word. It seems to be tailor-made for me. Chu Xiaoli was reading the comments while sharing her thoughts with Rong Ying. Do you know what made me most panicked at that time? Rong Ying shook her head. I tried to signal you with my eyes, but I was afraid you wouldn't understand. Fortunately, you were smart enough. Chu Xiaoli pulled her chain bag and said, I tricked him into turning around, then slapped him in the face and made him roll on the ground. Chu Xiaoli returned the phone to Rong Ying. What a pity no one knows who I am. Thinking of this, her expression suddenly froze, and she grabbed Rong Ying's hand and asked, My face is covered with a mask, so you probably can't recognize who I am. I can't recognize it, Rong Ying said firmly, and then lowered her voice and said, Right? Huh. Chu Xiaoli frowned. This bag of yours is a limited edition summer model from G. There aren't many of them in China. If you want to take a closer look. Stop talking. Chu Xiaoli stopped him. Rong Tao with the bag on her back and patted it on the shoulder and said, I'm going shopping. Ying, is your PR team reliable? How efficient is it in deleting posts? Chu Xiaoli fell into despair after saying this. If only it were efficient. It wouldn't be the case that gossip groups would often praise and criticize Rong Ying as a resourceful person. Question and answer forum. Who is the female star you hate the most? The thousands of likes for hating Rong Ying can be ranked at the top. If your fourth brother sees us, Chu Xiaoli said, we will all be in trouble. Chu Xiaoli could even imagine his tone. She didn't want Rong Tao to be angry and ignore her. Ying, hurry up and ask your team to do some PR or buy some other hot searches or something. Rong Ying, okay, I'll make a call. Soon Rong Ying called her publicity director Ray and begged him to help remove the trending search. The other party agreed. 10 minutes later, the trending search was removed. All related videos cannot be played when clicked. Even a lot of the content searched by keywords is being deleted. It's really vigorous and resolute. Chu Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief and praised generously. Your team was quite efficient this time. Rong Ying's cell phone dinged, and there was a message coming in. She glanced at the team and said, Ray said that before him, someone had already requested that all relevant information be deleted and no discussion be allowed. Chu Xiaoli. The cell phone rings at this moment. It's yours. The cell phone on the coffee table kept vibrating, and the word husband was clearly written on the incoming call notification. Rong Tao called. Normally, Rong Tao wouldn't deliberately make phone calls. He didn't actually have much to say to her. So, Chu Xiaoli didn't reach out her hand. She turned around and said, Rong Ying, you take it. Rong Ying. She didn't answer. Fourth brother is calling you. Rong Ying moved aside and said, You answer it. Nothing should happen. The cell phone keeps ringing. Chu Xiaoli slowly reached out her hand, picked up the phone, closed her eyes, and pressed the answer button with determination. Where? The man's voice came from one end of the electric current, sounding a little anxious and tired, having lost his usual calmness. Chapter 65 Fourth Brother Won't Be Angry. Chu Xiaoli adjusted her breathing. Make sure your voice doesn't sound like you just beat someone up in an underground parking lot and then drove recklessly on the main road. I'm at Renjiying's house. Chu Xiaoli put the phone next to Renjiying's ear and said, I'm going to have dinner with her tonight, and we'll be back late. Rong Ying said politely, Fourth brother, Chu Xiaoli is here with me. I will take her home after dinner. You don't have to worry. You guys are all together today? Chu Xiaoli's ears perked up. Something is wrong. This sinister man started to ask questions again. She signaled Rong Ying with her eyes. Rong Ying's little brain didn't understand the deeper meaning of her fourth brother's words, and she nodded hurriedly. Yes, we met at the mall and went shopping together. Rong Ying's face was not captured in the video. Chu Xiaoli also avoided it in her words. But Rong Ying herself explained it clearly. Rong Tao's voice returned to calm. I understand. Chu Xiaoli took the phone, feeling complicated. I'll be back early, around 10 o'clock. The other party was silent. Then 9, let's make it 8. Rong Tao didn't ask any more questions. After Chu Xiaoli hung up the phone, Rong Ying said happily, I'll tell you, nothing will happen. She said confidently, Brother probably doesn't know yet. Chu Xiaoli looked at her with a loving look. Why don't I believe it? No, I should love myself. Chu Xiaoli slumped on the sofa, frowning and lost in thought. Does Rong Tao know about this? If you know, how will you explain it when you go back? Or I won't tell you if he doesn't ask me. But as soon as he asks me, Chu Xiaoli was confused. This is more complicated than solving Lagrangian equations. It's all Rong Ying's fault. If she hadn't spoken so quickly, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Even if Rong Tao knew about it, she only needed to explain her part. And now she might have to help Rong Ying explain too. Thinking of this, she exhaled, turned to look at Rong Ying, and said, "Go peel an apple for me." Rong Ying pitifully said, "I don't know how to peel an apple." Yes, Princess Ying will have someone to peel apples and shrimps for her every day from now on. Chu Xiaoli picked up the apple from the fruit basket and handed it to her. Then you wash it. You will know how to do it. Boss, the video has been handed over to the police. They will quickly identify the criminal based on facial feature analysis. Lenny came in and reported. The complete version of the surveillance video is still being downloaded. No need. Rong Tao stared at the computer screen, put his index finger on his lips, and said, "Go check who Rong Ying has had a grudge with recently. Is this matter still related to Miss Rong Ying?" The man reached out and tapped on the Bluetooth keyboard on the desktop. The pattern on the computer screen instantly enlarged. He pointed and said, "This is Rong Ying's car," even though the video only captured a car logo and the upper half of the license plate. But he recognized it immediately. What's more, Rong Ying admitted it herself. When Lin Yi was about to go out, Rong Tao stopped him again. He wrote the license plate number on a piece of paper with a signature pen and handed it to Lin Yi, saying, "Go check the driving situation of this car today." Good. After Lin Yi went out, Rong Tao looked at the video again. It was obvious that the criminals were not targeting Chu Xiaoli. No idiot would be able to talk to someone for dozens of seconds before hitting them. In just a few tens of seconds, he had lost the initiative. He even dared to look back distractedly, and was immediately hit on the face by Chu Xiaoli with a metal chain. The attack was ruthless and accurate. The last scene freezes at the moment when the gangster slashed Chu Xiaoli's calf with a knife. It was drawn with the right hand. Rong Tao raised his hand and touched his chin, his dark eyes narrowed. 20 minutes later, Rong Tao received the violation information of the two vehicles. Speeding, running a red light, driving in the opposite direction, changing lanes without using a turn signal. Also attached is a video recording of the vehicle's violation. From the moment I came out of the Max Mall, I began to test the edge of having my driver's license revoked. But it can be seen that the owner has good driving skills and is brave and careful. Just after avoiding a collision with a large truck in a rear-end collision, I encountered rush hour traffic. In this situation, if you don't have enough skills and panic, you will be on the news the next second and the host will report the accident in a heavy voice. Rong Ying? No. She had just gotten her driver's license and was barely able to drive on the road. Besides Rong Ying, who else? Rong Tao folded his hands and pressed them against his forehead. He knew that Chu Xiaoli had a driver's license, and before they got married, her information files, from her birth date to her interests and hobbies, were packaged and sent by the Chu family. Old Master Rong was very satisfied with her birth date and horoscope. The man raised his face, leaned back, and pursed his thin lips. After a while, he called Lin Yi in and ordered, "Delete all these videos." Lin Yi nodded hurriedly, and when he turned around, he saw his boss putting his hand on his forehead and looking like he had a headache. But was it really the lady who slapped the guy in the face? He didn't dare ask more questions, but he was absolutely certain that it was Madam. Otherwise, who would have asked the boss to postpone an entire meeting to deal with this matter? While waiting for the takeaway, Chu Xiaoli followed Rong Ying to the cloakroom to change pants. The overall design of Ying Ying's room has a little princess style. She herself is very princess-like in character, very kind, even too much. I am loved by my parents and brothers at home. Life is originally smooth sailing. If I hadn't met the man named Yi Zenon, there wouldn't be so many bloody stories of physical and mental abuse. The sliding door of the wardrobe opened automatically, and Rong Ying stretched out her hand and said, "These pants have the tag still on. Just pick one you like." Chu Xiaoli chose a pair of black sports pants. "Let's go with this one." Chu Xiaoli, "How tall are you?" Rong Ying suddenly asked her. Chu Xiaoli answered casually, 1.7 meters. Her height is 1.7 meters, and even when she wears flat shoes, she is much taller than the average girl. Rong Ying gestured with her hands. "Is it this high?" "It doesn't look like it. We are about the same height. I'm 1.65 meters. Rong Ying said. Chu Xiaoli then remembered that she had changed her body and was now only 1.65 meters tall, 5 centimeters shorter than before. She stood in front of the mirror and looked at her face. It feels familiar, yet strange. Seeing her sudden silence, Rong Ying consoled her by saying, "But you will grow taller. You could do more stretching. Generally speaking, it's unlikely. The epiphyseal lines of adults are closed, and the bones can't continue to grow unless you undergo bone-breaking surgery to increase your height. Those who say stretching can increase your height are most likely personal trainers who want to trick you into buying lessons." Chu Xiaoli suddenly said, "Rong Ying, I don't want to talk to you anymore." After Chu Xiaoli changed herself, she checked the time and saw that it was already past 6 o'clock. She asked, "Why hasn't the takeaway arrived yet? I promised your brother that I would be home before 8 o'clock. It will be late later." Rong Ying frowned. "Will fourth brother say anything about you?" "Probably not. We have agreed on a time." Chu Xiaoli said seriously, "We must keep our word." Rong Ying bit her lip and said, "But women have the right to be late. Besides, fourth brother won't say anything if I'm a little late." Chapter 66, Kiss Me, and It Won't Hurt. Chu Xiaoli glanced at the time again and said, "Your brother hates people who don't keep their promises and go back on their words. If there's no time, then don't eat. Send me back first." "Here it is," Rong Ying said. "He left it in the lobby. I'll go get it." Rong Ying has a small appetite. Chu Xiaoli, "Do all you celebrities eat cat food?" Rong Ying pinched her face and said, "I've gained weight recently, so I need to control it." Chu Xiaoli, "Then I won't be polite with you." Rong Ying handed her the soup considerately. "Yeah, eat more." After dinner, Rong Ying drove Chu Xiaoli home. While in the car, Chu Xiaoli urged, "Drive faster, get home before 7:50. "I'll try my best." Rong Ying pursed her lips. "Fourth brother won't be angry with you, don't worry." "It's not a question of being angry or not." Chu Xiaoli couldn't explain it clearly for a while. Rong Ying pondered for a while, then came to her senses. "You really value him. Because we attach importance to it, we have to pay attention to every detail." Chu Xiaoli raised her eyebrows. "Of course." Rong Ying recalled what happened that day, still feeling scared, and said in a low voice, "That day at the Rong family, fourth brother was really scary. I thought he wouldn't be angry because he was always so gentle. But little aunt was really too much. Mention this matter again." Chu Xiaoli felt like a long time had passed. Rong Ying thought of her aunt, and her brain went around a few circles and came back to herself. She thought of a possibility and asked with wide eyes, "Could fourth brother have known about what happened today?" Chu Xiaoli spread her hands. "It's very likely." Rong Ying, she also caused Chu Xiaoli to be injured. Chu Xiaoli put her hand under her chin as if thinking and asked, "Based on your understanding of him, what do you think he will do after he finds out?" Rong Ying, I don't actually understand him." Chu Xiaoli. The car drove to a Yuan villa. Rong Ying got out of the car, helped her out, and said, "I won't go in. We'll contact each other if there's anything else." Chu Xiaoli looked at the vehicle that turned around quickly. His brows slowly furrowed. As soon as Chu Xiaoli stepped into the villa, she met Xiaoye. She said, "The gentleman is resting in his room and told you to go directly to his room when you come back." Chu Xiaoli. "Ah, do you really want to settle the score?" She took 2 steps forward and 3 steps back and asked Xiaoye, "How is he feeling today, sir?" Xiaoye was embarrassed. "I can't tell." "Okay." Rong Tao was reading a book on the bed. The time is already 7:58. There was a knock on the door. Soon the door was opened and a cute little head popped out. "I'm coming in." After getting the reply, Chu Xiaoli pushed the door open. He lay in bed without looking up. She stood by the bed, feeling uneasy. Chu Xiaoli glanced at him and thought, should she perform a Thomas spin, 2.5 turns in the air, and then a turnaround step-back layup to prove that she was fine? Just thinking about it. Rong Tao handed her the tablet in his hand and said directly without beating around the bush, "I saw the video." The reaction was very quick. Chu Xiaoli raised her lips. "Isn't it?" Rong Tao stared at her, seeing her slowly adjust the curve of her lips into. Rong Tao put away the tablet and said, "Come here." There is still a large gap at the edge of the bed. Chu Xiaoli hesitated. "I didn't take a shower." "He likes cleanliness." The man didn't say much. He just stretched out his long arm, and she sat on the bed. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Where are you hurt?" "Let me see." Chu Xiaoli lifted up her pants, revealing the professionally bandaged wound, and said, "It's been taken care of. Wrapped with a gauze bandage." He couldn't see anything. Chu Xiaoli looked at him with his eyes downcast, his nose high, his thin lips pursed into a straight line, and his face even colder. She was afraid that he would be angry, so she said hurriedly, "Today was an accident. I met Rong Ying, and she was chased to the underground parking lot. I couldn't just ignore it. She's your sister. If she was in danger, I had to help her no matter what. I didn't mean to be stubborn." As she said this, her eyelashes drooped, feeling quite aggrieved. How could he get angry? Rong Tao was silent for a while, then took out a box of ointment and handed it to her. Chu Xiaoli took a look, stunned. This is a special ointment for stopping bleeding and healing wounds. According to the timeline of the technology tree, it will take 2 years. She asked in surprise. Where did this come from? New drug, not yet on the market. Rong Tao naturally has his own channels, although new drugs that are not on the market are used without approval. But he didn't care about that anymore. Apply it when you change the dressing later, and the wound will heal faster. Rong Tao said, be careful not to touch water in the next few days. Oh, okay. Chu Xiaoli nodded obediently. Since Rong Tao already knew, she didn't intend to hide it and said directly, by the way, Rong Ying doesn't want to call the police and doesn't want her family to know. Rong Tao frowned. I will have a good talk with her about this matter. Let's really have a good talk. Chu Xiaoli looked at him with some suspicion. Rong Tao's expression didn't change much, and Chu Xiaoli didn't know what to say. She stood up, scratched her hair, and said, then I'm going to take a shower. As soon as she stood up, her wrist was grabbed by the man. She was unsteady and sat back on the bed, leaning sideways in his arms. The man looked at her deeply with his dark eyes. Chu Xiaoli thought he still had something to settle. Don't let yourself get hurt. He suddenly moved closer to her and spoke in a low voice. The deep voice hit her heart all at once, breaking all her disguise. I was actually quite strong. This matter was caused by herself, so Chu Xiaoli did not dare to feel wronged in front of Rong Tao. But when I heard his words, a feeling of bitterness suddenly surged up in my heart. It even got into my eyes. He could always easily stir her emotions, and any random words could make her feel uneasy. Someone cares about her. Chu Xiaoli blinked hard and could barely see the person in front of her. Yeah, she leaned against his chest and nodded, her voice softening. Actually, my wound hurts a lot, but I was afraid you'd be angry, so I pretended to be strong and didn't dare to speak. Well, that's his fault. Does it hurt a lot? Chu Xiaoli nodded. There are painkillers in the medicine box. Let Xiaoya give you some. Rong Tao said softly. My stomach feels uncomfortable today, and I can't take painkillers. Chu Xiaoli lied without changing her expression. So? She raised her face and said, why don't we try some other way to relieve the pain? Rong Tao frowned. Chu Xiaoli stared at him, as if to see into his heart. There are too many complicated emotions in the girl's eyes. Of course, it also includes the surging emotions, whether explicit or implicit. She has her own hope. What do you want? Rong Tao was helpless. Chu Xiaoli suddenly approached him and said, kiss me, and I won't feel any pain. Are you serious? Mom. His thin lips covered hers. It instantly blocked all her words. Chapter 67, I don't feel like doing it again. Chu Xiaoli was so shocked that she was confused. Before she could react, the man had left her lips. It only takes a second or two. Short and fast. She only felt the warmth and softness of his lips. That's it? Rong Tao restrained all his emotions. The ripples in his dark eyes quickly retreated and returned to calm, and he said restrainedly, go take a shower. Compared to men's calmness, composure, and rationality, Chu Xiaoli's eyes were blurred, and the heat was spreading rapidly behind her ears. Her heart softened, and she bit her lower lip unconsciously, then slowly raised her hand and stroked her lips. Her almond-shaped eyes looked at him shyly and timidly, as if filled with a pool of spring water. There was a loud bang in Rong Tao's brain, as if something collapsed. I don't feel anything, Chu Xiaoli suddenly said. Do it again. Then Rong Tao felt his neck sink, and the girl put her arms around him and pressed her lips against his. How do you kiss? Chu Xiaoli searched quickly in her brain. Sorry, no archive. She bit his lower lip gently by consciousness. The man's 5 fingers came together instantly. Chu Xiaoli held her breath for too long. Soon I couldn't breathe. Similarly, the man's breathing was quite rapid. She breathed in a little more slowly to avoid suffocation, and slowly pieced her shattered consciousness together again. She lowered her eyes and whispered, it really doesn't hurt anymore? Rong Tao. The heat spread up his neck, and the corners of his eyes even turned a little red. Chu Xiaoli's mind was empty at this moment. She didn't know what to do next. She only knew that she could blow out 7-color rainbow bubbles in her heart. She stood up dizzily and walked forward, as if she was stepping on a ball of cotton. She almost hit her head when she went out, which made the man behind her frown. After taking a shower, Chu Xiaoli sat on the bed and changed her medicine. She cleaned the wound, unscrewed Rong Tao's ointment, dipped a cotton swab in it, and applied it on her skin. A cool feeling spread. The pain from the wound was much relieved. This drug is not yet on the market, so you need special channels to get it. Chu Xiaoli suddenly remembered the last time he asked her about cold medicine. Her pupils shrank. Just now, when Rong Tao took out the medicine, shouldn't a normal person ask what kind of medicine this is? Instead of asking in surprise where this came from, Chu Xiaoli covered her mouth with her hand. Rong Tao is a man with a dark heart and schemes, setting traps for others everywhere. But fortunately, he didn't ask any more questions for the time being. What if you ask me someday? Then shut his mouth. Chu Xiaoli recalled his appearance just now. He seemed a little blushing. He didn't even breathe. It was obvious that he had never been kissed before. Made a profit. Asterisk degree asterisk. She hummed happily. Chu Xiaoli had a good sleep. I woke up feeling refreshed the next day. The wound on my leg doesn't hurt as much anymore. When going downstairs, Rong Tao was eating leisurely in the restaurant. Chu Xiaoli looked at the time and saw that it was already 8 o'clock. Something is wrong. Wasn't he already in the company by this time? This ruthless working machine? Chu Xiaoli dragged a chair over and greeted him with a calm smile. Good morning, husband. You didn't go to the company today? Rong Tao denied. There is no important meeting today. She secretly glanced at him and found that the man looked a little strange, so she asked with concern, Didn't you get enough rest last night? This is a typical case of bringing up something that is not related to the topic. Rong Tao continued to deny. I read a book for a while. I see. Sometimes I read very late at night. Knowledge always makes people ignore the passage of time. But what book are you reading recently? Can you recommend it to me? Rong Tao silently pushed the boiled eggs and pumpkin porridge in front of her. Eat breakfast first? Chu Xiaoli frowned. This is so light. Aren't you feeling stomach upset? The man suddenly raised his head and looked at her. Chu Xiaoli silently swallowed back what she was about to say. I have already told Xiaoya to eat light food in the next few days, Rong Tao added. Chu Xiaoli bit the boiled egg quietly. Rong Tao's eyes fell on her face, watching her eat obediently, with a far-sighted look in his eyes. After a while, his voice suddenly rang out. All the new cars launched this year are here. You can choose one to make traveling more convenient in the future. He put the car magazine in front of her and said, He's sending a car? Chu Xiaoli was stunned. This man is not going to test anything again, is he? The subway and bus are quite convenient, and I'm used to them. Chu Xiaoli didn't know how to respond, so she thought for a long time and said this. Habits can be changed. Rong Tao said calmly but forcefully. I have no reason to let my wife squeeze in with the crowd. Then he curled his lips into a subtle arc. Aren't you a good driver? Chu Xiaoli. I knew it. It's okay. In fact, the most important thing is the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. She responded vaguely. Rong Tao just looked at her without saying anything. Well, since you want to buy me a car. She looked into his eyes and said, You pick one. It's hard for me to choose. I'll listen to you. Rong Tao narrowed his eyes slightly and finally said the word good. Don't buy something too expensive, just an ordinary vehicle for transportation. Chu Xiaoli added, About 100,000 yuan is enough. But don't give her a car worth several $1,000,000. She can't afford it. Rong Tao didn't expect her requirements to be so low. The car that the servants use to buy groceries is about this price. Just let me choose and listen to me. Chu Xiaoli. When Rong Ying was still struggling over whether or not to tell her family about this, she received a call from Rong Tao. Her fourth brother said gently, Please come to the company in the afternoon. I have something to discuss with you. Rong Ying almost dropped her phone on the ground. She stammered. Fourth brother, I'm sorry. I have an announcement to make this afternoon. I checked your schedule. Rong Tao said bluntly. You have been idle at home for the whole month. Rong Ying, do you have to be so direct? It's so heartbreaking. I'll wait for you until 3 o'clock. Rong Tao issued an ultimatum. After 3 o'clock, you can do whatever you want. The phone was hung up. Rong Ying was holding her phone and counting her steps in the living room. From the tone of his voice, fourth brother didn't seem to be very angry. I don't think I'll cause trouble for her. Just go for it. It's no big deal. When she first entered the industry, she was bullied by a director who forced her to drink. Later, when the fourth brother found out, the director completely disappeared from the industry. It was as if he had disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Over the years, she had heard people mention the fourth young master of the Rong family. He is a ruthless character who hides his true colors. Not to be trifled, Rong Ying sighed, packed up, and drove to Yurong Group. As soon as she opened the office door, her fourth brother threw a stack of documents on the table and motioned for her to look. Rong Ying didn't dare to breathe and picked up the document tremblingly. "I'll take care of the two people in the underground parking lot for you," Rong Tao said. "Xiaomingli, go and deal with them yourself." Chapter 68. Sharp pain burst out of his body. "Xiaomingli?" Rong Ying was stunned. What does this matter have to do with Senior Xia? Seeing his sister's dumbfounded look, he felt a little angry. He restrained himself and explained, "You took the role that originally belonged to her, and she wanted revenge." "Really, really?" Rong Ying still didn't believe it. If she wasn't his own sister, he wouldn't have paid any attention to her. He has zero tolerance for fools and idiots. "I've given you all the evidence," Rong Tao said coldly. "Judge for yourself." Rong Ying looked at the file in her hand, which contained clear and detailed records of account transactions, as well as screenshots of the video meeting between Xiaomingli and the man who was tracking her. Every frame was clear. Such irrefutable evidence is right in front of us. Rong Ying should believe it too. She felt a sense of betrayal and anger surge in her heart, and she gritted her teeth and said, "I treat her as a good sister. How dare she do this to me?" Thinking of this, Rong Ying looked up and asked, "Brother, how did you deal with those two people? Tell her about it so she can learn from it." That is to say, the right hand holding the stick is disabled, and the leg driving is disabled. Rong Tao coughed lightly and said, "Go through legal procedures and sue." Rong Ying nodded, then shook her head. "I don't want to call the police," she said with a sad face. "My parents and grandpa won't let me continue to develop in the entertainment industry like this." Rong Tao printed out a document with an expressionless face and pushed it in front of her. It is a summary of the data of the film and television dramas she has acted in since she entered the industry. This was compiled by Lin Yi overnight using his professional expertise. When Rong Ying saw it, she was stunned. "This is too detailed. You've been in the industry for a year and a half, and nearly 200 million has been invested in you, but the return is less than 10 million. Rong Tao stated the facts coldly. "Unless they want to launder money, no one will continue to invest in you. Also, look at your reputation online. Any search terms related to you are all negative information. It has reached its peak recently. The ratings of your new drama were 0.218, and that's from the 3 channels." Rong Tao said word by word, not giving his sister any face at all. "Whether you were the main character or the supporting role, none of the dramas you participated in had a rating of more than 6. Rong Ying's face turned red because of what her brother said. He had never been so hard on himself. Most of the time, I would just give her gentle encouragement and help her secretly. This time, he was obviously really angry. Rong Ying's head was hot, and she forced a smile on her face. "But this time, everyone said that I have made great progress, and many people also praised my acting skills. Really, brother, my acting skills are still okay. The script is just too bad." Rong Tao pursed his lips tightly, his expression not relaxing at all. Whether or not one has acting skills, everyone has their own unique face. Rong Tao said coldly, "I'm just telling you the established data. I will try my best," Rong Ying foolishly assured. "Brother, believe me, and you have always supported me." Rong Tao turned his face away and remained silent. After a while, he looked up and said, "Yurong Media is short of people. Are you interested?" Rong Ying was completely stunned. She finally understood what her fourth brother meant. He wants to withdraw himself from the circle. Rong Tao is a man of strong will. Once he makes up his mind, he will push forward to the end. Even if Rong Ying refuses now, she will eventually be forced to quit the circle due to various force majeure factors. She doesn't understand. Why did her fourth brother, who had always supported her, suddenly change his mind? Fourth brother was very gentle to her. When I was a kid and couldn't do math problems, my second brother would angrily say, "Renjing, I'm going to twist your head off and put it in the washing machine to see if I can squeeze the water out. You are not my sister. My sister can't be so stupid. You think I can't teach you, but why don't you think you can't make your mind work?" But fourth brother always taught her patiently. Later, she took the first place in the cultural subjects of the Film and Television Academy. Even when his family was against it, he told Rong Ying to choose what she liked and come back if she didn't like it. The Rong family could afford the cost of trial and error. Rong opened her mouth and met the cold gaze from her brother. She almost cried. No one can change what Rong Tao has decided. There's no use begging him. I will think about it. Rong walked out of the office door in a daze. She bit her lip and took out her cell phone, looking a little dazed. He flipped through the address book, and finally his eyes landed on the words fourth sister-in-law. Without hesitation, Rong dialed the number directly. Chu Xiaoli had just finished reading the financial news and was selling her stocks in an orderly manner based on market trends and economic conditions. She was just about to watch the harrowing drama in which Rong was scolded miserably. I'm also planning to open a small account to fight with the trolls. Then Rong called. Uh-huh. Is this a telepathic connection? Chu Xiaoli picked up the phone. Little cutie, what's the matter? Rong Ying's voice was choked with sobs, and she was crying breathlessly. It took her 3 full minutes to explain the whole thing clearly. His brother wants her to quit the entertainment industry. Chu Xiaoli was stunned. Quit the circle? If Rong quits the circle, how will the original storyline continue? But this is not something that should be considered, because with her arrival, the story has gone in an entirely different direction. I didn't know what to do, so I called you. Rong was extremely sad. No one can change what fourth brother has decided. Chu Xiaoli, can you help me? Chu Xiaoli puffed up her cheeks and frowned, not quite understanding. Why would your brother suddenly say that? No, I don't know. He called me over today and said he had something to discuss, and then he threw a lot of bad ratings at me, meaning that he wanted me to quit the industry. I didn't expect this to happen. Chu Xiaoli sighed in her heart and comforted him softly. Don't cry. I'll try to help you communicate with your brother. Thank you. Chu Xiaoli hung up the phone. A serious face. How the hell is this plot going to go? How could Rong Tao come up with the idea of asking his sister to quit the entertainment industry? Hasn't he always been very supportive of his sister? Chu Xiaoli sighed again. She took away her phone and looked at her husband's schedule. I do daily training in the rehabilitation gym from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. When Chu Xiaoli arrived, the doctor just finished injecting Rong Tao with medicine. That's a hormone that promotes muscle growth, can reduce muscle loss. But at the same time, a rejection reaction will occur, and the body will experience severe pain from nerves to bones. Even anesthesia can't relieve the pain. What's more, Rong Tao's body is not as sensitive as that of ordinary people, and the injection of anesthetics will damage nerve cells. So he always refused the anesthesia injection. Cold sweat dripped from the man's head, and the sudden, violent and sharp pain in his body penetrated through every part of his limbs. He tightly grasped the mat under him, and the knuckles of his slender fingers turned a deathly pale due to the force. He leaned there helplessly. His handsome face was pale, and his bangs were soaked with sweat and hung down in front of his forehead. All my clothes were soaked, as if I had just been pulled out of the water. Chapter 69, Hug You. Chu Xiaoli is accustomed to life and death, illness and pain. I also know that all living beings suffer. Her heart is calmer and more rational than that of ordinary people. But when I saw Rong Tao like this, her heart felt like it was being pulled out of her chest by someone, causing her to feel suffocated. The oppression made her stand there in a daze like a wooden stake. It took her a long time to regain consciousness and slowly walk towards him. Rong Tao leaned there with his eyes half closed and his eyelashes slightly drooping. As the physiotherapist turned sideways, he caught a glimpse of Chu Xiaoli standing there out of the corner of his eye. His black eyes immediately opened, and he turned his face. His eyes fell on her face. Chu Xiaoli did not manage her facial expressions well. His brows were deeply furrowed, and his eyes were not even focused, and the expression on his face was so complicated that it was difficult to describe in words. She is lively and smart most of the time, and rarely looks like this. Did I scare her? Such thoughts flooded Rong Tao's mind. He endured the great pain in his body, clenched his fingers tightly, and placed them on his lips, coughing softly, his voice hoarse and tired. Sorry, I scared you. Chu Xiaoli's heart was broken into pieces by his words. No! She squatted down and lowered her eyes. As soon as she opened her mouth, bitterness surged in her eyes like a tide. She had always thought she had a will of steel. Who can make Sister Xiaoli cry? It's impossible to cry for a man. But now, her heart was indescribably painful. I just feel sorry for him. I came to see you. She kept her head down. Her voice was heavily nasal, and she couldn't say more. Cold sweat continued to fall from Rong Tao's face, dripping along the clear jawline and onto the collarbone. His entire face was like a piece of white paper, except for his eyebrows and eyes, which were as dark as ink. The area around his lips was white, but the inside was stained with a little blood because of his clenched teeth. The extreme sickness and weakness gave rise to a strange beauty. He let out a long breath, gasping for breath and ready to reach out to take the towel handed to him by the nurse. Chu Xiaoli was quick to take the towel and said, "I'll do it." She wiped the sweat off his forehead and neck, listened to his heavy breathing while trying to hold back the pain, and said in a hoarse voice, "Are you in pain? How painful is it?" "It's like thousands of steel needles piercing your bone marrow. Countless nails are driven into your bones one by one. Some people can't even stand a massage and scream heart-wrenchingly. Not to mention that this musculoskeletal pain is 100 times worse." Rong Tao was thinking about how to answer, and suddenly he saw tears in her eyes and frozen on her long eyelashes. "Fine. Men can't cry out in pain. It must be painful, I know," Chu Xiaoli said sullenly. She also knew that this pain could not be relieved. There was nothing she could do. After wiping the sweat off his face, Chu Xiaoli reached out to hug him. She put her arm around his shoulders, let his chin rest on her shoulder, and whispered softly in his ear, "Hold you, it won't hurt." This unexpected hug. Rong Tao was stunned for a few seconds and didn't know where to put his hands. Perhaps her words did have a comforting effect, and he felt the pain in his body ease. Rong Tao slowly reached out his hand, patted her on the back, and said, "I'm sweating a lot." She hugged him tighter. "No matter what, I just want to hug you." Rong Tao was helpless. What's more, the eyes of the doctor and the nurse nearby were all looking over. Everyone is still laughing. What's going on? Rong Tao let her hold him for a while, then turned around and whispered in her ear, "Let me change my clothes first, okay? So many people are watching." I was all sweaty and felt quite uncomfortable. The man's breath suddenly sprayed on her cochlea and cheek. Chu Xiaoli's face instantly felt hot and numb. She hesitated for a moment, let go of him, and nodded. Then he kept his head down and didn't say anything. After a while, Rong Tao changed into clean and refreshing clothes and was pushed out by the nurse. Chu Xiaoli squatted down and held his hand, unable to stop the pain in her eyes. After taking a shower, Rong Tao's simple and clean white t-shirt made him look not as cold and deep as he usually looked in a suit and tie. His bangs hanging in front of his forehead made him look gentle and homely. After the great pain, he felt exhausted and powerless all over. Her face was still pale, but from a close distance her skin looked clean and clear, with some red still left on her face from the water after bathing. Only 26 years old. The best years of life. He is so gentle and weak. It really makes people want to kiss and hug. Chu Xiaoli. I have to control myself. Just as she was daydreaming, a man's voice suddenly rang out. I have daily training later and have to stay until 8 o'clock. You go back first. I won't go back. I'll stay here with you. Chu Xiaoli shook her head. Rong Tao pursed his lips and said in a low but serious voice, The dinner here is terrible. Sister Xiaoli, thank you for considering me. She puffed up her cheeks and reached out to gently hit his shoulder to show her dissatisfaction. Rong Tao frowned slightly. Chu Xiaoli quickly reached out and touched him to comfort him, saying, I'm sorry, I hurt you. Rong Tao is right. The dinner here was really bad. In order to preserve the nutritional content of food to the greatest extent possible, the nutritious meals at the rehabilitation center are all boiled in water. There is almost no oil or salt. They are basically high-protein, high-quality carbohydrate foods. All in all, absolutely unpalatable. Chu Xiaoli was not a picky person. She shared the boiled beef in her bowl with Rong Tao and said, Eat more of this. The two sat by the window in the restaurant. The setting sun falls on the table, casting dots of golden light. For a long time, Rong Tao has always been lonely. The people I deal with the most are doctors and nurses. This is his exclusive place. He spends most of the day here alone almost every month, enduring endless pain. But today is different. She is here. Chu Xiaoli was unpacking the package of nutrient solution, but she couldn't tear it open with her hands or bite it open with her teeth. He was frowning and trying to compete with the packaging. Rong Tao looked helpless and gestured with his hand. He took it, turned it upside down, changed the side, and said, The opening is this way. Actually, I know. Chu Xiaoli began to argue. But I want to try to see if the other side can be taken apart. Rong Tao opened the nutrient solution package and handed it to her, with a smile hidden in his eyes. What are you doing? Chu Xiaoli was dazzled by the slight curl of his lips. Pour the nutrient solution directly into your mouth. Rong Tao hurriedly said, "This is concentrated. You need to dilute it with water." His deep eyes could not hide his shock. But at the same time, I find it hilarious. Chu Xiaoli's lips twitched. I don't know what expression to make. She simply acted like a rogue. Then I don't know, you didn't tell me in advance. She also snorted. Rong Tao refused to take the blame. I warned you. When he was mixing the nutrient solution, she stared at his hands. He reminded her, and she nodded, as if she was listening carefully. But I forgot it in a flash. Goldfish don't have such a short memory as hers. Chu Xiaoli was not ashamed at all. She rolled her eyes, pointed at his cup, and said, "I want to drink yours." Chapter 70, his ears turn red when he breathes lightly. Rong Tao handed her his cup. It just happened so naturally, as if he wouldn't refuse. Yes, she is so cute and smart. Who would have the heart to reject her? Chu Xiaoli took a sip and gave him a thumbs up. Great, delicious. It's just the 6 major nutrients concentrated in proportion. Where is the smell? But looking at her happy expression, he also felt that the pain in his body had been greatly reduced. Rong Tao is doing physical exercises in the training room. Chu Xiaoli took the opportunity to find his physical therapist and asked for his physical evaluation report. She introduced herself and said that she was Rong Tao's wife and wanted to know the situation. Dr. Zhang from the data center didn't recognize her and hesitated for a moment. Chu Xiaoli. Then let me show you the marriage certificate? Dr. Zhang blushed and said, "That's not what I meant. It's just that Mr. Rong has not allowed anyone to accompany him for many years, so I don't know you either." Chu Xiaoli said obediently, "I will always come with him in the future." Dr. Zhang pulled up the data and said, "Mr. Rong's personal information is all here. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me." Chu Xiaoli, "You go ahead and do your work. I'll just take a look." Dr. Zhang nodded. "Okay." Chu Xiaoli quickly downloaded the information and saved it into her own cloud drive. The data is densely packed, but there has been no fluctuation or change over the years. It has simply maintained the status quo. The date is very far, dating back to more than 10 years ago. Over the years, Rong Tao just lived his life alone in these long and lonely years. His life was saved by his parents at all costs, so he must cherish it. No matter how much pain you suffer, you have to endure it. Never think of giving up your life. How can one not feel sorry for him? When Dr. Zhang came back, Chu Xiaoli had already copied all the information into the cloud disk. She adjusted her mood and said thank you. Dr. Zhang looked at her distraught and sad face and comforted her. Mr. Rong has been able to maintain his current situation for so many years, which is beyond the ordinary. He has a very strong willpower. Even if he can't stand up, he can do it. Chu Xiaoli smiled, her eyes moist, and she repeated it firmly. He can do it. On the way back, Chu Xiaoli said to Rong Tao, "I will come with you every month from now on." The man stared. But Chu Xiaoli frowned. "I want to bring my own lunch," she said apologetically. "I'm sorry. I really can't share your suffering in this matter." Rong Tao, the corners of his lips twitched slightly, and a smile spread in the night. It was already past 9 o'clock when Chu Xiaoli got home and took a shower. When she came out, she was drying her hair. The cell phone rang, ding dong, ding dong. Chu Xiaoli walked to the bedside and picked it up. It was a message from Rong Ying. "Chu Xiaoli, have you told my brother? Today a brand called me and said they are considering terminating the contract. Help me cry. Chu Xiaoli. Oh my God, I forgot about this." Seeing Rong Tao like that, all she could feel was heartache. Everything else was forgotten. She blow-dried her hair, changed into pajamas, and knocked on Rong Tao's door. Chu Xiaoli sighed. "Why do I always seem to have bad intentions?" Rong Tao said, "Come in." She opened the door and heard the man's angry voice. "Mu Nan Yin, I don't allow you to have any problems. Do you hear me?" Chu Xiaoli. The name Mu Nan Yin? Isn't that the name of the heroine in the drama played by Rong Ying? The heroine, center position on the poster. One sentence slogan, from slave girl to queen. A true Mary Sue production. Rong Tao is still watching her sister's drama? Chu Xiaoli ran over and said, "Are you also watching Rong Ying's new drama?" Rong Tao said calmly, "Contribution points for playback volume." Chu Xiaoli, "Let's watch it together. Let's watch it together." The man was stunned for a moment, then silently supported himself and moved inside. Chu Xiaoli took the opportunity to sit down and leaned over to tell him a spoiler. She didn't die here. The emperor said she was going to die, so he chopped off the heads of all the imperial doctors and buried all her palace maids with her. She struggled to survive. Rong Tao listened carefully to her explanation of the rest of the story. I finally understand why the ratings of this drama, being broadcast on 3 channels, are only zero point 0.2. He put away the tablet and teased. You said we'd watch it together, and then you gave me all the spoilers? Chu Xiaoli raised her face and looked at him pitifully. Rong Tao raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Ronging told me that you don't support her very much. Well, I asked her to quit the circle. Rong Tao was very direct and asked, she asked you to be your lobbyist? In fact, I think her acting is pretty good and has great potential. If she can polish her skills carefully. Rong Tao stared at her and sneered. How much did you take from her? Sincerely. Chu Xiaoli said earnestly. Let her try again. She also likes acting. She asked in a very low voice. Aren't you quite supportive of her? Why do you suddenly let her quit? Rong Tao thought about this problem calmly. I can't give a clear answer. If I have to say, it was that I was very excited at that time. Chu Xiaoli to be injured because of her own mess. The knife slashed across her leg. Was she quick enough to react and not get seriously hurt? That's just good luck. It's impossible to be so lucky every time. He was not satisfied after dealing with the 2 men, and he took his anger out on Rong Ying as well. Rong Tao said rationally, Rong Ying is not suitable for the entertainment industry. I have no comment on her acting skills. It's just that data analysis shows that she is not popular in the market. Chu Xiaoli thought to herself, you are worthy of being like this. You always have clear logic and use data to speak for yourself. She said no more. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, let's make a bet. Rong Tao raised his eyebrows. If Rong Ying continues to develop in the entertainment industry, can she turn things around within a year? Chu Xiaoli blinked her eyes. I'm betting that she can, and you're betting that she can't, right? This girl still wants to deceive him? If he took the gamble, wouldn't that be tantamount to allowing Rong Ying to continue in the entertainment industry? Rong Tao turned his face away. He wasn't fooled. Chu Xiaoli turned over and sat on the bed, pushing his arm and saying, I have a feeling that Rong Ying can really become famous and realize her dream of becoming a movie queen. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she put her chin on his shoulder and said coquettishly, I have a good eye. Trust me, okay? Ignoring me? Chu Xiaoli didn't get a response from him, so she blew into his ear mischievously. The heat instantly spread to her ears, turning red. Chu Xiaoli saw that his ears turned red, as if he had discovered a new world, and she let out another sigh. His ears are so sensitive. It will turn red if you blow gently. Chu Xiaoli felt that she had discovered something incredible and was about to try it again when her jaw was suddenly pinched by a hand. He turned his face. His eyes were so dark that no light could penetrate them. Stop it. The man's voice sounded like a warning, but it was unnaturally hoarse and low. Chapter 71, if you don't listen, you will be spanked. The man's hand pinched her pointed jaw, but he didn't use much force. So Chu Xiaoli just turned her face away and broke free. She was excited and happy and boldly pointed at him and said, Your ears are so sensitive. I just blew on them and they turned red. I blew gently and it turned red. Let me see it again. Chu Xiaoli moved closer. Rong Tao was in a panic and grabbed her face with his hands and pushed her away. Does this woman have any sense of propriety? Do you know what you are doing? He was afraid of hurting her, so he was very gentle. She immediately broke free and grabbed his hand with her hands, then leaned forward and asked, Do you blush easily? Rong Tao's patience reached its limit, but she kept pushing it further. I looked like I was about to cause trouble. There was a deep smile in Chu Xiaoli's eyes. Wow, he looks so good like this. Rong Tao has always been aloof and sullen to outsiders, as if he is keeping people at a distance. He is both rational and strong in making important decisions, making countless people submit to his rule. Now the tips of his ears were red, and he even felt a little embarrassed. His eyes were not on her, but elsewhere. This extreme contrast is the most extreme sexiness. Chu Xiaoli was proud. Tell you to ignore me? She smiled slyly and blew gently on his cheek, wanting to see if he would blush. I just haven't had time to observe it yet. Her lower back suddenly sank, and she fell forward, lying on his chest. A pair of hands were restrained on her waist. Snap! A slap, neither light nor heavy, landed on her butt. She was beaten. Still the butt. Chu Xiaoli's brain exploded with a loud bang. An electric current quickly spread from the place where she was hit and directly reached her limbs and bones. My whole body felt numb, as if the electricity had been turned on. She froze completely. It took me a long time to recover. What to do if you don't listen? If you don't obey? You will be spanked. Rong Tao pressed her waist and said through gritted teeth, "Are you still making trouble?" The force on her waist disappeared, and when Chu Xiaoli raised her head, her face was already flushed. She was completely speechless. There was only one question in my mind. He spanked me? She was stunned for several seconds, and the pride and arrogance on her face disappeared, and her face looked like a cooked red tomato. My brain was spinning like crazy, but it was no use. What should I do? The man saw Chu Xiaoli's panicked and blushing face, and his black eyes gradually showed some teasing. Who blushes more easily? Sister Xiaoli would calm down and start to find a way out for herself. You hit me. Can't you just afford to play? As soon as he finished speaking, the man's hand seemed to reach out again. Chu Xiaoli immediately jumped up from the bed and tried to run away. He completely forgot that he was still injured. As a result, her legs went weak, and she rolled off Rong Tao's bed. Rong Tao held his forehead with his hand. Why does she keep doing stupid things every day? He leaned forward and held out his hand to her. Chu Xiaoli used his hand to pull herself up from the ground. This time it really hurts. The little face was wrinkled so much that the space between the eyebrows was twisted into a chan shape. His dark eyes were filled with heartache. Rong Tao reached out and pulled her over. He originally wanted to scold her, but after thinking it over, he gave up. He adjusted his breathing and asked, "Where did you fall?" "My butt hurts so much. I was just beaten by him." But she didn't dare say, "My butt hurts, rub it for me." She wasn't brave enough to do that. Leg, the wound. The gauze bandage split and fell off her leg, revealing a wound that had begun to scab. She had just been hit and blood was now oozing out of the wound. She moved and wanted to say, "Let me bandage myself." As a result, her shoulders sank, and the man reached out to hold her down, saying in a cold voice, "Don't move." She wasn't just beaten, and he was also abused. Chu Xiaoli clenched her fists and wanted to glare at him, but she found that his eyes became even more fierce. Rong Tao directly asked Xiaoye to bring in the medicine box and ointment. He lifted the gauze covering her wound, looked at the wound clearly, and his brows darkened. Now, Rong Ying can completely retire from the circle. The person who planned this behind the scenes will not be heard from in this world. Rong Tao silently cleaned her wound with a cotton ball dipped in iodine. There was a hint of hostility flowing between his brows. He tried to hold back, but couldn't help but ask, "When you met Rong Ying on the first floor, why didn't you go out with her directly instead of running to the underground parking lot?" Chu Xiaoli struggled with her words. "I didn't react at the time," she said casually. Did she fail to react? Or did Rong Ying herself not want to be photographed? Rong Tao became even more angry when he saw that she dared to fool him. Chu Xiaoli guessed that he must have seen the complete video of them all, so she could only say, she is a celebrity. If she is photographed like this, she will definitely be criticized by everyone. It's quite difficult anyway, although Rong Ying is a little too kind, but the person is still quite cute. That's great. She won't have to worry about this problem anymore. Chu Xiaoli looked up in surprise. It seems that he is determined not to let his sister mix in the circle. She's being stupid. The man suddenly changed the subject and looked at her. Don't follow her. Chu Xiaoli didn't dare to refute. She nodded. Yes, I remember it. Rong Tao was really mad at her, knowing that she was just talking and would forget it completely the next time. She was upset that she hurt herself. But how could he blame her? He used a cotton swab to apply ointment on her and said in a gentle voice, "It will be fine in a few days, just bear with it." Chu Xiaoli nodded. His eyes were somewhat calm. After a while, a hand grabbed the corner of his clothes. Chu Xiaoli looked up. "Do you really want her to quit the entertainment industry?" Rong Tao pursed his lips and his eyes were cold. Chu Xiaoli said regretfully, "Then we will lose a queen of the screen." Her dream since she was little was to act. She started acting at the age of 6 and never fell behind in academic performance. You were very happy when she was admitted to the Film and Television Academy, right? You even booked all the theaters in the city for her first movie, although you didn't tell anyone. Chu Xiaoli's voice was gentle. Even if she doesn't have outstanding grades now, she has encountered many setbacks and difficulties. This may help her grow quickly. I know you are worried that she will be bullied in the entertainment industry, so you want her to go back to the Rong family to be spoiled as a little princess. It is good to have brothers to protect her from the wind and rain, but people still have to learn to grow up on their own in the end. Rong Tao looked at her in a daze. Chu Xiaoli sighed in her heart. She didn't know whether her arrival had affected the direction of the plot. But in her original book, Ronging made a lot of efforts to be admitted to the Film and Television Academy and enter the entertainment industry. She learned various talents since she was a child, and even insisted on taking acting classes when she had a high fever on a snowy day. Should every child who works hard towards his or her dreams be encouraged? Rong Tao refused to back down. Don't use the same rhetoric you used against Grandpa against me. It's useless. Still want to flatter him? Chu Xiaoli frowned slightly. But I always have a strong feeling that it was me, as if I caused her to quit the circle. I don't know why. I have such a strange thought. Chapter 72. Patting the head to kill. It has nothing to do with you. Rong Tao said quickly. Don't burden yourself. Chu Xiaoli sighed again. Ronging really paid a lot for acting. She tugged at the man's clothes again. You once asked me what I wanted to do? Rong Tao stared at her. There are many things I want to do, and I can't describe them all, but watching Ronging become a movie queen is one of them. This mouth is really eloquent. Rong Tao's emotions were surging. She is occasionally confused about small matters, but she is always calm and clear-headed when it comes to serious matters. She is so serious and gentle. How could he refuse? His rules and bottom line have to be revised again. But it was all his own free will. If she doesn't agree, she will be burdened with heavy mental baggage. Think of this. Rong Tao softened his tone. This matter. Let's make a bet. Chu Xiaoli said, just the one from before. She smiled sweetly. If I lose, I promise you one thing. If you lose, you also promise me one thing. The man's youthful nature was aroused. He raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to bet with me? It's fair, just an open, Chu Xiaoli said. It's for 1 year. She held out her pinky finger to him. Rong Tao hooked her hand. Chu Xiaoli couldn't stop laughing. After Rong Tao agreed, he stared at her wound for a while and suddenly asked, Does it hurt? It seemed like he had used too much force just now. In fact, he controlled the strength. But where does a man's strength lie? She was so naughty and disobedient. It made him feel annoyed. A man can never be provoked. Chu Xiaoli raised her lips. You applied medicine to me, and it doesn't hurt anymore. Rong Tao. She sat opposite him. If he stretched out his hand, he could touch her head. So he rubbed the top of her head and said, Go to bed early. Is this the head-patting kill? Chu Xiaoli felt the electric current suddenly rushing from the top of her head to all parts of her body. My whole limbs feel weak, numb, and tingling. She was electrocuted twice in one night. Give a slap and then a candy? This man is also very good. Chu Xiaoli couldn't control the heat on her face. It felt like there was a whistle blowing wildly inside me. She turned her head with difficulty and found that only her 2 eyeballs were moving. She pretended to be calm and nodded. Good night. Ronging received another call from the brand, saying that the termination of the contract was due to negligence of their contact person and miscommunication, and that it did not happen. The contract with Miss Rong will continue. It's okay. Just clear up the misunderstanding. Ronging forced a smile. After hanging up the phone, he thought for a few seconds and then jumped up on the spot. I think I've given in. She can still continue to stay in the entertainment industry. Chu Xiaoli is so amazing. The fourth sister-in-law is worthy of being the fourth sister-in-law. She knows how to control her husband. He can even handle someone as difficult to talk to as fourth brother. Just hold her thighs from now on. Ronging couldn't hide her excitement and immediately made a long phone call to Chu Xiaoli to express her gratitude. Chu Xiaoli said softly, Your brother saw you being bullied and almost injured and thought it was too dangerous for you to stay in the entertainment industry. He wanted you to come back, so it would be easier and he could protect you better. I know. Ronging sobbed. Brother has always supported me. Thank you. Chu Xiaoli, you are so kind. The entertainment industry is complex and you have to learn to protect yourself. I will. Chu Xiaoli, you are right. It was indeed Xiao Mingli who did this. I have called the police and am going to take legal action against her. Chu Xiaoli was a little surprised. That's what my brother suggested to me. She asked her fourth brother how he dealt with those 2 men. The fourth brother said that he would take legal action to prosecute. She believed it. Rong-ying's face was solemn and firm. I have thought about this too. I can hide it for a while, but not forever. Chu Xiaoli praised. You did the right thing. Rong-ying asked again. Should I give my brother a call? Is this sticking to her? Do I have to ask her everything? Sure, but you have to wait until after 5 o'clock. You should be in a meeting now. Chu Xiaoli hung up the phone. Let out a long sigh. Put your hands together. Please. Let the plot continue along its normal course. Chu Xiaoli sorted out yesterday's information, classified it, and sent it to Zhou Luoran's email. After she met Zhou Luoran that day, she had a good impression of him. The academic level is profound, professional, and humble. She always has a way of judging people. What's more, this is a great opportunity for Zhou Luoran. Once you succeed, your name will go down in history. Chu Xiaoli immediately stopped thinking about going astray. After a while, Zhou Luoran's email came with a ding sound. Mr. Rong Tao, and I have an appointment to meet at the rehabilitation center this Friday. I have sorted out all his qualifications this week and saved them in a shared cloud disk. I have already conceived a preliminary plan, which is also included. You can read it. When I meet with Mr. Rong, I will discuss it in detail with him and move forward after getting his and his family's support. Zhou Luoran shared his account password with Chu Xiaoli. Chu Xiaoli immediately logged in to read Zhou Luoran's plan. It's consistent with the overall direction she mentioned before. There are major changes to the details. It's just that due to the limitations of this world's medical technology, some ideas cannot be realized. Chu Xiaoli had a general idea of the situation in her mind, and the context gradually became clear. She took a deep breath. It will be fine. Everything will be fine. After Rong Ing confirmed her fourth brother's time, she called him. In the past, fourth brother was too cold. She didn't dare to disturb him. But now, because of Chu Xiaoli, she feels much closer to her fourth brother. I dare to talk to him more. Rong Ing repeated to Rong Tao what Chu Xiaoli had told her. Brother, I know that you have always supported me and are afraid that I will be bullied. Don't worry, I will protect myself and work hard. I will not let you down. Rong Tao frowned as he listened. He had no expectations of her. How can there be any disappointment? He stopped her. I know, Rong Ing added. I will listen to you and prepare to sue Xiaomingli. Rong Tao. He expressed his support. But, Rong Tao said in a deep voice, your fourth sister-in-law was injured because of you. Have you apologized to her? Rong Ing hurriedly nodded and shook her head and said, there is no formal apology. I'll go right away. Rong Ing said hurriedly after hearing silence from the other end. Hang up meeting. After her brother hung up the phone, Rong Ing thought about buying a gift for her fourth sister-in-law, but after thinking about it, she still had no idea what Chu Xiaoli liked, and it seemed that what she liked was different from that of ordinary girls. Bags, lipsticks, and other things are too ordinary. Thinking of this, she sighed sadly, took out her cell phone again, clicked on her brother's profile picture, and sent a message. Brother, I want to ask what Chu Xiaoli likes? No reply. About half an hour passed. A word came lightly. I. Chapter 73, His Favor. Rong Ing looked left and right, up and down. I confirmed that the word was mine. She had a confused look on her face, not knowing what expression to make. I know you two have a good relationship, but there is no need to hurt me like this. Rong Ing picked up her phone and typed in the chat box. Brother, I know you two have a good relationship, but I can't just send you to Chu Xiaoli. Haven't clicked send yet. 2 more messages came in. In a meeting, ask yourself. Rong Ing suddenly understood. What my brother meant was that he was in a meeting and she should go and ask it herself. I see. Rong Ing replied with an okay gesture. Inside the huge conference room, the director of the business department was reporting to Rong Tao on the progress of the hotel merger and acquisition. Rong Tao looked up at him, then lowered his head and continued to look at his phone. He sent another message to Rong Ing. Asked for details. Last time I asked Chu Xiaoli what she liked, she said I like you. So, Rong Tao glanced at the message records he had sent. There's nothing wrong with replying with their I like you. The long tail tone and the playful expression immediately penetrated into his mind, like a magic sound that could not be shaken off. Soon, the way she smiled, and even the look on her face when she cried that day, and the way her face flushed yesterday. In an instant, it was like a comic strip unfolding before his eyes. One picture after another. President, I have finished my report. Please give me your comments. The director of the business department said respectfully. Rong Tao's thoughts were interrupted. He raised his face and smiled with the corners of his lips curled up. This smile almost made the business director laugh to death. I prepared for 3 days and 3 nights, and even checked every punctuation mark to make sure there were no mistakes. No, I won't be criticized again, right? Very good. Rong Tao encouraged. Keep going. He lowered his head and sent a message to Rong Ing, ask if you got it. This is an urging tone. Rong Ing replied, I am asking. I have thought of a good way. I will be able to ask in great detail and in a confidential way. Chu Xiaoli received a questionnaire. From Rong Ing. It's all about personal preference. Rong said that this was the homework for her social practice class and invited her to fill it out. Chu Xiaoli replied her with 4 words too long not to read. Rong was not discouraged and sent a big red envelope and also sent a love and cute emoticon package. She also said that this was very important for the final exam results. Chu Xiaoli was quick to accept the red envelope, but now she had to open the document because she felt she had accepted the red envelope. Before filling out the form, she asked Rong if it was anonymous. Rong, forget it. I'm the only one who knows. Chu Xiaoli started filling it out. The previous questions were all ordinary multiple choice questions. There are a few questions and answers at the end. What wishes do you want to realize? You can write about the short term or long term. Chu Xiaoli typed in the near future. I hope Brother Chen's leg will get better soon, and he won't have any more pain. In the long term, I want to go to the Arctic to see the aurora. With him. If someone wants to give you a gift now, what do you most want? You must fill in what is achievable. You can fill in more than one. Chu Xiaoli was in deep thought. She doesn't lack anything, does she? There is everything you need for food and drink, and they are all top-notch. Even the husband is ready. She thought about it for a while and finally figured it out. Neuromedicine, English edition. She couldn't buy this book online. It seemed that only the British Library had the pure English version. She couldn't fly there to read. Nishino's latest folk album. Nishino is the most popular folk singer in the world. He released a new album some time ago, and she listened to it, and it was pretty good. Kifuka's chestnut cake. It's autumn now, and it's the perfect time to eat hot chestnut crisps. But Chifu is so popular that there are always long queues. She was tempted to try it, but was too lazy to queue. After all, her time is precious. After writing this, she sent it to Rong and said that if there were any questionnaires in the future, she could contact her as long as the price was right. Rong clicked on the questionnaire, took a look at it, and sent it to her fourth brother. It is quite easy to get Nishino's records and Kifuka's chestnut cakes. She can ask her friends for the records, and her brother can even buy the entire Kifuka bakery. As for the first wish, Rong was in a dilemma. She specifically circled it out and told her brother that this was a bit difficult. It's more than a little difficult. Everyone knows that the British Library never lends out books. Rong Tao pursed his lips. Chu Xiaoli has been very fond of reading books on this subject recently. Xiaoya also said that she bought a lot of them to read at home, and said that she is smart and can learn them at a glance. Rong Tao replied, I will solve it. He looked carefully from the first multiple-choice question and learned that she liked reading and swimming. Like the color blue, her favorite flower was lily of the valley, and she liked a lot of food but hated coriander. When it's almost back, see the wish form filled out by Chu Xiaoli. His pupils fluttered. Then, slowly, the corners of his lips curled up. It seems that Rong is still somewhat useful. You can also have expectations for her. Affirmation from fourth brother. Alan is responsible for the interior display of Yuan Villa. She is a professional in display and has a certain level of artistic ability. She is responsible for interior decoration for celebrities and politicians. Generally, she comes once a week and is responsible for storing the flower arrangements. Today, when she arrived at Yuan number 7 as usual, she was told to replace all the flowers in the room. The florist has already matched the flowers, 80% of which are precious lily of the valley. There are even rare blue lily of the valley that ordinary people will never see in their lifetime. It is said that these flowers were airlifted from Europe. Rong Tao has no special hobbies, so the flowers in his home were previously arranged by a florist after consulting Mr. Rong. He didn't know the reason for the sudden request to change them, but as a qualified worker, have strong professional ethics. Know what to ask, what not to ask. After Lon finished replacing the flowers, he looked at the lily of the valley in the vase in the living room, sighed, and whispered to Xiaoya, the cost of growing and transporting this blue lily of the valley is about half a year's salary for you and me. Xiaoya, then I have to be extremely careful when I clean next time. If I get a little bit of it, I won't be able to pay for it even if I sell myself. Will it wither? This flower uses a special preservation process. It can be kept in the flower nutrient solution for half a month. After half a month, it needs to be replaced with a new one. It is very delicate. Sir, why do you suddenly want to replace all the flowers? I don't know. I'm confused too. Don't ask any more questions. Just take what it says. The two were whispering. Chu Xiaoli came over from outside and asked, What are you two whispering about? She took a deep breath and smelled the sweet scent of lily of the valley. So many lilies of the valley? Chu Xiaoli was surprised. Yes, we just did the flower replacement today. Alan said, it was the master's idea. Rong Tao asked people to replace all the flowers in the house with lily of the valley, and there were blue lilies of the valley that she had never seen before. Could it be that he changed it because he knew she liked lily of the valley? Chu Xiaoli. Can I be so confident? Chapter 74, Make You Happy Forever. At night, Chu Xiaoli asked Rong Tao tentatively, have you replaced all the flowers in your home with lily of the valley? Rong Tao raised his eyes and looked at her. Isn't this an obvious question to ask? From the dining room to the living room to the study and even to her bedroom, there are lilies of the valley. The man put the tip of his tongue on the roof of his mouth and nodded proudly. Finally, he locked his eyes with her and asked, do you like it? I like it, of course I like it. My favorite flower is lily of the valley. Chu Xiaoli was puzzled. But how do you know I like lily of the valley? We need to change some fresh flowers at home today. We have lilies of the valley flown in from Europe. So, it's just a coincidence, right? Her eyes changed slightly. This scene was captured by the man in time. The next second he said, Ronging told me that you like lily of the valley, so it's a good time to change it. Just know it. This man is stubborn. Chu Xiaoli pursed her lips and smiled. Do you know what the flower language of lily of the valley is? Be happy forever. Rong Tao said. You know? Chu Xiaoli was surprised. Isn't it a good implication? After he knew that Chu Xiaoli liked lily of the valley, he immediately went to learn about it. Now he not only knew the flower language of lily of the valley, he also knew its habits and characteristics. If Chu Xiaoli discussed with him how to cultivate it, he could tell her everything. Rong Tao nodded and suddenly said, this is for you. I will do my best. May you be happy forever. On Friday, Rong Tao officially freed up a day. Go meet Zhou Luoran. This appointment is strictly confidential. Accept Kushioli. No one knows. Any future recovery plans will also be kept confidential. He didn't even plan to tell his grandfather. Rong Tao is a cautious person. Trust in people is extremely low. Only Chu Xiaoli can make him feel at ease. Before leaving, Rong Tao said unexpectedly, Dr. Zhou graduated with a doctorate at the age of 22, which can be regarded as a young and promising person. Chu Xiaoli, can you be as good as me? I also graduated with a PhD at the age of 22. I was involved when Master treated the president's leg disease. It's just that I lacked experience at that time, so I didn't participate in the whole process and wasn't the main surgeon. But she still had a comprehensive picture of the basic diagnosis and treatment plan in her mind. Chu Xiaoli wanted to say it was okay, but that would affect Rong Tao's confidence, so she said, at present, he's the top expert in this field. We give him confidence, and we also give ourselves confidence. She reached out and held Rong Tao's hand and said, I believe everything will be fine. I have confidence. You should have the same confidence too. Rong Tao didn't say anything. Even doctors are not as confident as her. But looking at her like this, he seemed to have a different kind of courage than usual. So he held her hand in his backhand. Her hands were soft and warm, holding a small ball in her palms. The car was driving smoothly and ahead. The September sunshine shines into the car. The space is bright and spacious, and the lush trees on the roadside exude vitality. If possible, I hope this road never ends. He just held her hand like that. Zhou Luoran arrived at the center's gate more than 10 minutes early to greet Rong Tao. To be honest, he was still quite nervous. Rong Tao in the teacher's information file before, but I didn't see the real person. He is devoted to scientific research in the medical field and does not know enough about business leaders. But he has made sufficient preparations. Even the plan has been written and is ready for Rong Tao to review. If he and his family agree, then he will devote all his remaining time to this one thing. At 9:55, Zhou Luoran looked up from his watch and saw a wheelchair moving slowly in front of him. A tall man who looked like a bodyguard was holding an umbrella. The person pushing the wheelchair forward was a nimble and beautiful girl. Zhou Luoran hurriedly went over and said, Mr. Rong, please come this way. He welcomed Rong Tao into the consulting room. Chu Xiaoli also wants to stay. Zhou Luoran asked, Who is this? My wife, Rong Tao explained. Chu Xiaoli happened to look up and met his eyes. Zhou Luoran's expression froze. It was as if he had seen something incredible. Mrs. Rong? She is actually Mrs. Rong? Chu Xiaoli smiled. It seems that Dr. Zhou doesn't understand that Mr. Rong is secretly married and has not made it public. Zhou Luoran's mind went blank due to the shock of reality. I immediately understood why she refused that day. It turned out to be my wishful thinking. Fortunately, nothing too embarrassing happened. Otherwise, he would be really embarrassed. Zhou Luoren quickly put his expression back on track, regaining his serious and rigorous demeanor as a doctor, and said, "Then please wait here, Mrs. Rong. I need to take Mr. Rong for a physical examination and give the results later." Chu Xiaoli nodded. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." She squatted down, held Rong Tao's hand, and said, "Don't worry, husband, it's just a routine checkup. I'm waiting for you. Feel free to contact me if you need help." Such a doting and gentle look. Everyone would envy Rong Tao's good fortune. The inspection started at 10 a.m. and ended at 3 p.m. Chu Xiaoli was busy running around, getting the test reports of various indicators. Not even a sip of water. As she rushed back and forth between the two buildings of the medical center, it seemed as if she had gone back a long time. As expected, I cannot escape my fate as a medical student and a doctor. The test results showed that Rong Tao's physical indicators were normal. This is due to his self-discipline and persistence over the years. Can you stick to avoiding sugar, oil, salt, and high carbohydrates for many years and rely on protein and various amino acid injections to maintain your body growth? Chu Xiaoli asked herself if she could do it. But Rong Tao can. His whole body exudes the word abstinence. At 5 o'clock, Chu Xiaoli returned to Zhou Luoren's clinic from another building and saw him discussing a plan with Rong Tao. She handed the test report to Zhou Luoren and said breathlessly, "Have you finished the examination?" "It's all over." "Oh, finally I can rest." She exhaled and slumped down in the seat, fanning herself majestically with her hands. Rong Tao looked at her breathless and flushed face and pulled out a tissue to wipe her sweat. Chu Xiaoli sighed, "I almost got me too hot." Fairies are not allowed to swear. Remember this at all times. Take it easy and drink some water. Rong Tao said softly, then took the ice water prepared on the table, unscrewed it, and handed it to her lips. Chu Xiaoli poured herself a glass of water with heroic movements. As a result, he accidentally choked himself. She has a bad cough. Rong Tao was helpless. "I can choke even when drinking water. It's a bit stupid indeed." He reached out and patted her back, his voice soft. "Are you feeling better?" Chu Xiaoli coughed in his arms until her face turned red. After a while, she raised her head and asked, "What stage have we reached now? Let me see the plan." Zhou Luoren. She spoke bluntly, but he handed her the plan anyway. Chu Xiaoli frowned at the first sight. Chapter 75. Rong Tao wrote her name stroke by stroke, just at the moment when her brows frowned. The two men's eyes fell on her face at the same time. "Do you have any questions about the plan?" Zhou Luoren was the first to ask. "Yes, very much. Why is the dosage different from what was determined previously? Why not use flow cytometry to examine the phenotype of bone marrow neural cells? Why?" However, when he saw Rong Tao's face, which was also slightly frowned, she pursed her lips and swallowed the words that were brewing on the tip of her tongue back into her stomach word by word, and told myself madly in my heart, "I am now a literary girl who dropped out of my sophomore year and graduated from the Department of Literature and Art Appreciation. I don't know medicine, and I can't use a scalpel. I don't even know what MDS gene testing and antibody testing are." Chu Xiaoli curved the corners of her lips. Take another look," Zhou Luoren said. "Mrs. Rong is a doctor in Beijing." "Yes." Chu Xiaoli immediately looked up. "I am surprised. Dr. Zhou is very professional and a top expert in the field of neuroscience. He has rich and advanced medical experience. We have great confidence in you and believe that you will be able to help my husband recover." Zhou Luoren felt a little embarrassed. He was just about to speak. Chu Xiaoli interrupted him again. "You must be very confident, right? Do you dare to say no?" Zhou Luoren pursed his lips, his expression serious, and even stood up straighter. "I will do my best to help Mr. Rong." At this point, he sincerely praised. "Mr. Rong is self-disciplined and persistent. I believe there will be good results. He has seen many people who are physically disabled and have lost their ability to move. Many people are either violent and stubborn or self-pitying and lifeless. But Rong Tao is different. He still maintains his love for life, and his tolerance for pain is extraordinary." Zhou Luoren discovered this when he was doing a bone marrow puncture just now. He had great endurance and didn't make a sound even when the pain was extreme. For most people, this level of pain will automatically stimulate the tear glands to produce tears. His eyes were just slightly red. He looks gentle on the outside, but is actually very tough at heart. Chu Xiaoli kept nodding and couldn't help but praise. He insists on getting up at 6 o'clock every morning to exercise and recover, and goes to bed on time at 12 o'clock. He never touches high sugar, oily, and salty foods. He is super self-disciplined. Isn't it amazing? I just want to ask you if you admire me. Rong Tao looked at his little wife with a complicated expression. Is she the leader of some kind of praise group? Zhou Luoran cooperated and said, Mr. Rong is indeed admirable. Chu Xiaoli smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble Dr. Zhou. Zhou Luoran felt complicated. Today was the day when he was filled with the most emotions, and his head was dizzy from the impact. However, out of professionalism, he nodded solemnly. Please rest assured. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening when Rong Tao finished the examination and handled the follow-up matters. Zhou Luoran invited them to dinner. Rong Tao politely declined. He said, next time I will invite Dr. Zhou alone. Zhou Luoran expressed his understanding, saying that maybe the etiquette in China was different and there was no rule for doctors to invite patients to dinner. He escorted the two people out of the consulting room. Rong Tao said, Dr. Zhou, please stay. I won't waste your time. Chu Xiaoli looked at her husband and felt that his attitude was a little subtle. It might be that he was too tired today, and it was very tiring to do so many examinations. She turned around and smiled politely at Zhou Luoran. Then let's go back. We'll contact you if there's anything. Zhou Luoran waved goodbye. When passing by the center's front desk, Chu Xiaoli asked for a piece of pink cardboard. Rong Tao turned sideways and asked, what is this? Treatment mood record paper. She said, every time we come, we write down our mood, fold it into 1,000 paper cranes, and put it in a glass jar so that we will always have good luck. Seeing Rong Tao's expression, she immediately said, don't disbelieve it, it really works. In her previous world, patients would be guided to write down optimistic and encouraging words, which would help them to have a good mood and help them recover. Chu Xiaoli wrote down the time and date, handed him a pen and paper, and said, you write it. Seeing that he was a little stunned, he said, it's about how you feel today. Be optimistic. You can write that I feel very good today, and I think I can do it. Rong Tao. He was very obedient and did whatever Chu Xiaoli said. So he wrote it obediently. The man's handwriting is beautiful, clear, elegant, and yet grand. Just like other people. Look at him. He is sitting in the wheelchair with his brows lowered, writing seriously. Many women passing by would look at his face. Their eyes were complicated, but there is definitely something surprising in it. Chu Xiaoli remained calm and then gently leaned her little face on his arm. It's mine. It's mine. You are not allowed to look at him. After Rong Tao finished writing, he was ready to put down his pen. Chu Xiaoli said hurriedly, sign it, don't forget your own name. The man solemnly wrote his name at the end Rong Tao. He thought about it and began to draw on the paper stroke by stroke. Chu Xiaoli leaned over to take a look and saw that he was actually writing his own name. He wrote very seriously. It was even more serious and solemn than when he signed projects worth tens of billions or hundreds of billions of yuan. The two names Rong Tao and Chu Xiaoli put together have a strange sense of harmony. Chu Xiaoli tried her best to control her expression and said modestly, you folded into 1,000 paper cranes. Rong Tao's hand paused. Chu Xiaoli raised her eyebrows. Don't you know how? Then I'll teach you. The man hummed. She began to patiently teach him how to fold paper cranes, and when he finished, she praised him. You folded it very well. It doesn't look like your first time. Idiot. Who doesn't know how to fold paper cranes? Rong Tao was not proud and said, you taught me. Ouch. That's really smart. If this wasn't a public occasion, she would have to be reserved, otherwise she would probably want to kiss him again. Chu Xiaoli threw the paper cranes into a glass jar and put it back at the front desk for them to keep. She believes in science. But I also believe that these can bring good luck to people. Zhou Luoran returned to the clinic to continue working. His computer is now filled with all kinds of information about Rong Tao. In the days to come, all his focus will be on this man. Zhou Luoran turned on the computer and reorganized the plan. Writing and writing. Stopped again. He thought about what happened today and shook his head. Is Rong Tao's wife a student of Beijing Medical University? Why did you go to attend the neuroscience exchange meeting? But she seemed unwilling to admit it. Zhou Luoran was a smart man and saw what she meant, so he never mentioned the matter again. He took out his phone and found his followers and discovered that the account Kakwanji had been canceled for violating community regulations. Now the homepage is blank. What did this person do? Chu Xiaoli has something to say. I just sent a picture of the human abdominal cavity anatomy to your female fans, and she reported me. She said I was riding on your popularity and personally attacked me with 500 words, but I didn't report it successfully. I was really pissed. Zhou Luoran couldn't figure it out. The phone vibrated at this moment, and the note showed it was Chu Qinghe. He picked up the phone and called out Mom. Chapter 76. It's a blessing to be cared for. Chu Qinghe is his mother, or to be more precise, his adoptive mother. A gentle female voice came from the other side of the current. Luoran, how is your little junior sister? Is there any result? Ah. Zhou Luoran sighed, a little embarrassed. She's married. Ah. Miss Chu was shocked. That's a pity. It doesn't matter. There are many good girls. Do you want me to introduce you to one? It is said that she is a descendant of the Romanov dynasty and a mixed-blood princess. How about it? Do you like this one? Zhou Luoran. Forget it, Mom. I just want to do scientific research. Well, scientific research is important, and life partners are also important. Miss Chu said, Okay, if you don't like it, I won't force you. Are you used to returning to China? Well, I'm used to it. Are you planning to come back? The other party was silent. After a while, Chu Qinghe smiled faintly. I can't do that. Chu Qinghe is a Chinese national and a professor of genetic engineering. He currently teaches at a private university in Country M. Any information about his treatment for Rong Tao to anyone. He only reveals that he is still developing in his professional field. Chu Qinghe smiled and joked. Our genius boy Luo Ran, don't just focus on academics, communicate more with girls. Zhou Luo Ran, I really tried my best, but it's really difficult. It's more interesting than reading literature. Ronging waited at Villa number 7 in Yuen for more than 2 hours. Her fourth brother and sister-in-law came back only after eating a whole piece of cake prepared by Xiaoye. If she didn't come back, Renjing would have to eat another piece of cake, which was a big taboo for her. Where did you go? Ronging stood up and asked when she saw her brother and sister-in-law coming back together. We're going out, Chu Xiaoli replied. Ronging, the fourth sister-in-law, is indeed well versed in nonsense literature. Seeing the gloomy look on the little princess face, Chu Xiaoli said, Oh, I went out for a walk with your brother. The weather is pretty good. Ying, why are you here? I'm here to apologize to you, Ronging said solemnly. After saying that, she looked at her fourth brother. After receiving his warning and cold gaze, she pursed her lips, lowered her head, and whispered, I'm really sorry for hurting you last time. I bought you a gift, Chu Xiaoli. Chu Xiaoli raised her eyebrows, a little surprised. This is Shi Ye's record. Ronging took out the record from the gift bag and handed it to Chu Xiaoli, saying, It's a signed version. I'm giving it to you, Chu Xiaoli. She hurried over and took it. Did you buy it? She tried to pre-order it online, but it was no longer available. I asked a friend for it. At this moment, Chu Xiaoli finally felt that Ronging had some aura of a heroine. She said happily, Thank you. I like it very much. Can you help me get an autograph photo of the NTN group? They are quite popular recently. Ronging glanced at her brother. Sister-in-law, are you sure you want the autograph photo of this popular young idol? Chu Xiaoli. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Ronging took out another paper bag, and inside it were Kafuka's pastries, including chestnut crisps, red bean cheese, cranberry European bread, limited editions, and popular models. Chu Xiaoli was shocked again. It's hard to queue for this. Ronging did not take credit for it. So I asked the driver to line up at the door early in the morning. Chu Xiaoli, if you want to eat it in the future, just call the store and they will deliver it. Is this the Rong family described in the original book as being so wealthy that they can rival a country? I love it so much. Chu Xiaoli opened a chestnut crisp and put it in her mouth. It was so delicious. So happy that I'm spinning in circles. Rong Tao looked at her and said with a smile, Don't choke. Ronging finally took out the 3-volume English version of Neuroscience from her bag, which was as heavy as a brick. This thing almost dislocated her hand. But for Chu Xiaoli, she could only bear it with tears. Of course, Ronging was not a fool. She immediately stretched out her hand to her fourth sister-in-law and said, Chu Xiaoli, look, my hands are red from helping you get the book. Now they hurt so much that I don't have any strength left. As soon as she finished speaking, her brother looked over. Chu Xiaoli stuffed the chestnut cake in her mouth and was shocked. Ronging actually got this set of books back to her. She opened her eyes wide and couldn't help but sigh again. Is this the princess of the Rong family? I'll find you some active oil. Apply it on your wrist, and it will heal quickly. Chu Xiaoli took her hand and blew on it twice. It won't hurt anymore. Ronging, quite happy. Chu Xiaoli hugged the book in her arms with a smile on her face and said, Ronging, you are so amazing. You can get this set of books for me. I really love it. Ronging said modestly. No, actually it was my brother who helped me. I don't know what method my brother used, but he actually got the printing factory to start working overnight and printed a new set of books and had them airlifted back to China overnight. There really is nothing that fourth brother can't do. Chu Xiaoli glanced at Rong Ying, who was smiling, and then at Rong Tao, who was gentle and calm. She seemed to have fallen into a cotton cloud. There is an unrealistic feeling that one cannot touch the ground. But this feeling of being cared for is very happy. In addition to her master, her mistress, and her elder sister, there are now more people who are kind to her. Make her feel less alone in this world. Chu Xiaoli walked over, squatted down, raised her face, and looked at Rong Tao with gentle eyes. Thank you. Ronging interrupted the two people staring at each other and asked, But, Chu Xiaoli, do you read these books? They seem to be very profound, and I can't understand them. Chu Xiaoli. Well, I've been studying recently. I am a studious person. Ronging. I'll believe it for now. She also brought some honeydew melons from Shizuoka and asked Xiaoye to cut them and bring them over for them to taste. Chu Xiaoli took a bite and felt so sweet to her heart. Her hands were not idle either, as she fed Rong Tao a piece. I am so happy that bubbles are about to burst out of my heart. After giving the gift, Ronging felt relieved. She said, I have prepared the materials and evidence. I will sue Xiaomingli this week. I must bring her to ruin and show her that I am not someone you can easily mess with. Rong Tao nodded. Let me introduce you to a lawyer. Chu Xiaoli agreed. Lawyer Zhou is very qualified and can be considered. He has extensive experience in both civil and criminal cases. Successfully helped her get money from Song Meiyun. Of course, Chu Xiaoli did not forget to praise her husband. In fact, your brother is the best, and his people are all very good. Rong Tao smiled faintly and said to his sister, Please suspend your team's PR for this time. I will find someone from Ogilvy to do the PR for you. Ogilvy doesn't take on just anyone's case. Once accepted, the success rate can be guaranteed. Ronging nodded immediately. Thank you, fourth brother. She looked at her brother and sister-in-law's sweet newlywed look and was too embarrassed to bother them any further. So she said, I'll go back first then. She took 2 steps, then suddenly seemed to remember something and stepped back to ask, Chu Xiaoli, is your knee feeling better? Does it still hurt after the acupuncture last time? Chapter 77, Then You Take Off Your Clothes. Chu Xiaoli originally smiled and forked a piece of melon and put it into her mouth. Hearing Ronging say this, he stopped eating the melon and almost jumped up from the sofa. He put his hand around Rong Ying's neck and with his other hand held her arm and pushed her out. Do you want to go back? I'll take you there. Chu Xiaoli smiled gently and reached out to push Rong Ying's face back. Let's go. If you dare to talk too much again, don't even think about coming here again. Rong Ying was pushed by her out of a Yuan villa. Chu Xiaoli returned to the living room of the villa and wanted to bypass Rong Tao and run directly upstairs. But her book was still there, so she ran over and was ready to take the book and leave, but Rong Tao blocked all her retreat routes. What happened to your knee? The man raised his eyes and asked. Chu Xiaoli began to play tricks. Nothing, I'm fine. She even jumped up and down twice to show that she was fine. The man remained unmoved, just raised his face slightly and stared at her. I'll go upstairs first. Before he could take a step, his arm was grabbed. Let me see, Rong Tao said. Chu Xiaoli quickly thought of a countermeasure in her mind. How did you deal with it last time? Got it? Take off your pants. Thinking of this, she immediately placed one hand on the waistband of her pants. Do you want to see it? The man's expression didn't change at all. Then I'll take it off. Rong Tao continued to lock his eyes on her. I really took it off. Rong Tao's black eyes hardly blinked, and his expression seemed to be saying, Why don't you take it off? I looked at her breasts, kissed her mouth, and spanked her. But what's wrong with looking at legs? Chu Xiaoli's scalp tingled, and her heart collapsed when she saw his eyes. Shouldn't he turn his face away and ask what you were doing? Why didn't he play by the rules? Her hands froze. After a while, she withdrew her hand with an embarrassed look on her face. Rong Tao let go of her hand, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. If you are injured, don't hide it from me. He said this, lowering his voice and speaking softly. I won't do anything to you. He never scolded her, and he never hit her. Sometimes I get really angry, but I still control myself. Chu Xiaoli was so comforted by his low voice that her voice became a little weaker. It's really nothing. I just felt uncomfortable a few days ago, so I had acupuncture. Let me see. Rong Tao did not give in. Chu Xiaoli had no choice but to lift up her trouser legs. The red spot on my knee has actually almost healed, but it still looks a bit creepy. The man's face instantly sank. He endured it, his voice showing the anger he was trying hard to suppress. You don't want your legs anymore, right? He reached out and touched Chu Xiaoli's knee, raised his eyebrows, and looked at her. Who gave you acupuncture? And you still say nothing will happen? Isn't this making you angry again? Look, he's starting to look fierce again. Chu Xiaoli curled her lips and said, my knees were just a little swollen and painful. I went to a massage parlor and had acupuncture. It's nothing serious. She can climb up to the 8th floor without any effort and can also do 10 sets of jumping jacks on the spot. Which massage parlor? No, I don't remember. Seeing his cold face, Chu Xiaoli hurriedly said, you said you wouldn't do anything to me, but you're angry with me again. You're not keeping your word. Rong Tao did not answer the question, but just said, can't remember? I'll ask Xiaoyan to check. I want to do it myself. There is no difference. Rong Tao's voice was cold and hard. Acupuncture on the knees. If you are not careful, both legs will be disabled. No matter whose idea it was, there was no need for that massage parlor to continue operating. Chu Xiaoli's mentality is a little broken. He is too strong. Although he seems easy to talk to, he is actually not easy to talk to at all. And he is very smart and not easy to fool. But what can she do? It's not like I'm doing acupuncture on myself. I'm very good at it. I know all the acupuncture points on the human body, and I know that the pain is strongest and the reaction is most intense when the needle is inserted at a 45-degree angle. Chu Xiaoli bit her lip, her voice a little hoarse. I was wrong. I won't do this again in the future. Please don't pursue it. It was really my own idea. Her eyes were pleading. Rong Tao looked at her. The girl's clear and beautiful eyes always made him give in. Finally, the clusters of dark anger in his eyes finally calmed down. Rong Tao raised his hand and pressed his brow, then silently reached out and slowly lowered her rolled-up trouser legs. He moved gently, his back straight. After a while, his voice calmed down. My legs can't walk, but yours can. Don't let them get hurt all the time. Girls should take care of their bodies. He was cut by a knife and stabbed by a needle. You don't have to think about how painful it is. Chu Xiaoli's heart was shaken by the tenderness in his words. Rong Tao raised his head again, his expression much more relaxed, and asked, do you know? Chu Xiaoli nodded. Don't hurt yourself next time. Rong Tao warned in a cold tone. Just stay at home and don't go anywhere. I understand, Chu Xiaoli said obediently. When she was about to carry the pile of books back to her room, she asked curiously, can you tell me how you got this set of books? Rong Tao said calmly, I asked the printing factory to reprint a set and airlift it back overnight. Chu Xiaoli's eyes were filled with surprise. Is this possible? Nothing is wrong. Just for her. Although when he made this request in the Telegram group of Club B, the world's top people were all puzzled. The always mysterious club chairman, the cryptocurrency circle boss, and financial genius RC suddenly appeared and issued a bounty task. What's even more strange is that the task actually requires a set of books. But since it was his request, then just do it without any doubt. Chu Xiaoli squatted down and said sincerely, thank you for taking so much trouble to send me this book. I like it very much. It's not a difficult task. Rong Tao said calmly, I have many alumni. If you ask them, they will help you. You really are worthy of being a big boss. Chu Xiaoli gave a thumbs up. Great. Tell me quickly, what else are you hiding from me? She remembered that he seemed to have a double degree in mathematics, finance, and electronic information technology. Rong Tao asked, are you curious? Chu Xiaoli nodded repeatedly. I discovered it myself. Rong Tao said so, quite proudly. Chu Xiaoli snorted, thinking to herself, I have hidden a lot and haven't told you, but I won't tell you. Thinking of this, she suddenly asked cautiously, what do you think of me? Rong Tao frowned slightly, with some doubts. You don't think that I only know how to eat? She is not. Rong Tao pursed his lips. There's nothing wrong with it. Too much wisdom will lead to harm. It's better to live a confused, simple, and happy life. I'm not, Chu Xiaoli denied. In fact, I'm also very good. Rong Tao stared at her. Yeah, he knows. Smart and clever. It gets understood in one click. If she wasn't smart and capable, he wouldn't even look at her. But at some point, she seemed to suddenly become smart. It's a sudden change. Chapter 78, Get Out of My Way. You are amazing, Rong Tao agreed. You dare to give acupuncture to the knee. Is this matter unresolved? Chu Xiaoli pouted, hoping he wouldn't bring it up again. Sir, madam, the meal is ready. Please prepare to eat, Xiaoya said as she walked over from the restaurant. Let's eat. Chu Xiaoli immediately put down the book. Rong Tao looked at her, shook his head slightly, but the corners of his lips curled up. The silent and desolate heart seemed to be blown by the spring breeze, and it came back to life again. In the evening, Chu Xiaoli sent an email to Zhou Luoran, asking him how the situation was. Zhou Luoran was very honest and didn't hide anything, including the most recent plans have been sent over. Chu Xiaoli circled the dosage of the medicine and asked him why it was different from what he had discussed before. Zhou Luoran replied, Mr. Rong's endurance is different from that of ordinary people, so we are considering increasing the dosage, which is within the range of medication. Chu Xiaoli's typing hands paused. Every extra mg of medicine means more pain. She typed out a line of words quickly, but suddenly realized that she was acting on her emotions. Zhou Luoran has no personal emotions involved due to his professional qualities, so he always follows the best plan, whether it is using medication or using instruments. It's her, my heart is wavering, because his pain affected his emotions. Chu Xiaoli slowly deleted the typed words one by one. Doctors are compassionate and kind, but they avoid having personal feelings for their patients. Once it happens, it will inevitably affect the diagnosis and treatment results. She covered her face with her hands and was overwhelmed by unspeakable emotions for a moment. She didn't want him to suffer, but she also knew that the subsequent process would be extremely painful. If Rong Tao agreed to the re-diagnosis, he would have to bear the subsequent pain. Compared to now, it is 10 or even 100 times. Even if he disagrees, it doesn't matter. His life is very good now. He is the fourth young master of Yorong, who is high above everyone else. He has outstanding abilities and a strong will. I believe he will accept Yorong in the near future. Maintaining the status quo is comfortable and easy. Change is difficult and ineffective. Someone as smart as Rong Tao would definitely be able to think of it. But he finally agreed. Chu Xiaoli had never thought about it carefully before, but now when she recalled it bit by bit, her heart felt like it was grabbed by someone's hand, and it hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. Her vision began to blur. After thinking for a long time, she finally replied to Zhou Luoran's email. Do it your way. I don't know how long it took. Chu Xiaoli reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes and asked herself why she was crying for a man again. I have a will of steel, and I can't cry easily. The crybaby is Renjing, not me. I am strong. Chu Xiaoli calmed down and sent the acupuncture video she had compiled and the human nerve diagram she had drawn to Zhou Luoran. She is unable to come forward for the time being. Zhou Luoran, you have to give it some effort. Otherwise, you will not live up to the title of a genius boy. Chu Xiaoli stayed up late translating neurology and didn't fall asleep until 4 in the morning. This is already the most advanced professional book, all within her scope of knowledge. She had already thought it through. During the initial stages of diagnosis and recovery, she didn't need to show up and only needed to guide Zhou Luoran. However, the subsequent operations could not be performed by Zhou Luoran alone, so she had to be the lead surgeon. How to cover it up then? Chu Xiaoli sighed and said, We'll talk about it when the time comes. I really don't have time to think so much now. She woke up at around 8 o'clock the next day and saw a message from Rong Tao on her phone. I have chosen the car. Remember to test drive it today. Test drive? I remembered that Rong Tao said he wanted to buy her a car. Buy it now. She sat up, her head dizzy. It must be because she studied hard and worked diligently since she was young, and she saved many people when she grew up and never hurt any good person. So God had mercy on her and gave her such a perfect and considerate husband. Sure enough, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the 4S store called her and said that the manager would come personally to pick her up for a test drive. This is the Super VVVIP treatment. The car is a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Anyway, it costs less than $1 million. Rong Tao's first requirement for a car is high safety, so his Maybachs all use lightweight, reinforced bulletproof steel plates. Even an AK-47 cannot penetrate the glass and car body, not to mention the almost 10 airbags that protect his safety in all directions. Rich, you could do whatever you want. Chu Xiaoli tried the car in a daze, acting like she had seen the world. Humph, she had driven her senior sister's royal blue Lamborghini before. Mrs. Rong, if you think it's okay, just sign it. The store manager smiled flatteringly. This is the exclusive model that Mr. Rong ordered specially for you. The store manager obviously knew her identity, and at this moment he only regretted that he was not a girl and could not marry the fourth young Master Rong. Chu Xiaoli hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Rong Tao. Do you really want to buy it? I have already paid, and the refund procedure is complicated. Chu Xiaoli. In fact, she also has several million in her account. But she is a cheapskate and can't bear to buy such an expensive car. Finally, she picked up the pen and signed her name with pretended calmness. I have to say, the new car is great and full of power. The moment I drive out the door, I feel like the whole world belongs to me. Chu Xiaoli drove the car home. Many cars automatically slowed down and kept their distance when they saw her logo and license plate. The journey was smooth sailing until they entered the Yuan Villa district, when a figure suddenly appeared on the road ahead and passed straight in front of Chu Xiaoli's car. She immediately braked. The person in front of her bumped in her car with a bang. Chu Xiaoli immediately opened the door and got out of the car. She saw a woman in red. She took out her phone and took a few photos as evidence. Then she walked over and asked, "Are you okay?" The woman looked up and exclaimed in surprise, "Chu Xiaoli, is that you? I was just looking for you." Chu Xiaoli was confused. "Who is this person? How come I don't remember?" The woman reached out to grab her. Chu Xiaoli decisively avoided her. "Chu Xiaoli, Chen Luo has been sentenced to 15 years in prison. Are you so indifferent? You are really cruel." I remembered that this woman was Yue Wei. She must have just had cosmetic surgery. Her face was covered with hyaluronic acid, and she was completely unrecognizable. Chu Xiaoli spread her hands. It seems that the law is still very fair and just. Yue Wei was furious. She struggled to get up from the ground, brushed off the dust on her, but instead, "Stop being so sarcastic. Isn't it enough that he has been sentenced to so many years? Why don't you let him go? He almost died." Chu Xiaoli frowned. She didn't understand a word the woman was saying. "Don't pretend you don't know. It was Rong Tao." Yue Wei gritted her teeth and said, "Rong Tao had someone do it. He was beaten so badly that he was almost paralyzed." Rong Tao had Chen Luo beaten to the point of being half paralyzed? Yue Luo said a lot of things. I think she wanted to express this meaning. How is that possible? Rong Tao is such a gentle man, and he never speaks loudly to her. So how could he do such a thing? Besides, who the hell is Chen Luo? Is he worthy of being taught a lesson by Rong Tao? Chu Xiaoli frowned and retorted, "Stop talking nonsense here. What do you mean Rong Tao had someone beat him? Isn't it normal for everyone to be beaten in prison? Who is Chen Luo? Rong Tao doesn't even remember his name, and yet he had someone beat him. You're really crazy. No wonder you crashed into my car. I should give you 2 cephalosporins and a bottle of white wine. Get out of my way." Chapter 79 directly removed her 2 arms. Yue Wei was so upset that her mouth was open to catch the air. "You don't believe it?" She pointed at Chu Xiaoli and started repeating herself. "You don't believe it, why? Chu Xiaoli, have you been deceived by him?" Chu Xiaoli was very annoyed. This woman is like a plaster that you can't get rid of. If I had known this, I would have hit her on the head with a cup last time. You shouldn't be polite to her. Chu Xiaoli didn't want to waste time talking to Yue Wei and wanted to open the car door and get back into the driver's seat. Yue Wei was very brave and blocked the door with her arms outstretched. Chu Xiaoli raised her eyebrows. "Well, it's getting exciting, right? Get out of the way." Chu Xiaoli's anger had reached her peak. Yue Wei was frightened by her sharp eyes and slowly moved away an inch. Countless thoughts flooded her mind. Finally, she made up her mind and knelt down in public, crying, "Chu Xiaoli, please save Chen Luo and reduce his sentence. 15 years, his life is ruined." Chu Xiaoli reached out, grabbed Yue Wei by the collar, and threw her aside. Yue Wei rushed over again and hugged her ankle. "If it doesn't work, find him a doctor. Rong Tao has said that no one in the whole of Kyoto dares to save him. If this continues, his legs will be useless." Chu Xiaoli didn't think she was lying. It is estimated that Chen Luo was beaten a lot in prison later. But it was all his own fault. This is the fate of those who are moved. Even if it is just a small bodyguard, Rong Tao will protect him. Chu Xiaoli couldn't help but feel that the boss really protected his children. No wonder so many people are so devoted and loyal to him. "Then let's get rid of it," she said lightly. Yue Wei's eyes widened in disbelief that she was so indifferent. Chu Xiaoli lowered her head with contempt in her eyes. "Chen Luo hurt Rong Tao's people. Do you think it's as simple as just going to jail? If he doesn't kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, anyone will dare to touch his people in the future. Will he still have any prestige in front of his subordinates? If you want to blame someone, blame Chen Luo for his impulsive behavior and getting himself into trouble. I'm going to say he deserves it. I've done my best. You actually help Rong Tao so much. Do you know what kind of person he is? He is ruthless and unscrupulous. Once you provoke him, he will immediately show no mercy to you." Chu Xiaoli looked at her coldly. I know what kind of person Rong Tao is better than you do. I don't need you to tell me. We are friends, Chu Xiaoli. Do you really not care about our relationship at all? Chu Xiaoli got a new car today, and her tolerance level has risen to a higher level. She laughed out loud after hearing what Yue said. Friend, you are a person who slipped through the net of the 9-year compulsory education. You are uneducated, deceitful, selfish, and vain. Apart from spending money on plastic surgery and taking selfies in the mirror, you're flirting with Chen Luo on one side and hanging out with rich old men on the other. You can't find any meaning in your life. From the beginning to the end, you and I have nothing in common, and our spiritual worlds cannot resonate. What do you have to be friends with me? If you were good-looking, I could still reluctantly tell myself that appearance is justice. But look in the mirror at your inflatable shoehorn face. If you lower your head, your chin will directly pierce your throat. Chu Xiaoli finished speaking in one breath without taking a breath. Yue was scolded by her until her face turned red, and she was so ashamed and angry that she died. There was a beeping sound of a whistle behind me. A car was coming from behind. Chu Xiaoli wanted to pull her legs free, but Yue held on tightly. Her brows suddenly turned cold. But you are right. If you provoke Rong Tao, he will be merciless. Sorry, I am the same. After saying that, she lifted up the leg that Yue was holding and kicked the crazy woman in the heart without any hesitation. Yue's eyes turned black from the kick, and she almost vomited blood, and she fell to her knees. Chu Xiaoli pulled her foot out and sneered. If you dare to appear in front of me again, I will cripple your leg. Yue struggled to get up and reached out her hand. But before she could touch Chu Xiaoli, a dark shadow descended in front of her, covering the sky and blocking all her sight. After 2 crisp crackling sounds, Yue let out a heart-wrenching cry. The person who came was Xiao Yang. He twisted Yue's arms together and removed them directly. Chu Xiaoli stood there in a daze. This? She looked back and saw the black Maybach 62s parked not far away. The windows were closed, but Rong Tao must be inside. When Xiao Yang saw his wife's shocked expression, he touched his head and felt quite regretful. It seemed that he had acted too quickly and too harshly and scared his wife. He immediately bowed 90 degrees to apologize. I'm sorry, ma'am. I scared you. I saw her pestering you, and I lost control of my strength in a hurry. Chu Xiaoli respectfully and humbly. I wasn't scared, said Chu Xiaoli. It was just too fast and I didn't react. It was the president's idea. Xiao Yang immediately pulled his boss out to take the blame. He thought you were being bullied, so he asked me to teach this woman a lesson. It was Brother Chun who asked me to remove someone's arm. Really, please believe me. You did a great job. Chu Xiaoli nodded encouragingly. If he wasn't so tall, she would have wanted to pat him on the shoulder to show his good work. As expected of a CIA agent, he is very skilled, quick, ruthless, and accurate. Xiao Yang made a phone call and asked the security guard of a Yuan villa to come and deal with Yue. Chu Xiaoli watched Yue rolling on the ground, wailing in pain. His arms were twisted behind his back and hung limply by his sides. Out of professional habit, Chu Xiaoli squatted down, touched Yue's arm, and with 2 clicks, she reconnected her dislocated arm. Yue almost fainted from the pain. I've reattached your arm. You're fine. Don't try to extort money from medical expenses. She stood up and kicked Yue's arm with her toes. Go away. Don't let me see you again. Xiao Yang watched her from the side. Wow, ma'am, that's cool. He could also reattach his arm after it had been removed at a tricky angle. Chu Xiaoli drove the new car back to the villa garage. Rong Tao got out of the car and waited for her in the courtyard. In the setting sun, she ran over, looking very lively. She has a pair of straight and slender long legs, and when she runs, she looks enviable like a little deer. Looking at her lively appearance, he seemed to see himself in the past. She was like a mirror reflecting another side of his life, which was what he longed for but could not realize. Rong Tao's lips curled slightly. Do you like the car? I like it. It's so cool. Chu Xiaoli did not hide her smile. When I drive on the road, the drivers automatically give me 3 feet of space for fear of scratching me. Over the years, I haven't had this feeling of driving smoothly for many years. But this cannot be said. Chu Xiaoli coughed and stopped. As long as you like it. Rong Tao's eyes were full of tenderness. He liked to see her smile, which was full of vitality and energy, so he always wanted to do something to make her happy, and giving gifts was a good way to do so. Xiao Yang came over at this moment to report that Yue had been blacklisted in the Yuan security system. Once her facial features were recognized by infrared, she would be identified as an illegal intruder and the alarm system would be activated. Rong Tao nodded lightly, but glanced at Chu Xiaoli out of the corner of his eye, as if waiting for her to speak. Chapter 80. My waist is about to break. Chu Xiaoli. Of course, I fully agree. It would be best to add an invisible power grid. As soon as Yue Wei got close, the 220V high-voltage electricity was immediately triggered to give her a click therapy. But you can't say that, she responded wittily. I was deceived by her before and mistook her for a friend. Now I know her true, hypocritical, and selfish face, and I have cut off all ties with her and will no longer have any contact with her. Rong Tao stared at her. Her eyes were clear and pure. If he saw it correctly in the car, Chu Xiaoli should have kicked the madman in the heart. She came to me today because Chun Luo was sentenced to 15 years in prison and wanted me to help reduce his sentence. But I'm not a judge, so I don't have that ability. I'd already clearly rejected her before, but she still wouldn't give up, Chu Xiaoli added. She didn't want to hide anything. Chun Luo is sentenced to a total of 15 years in prison for multiple crimes. Xiao Yang explained. Rong Tao's intentions into consideration when making the final ruling. Chu Xiaoli. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. I believe the law is fair. This garbage has nothing to do with her. She didn't even want to mention this person's name. Chu Xiaoli touched her head and spoke again. She also said, she did not hide anything and said directly. She said that Chun Luo's leg was broken and you had someone do it. Rong Tao was not panicked at all and smiled playfully. So? I didn't believe it at first, Chu Xiaoli said bluntly. Because you are such a gentle person, there is no need to target such a small character. Later I figured out that you were killing the chicken to scare the monkey. She looked as if she had seen through me and said, no one will dare to bully you in the future. Xiao Yang showed a bad expression on the side. Madam is so straightforward. Is this something you can say? Moreover, the president only looks gentle, and sometimes he doesn't even look gentle. Back then, Rong Tao had lured me into a trap, and I decided to be loyal to him wholeheartedly. Of course, the main reason was that Brother Chun held a gun to Xiao Yang's temple at that time. If you don't agree, your head will explode. Rong Tao smiled. He found it a little funny, but that wasn't what he meant. He was just in a bad mood one night and wanted to take advantage of Chun Luo. That's all. He doesn't need to rely on Chun Luo to establish his power. Chu Xiaoli looked at him and smiled, thinking she had guessed right. Rong Tao suppressed a smile and said, it's getting dark, let's go in first. Chu Xiaoli pushed the wheelchair inside. This matter is over now, Rong Tao suddenly said. There will be no follow-up. He would no longer argue with her about what happened in the past. Just like she said, he would only remember her now and in the future. Okay. Chu Xiaoli raised the corners of her lips slightly. Finally got rid of a big burden. In the evening, Chu Xiaoli read a book in her room for a while. After reading a few lines, her thoughts began to wander. What is Rong Tao doing now? Reading a book? Let's look at the file processing work. Are you also wondering what Chu Xiaoli is doing? As she read on, she found that medical books became boring, which had never happened before. It turns out that men affect my learning efficiency. Chu Xiaoli silently said, there is no man in my heart, just learn from the natural God. After reading it several times, she began to wonder whether Rong Tao also felt that women affected his work efficiency. No, he must not think like that. Chu Xiaoli put down the book, patted his head. I wondered in my heart, am I really in love? I've never been in a relationship before, and I don't know what it's like. Anyway, I will think of him whenever I have free time. She stood up, opened the door, and wandered around Rong Tao's door, trying to find a reason to go in. Girls still have to be reserved sometimes. As I was thinking about it, my eyes glanced at the stairs. Uncle Zhong came up with a tray. There's warm milk in it. Chu Xiaoli ran over immediately. Uncle Zhong was so scared that his hands almost shook. Uncle Zhong, you go and rest. I'll bring it to Rong Tao. Uncle Zhong handed it to her and said, thank you for your hard work. It's a little hot, so be careful. It's not hard. It's what I should do. Chu Xiaoli knocked on the door with milk in hand. Uncle Zhong asked me to bring you the milk. Only then did Rong Tao look up and see that it was her. Chu Xiaoli put the milk aside and said, it's a little hot, drink it later. She sat on the edge of the bed and glanced at the document in his hand and said, what are you looking at? I printed out the plan that Dr. Zhou just updated. The next consultation will be next Friday. Rong Tao said, so fast. Chu Xiaoli was stunned. And then she remembered that his time was precious and he was racing against time. Rong Tao frowned slightly. Zhou Luoran is well prepared and has even done a data comparison and analysis of my many years of medical records. In addition, he has already selected a list of experts for my review. I didn't expect Zhou Luoran's data analysis ability to be so strong. The work efficiency is also very high. But Rong Tao doesn't praise people easily. Chu Xiaoli thought to herself, that's what I did. I stayed up for almost 3 nights. You see, my dark circles haven't gone away yet. I also provided the list of experts. But she could only say, Dr. Zhou is amazing. Rong Tao turned around and looked at her expressionlessly. Chu Xiaoli didn't notice his expression at this time and said, then follow what Dr. Zhou says. It's always right to listen to professionals and don't have too many of your own ideas. I'm talking about you, Rong Tao. You always have your own ideas. Rong Tao narrowed his eyes slightly and said indifferently, you think highly of Zhou Luoran and have been praising him in front of me since the beginning. Maybe I should introduce you to each other. Chu Xiaoli felt something was not right when she heard this. The other thing was maybe she was joking or something. But this is serious business. She chose her words carefully, saying, it's just out of admiration from non-professionals for professionals, and giving each other the confidence to strive to achieve the best results. Rong Tao looked at her cautious appearance and felt that he was being too narrow-minded. He just said that without thinking. Rong Tao lowered his head and continued to look at the documents. Seeing that he ignored her, Chu Xiaoli started using her old trick again and breathed into his ear. In the end, he remained unmoved. Won't it be popular anymore? She was puzzled and leaned over to take a look, and it turned out that Rong Tao was waiting for this moment. He simply grabbed her wrist with one hand and twisted it behind her back so that she fell into his arms. Chu Xiaoli wanted to stand up, but her waist was weak. Their chests were pressed tightly together, but she was moving around there, struggling. The man could clearly feel the softness of the woman's body rubbing against his chest. Chu Xiaoli said angrily, let go of my hand. My waist will break if you do this. Without the support of his waist, Ling felt extremely tired in the air. She struggled to move her body upwards, stood up, and begged for mercy. I won't make trouble anymore. My waist is really going to break. Seeing that he seemed to have no intention of letting go, Chu Xiaoli rubbed her face against him, but he suddenly let go, and she lost her balance and hit the man in the face. Both of them felt a chill on their lips. I don't know who posted it, but Chu Xiaoli swore that it was definitely not her initiative, because he quickly bit her lips. Chapter 81. Seeking Love and Being Treated Gently. The breath was filled with the unique scent of a man. Chu Xiaoli quickly started a memory search in her brain. After the last experience, she was not so panicked. She put her arms around Rong Tao's neck and began to respond to him enthusiastically. She was even bold enough to use the tip of her tongue to pry open his teeth. Rong Tao's black eyes suddenly turned dark. Their breathing entangled with each other, and they felt each other's warmth. The cedar is clear, and the rose is beautiful. The fusion together is warm. The thick joy in Chu Xiaoli's heart spread out. She had never met a man as dazzling as a star in her life. He was introverted and gentle, but still domineering. He cared for her and treated her well in this strange world. Women never ask for much. In this life, you must seek love and be treated gently. That's enough. The love that came from deep within her heart made her take the initiative to deepen the kiss. Chu Xiaoli is bold, but also immature. As a result, she soon became breathless. She was going to faint. Breathe. Rong Tao finally realized that the little fool in his arms didn't breathe when kissing. He was so proactive and seemed to be very good at it just now, but he was out of breath after a while. Chu Xiaoli gasped and pulled herself back from the edge of suffocation. She leaned softly on his shoulder and felt waves of heat spread over her cheeks. She suddenly found that her fingertips were trembling. After calming down, Chu Xiaoli continued to be merciless. You took advantage of my misfortune and kissed me on purpose. It was him. He definitely bumped into me. At that time, she was afraid of bumping his face, so she tried to keep a straight face, but he ended up coming closer to her. Definitely. He also bit her lips and the tip of her tongue. Chu Xiaoli waited for a while, but didn't hear Rong Tao speak. Just as she was about to straighten up and look at him, she suddenly heard him say, "This is a kiss, not a kiss." Yes, this is a kiss. Chu Xiaoli lowered her head a little, shyly. What to do next? Chu Xiaoli thought to herself. My breathing has now returned to normal. Should I still give it a try? Just as I was thinking this, a man's hoarse voice suddenly came from above my head. Get up. Only then did Chu Xiaoli realize that her body was pressing on his legs. She quickly got up and saw the man pulling a thin blanket over her legs. It's a September night, and the air conditioner is not on. Is it a bit cold? Maybe his legs are a little uncomfortable. Chu Xiaoli was about to speak when Rong Tao said, I'll look at the documents. There will be a regular meeting of the group's senior management tomorrow. Oh, okay. Chu Xiaoli nodded quickly. Then you drink the milk, and I will read a book. Rong Tao nodded. After Chu Xiaoli left the room, Rong Tao leaned back against the head of the bed and suppressed his rapid breathing. His gaze dropped to a certain point. He clenched his hand into a fist and hit his forehead. Really, damn it. Chu Xiaoli went back to her room to read. All I could think about was that kiss. I couldn't read a single line of words. It turns out that men really have a huge impact on her studies. She put her hand on her lips and saw that there was a new email in her computer mailbox. Not surprisingly, it was Zhou Luran's. Chu Xiaoli opened it, saw the long paragraph, and quickly sorted out the key points. Zhou Luran had a conflict with someone. The person who performed acupuncture on Rong Tao in the treatment plan was Professor Qin Zhoubai, who came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Zhou Luran is good at Western medicine surgery. I have some knowledge of acupuncture, but almost no experience. So he entrusted the task to Professor Qin, who was once his teacher. He gave the acupuncture map and plan drawn by Chu Xiaoli to his teacher. Professor Qin looked at me and asked, Luoran, you already have your own plan. Do you want me to be just a tool for acupuncture? If this gets out, won't people think that I am just a person with a lot of skills, but not worthy of the reputation? I don't want that. Zhou Luoran was surprised. Teacher, you have already agreed to join the expert group and signed a confidentiality agreement. Qin Zhoubai has been at the top of traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture for many years, and he has never asked others to arrange his affairs for him. Then I can't listen to you in everything. Do I still have any autonomy? Zhou Luoran had a gentle personality, and he couldn't contradict his teacher, so he just said, the plan has been approved by Mr. Rong. He doesn't understand, so he will definitely listen to you. Qin Zhoubai said dissatisfiedly, I was just about to talk to him about this. How dare you, a Western doctor who doesn't even know acupuncture, fool him? Zhou Luoran had no choice but to say, we will raise all the questions during the consultation on Friday and resolve them at the meeting. Is that okay? Qin Zhoubai snorted coldly. Zhou Luoran immediately sent an email to Chu Xiaoli to inform her of this matter. Chu Xiaoli wasn't too surprised. These experts always think highly of themselves and cannot stand other people's opinions, and she herself is sometimes the same. Therefore, Zhou Luoran is a clear stream who can always maintain a humble learning attitude. She sorted out the answers to the questions Qin Zhoubai might ask and gave them to Zhou Luoran, asking him to respond at the meeting on Friday. Acupuncture does not account for a large proportion of the overall treatment plan and is only an auxiliary treatment in the early stages. The most important thing is spinal cord surgery. Zhou Luoran's importance is self-evident. Chu Xiaoli knew clearly that the only people in the world who were capable of performing surgery on Rong Tao were her and Zhou Luoran, and the important parts of the plan came from her. To question Zhou Luoran is to question her. Chu Xiaoli narrowed her eyes slightly. Whoever wants to talk too much, please change people. There's a morning meeting the next day. Linny discovered that something was wrong with his boss. His hand was stroking his lips back and forth, quite absent-minded. However, even so, he still pointed out a subtle mistake in his subordinate's work report. Linny guessed that it was because the weather was dry in autumn and boss's mouth was not feeling well. He immediately sent a message in the CEO's office group. Who will buy boss a lipstick? I saw him touching his lips this morning. I guess they're a little dry in autumn. Secretary Chun, he has one himself. I saw him using it last time. It had a strawberry pattern. Linny, is this true or false? Absolutely true. After Secretary Chun finished speaking, he posted a picture of the same lipstick in the group. Linny, have I been neglecting my boss recently? Why do I feel like I don't recognize him anymore? He came into the office in the afternoon to report on the progress of Yorong Hotel's business. He said that the concept of Smart Hotel had received a very good response since it was proposed, and the occupancy rate had increased by 30% compared to last month. It was estimated that the turnover this quarter would be the sum of the previous 2 quarters. Rong Tao's face did not show much joy. He always showed his emotions on his face. He just ordered, just move forward slowly. He bit his lower lip unconsciously and said, this month, all my work focus will be on the Yorong Electronics project. I don't need to report everything about the hotel business. I just need a result. Lin nodded. Rong Tao frowned slightly as if remembering something. Where is Rong Jiwen now? He secretly flew back from Melbourne last Friday and is now in Haicheng, using another identity. In order to facilitate travel, almost all members of the Rong family have dual identities. Rong Tao sneered. Keep an eye on him first. No media is allowed to report this without my permission. Since Rong Jingting suspected him, he had to take the initiative this time and inform the old man of the matter in advance so that he would shut up completely. Linny, understood. Rong Tao motioned him to go out. Linny took 2 steps away, then stopped, turned around, and asked hesitantly, So, do you need lipstick? Rong Tao's hand on his lips suddenly stopped. Chapter 82. Eyes reveal strong possessiveness. Linny came out of the office and met Secretary Chun. He grabbed Secretary Chun and said in surprise, Boss, he really has a lipstick with a strawberry pattern. I saw it. Linny didn't expect that he could stump his boss with a question. After he asked, the boss took out a lipstick from the drawer. Meaning I have. Secretary Chun, I've seen it several times. It seems to have been used for quite a long time. Linny frowned. It must be my wife's. Who would use a strawberry pattern on a normal man? Secretary Chun nodded in agreement. I think so too. She gestured inside. The boss has been in a good mood recently. He once suddenly asked me what you girls generally like. You notice that he said girls. Of course, he definitely didn't ask me. I know myself well. How do you say? I said if I buy it for myself, it's usually a bag, lipstick, etc. If it's someone I like, then I like it no matter what he gives me. Guess what the boss said to me? Lin Yi's gossiping heart was aroused. Let's go to the tea room to make some coffee and talk about the Q3 work plan. When the two of them arrived at the tea room, Secretary Chen said, the boss said we can't just give it away casually. We still have to carefully select it. Lin, his love quotient is perfect. He's really good at it. Secretary Chun spread his hands. As for men, once they care about you, they will be 100% attentive to you, without any instruction. Consultation on Friday. Rong Tao specially reserved one day. In his nearly 20 years, he participated in countless such medical meetings, large and small. His grandfather found a team of famous doctors from all over the world for him. They all ended in failure. Until recent years, top medical teams have tried to contact him, but he rejected them all. Except this time, Rong Tao sat at the head seat at the long table in the conference room. Chu Xiaoli sat on his left, and Zhou Luoran sat opposite her. After Zhou Luoran finished his narration, Qin Zhoubai indeed raised doubts, thinking that Zhou Luoran's acupuncture plan was unconventional, and he had never seen it in all these years. Moreover, Zhou Luoran specialized in Western medicine surgery and was not good at Chinese medicine acupuncture. Zhou Luoran said calmly, the plan is an improvement on the previous acupuncture plan. Although I major in Western medicine surgery, I have also studied acupuncture under you teacher. I am proficient in basic theoretical professional knowledge. I'm not bad at it, and you did not raise any objections at the beginning. Qin Zhoubai, he said, I have doubts about the plan. For Mr. Rong's safety, I suggest that I redraft the acupuncture treatment plan. This person didn't say a word at the beginning, but now he probably saw Zhou Luoran's entire case and felt that the chance of success was very high. So he jumped out and wanted to get a piece of the pie. Rong Tao listened quietly. He was naturally not a professional in medicine, and he gave these people great respect without being overly self-conscious. Zhou Luoran frowned. The scene was very quiet, until Chu Xiaoli's voice sounded. If I remember correctly, Professor Qin performed acupuncture treatment on Mr. Rong 6 years ago. A calm and clear female voice broke the silence. Chu Xiaoli turned her gaze to Qin Zhoubai. That time it didn't have any effect. Her cold eyes made Qin Zhoubai shudder all over. Of course, I am not questioning your professionalism, Professor Qin. I just consider that relying solely on acupuncture cannot completely restore Mr. Rong. So I adopted a plan that combines Chinese and Western medicine. Acupuncture in the early stage is only to assist in stimulating nerves and muscles, and the ultimate goal is to reduce the difficulty of the operation. Chu Xiaoli speaks in an orderly and clear manner. All eyes were on her. Dr. Zhou's plan has already been finalized, and you had no objections during the early communication. Today's plan is to have a consultation in the morning and then officially enter the diagnosis and treatment phase in the afternoon. Your sudden change of plan is equivalent to making all the previous preparations go to waste. I just care about Mr. Rong. Qin Zhoubai forced to explain. I understand. Chu Xiaoli agreed with him. but said softly with a firm tone, "The plan can be adjusted. Professor Chin, please be prepared. If there is no breakthrough in a month, we will adopt a new plan. What do you think?" Chin Zhoubai was confused. How come she doesn't look like a patient's family member at all? So calm and rational. But since Mrs. Rong has already spoken, Chin Zhoubai had no choice but to agree. Chu Xiaoli looked around at the faces of several experts and said forcefully and intimidatingly, "Dr. Zhou Luoran is the general person in charge of this diagnosis and treatment. The final decision on all behavioral plans is made by Dr. Zhou Luoran. He will communicate directly with Mr. Rong. Everyone else can just listen to his arrangements." Zhou Luoran was also stunned, but he felt Mrs. Rong's infinite trust in him. This trust boosted his confidence. Chu Xiaoli asked again, "Do you have any questions?" No one had any more questions. Rong Tao looked at her, pursed his lips slightly, and his expression did not change. But he could feel her favoritism towards Zhou Luoran. Without disguising, "It's obvious. Do you trust me so much?" But there was really nothing wrong with what she said. Zhou Luoran must be given 100% trust and absolute dominance, so as to avoid subsequent disputes and conflicts. But why is he so uncomfortable? Rong Tao finally spoke slowly. "Mrs. Rong's meaning is also my meaning." After the meeting, Zhou Luoran stayed to discuss the afternoon's medical treatment. Chu Xiaoli talked to him a lot. The specific plan and precautions were all reviewed in detail. Rong Tao remained silent. Chu Xiaoli then remembered him and turned to ask, "Husband, do you have any other questions?" Rong Tao, "I didn't. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Zhou. Do you want to have lunch together?" Zhou Luoran hasn't spoken yet. Rong Tao suddenly said, "I have a video conference at noon." Zhou Luoran, "Mr. Rong's time is precious. I won't delay it. I will go and prepare for the afternoon consultation now." After saying that, he immediately turned around and slipped away. Chu Xiaoli looked at Zhou Luoran's back, then turned to look at her husband and said, "You have a video conference, so I'll go buy some whole wheat bread and salad to save time." Rong Tao raised his head, pointed at his phone, and said, "Just now, this meeting was canceled." Chu Xiaoli, "Then I'll order takeout. What do you want to eat?" "I don't have an appetite at the moment." Rong Tao said so. Chu Xiaoli was not stupid, so she could see that something was wrong with Rong Tao. She reached out and pushed him. "What's wrong with you? Are you throwing a tantrum just because I said a few more words to Zhou Luoran?" She felt wronged. "Isn't it for you?" Chu Xiaoli bent down and stared into his eyes. "Don't you understand what I mean?" Zhou Luoran was just about to turn back to pick up the drop document when he saw at the door that the strong, calm, and rational girl in the meeting bent down tenderly and kissed the man in the wheelchair, as if to coax him. He froze in place. The man in the wheelchair looked up and seemed to notice him. Then he grabbed the girl's waist and held her in his arms, his eyes revealing a strong possessiveness. Chapter 83, Husband, Forgive Him. The thin lips passed over her lips. A vague came out from his lips, and warm breath sprayed on her cheek. The black eyes were tinged with an indescribable dark color. Chu Xiaoli was really attracted by his low voice. She knelt on one leg between his knees and put her hands on his shoulders to keep her balance. She was wearing a white shirt and a navy blue one-piece skirt for formal wear today. Rong Tao looked over. The man's crisp black trousers made her legs look slender and white under her skirt. The beauty of taboo was born. Zhou Luoran stood at the door awkwardly and wanted to leave. The man on the other end suddenly smiled and reminded, "Dr. Zhou is here." Chu Xiaoli turned around and saw Zhou Luoran. She immediately put her legs down and stood up straight. "I'm quite embarrassed." Zhou Luoran was also embarrassed. He explained, "I'll pick up the files that were left behind." Chu Xiaoli tidied the hair by her ears, took the documents on the table, and handed them to Zhou Luoran with both hands. Zhou Luoran took the documents and prepared to leave when he suddenly heard Rong Tao say, "Dr. Zhou, I still have some questions." "This wasn't there just now, but it exists now?" Zhou Luoran said politely. "Please speak." Rong Tao folded his hands in front of his chest and pursed his lips. "Please sit down first." He turned his eyes to Chu Xiaoli and said in a gentle voice, "If you are ordering takeout, please order one for Dr. Zhou as well." "How generous." Chu Xiaoli, "Okay, can we order a set meal?" "I'm fine with either." Rong Tao said, "I can do that too." Zhou Luoran sat there, not feeling so relaxed. Rong Tao communicated with Zhou Luoran for a long time about some unclear points in the plan. Zhou Luoran felt quite pressured. Rong Tao asked tricky questions in his professional field, until Rong Tao asked, Dr. Zhou has strong data analysis skills. Did you learn it on your own during work? Zhou Luoran. Chu Xiaoli. Zhou Luoran. As a doctor, I deal with all kinds of data every day. I taught myself to make my work easier. Rong Tao smiled faintly. Not simple. He smiled again, pointed to the file at hand, and said, but there are some problems with the data processing in these places. Chu Xiaoli leaned over to take a look. It was her negligence. There was an error in the variance statistics, which led to an inaccurate significance test. Rong Tao can see this, but there's nothing surprising about it. He majored in financial mathematics. Chu Xiaoli. What should I say? Zhou Luoran forced a smile. Then I'll deal with it again. Let's correct it now. Rong Tao said. I'm here right now. Zhou Luoran doesn't know how to analyze data? That was the data processing she did by staying up late using Python programming. I was too sleepy at that time and made some mistakes. The takeaway has arrived. Chu Xiaoli said hurriedly. Can everyone eat first? If there is a problem, it will be more efficient to solve it after eating. She reached out and tugged at Rong Tao's sleeve, bent down, and whispered in the man's ear, Husband, forgive him. If he continues like this, he will pack his bags and return to country M overnight. Maybe it's because the word husband sounds so delicate and soft. Rong Tao was relieved. Chu Xiaoli immediately trotted out to take the high-end Japanese set meal brought by the night. She felt that she was sweating profusely. I can delay it for a while, but how can I help Zhou Luoran cover it up later? Or should we blame Zhou Luoran for being too stupid? Wouldn't it be enough to just say that he hired someone to do the data analysis? No, it was mainly because Rong Tao's question was tricky and Zhou Luoran was unable to respond for the moment, so he naturally answered according to his logic. Now Chu Xiaoli was not in the mood to eat. She opened the package, picked up a piece of sushi, and put it in her mouth, but it tasted like chewing wax. Zhou Luoran was also wondering what I should do. Only Rong Tao remained calm and composed. His gaze fell back on Chu Xiaoli's face, and he suddenly frowned. Chu Xiaoli stared straight ahead, until a hand gently grasped her chin. Only then did she come to her senses. The man stretched out his thumb and stroked the corner of her lips, brushing away the seaweed crumbs on her face. Why are you daydreaming while eating? He said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, like the whispers of lovers. Chu Xiaoli quickly retracted her thoughts, forced a smile, and looked at the miso soup he had just opened, and asked, Would you like some soup? Rong Tao drooped his eyelashes and responded softly. Seeing that he just nodded and didn't take any further action, Chu Xiaoli was stunned for a moment before she began to understand what he meant. She reached out for the soup, scooped a spoonful, and handed it to his lips. The man turned his face slightly and spoke louder. It's a little hot, blow on it. Zhou Luoran heard it. He didn't know much about Rong Tao. I know from other people that he is gentle and introverted, and after getting to know him, I also know that he is emotionally stable, rational, and mature. But he is the fourth young master of the Rong family after all. Now it seems that he is quite a young master. Very arrogant. He swallowed the sushi roll in his mouth silently, feeling unusually full. Chu Xiaoli. Isn't this what I said? Did you learn it? Moreover, the soup was kept for quite a while, and the temperature was just right and not hot at all. All right, maybe the fourth young master Rong's temperature perception is different from others. Chu Xiaoli had no choice but to turn her hand back, blew it gently twice, and put it back to his lips. Rong Tao was very satisfied after she fed him 2 mouthfuls and said, I'll do it myself, you eat. After the meal, Chu Xiaoli cleaned up the lunch boxes diligently. Zhou Luoran also helped to clean up. Rong Tao watched from the side, immediately closed the lid of the packaging box and said, I've packed it up. What's with this look of seeking praise? Chu Xiaoli turned around and saw that his hands were stained with oil. She quickly took out a wet towel and wiped the back of his hands and said, Just let me do it. Zhou Luoran pretended that he had no ears. Now he just wanted to leave immediately. But he was also afraid that Rong Tao would suddenly stop him and ask him all kinds of tricky questions. After Chu Xiaoli tidied up the desk, she turned to Rong Tao and said, Let Dr. Zhou rest first. He's been in meetings all morning and will start treating patients in the afternoon. He needs to stay energetic. Rong Tao did not respond. Chu Xiaoli tugged at his sleeve. I'm sleepy too. I want to rest on your shoulder for a while. Is that okay? She was broken inside. Could it be that Rong Tao really wants Zhou Luoran to modify the data for him right now before letting him go? What's the grudge? Please beg him to be a human being. Dr. Zhou, go and rest first. Rong Tao suddenly raised his eyes and said in a gentle voice, My wife is also sleepy, and she told us not to let anyone move around here. Zhou Luoran felt relieved. Okay, I'll go out first, you guys take a rest. After Zhou Luoran left, Chu Xiaoli leaned on the man's shoulder and said, Do you want to take a nap too? Let me look at the documents. Rong Tao was not sleepy. The years of amino acid injections were not in vain. His energy is higher than that of ordinary people. Chu Xiaoli felt uncomfortable when she lay down, and it was a bit painful because she kept scratching her face. She straightened up and said, I'll just lie down on the table. If you lie on the table, your hands will become numb and your face will have countless sleep marks. Rong Tao stretched out his hand to her. Come here, Chu Xiaoli. There were hands on her waist, and she immediately fell into his lap and was brought into his arms. Go to sleep, he said softly. Chapter 84, A gentle kiss fell on his scar. Chu Xiaoli's petite body leaned on his chest. When she raised her head, she could see the man's handsome profile and clear jawline. His mother was a Jiangnan woman, so his features incorporate the sophistication of the South. Rong Tao's eyes fell on the tablet in his hand, and he was taking notes seriously. Chu Xiaoli looked at him intently. Her eyes dropped from his chin to his Adam's apple. That was a masculine characteristic that was completely different from hers. She had an idea and wanted to reach out and touch it. The man's gaze suddenly fell over. She was afraid that he would suddenly get up and not sleep anymore, so she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. The man's lips curled up slightly as he flipped through the documents silently. It was quiet all around, no one disturbed. The autumn midday sun shines in, warm and gentle. Life seems too long and too short. Wait until you figure out what you really want. The good years have passed. Chu Xiaoli feels that she is lucky because she always has clear goals. She slept in his arms, smelling the scent of cedar on him, and suddenly she had the idea that this would be the way she would spend her whole life. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Rong Tao receives medical treatment. Chu Xiaoli was waiting outside. She silently prayed in her heart that you wish me peace. And I also prayed for you and wished you to get better soon. The nurse took some cardboard from the front desk and folded 1,000 paper cranes for her. Nurses in the treatment center hospital come and go in a hurry, like she used to be, too busy to have time to eat. Even before she opened her eyes and came into this world, she was in a coma due to a long operation and had to rely on glucose injections to maintain her physical strength. She saved many people and was thanked by many people. I have accumulated so much good karma, so she must be able to cure him. The cell phone beside me started to ring. Chu Xiaoli picked it up and saw that it was Lu Ping. Sister Xiaoli, I've already contacted Ren Jiying's team. The communication went smoothly. Ren Jiying is interested in this role and agreed. Her team didn't make it too difficult. Because of what happened last time, Rong Ying considered changing teams. Obviously, he doesn't want to care about her anymore. Moreover, the incident of Rong Ying suing Xiaomingli caused a very ugly incident on the internet. After Rong Ying was attacked overwhelmingly by Xia Yingho's fans, the situation turned around. The police issued a notice to arrest Xiaomingli. Although her name was replaced by Xia XX, someone had already taken photos of her being taken away in the early morning. In an instant, Jinghao share Meng Li Fun the Jabal hashtag, Xiaomingli fans apologized to Rong Ying and topped the trending search list. Lu Ping was very happy because his drama had become very popular even before it was aired. Compared to Lu Ping's excitement, Chu Xiaoli was much calmer. You and her should draft a contract, and I will not interfere with the subsequent filming. Okay, go ahead and do your thing. Lu Ping said, I'll communicate with Rong Ying. She's been very popular recently. Some people even speculated whether she is Yu Rong's daughter because her last name is Rong, right? Haha. This haha obviously means disbelief. But it's hard to say. This incident is very strange. She just announced on Weibo that she would confront Xiaomingli head-on, and the next day, Xiaomingli was taken away. She's the movie queen Xia. I have never seen someone get slapped in the face so quickly. Chu Xiaoli laughed and said, Why do you care so much? I have to take care of this. If they're really from the Rong family, then I have to be polite. Everyone in the Rong family is powerful and not easy to mess with. Chu Xiaoli folded the paper cranes in her hands and said, Who do you think is the most powerful in the Rong family? Rong Yin, the leader of the Beijing Circle. Lu Ping said, Fortunately, he went to serve overseas. Chu Xiaoli. Director Lu, you are too narrow-minded. Lu Ping couldn't afford to offend the sponsor, so he said, Who do you think it is? I'm all ears. Of course it's Rong Tao. Who could be as good as her husband? When Lu Ping heard her laugh, he suddenly felt cold. He tried to think about the meaning of the sponsor's words and asked, if you're talking about the business circle, it should be Rong Tao. Be more confident and remove it. Chu Xiaoli said, contact us if you have any questions. Chu Xiaoli hung up the phone and started folding paper cranes again. Today, Professor Qin will perform the first phase of acupuncture on Rong Tao. Professor Qin treated him many years ago. Due to the limitations of the times and personal reasons, it has no effect. Chu Xiaoli waited until 6 o'clock. Just then Zhou Luoran came out pushing Rong Tao. Zhou Luoran came over and gave a few instructions, keeping some distance. Mr. Rong is very cooperative. The treatment process is long and boring. Let's persevere together. Zhou Luoran habitually reached out for a high five as a form of encouragement between doctor and patient. Chu Xiaoli couldn't afford to lose face. But if she high-fives, I'm afraid someone is going to make things difficult for Zhou Luoran again. Chu Xiaoli squatted down and took Rong Tao's hand. He doesn't move. Does he want to applaud and give Zhou Luoran a give me five? How stupid can it be? How could he do such a thing? Chu Xiaoli patted his hands and said, give each other encouragement and confidence. She just looked at him with expectant eyes. Rong Tao let go of her hand and reluctantly high-fived Zhou Luoran. Come on, you will definitely get better, said Chu Xiaoli. These are patches to promote blood circulation. Zhou Luoran handed Chu Xiaoli a bag. Apply them on your knees every night before going to bed. Chu Xiaoli took it. Thank you. Zhou Luoran reminded her of some precautions, and Chu Xiaoli nodded repeatedly. She always seemed to be smiling, which unconsciously infected others. Zhou Luoran raised the corners of his lips. Contact me anytime if you have anything. When we returned to Yuan Villa, Uncle Zhong was the first to come out and ask, Master, how are you? Do you feel better? He was also surprised that the fourth young master was suddenly willing to spend time receiving treatment again, but he soon realized that it was for his wife. It's only the first day. Rong Tao said. Yes. Uncle Zhong said hurriedly. I was too impatient. I will wait patiently and believe that there will be a good result. Now, under Chu Xiaoli's guidance and words, everyone around Rong Tao has become a senior member of the praise group and a master of encouragement. Uncle Zhong, when you give him a bath at night, remember not to let his knees touch the water. Chu Xiaoli reminded. Okay, young lady. Chu Xiaoli turned to Rong Tao and said, I'll help you put the patch on your knee later. This kind of delicate work is a bit difficult for Uncle Zhong, so I'll do it. She glanced at Uncle Zhong intentionally or unintentionally. Uncle Zhong. Yes, I am old, and sometimes I can't see clearly at night. Madam, please be careful, and it is most appropriate for you to come. It's not like threading the eye of a needle. What do you need to see clearly? But Rong Tao could only be arranged. Chu Xiaoli put away the patches Zhou Luoran had given her, and seeing that it was almost time, she took 2 pairs and knocked on Rong Tao's door. When the door opened, the man was leaning on the bed with his legs raised on a cushion. His eyes were fixed on the acupuncture marks on his knees. I don't know what you were thinking. Chu Xiaoli walked over, sat down beside his bed, and her eyes fell on his legs. There's a long scar on his knee, which is the mark left by the suture during the operation. The passage of time has left it deeply imprinted on his skin. Rong Tao was not very comfortable with letting her see his wounds. He subconsciously wanted to roll down his trouser legs. Chu Xiaoli blocked his hand. Her slender white fingers slowly moved up his knee, and under his gaze, she leaned over and gently placed a kiss on the scar that had spanned his life for nearly 20 years. Chapter 85, Sleeping in His Arms. Chu Xiaoli's face is pious and focused. She studied medicine and had seen all kinds of scars. She knew that they were not only marks on the body, but also on the heart. A kiss cannot heal the scar for him, but it caused ripples in his heart. Rong Tao's eyes were obviously shocked. He never thought that she would kiss his scar. At this moment, no amount of words can compare to her gentle kiss. So Chu Xiaoli didn't say much, and silently and gently applied the blood-activating patch to his knee. It was New Year's Day when I was 8 years old. Rong Tao suddenly said, I saw on TV that the amusement park was very lively on New Year's Eve, and I wanted to go. It was actually very late that day, and it was snowing heavily, but my parents always agreed to my requests and said it would be nice for the 3 of us to go there. It was a cold day, but the sky over the city was brightly lit and the fireworks were dazzling. A prosperous vision. When we came back, the snow was already very heavy. When we turned, the truck on the opposite side suddenly lost control and crashed into us. Chu Xiaoli's hands froze. Rong Tao in disbelief. He actually told her about these past events that were buried deep in his heart, exposing his wounds again. If I hadn't gone to the amusement park and had chosen to stay home, would this not have happened? At this moment, his expression was calm, except for his dark eyes. But this is also what being numb with grief looks like. Chu Xiaoli heard a strong sense of self-blame in his tone. This is a hurdle that is buried deep in his heart, and he can never get over it. Even in recent years, his condition has improved with the intervention of a psychiatrist. Once he recalled the past, he would fall into the muddy swamp and struggle in the endless darkness. Chu Xiaoli shook her head gently, held his hand, and said, "The accident was not 100% caused by someone. You just happen to be a survivor, and you were so kind, so you blame yourself. No one wants this to happen. Putting all the blame on yourself and living with guilt is something your parents definitely don't want. They love you more than their own lives." When facing Rong Tao, she was always so gentle, and every word she spoke was like a spring breeze blowing through his heart. So they won't blame you. No parent wants to blame their child. They don't want to see their beloved child living with the heavy burden of guilt. But they all said that, saying that I was willful. Chu Xiaoli reached out and stroked his cheek, shaking her head, her eyes burning with heat for a moment. No, they're just bullying the weak, because a child will not resist if you attack him with words, and putting the blame on the child can make them appear less cold-blooded. Rong Tao was stunned. Chu Xiaoli felt sore in her eyes. This man looks cold and deep, but he has too many unknown wounds in his heart. He encountered such a misfortune at a critical period in his personality development and was verbally attacked by mean and selfish relatives. Day after day, his heart must be scarred. But in order not to disappoint his parents, he cherishes life and stays positive. No one knew that he had been silently licking his wounds like a lonely little animal for thousands of nights. Do you know? In fact, each of us is an independent little planet. Chu Xiaoli suppressed the surging heat in her eyes and said with a smile, "Those deceased relatives and friends are the dark matter around the planet. Although we can no longer see them, their gravity is still there, rotating around our star orbit. If we work hard to make our planet shine brighter, we can light their way back. Life is not eternal, but love is eternal." Chu Xiaoli gently told him, "They have not actually left, they just changed the way they stay by your side." A pair of hands wrapped around her waist. She was brought suddenly into his chest. Rong Tao put his face against her neck and hugged her tightly, unwilling to separate for a long time. His life had once been a dark, endless swamp. He was trapped in eternal night. But one day, a corner of the dark curtain covering the sky was torn open. It's her. It was like a ray of light shining into his life. Chu Xiaoli also put her arms around him. This was the first time that Rong Tao took the initiative to reveal his wounds in front of her. It was also the first time that I took the initiative to hug her. Only immense trust and dependence can make him open his heart completely. Chu Xiaoli took a deep breath, her eyes filled with tears. Her Rong Tao. Although he seems cold and heartless, he actually values feelings the most. Although he is arrogant and cold, he is actually fragile inside. She held him like this until she asked, "It's almost 12 o'clock. Do you want to go to bed?" Rong Tao's daily routine is just like this. She didn't want to break people's rules. The man said nothing and was unwilling to let go of his arms around her. Chu Xiaoli, "Then I'll stay with you for a while." He hummed softly, then lay down, one hand still on her waist. "Why so clingy?" Chu Xiaoli was held in his arms, thinking that he was probably in a bad mood today because he was thinking about the painful past, so she decided to spend more time with him. Although she had only read a few pages of the book, there were still many unfamiliar words that she didn't understand and had to translate them again. "Oh, the data has not been processed yet and needs to be corrected. Let Zhou Luoran handle it himself." "Oh, yes. And I don't know if Zhou Luoran has continued to email her to report today's diagnosis and treatment results. Oh my God, there is still a lot of work to do. But now she is trapped by this fragile man. He is really pitiful and needs love. Just pamper this man first and then study later." Chu Xiaoli leaned in his arms, and the two of them slept in each other's arms. She got up at 6 this morning and had a loud battle with others in the meeting for so long that she was really tired and sleepy. So she soon fell asleep in his arms. Rong Tao stared at the small face on his chest, thinking about what she just said. Life is not eternal, but love is eternal. They didn't leave, they just stayed with you in a different way. 1,000 words from others are not as good as one word from her. The slender fingers uncontrollably stroked the delicate eyebrows of the girl in his arms, slid down to her small nose, and finally fell on her cherry-like lips. She is so beautiful and gentle. He stared at her for a long, long time. The emotions in my heart surged like a tide. When did you start to feel emotional? Was it her risking her life to protect him in the restaurant? Or was it further ahead, being surprised by her intelligence and insight? Or maybe after he filed for divorce, she became like a different person. Or maybe it's the little bits and pieces of time spent together over so many days? Rong Tao couldn't quite understand. Although he is invincible in the business world, he is just an entry-level player in the love field. He won't make things difficult for himself for now. Looking at the girl in his arms, he gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead. His index finger gently stroked her delicate lips, and he could hardly control his urge to kiss her. Chapter 86, Having a Child, is a matter of time. The girl in his arms let out a moan. A strand of hair fell on my lips, making me feel itchy. Rong Tao raised his hand and gently brushed away his hair. A kiss was placed on her cheek, close to her ear. He coaxed softly. Okay, go to sleep. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Rong Tao's alarm clock rang on time. At the moment it sounded, a hand reached out and pressed it down. The world returned to peace. Uncle Zhong came up from downstairs at this moment, ready to help the fourth young master get up. Just as I reached the door, a message came on my phone. It belongs to Rong Tao. Wait a moment, don't come in yet. Uncle Zhong was puzzled and looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock. Normally at this time, he would have been up long ago. What happened today? He went downstairs again and met Xiao Ye and said, breakfast will be prepared later. The young master hasn't gotten up yet. Xiao Ye looked at the time. Sir, are you feeling unwell today? Uncle Zhong frowned and said, maybe he was a little tired today after the medical consultation yesterday. He'll be fine soon. Xiao Ye continued to work. When it was almost 8 o'clock, Xiao Ye asked in surprise, why is it so late today, sir? You haven't gotten up yet? This is unscientific. Mr. is a work machine whose schedule is almost accurate to every minute and every second. What happened today? Besides, the lady didn't move. Chu Xiaoli would get up and have breakfast before 8 o'clock. Even if she stays up late, she still has to get up early in the morning, otherwise the whole morning will be wasted. Uncle Zhong. Then I'll go up and take a look. Chu Xiaoli opened her eyes at around 7:50. I found something was wrong. Not in my room. After a moment of confusion, she turned around and bumped into a hard chest. Lift your eyes upward. It was the handsome face of her husband. Ah, now she remembered that she wanted to hug him a little longer yesterday, when he was feeling depressed. Finally, I fell asleep on his bed. Rong Tao slowly opened his eyes, looked at her in shock, and asked, what's wrong? What time is it? Rong Tao reached out and took the phone, his voice still hoarse in the morning. 7:50. Ah, it's so late? Chu Xiaoli panicked. You slept too much. The alarm didn't ring. Is there a morning meeting this morning? What a touching wife. At this time, I didn't forget to remind him about work. No, Rong Tao said. Actually, there was a small meeting. Not very big. He pushed it to 10. There was a knock on the door, and Uncle Zhong's voice rang out. Master, are you awake? Are you feeling unwell? In fact, I slept less than 2 hours more. Uncle Zhong was so scared that he thought he was unwell. After a while, the door was pushed open from the inside. Chu Xiaoli lowered her head and said, Master, he's awake. Uncle Zhong, please go in. After saying that, he slipped away. Uncle Zhong looked a little surprised. Did the two of them sleep together last night? Very good, very good. He controlled his expression and pushed the door open. Rong Tao found that Uncle Zhong was not quite right today and looked like he wanted to say something, but hesitated. He asked, Uncle Zhong, if you have something to say, just say it. Master, would you consider moving to the master bedroom? Rong Tao. You can consider using this room as a baby room in the future, Uncle Zhong suggested kindly. Rong Tao. He paused and wanted to speak, but was speechless again. What are you talking about? Rong Tao's voice was slightly hoarse. Having a child is a matter of time. Uncle Zhong said wisely. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. Rong Tao. He was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, she is still young. He is only 22 years old, but he is smart and rational beyond his age. But it's still too small. And she said she had something big to do that would surprise him. He is still waiting. He also wanted to watch her move towards higher clouds step by step. Rong Tao's diagnosis and treatment proceeded in an orderly manner according to the plan. Chu Xiaoli would always accompany him personally every time. They will also bring pastries and delicacies to the medical staff. Strive to get every detail right. She also specially bought a cervical massager for Zhou Luoran, which is the warmth that every doctor needs most. Of course, before that, she asked for her husband's opinion. Rong Tao, just give it to me. I'm not an unreasonable person. He is very generous and sensible, okay? Zhou Luoran was touched by this thoughtful gift. Rong Tao, he turned down all interviews and seminars, focused on this and kept strict confidentiality as agreed. Even when his mother called to ask, he didn't reveal a single word. Chu Qing'a asked, "You have a secret that you are hiding from me and won't tell me." His mother was extremely intelligent and was also a genius girl in the last century. She made great achievements in the field of genetic bioengineering. However, she resolutely went abroad at the age of 25 and never set foot in China again. Actually, there is one thing, but I signed a confidentiality agreement and cannot reveal a single word. Please rest assured, it is definitely a good deed to save lives. Luo Ran, you are a genius. As the saying goes, there is only a fine line between genius and madness. I asked you to study medicine because I want you to save more people and use your talent in the right way. I have always kept this in mind and will never have any evil thoughts driven by any interests. Chu Qing'a emphasized again. Be sure to remember your words. Zhou Luoran hung up the phone, organized Rong Tao's medical records into a document, and emailed it to his senior. He sat in the chair and thought of something. Mrs. Rong knows about neurology. He had read her nearly 3,000-word-long answer in the QA community. It was clearly organized and highly professional, and it was not something that an ordinary master's student could achieve. But she never admitted that she actually knew and always said politely and gently, "Just listen to Dr. Zhou. He is the most professional." It was as if she had infinite trust in him. What is she hiding? There was a knock on the door. "Dr. Zhou?" Chu Xiaoli called him from outside. "What you say is true." Zhou Luoran sat up from his chair. "Mrs. Rong, you came to see me? I'll get the blood test results and imaging data." Zhou Luoran handed her the document, and when she turned around, he suddenly asked, "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" Chu Xiaoli turned around and said, "Please go ahead." Zhou Luoran pursed his lips and said, "The last time we met, you said you were a student at Beijing Medical University. I made it up to get in." Zhou Luoran, "But you are not ignorant of neurology. On the contrary, I have read your answers in the professional field. You are quite knowledgeable and insightful. But in recent times, they are all hiding their true talents and knowledge." Zhou Luoran is also a man of words. "If you have any questions, just speak up." Chu Xiaoli said in her heart, "Actually, I am your respected senior. Regarding this matter, But before she could finish her sentence, the nurse suddenly ran in and said, "Dr. Zhou, there's something wrong with Mr. Rong. Please go over and take a look." Chapter 87, Give Rong Tao Artificial Respiration. What's going on now? Zhou Luoran stood up and walked out without hesitation. He has gone into shock and is in a coma with allergic symptoms. Rong Tao came here today to receive injection treatment of a new type of drug. Chu Xiaoli followed and asked, "What drug was injected?" Her tone was so sharp that the nurse was stunned for a moment before she answered. "According to the plan, NGF will be injected intramuscularly today. NGF is nerve growth factor." Zhou Luoran brought back the latest drug that promotes nerve cell growth from Country M. "Apart from NGF, is there anything else?" "No," the nurse said with certainty. Chu Xiaoli didn't ask any more questions and ran all the way to the ward. Rong Tao has fallen into a coma. She quickly checked his breathing and said, "Go CPR, do CPR." Zhou Luoran immediately came over to help with chest compressions. 3 minutes later, the heart resumed beating. Someone said, "Artificial respiration is needed." Chu Xiaoli's ears perked up. "I'll do it," she said. "Mrs. Rong, please calm down." The nurse's anxious voice sounded. "Let Dr. Zhou?" The words haven't even finished yet. Chu Xiaoli had already placed her hand on Rong Tao's forehead and used her other hand to lift his chin to keep it tilted back. She took a deep breath, lowered her head, and blew air into his mouth. After seeing his chest rise, I turned his face to the side and only let him go after I heard his breathing. From beginning to end, she did not show any panic. Her professionalism and seriousness completely stunned the young nurse. "Inject adrenaline immediately, 0.5 milligrams each time, every 10 minutes. No one moved. Chu Xiaoli glanced at them. Zhou Luoran instructed. Let's get started. After the first injection of adrenaline, Rong Tao began to regain consciousness. Chu Xiaoli examined his body carefully. The rash that had spread across the chest began to subside. His breathing was steady. Vital signs are recovering in an orderly manner. She straightened up, took a long breath, and said, "It's okay, don't worry." Zhou Luoran looked at her and suddenly felt that she had nothing to do with him. It's an allergy caused by an overdose of NGF. Chu Xiaoli said, "Reduce the dose to 30 UG in the future." Zhou Luoran explained. In the clinical trials conducted in Country M, 40 UG is a safe dosage range. I know, Chu Xiaoli said. This drug has not been clinically tested in China. It is safer to reduce it to 30 UG. Remember to rotate the injection site to avoid affecting absorption. Do not give any medication 6 hours before the injection. Zhou Luoran. Understood. After saying that, the two of them looked up at each other. They all felt like something was not quite right. Chu Xiaoli coughed lightly and said, "You will wake up soon. NGF is a new drug." The sample size of the clinical trial was not large enough. Rong Tao's immune system overreacted to it. Anaphylactic shock occurred. But fortunately, everything is fine now. Chu Xiaoli bent down and held Rong Tao's hand, squeezing it tightly, and whispered, "It's okay. I'm here. It won't put you in any danger. Wait until he wakes up and let me know." Chu Xiaoli turned around and told the nurse, "I will explain this matter to Mr. Rong in person. You don't need to say more to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." She went out, turned left, and went to the bathroom to wash her face. My body is already soaked with sweat. There are tiny beads of sweat in the hair. Chu Xiaoli raised her head and saw her pale face in the mirror. She is nervous. The fear and worry that spread from the bottom of her heart was inevitable, but she managed to cover it up with calmness. After washing her face, Chu Xiaoli came out and met Zhou Luoran outside the ward. He said, "Mr. Rong is fine now and is expected to be conscious in 20 minutes. Zhou Luoran frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on her face without relaxing. Chu Xiaoli smiled. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhou Luoran realized his impoliteness, retracted his gaze, coughed lightly, and said, "Can I have a word with you for a moment?" The two came to the tea table in the hall to rest. Zhou Luoran bought 2 bottles of water and handed one to her, saying, "Drink some water." Chu Xiaoli did not refuse. She unscrewed the lid and drank most of the water directly from the bottle. The corners of Zhou Luoran's lips twitched. He had so many questions to ask. Rong Tao had undergone an anti-allergy test before, and NGF was safe, so the only reason was an overdose, unless the nurse lied to me and injected him with other drugs. She doesn't have the guts to do that. The 40 UG dose is safe for ordinary people, but he has a special physique, or perhaps his immune system overreacts to the new drug due to years of drug injections. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Chu Xiaoli comforted him. Everything remains the same. Continue to follow your plan. I will explain this matter to him. Zhou Luoran has come into contact with many patients' families. When encountering critical situations, they always panic and lose their rationality, unable to listen to the doctor's words, and may even get so excited that they hurt the doctor. But the young girl in front of me, however, he is calm and fearless in the face of danger, which is inconsistent with his age. Even the professionalism and experience she just demonstrated surpasses most doctors. "Excuse me, you?" Zhou Luoran couldn't help asking. "Have you ever been on the clinical front line?" Chu Xiaoli smiled. "It's always the front line. You are very professional and calm, and you possess the professional qualities of a highly skilled medical professional." Zhou Luoran asked tentatively, "But you have been deliberately covering it up. Do you not want Mr. Rong to know?" "Everyone has secrets," Chu Xiaoli said. "Dr. Zhou, are you willing to keep it a secret from me? Or are you going to tell Mr. Rong everything?" Mr. Rong would be very touched if he knew his wife saved his life. Although Zhou Luoran ate a lot of dog food, but it is still a reminder out of human concern. Chu Xiaoli lowered her eyes, smiled faintly, and said nothing. "That's true, but I never told him I was a medical professional." Chu Xiaoli suddenly admitted it. Zhou Luoran was stunned. "There is not even a trace of anything related to medicine in my resume. To be honest, my major in college was literary and artistic appreciation. I dropped out of school in my sophomore year and barely got a diploma." Zhou Luoran's expression remained one of surprise from beginning to end. "So, what is your medical expertise?" "I'm self-taught." Zhou Luoran didn't quite believe it. Because even a top medical professional like him has received complete and scientific professional knowledge education. It was a result of countless late-night study and all-night experiments. You don't believe it, so Mr. Rong naturally doesn't believe it either. It's very troublesome to explain. If we're not careful, our beautiful family and perfect marriage might be broken. Zhou Luoran was stunned. After a while he nodded. I understand. He has no hobby of destroying other people's happiness. Just keep it a secret. Chu Xiaoli looked at the time and saw that it was almost time. She stood up and said, I'll go see him first. Thank you, Dr. Zhou. Zhou Luoran. It's my duty, and thank you for your understanding. She gave him a cervical massager. In an emergency, I chose to comfort him and told him not to blame himself. Really strong empathy. Perhaps it is out of mutual respect among colleagues. Chu Xiaoli returned to the ward, and Rong Tao had just woken up and opened his eyes. The first thing I saw was her face. His fingers moved, then it was held by soft hands. Chapter 88. Kissing will make you exhale. Are you awake? Would you like some water? A soft female voice sounded. Rong Tao's heart suddenly calmed down. A cup of water at the right temperature was handed to his lips, and Chu Xiaoli carefully helped him drink the water. Just had an adrenaline shot. His face and lips were pale. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and Chu Xiaoli wiped them away for him lovingly. The diagnosis and treatment process is bound to not be smooth sailing. There will definitely be various unexpected situations. You must have a strong heart. It's an allergy caused by an overdose of the drug. Chu Xiaoli explained gently. Because it is the most advanced drug, and this drug has not been introduced into China, there are not enough samples for clinical trials. I'm fine. Rong Tao was afraid that she would worry, so he smiled faintly. This isn't the first time I've had an allergic reaction. His long years of treatment. We have encountered dangers far more serious than this. So he was still quite calm. He won't blame the medical staff. Those people took good care of him. He is more tolerant towards medical staff and understands their difficulties and hard work. Rong Tao rested for a while and felt better. He propped himself up and sat up and said to Chu Xiaoli, buy some fruits and flowers for the doctors and nurses later. Thank them for me. Chu Xiaoli nodded quickly. I will, don't worry. His care and tolerance towards medical staff deeply touched her heart. There is no shortage of kind people in this world. But there are few people who can care for others even when they are in adversity. He always made her cry. If I have to describe it, I just can't love you enough. Seeing that the doctors and nurses were not there yet, Chu Xiaoli leaned over, kissed his face, and said, You are so nice. After 3 knocks on the door, Zhou Luoran came in with a medical record book and briefly described the situation at that time. They said they gave him CPR and artificial respiration. Now he needs to be hospitalized for observation. Rong Tao was originally drinking water, and he raised his face when he heard the words artificial respiration. Chu Xiaoli, the situation was urgent. So Dr. Zhou gave you artificial respiration. Zhou Luoran. Rong Tao. He nearly choked himself. Rong Tao slowly put down the water cup, his expression difficult to describe. The corners of Zhou Luoran's lips twitched. But then I remembered that I had to keep it a secret. And it's to save people. It's nothing. However, Rong Tao looked at him unkindly. Chu Xiaoli couldn't help laughing when she saw her husband's expression. I was kidding you. She leaned close to his ear and said, I did it. She blinked and said, I told you I learned first aid. Rong Tao picked up the cup and drank water. My mood is really up and down and like a roller coaster. He slowly drank a glass of water and suddenly asked, Is this your first time giving artificial respiration to someone? Oyo? This is? In the past, there were only prop dummies in class. You are the first real person. Chu Xiaoli explained immediately. It better be true. Zhou Luoran was still there. He coughed a few times, mentioned some precautions, and told Rong to have a good rest, and pushed the door to go out and breathe fresh air. Wait until Zhou Luoran leaves. A hand reached out and pinched Chu Xiaoli's earlobe. The man pulled it as if punishing her, his eyes narrowed. Dare you lie to me? The little liar is now becoming more and more aggressive and dares to tell any lies. Chu Xiaoli cried out and begged for mercy. I was just kidding. Her earlobe was small and delicate, and he couldn't help but rub it with his thumb. The heat instantly spread to my ears. Her whole ear was red. Soon she heard the man chuckle. That smile seemed to be saying, You're nothing special. Why are your ears so red? Rong Tao asked knowingly. Last time she dared to tease him, this time he had to tease her back. Chu Xiaoli was annoyed and angry because of his question. He talks a lot. No, I can't let him control me. With this thought in mind, Chu Xiaoli suddenly turned to look at him. You just asked me if this was my first time giving artificial respiration to someone? Not now. Rong Tao raised his eyes and was slightly stunned. I didn't understand her intention for a moment. Soon she leaned over, kissed his lips, and breathed into his mouth, her voice soft and a little naughty. This is the second time. She placed her hands on either side of his body and kissed him in a superior position. The astonishment in the man's eyes finally turned into a gentle smile. Thousands of stars were reflected in his eyes. The emotions are so thick that they cannot be dissolved. It ended with a long kiss. Chu Xiaoli said proudly, "Last time you said I couldn't exhale when kissing, but now I can. Think of it like artificial respiration." "Oh no, can't think like that. Not romantic at all." Rong Tao leaned against the head of the bed, and his handsome face finally had some color, especially the corners of his eyes, which were slightly red. Those black eyes are so gentle that one would be drawn to them at a glance. Chu Xiaoli bit her lips unconsciously and licked the lips that he had kissed with the tip of her tongue, which made the man's black eyes darken several shades instantly. "I'm going to pick some fruits and flowers. It will be too late, and the store will be closed later." She looked at the time, regained her senses, and reminded herself that she had other important things to do. Before leaving, she kissed his lips again. "You have a good rest." Chu Xiaoli picked a lot of seasonal fresh fruits and a large bouquet of flowers and gave them to the medical staff of the Department of Neurology. She also didn't forget to thank them on behalf of her husband. Because of Mr. Rong's health problems, she is the only one who can take care of him. The medical staff all like her very much. Who doesn't like a beautiful, gentle, decent, generous, and sweet girl? Several older nurses came to hug her and thank her, saying that Mr. Rong would definitely get better. Chu Xiaoli also left a large bag of cut fruits for Zhou Luoran. In fact, it is quite difficult for Dr. Zhou. But Dr. Zhou is a really nice person. She knocked on Zhou Luoran's office door. He had just finished a phone call. Chu Xiaoli placed the fruit on his desk and said, "Dr. Zhou, you've worked hard. I'll give you some fruit." Zhou Luoran frowned and said thank you with a heavy face. Chu Xiaoli asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" "Professor Qin just called me and said that his hand was seriously injured and he couldn't perform follow-up acupuncture treatment." "What kind of injury? Trauma or fracture?" "Broken bone. Estimated recovery time is 3 months or longer." 3 months is too long. Moreover, the diagnosis and treatment have already begun. An interruption will inevitably affect the results. Chu Xiaoli frowned. What's wrong with this person? Is he really hurt? Or did he change his mind at the last minute and quit on purpose? Chu Xiaoli was puzzled. Last time I didn't give him face and refuted him, so he got upset? Although Professor Qin has many ideas, he also cares about his reputation. He is my teacher, and I know him well. Zhou Luoran. He told me the day before yesterday that he has great hope this time, and he will try his best. I don't think he will quit on purpose. Chu Xiaoli touched her chin. Injured at this time? Either he was really injured and had to do it, or he did it on purpose. No matter if he wanted to or someone forced him to do it, it's not a good thing. Chu Xiaoli asked calmly, "Do you have a backup plan, or can you replace Professor Qin?" Zhou Luoran frowned. He is not confident in his acupuncture skills. As for the alternatives, a candidate suddenly popped into his mind, but it seems somewhat unlikely. Chapter 89. Give your husband a little tuft. Zhou Luoran thought carefully. It is impossible to tell Chu Xiaoli a suitable candidate for the time being. He pointed out, Professor Qin is the best acupuncturist in China. His withdrawal will have an impact in many aspects. Zhou Luoran said nothing more, just looked at Chu Xiaoli. Chu Xiaoli understood instantly. It's like the person who always gets first place in the exam says, "I don't know the answer to this question. I can't solve it." Those who come after him will definitely consider whether they have the ability to do so. And even if the solution is found, it will offend people. "Do you have Qin Zhoubai's address?" Chu Xiaoli asked. She wanted to see whether he was really injured or just pretending to be injured. Zhou Luoran saw her murderous face and hesitated to speak. Chu Xiaoli coughed twice. "I just want to visit." It would be strange if Zhou Luoran believed it. The treatment has already begun, and it cannot be stopped. Chu Xiaoli said, "Dr. Zhou, it's time for you to turn the tide." Zhou Luoran was under tremendous pressure. He pondered for a while and spoke slowly. "Actually, I do have a candidate in mind." Chu Xiaoli raised her eyebrows. "Who?" Zhou Luoran roughly revealed that he knew a senior in the medical field who was quite accomplished in acupuncture and comprehensive spinal nerve treatment, and he even had suggestions for this plan. But Zhou Luoran didn't reveal much. After all, the senior himself doesn't seem to want people to know. Chu Xiaoli. The senior has been paying close attention to Mr. Rong's condition, but perhaps due to some reasons, he is unable to come in person. Zhou Luoran frowned and praised. Although he and I have only communicated via emails and written communications, I can be sure that his professional level is even higher than mine. Chu Xiaoli. If we could invite him here, I think the whole treatment process would be much smoother. Chu Xiaoli. Thank you for praising me so much. She asked. Have you asked her? If you ask him non-professional questions, he will get angry. Zhou Luoran answered honestly. Chu Xiaoli. When did I get angry? It's just a little annoying. She stood there thinking again and again, with her hand on her chin as if she was thinking. With Qin Zhoubai's withdrawal, there is currently no more suitable candidate. Zhou Luoran is not proficient in acupuncture. It would be inappropriate to let him take over rashly. So, am I the one chosen by fate? Chu Xiaoli sighed. She originally just wanted to perform a comprehensive spinal cord neurosurgery on Rong Tao. In the early stage of auxiliary treatment, she only needs to control the direction. But now, do you know what kind of person your predecessor is? Chu Xiaoli asked again. He's very skilled, but hard to talk to. Zhou Luoran. I'm not sure I can invite him. Chu Xiaoli. I understand. Zhou Luoran asked. Have you explained this to Mr. Rong? Chu Xiaoli shook her head. I won't reveal it for now, until you confirm it. Zhou Luoran. I understand. Chu Xiaoli returned to the ward. The footsteps were not as light as usual, but a little heavy. Even his expression was solemn, with the corners of his mouth drooping. But the moment I opened the door of the ward, she still raised the corners of her lips. A smile can heal people, so she had to laugh. I bought a lot of fruits and shared them with the doctors and nurses. They were all very happy. Chu Xiaoli put the fruits in her hands on the coffee table and said, I'll peel an apple for you. Rong Tao was sitting on the hospital bed watching TV. Thank you for your hard work, he said. Sister Xiaoli never missed any opportunity to act like a spoiled child. She put her hand over and said, Look, I'm carrying the bag. My hands are covered with red marks. Rong Tao took her hand in his own and gently rubbed her red marks with his thumb. The scratching made her palms itch slightly. Are you feeling better? Rong Tao asked softly. Okay, she smiled and said, You watch TV while I peel the apples. If this continues, she might not even have the strength to peel an apple. It was time for the evening news. Chu Xiaoli was peeling an apple while watching the news with Rong Tao. The screen changes. This is a picture of Chinese President Guan Yu attending the summit. Chu Xiaoli took a quick look and immediately determined that the man had a problem with his cervical spine. Yes, most middle-aged men in their 50s have bad cervical vertebrae. However, the president is in good shape, tall and imposing, and walks with a brisk pace. He is quite a handsome uncle. When he shook hands with someone, the camera zoomed in on his hands. There are calluses at the seams between the thumb and index finger. Chu Xiaoli. This man held a gun when he was young. His left shoulder seemed to be injured, and he just frowned to protect himself. Rong Tao looked over and found that she was peeling an apple while watching TV, and the skin was still intact. But why was she staring at the old man? He coughed lightly and asked, Is the president very dignified? Chu Xiaoli retracted her gaze. Not bad, but not as handsome as you. She handed the apple to Rong Tao and said, Have an apple. Rong Tao looked at the big apple and actually didn't want to eat it. Chu Xiaoli frowned. What's wrong? She suddenly realized. Should I cut it into pieces? Rong Tao nodded. You really are a young master, Chu Xiaoli said angrily. Can I eat the whole thing? It used to be pre-cut, said Rong Tao. Chu Xiaoli looked at him. Know that he is precious. The temperature of drinking water is controlled at 40 degrees. The indoor temperature and humidity are constant all year round. She went to cut the apple into small pieces for him. Rong Tao raised his hand, picked up a piece, and fed it to her. Not bad, promising. The TV screen switched again, and President Guan Yu was playing games with elementary school students on campus. It's quite a joyful occasion. This uncle seems to like children very much. Chu Xiaoli couldn't help but say as she looked at his gentle and kind eyes. Rong Tao made a sharp comment. Middle-aged politicians who are unmarried and childless can only win favor and increase trust in this way. Absolutely, Chu Xiaoli couldn't refute. Forget it, I won't say anything. Nothing I say today will feel right, she said to herself. Because Rong Tao was in the hospital. In the evening, Uncle Zhong brought some clean clothes to help Rong Tao wash up. Chu Xiaoli herself couldn't help with this matter. After all, the bathrooms in the hospital are very small and inconvenient to move around in. But she did help him wash his face. Rong Tao has been very busy recently with a tight schedule, and he has neglected to take care of his hair. His bangs are so long that they have fallen to his forehead, blocking his view. When Chu Xiaoli was applying facial cleanser to him, she was afraid that the foam would get on him, so she wiped her hands clean and took out a black hairband from somewhere and said, "I'll tie up your bangs in front of you, otherwise they will get on you with foam later." Rong Tao. He said, "I can do it myself." He didn't want to wear braids. Chu Xiaoli. "You will encounter it if you come here yourself. The bangs are already this long. If it gets wet, blow dry it." She leaned over and said, "I'll tie it up for you. It'll be quick." Rong Tao refused. "Come on, he's a man. How is it possible to wear braids?" Chu Xiaoli imagined the scene and suddenly began to look forward to it. "Don't worry, no one else will see it." Chu Xiaoli coaxed, "It's just the two of us." Rong Tao said in a deep voice, "Don't mess around." As soon as the words fell, the person in front of him immediately curled his lips, looking aggrieved. Chapter 90. Chu Xiaoli agrees to treat Rong Tao. Chu Xiaoli accused, "You are mean to me." "I don't." His voice only rose by 2 or 3 decibels. Maybe the tone was a little heavy. "It shouldn't be necessary to be so wronged." "Yes. Today I ran from Area A to Area B to get you the test report and carried the fruit from the first floor to the 20th floor. I peeled apples for you, and you forced me to cut them into small pieces. That's the hand that holds the scalpel." Chu Xiaoli said every word with a grieved look. "You wouldn't even let me braid your hair." Rong Tao. "All right." He interrupted her. "Go and lock the door for me." "It's locked." Chu Xiaoli smiled proudly. "I locked it after Uncle Zhong left." She reached out and tied his bangs into a small bun, flicking them twice to make them sway from side to side. Staring at her husband's face, she admired him in her heart. This is the real handsomeness from every angle. Exposing his forehead does not detract from his looks at all. Still incredibly handsome. Chu Xiaoli washed his face gently and carefully, cleaning it bit by bit with a face towel. She had never been so patient with herself. After washing his face, Chu Xiaoli took out a mirror to look at him. The man's face instantly sank. Very handsome. Chu Xiaoli took advantage and said, "Why are you always handsome?" Rong Tao ignored him and pulled off his hairband expressionlessly. "It's outrageous." Rong Tao is still in the observation period. Every once in a while during the night a nurse would come in to check on the situation. So he asked Chu Xiaoli to go back to sleep. Of course she refused. "You suddenly went into shock today, which scared me." Chu Xiaoli said, "I have to stay with you until you are discharged from the hospital." She always has a lot of reasons, and it's irresistible. "I'll go wash up first." Chu Xiaoli put her phone on the coffee table beside her and said, "I'll remind you to take your medicine later." Rong Tao continued to use the tablet to look at the documents and make annotations. Now Yorong's financial business is temporarily controlled by Rong Tao. But wait until his uncle comes back. Rong Tao will pass it on to him and give him a big gift at the same time. The cell phone next to me started to ring. Rong Tao glanced at the note and saw it was Rong Jingting. He picked up the phone. "Where are you now?" "I'm in the hospital." Rong Tao said respectfully, "Grandpa, please tell me if you have any instructions." "Why did you get into the hospital?" Rong Jingting frowned. "Regular neurological drug injections." Rong Tao replied. Rong Tao has been coming to the hospital regularly for injection treatment for many years. Rong Jingting had no doubts and said, "I have already confirmed that your third uncle's people are in Haicheng. Go to the media to say hello, and don't let any rumors spread." "I see. The last incident really had nothing to do with you." Rong Jingting said, "Old Chen has checked it all out." This matter was revealed by Rong Chiwen. "Each of my children is a tough guy." Rong Tao went down the slope. "Just find out, Grandpa. Please believe me, I have always put the interests of the Rong family first." The old man sighed. "I believe you, and you did a good job this time. Tell the old man Rong Jiwen's whereabouts in time." Rong Tao reported on his recent work and told him that the financial business was running smoothly and he could take over when his uncle returned. The old man was surprised. "You want to give it to him?" Rong Tao smiled lightly, his tone showing a lack of competition. "I really can't do anything else, and my body aches obviously as autumn approaches." After hearing what he said, Rong Jingting had no choice but to say, "Let's wait until Rong Jiwen comes back. You should have a good rest." It's cold, so put on more clothes. Young people like to be single. If you are not in good health, don't learn from them. Put on your long-sleeve shirt and long pants. An hour passed. Rong Tao hung up the phone. He pursed his lips, his expression growing colder. Finance must be returned to Rong Jiwen. Otherwise, if the funding chain of the financial business is broken, who will take the blame? He leaned against the headboard, closed his eyes, and thought. Ding dong, there's a message coming in on my phone. It's not his phone. It belongs to Chu Xiaoli. Chu Xiaoli just came out of the bathroom. The pajamas were loose on her body. Then I heard the email alert sound I had set. She looked up. The man's hand seemed to be about to pick up her cell phone, which was resting on the coffee table. No, no. This thought rang in her mind, and Chu Xiaoli ran over immediately. Rong Tao has already picked up the phone. Haven't seen it yet. A fast figure threw itself into his arms. Chu Xiaoli reached out to him for his cell phone. Rong Tao frowned. Is there any news that you shouldn't see? But she jumped too fast. The entire upper body of the man was pressed on his left hand. Even his hands could feel the softness of her rise and fall. Chu Xiaoli felt something was wrong. She looked down. His hands were visibly pressed against his chest. At once, she immediately stood up to get her cell phone. Rong Tao raised his eyebrows. Why are you nervous? I'm not nervous. I have to place the order at midnight. If I'm late, I won't be able to get it. She straightened up and didn't even notice that the buttons of her clothes were undone, revealing a large area of white. Rong Tao turned his face slightly and returned the phone to her. Chu Xiaoli took the phone and took a look, wondering if he had seen anything. Button up, he said suddenly. Chu Xiaoli looked down. He hurriedly gathered his clothes together. When I came out just now, I didn't wear anything underneath to save trouble. She buttoned up her clothes, deleted the email notification, and clicked into the shopping app to see that the product had been removed from the shelves. It was too late to buy it. Rong Tao looked at her expression and asked, Didn't you get it? Well, I was too slow and they got snatched away. Rong Tao came over and took a look. TSK. This is a limited edition commemorative couple's mobile phone case and figure. He put the tip of his tongue against the roof of his mouth and said, Just let the merchant put it on the shelf again. Chu Xiaoli. Before she could come to her senses, he said, Forward the link to me. Chu Xiaoli obediently forwarded the link to him. 10 minutes later, Chu Xiaoli received a message reminder. Dear, the item you like has been put back on the shelves. Love you. At once? I don't know how to describe my mood at this moment. After placing the order, Chu Xiaoli touched her ear and said, I've bought it. When she looked again after a while, the product was off the shelves again. Husband, her voice sounded so light and unreal. You always make me feel like I'm living in an unreal dream. I'm afraid that one day I'll wake up and find out that this is just a dream and I actually have nothing. For him, this was just a matter of moving his fingers, so it shouldn't have caused her to express such emotion. Chu Xiaoli reached out and hugged him, buried her face in his chest, and took a deep breath. Tell me quickly, I'm not dreaming. One hand pinched her face. Rong Tao pulled her little face and said calmly, No. Chu Xiaoli touched her face and pulled it. It was real. She was not dreaming. She really traveled to another parallel world and became the wife of the man she once admired most. I'm going to the bathroom. Chu Xiaoli straightened up. She closed the door, turned on her cell phone, and saw the email from Zhou Luoran. Indeed, he invited her to come forward and treat Rong Tao. Chu Xiaoli took a deep breath. The typing hands are a little excited. I agree. We will discuss the details when we meet. Chapter 91 My Wife is Being Cruel. Chu Xiaoli and Zhou Luoran made an appointment to meet at the Neurological Medical Treatment Center. A small cafe cannot accommodate such an important meeting. When Zhou Luoran arrived, Chu Xiaoli was already sitting on the first floor of the center waiting for him. He was surprised. Was Mrs. Rong coming over again today to get the test results? I have already compiled Mr. Rong's test results into electronic files. You don't need to come in person. Zhou Luoran said politely. Chu Xiaoli looked up at him and gestured. Please sit down first. I ordered you a glass of lemonade. These two people either stay up late to finish publishing their papers or articles. No caffeine the rest of the time. Zhou Luoran sat down. Thought she had some questions. But Chu Xiaoli didn't speak for a long time. Zhou Luoran glanced at the time and said apologetically, Mrs. Rong, I have an appointment with someone else today, so I have to excuse myself. If you still have questions about Mr. Rong's diagnosis and treatment, I will answer some of them now. Chu Xiaoli took a sip of lemonade through a straw. I raised my face and said to him, Didn't you just ask me to meet you? A question mark appeared on Zhou Luoran's face. He didn't make an appointment with her. Was it the assistant's schedule that was wrong? Zhou Luoran looked down at the schedule on his phone. There are new emails in your mailbox. I am opposite you. Zhou Luoran raised his head and looked across, but there was no one. He looked down at his phone to make sure it was indeed a message from his senior. But there was only Chu Xiaoli on the opposite side. He looked up again. His expression changed instantly. Several unreliable thoughts in his mind connected together and instantly seemed to be electrified, freezing him in place. Won't? Chu Xiaoli spread her hands. Are you surprised to see your senior? Zhou Luoran. After he typed 3 question marks in a row, his face was full of disbelief. It's me, Chu Xiaoli said. My senior nickname Q with whom you have been exchanging emails. Zhou Luoran was completely stunned. He took a sip of the lemonade in front of him. After putting it down, his expression finally relaxed. Mrs. Rong Yu? He paused for a long time. Have you been joking with me all this time? This is not a joke, Chu Xiaoli said righteously. As you know, I can't show up for some reason. I originally wanted you to perform the early auxiliary treatment, and I only need to complete the mid-term spinal nerve surgery, but now the situation has changed. Chu Xiaoli handed Zhou Luoran the medical records and said, the results show that his nerve cells have shown signs of recovery and regeneration. The treatment must not be interrupted. I will be involved in the early and middle stages. Just rest assured and cooperate with me. This familiar, strong tone. It's definitely the senior himself. Zhou Luoran took another sip of lemonade and almost choked himself. It took him a long time, a full 20 minutes, to come to his senses. So, what do you need from me? Tell Rong Tao first that Professor Qin has withdrawn and you will be the one giving the acupuncture from now on. Zhou Luoran was surprised. That's just a superficial statement. Chu Xiaoli said, I will give him acupuncture myself. Zhou Luoran. At this moment, his mood was like being on a roller coaster, and no words could describe it. It took him a long while to hear his own voice. So you want to hide this from Mr. Rong? Chu Xiaoli remained silent. I still don't understand. Zhou Luoran's voice became lower. Asked a non-professional question again. I guess I'll be scolded again. But Chu Xiaoli's expression was serious, or maybe she herself hadn't thought it through. Maybe it can only be concealed for a while. Zhou Luoran calmed himself down and said, Mr. Rong has actually been checking my background. Chu Xiaoli raised her head, stunned. I guess it was the data analysis incident last time that aroused his suspicion. He is a cautious person. Zhou Luoran said, I can withstand the investigation and there is nothing false. I have recently started to learn statistical analysis by myself. Awesome. Chu Xiaoli also admires Zhou Luoran. I'm just saying this as a reminder. Mr. Rong might find out eventually. Zhou Luoran said, besides, do you want to be a mermaid? In the fairy tale The Little Mermaid, the little mermaid saved the prince, but the prince mistakenly thought that it was the princess of a neighboring country who saved him. Chu Xiaoli had a subtle expression. She joked, so you are a princess? Zhou Luoran had 3 black lines on his face. I don't have that idea. Chu Xiaoli pursed her lips and said, now is not the time. I will explain it to him after the surgery is done and he regains his mobility. It's too early now. There is no preparation. First, she didn't want to go to a mental hospital. Second, she didn't want to be captured by those people from the Institute of Quantum Physics for research. Third, the operation was not 100% successful, so she didn't want to affect his mood. We have a long-term cooperative relationship, so let me make it clear first. If I behave emotionally during the treatment, please stop me, Chu Xiaoli said earnestly. She didn't want to get involved too early, because she was afraid that her feelings for Rong Tao would affect the outcome. She was not always rational. Yesterday, when he was in shock and unconscious, she suppressed her anger and did not flare up. Zhou Luoran nodded in agreement. At this moment, he developed immense confidence, the confidence given by his colleagues to reach the pinnacle of medicine together. Chu Xiaoli stood up and said, by the way, the experimental steps in the paper you published last year can be further optimized so that the mice will recover in a shorter time and feel less pain. I will teach you the details. Zhou Luoran, please teach me. Rong Tao soon learned that Professor Qin had withdrawn and Zhou Luoran would take over. The expression is hard to describe. Dr. Zhou specializes in neurosurgery. When we learn acupuncture, he said at the last meeting that he is also proficient in theory. Chu Xiaoli remained calm and said, Dr. Zhou learned from Professor Qin, so it's not surprising that he knows acupuncture. It's just that he has to be humble in front of his teacher. Rong Tao turned to look at her. Chu Xiaoli also looked at him. You look. No matter how you look at me, I still say this. Rong Tao looked at her, then looked away and asked, "Why did you blindfold me?" "Look, it's written here." Chu Xiaoli pointed to the updated plan and said, "It's to prevent direct contact from affecting your mentality. It's a kind of humanistic care." "I'm not that fragile," Rong Tao said in a strong voice. "This reason is not valid." It doesn't convince him. Chu Xiaoli narrowed her eyes. "Why does he have so many questions? Is he a doctor?" "The doctor said so. Just follow it," Chu Xiaoli advised in a gentle voice. "Doctors are not always right, and it is reasonable for me to disagree." Rong Tao is definitely not someone who can be easily fooled. Chu Xiaoli took a deep breath. "I was really angry. If Dr. Zhou can't give a reasonable explanation, I can't follow it." Rong Tao said coldly. "Why do you have so many questions?" Chu Xiaoli said anxiously. "The doctor said that it is out of consideration for humanity that facing your scars is painful in itself. Even the strongest and bravest people will have a change in their state of mind after facing them many times. Why don't you want to listen to the doctor?" She finished speaking in one breath and then stopped to catch her breath. Rong Tao. He realized that he was being scolded by her. He was actually bullied by her. Chapter 92, Kissing and Coaxing. Rong Tao was stunned. Haven't spoken for a long time. Apart from Rong Jingting, few people would speak to him in this tone. Even Rong Jingting wouldn't ask him back like that. Because his performance was impeccable, Rong Jingting would only criticize him. "So this is the first time in all these years that I've been scolded like this. It's quite fresh. I didn't disobey the doctor." Rong Tao pursed his lips, looking quite aggrieved. "I just have some doubts." After a moment of silence, he added, "What you said makes sense. I won't ask any more questions." Chu Xiaoli lowered her eyes. "The many emotions in my heart surged like a river. How could there be such a gentle man like him?" She felt that her tone, just now, was too harsh. "You shouldn't be so fierce." Chu Xiaoli came over and touched his face with her hand. Her eyes were clear and apologetic, and her voice was several degrees lower. "I'm sorry, my tone was a little anxious just now. I don't mean to blame you." Rong Tao. "I thought you were angry." Chu Xiaoli shook her head. "I didn't." The man raised his eyebrows imperceptibly, as if he didn't quite believe it. "No, really not," Chu Xiaoli whispered in a soft tone. He just stared at her. After a while, Rong Tao reached out his hand, pinched her pointed chin with his thumb and index finger, and gently kissed her lips. The man's voice was vague and deep. "Don't be angry." He kissed her and coaxed her. Chu Xiaoli was about to speak when his other hand grabbed the back of her head and pulled her forward. He pried open her teeth and took over the city. His kissing skills have obviously improved a lot. Even Chu Xiaoli didn't need to do anything. The initiative was completely in his hands, and she could only be forced to bear it. He likes her very much. Feelings cannot be hidden. This is why the wanton and fierce desire for possession arises. Chu Xiaoli's mind went blank, and she could hardly breathe. She was forced to stop and take a breath. She was about to speak when she heard a light laugh above her head, and then a hand lifted her chin. That long, unbridled, passionate, and boundless kiss fell again. Loving someone is a beautiful thing, especially when the person you love happens to love you too. Chu Xiaoli was so dizzy from his kiss that she leaned in his arms, not knowing where to go. Is this what it feels like to be in love? She thought dizzily and said, "Dr. Zhou said that your nerve cells have shown signs of regeneration. This is good news. If we persist, we will definitely get better results." Speaking of this, Chu Xiaoli remembered something. Because Rong Tao's treatment results have improved, the plan needs to be optimized and adjusted to cooperate with the next treatment. She plans to write it tonight. It's past 10 o'clock now. Rong Tao held her in his arms, his fingers brushing her cheek intentionally or unintentionally. Her skin was of excellent quality, like the finest white jade. She should stay with him tonight. Rong Tao thought so. It is so comfortable and safe to sleep with her in my arms. But just as I thought this, the person in my arms moved again and sat up. What's wrong? Rong Tao was puzzled. I still have a book to finish reading, and I set a goal for myself to finish it tonight. She said, I won't disturb your rest. You have a morning meeting tomorrow, Monday, so go to bed early. Rong Tao. Good night, Chu Xiaoli said and walked out. Rong Tao. What book is so good? He sat on the bed and picked up a book to read, but after taking a few glances, he threw it back. What's so good about these books? The cell phone rang at this moment. Xiao Yang's call. Rong Tao swiped the answer button with his finger. Boss, we have checked it out. Qin Zhoubai has secretly moved into the presidential palace. I think he is here to treat the president's shoulder injury. I heard that his old injury has recurred recently. No wonder he lied that his hand was injured and he couldn't have acupuncture. It turns out he had other intentions. Rong Tao hummed lightly. Zhou Laurent's background information has been checked, and there is nothing false. He was adopted by a Chinese woman in an orphanage in Country M when he was 2 years old. His adoptive mother now teaches at a private university and is an expert in the field of biological genetic engineering. Her name is Chu Qinghe, and there is no relevant information about her in China. It's as if it was deliberately erased. Chu Qinghe? Rong Tao frowned slightly when he heard the name. He asked, "Have you looked in the archives?" "I have seen it," Xiao Yang said. "There are only records of her leaving the country that year." "Was it deleted by someone?" Rong Tao asked again. "Anything else?" "Mr. Rong will convene a board meeting tomorrow to re-elect board members. Rong Jiwen will participate remotely. Don't worry, based on the current number of votes, Rong Chiwen will be excluded anyway." Rong Tao said indifferently, "Send more people and don't let them cause any trouble." There is a regular meeting on Monday. Based on the voting results, it was decided to remove Rong Chiwen from all positions on the board of directors. Most of her shares have been transferred to Rong Tao. In this way, she was completely eliminated. She was not convinced and went to her father to cry. Rong Jingting slapped the table and said, "You know what you did. I hate it most when the Rong family fights among themselves and ignores the overall situation. I'm going to teach you a lesson this time. Don't be so confused and ignorant as an adult." These words were harsh enough to freeze Rong Chiwen in shock. She thought about it again and again from beginning to end, and finally realized that she was being plotted against. Rong Tao. It must be him. Rong Chiwen ran to Rong Tao's office angrily. Her husband Wan Wei came out at that moment and stopped her, saying, "He's resting now. Don't go in and disturb him." This sentence directly ignited Rong Chiwen's anger to the extreme. The shame of the slap in the face was revealed again. She raised her hand to slap her husband, but he grabbed her wrist and scolded her coldly. "Don't make trouble here." After saying that, he shook her hand away. Rong Chiwen's blood pressure shot up to the top of her head. She pointed her finger at him and angrily cursed. "It's true. You are Rong Tao's dog." Wan Wei's face darkened. The corners of his lips twitched slightly. He sneered and said something that later became widely circulated in the business world. "I would rather be a dog next to him than a human next to you." Rong Chiwen completely collapsed and fainted from anger. Rong Tao knew about this and just smiled and said nothing. It was like watching a joke. In fact, he didn't have to be so drastic. "But I thought of the slap I received at Rong's house that day." Chu Xiaoli's tears dripped onto the back of his hand. It seemed like no matter what was done, it would be a bargain for Rong Chiwen. In the afternoon, Rong Tao and Chu Xiaoli came to the treatment center. As his nerve cells recovered, the treatment process was accelerated and scheduled for Monday and Friday. He was blindfolded and received acupuncture treatment. There was darkness before my eyes, and I couldn't see anything clearly. But this time is completely different from last time. He had the feeling that the person who gave him the acupuncture was decisive and skilled. The last time Qin Zhoubai gave him acupuncture, he was hesitant and obviously not skilled enough, until the hand accidentally touched his knee. Warm, soft, and delicate. Chapter 93, it's so hard to ask her out to watch a movie. Rong Tao's legs had no sense of pain, but he could feel the temperature. But just now, he clearly had a different and deeper feeling than before. It's not just the temperature. He subconsciously wanted to take off the blindfold. It turned out that it couldn't be taken off at all. There was a light laugh in my ear. It was Chu Xiaoli's voice. Then a pair of hands came over. The darkness disappeared, and the scene in front of me began to become bright. Chu Xiaoli took off the blindfold for him and said with a smile, "You can't take this off by yourself. It is designed to prevent some children from taking off the eye mask midway due to disobedience." Rong Tao was surprised. "Are you here?" Chu Xiaoli nodded. "I'll be here the whole time, in case you need me for anything." She had always been there. If I lied and said I was not there, it would only arouse Rong Tao's suspicion. He is cautious and intelligent. Rong Tao looked at her, then looked at Zhou Luoran beside him. This time the acupuncture time will be shorter than last time. Zhou Luoran said, "In the future, the acupuncture time will be controlled within 30 minutes. Mr. Rong, are you feeling unwell?" Rong Tao lowered his eyes and looked at the acupuncture marks on his legs. "If you feel anything, remember to say it out," Chu Xiaoli reminded. "For example, if you feel a tingling sensation or the sense of touch becomes stronger." No, he said. Chu Xiaoli squatted down, gently stroked his knees with her fingers, and slowly pulled his trouser legs down for him. At this moment, Rong Tao did not have the delicate touch he had just now. It was as if that moment was just an illusion. It is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The autumn sun is shining brightly, and Chu Xiaoli suggested going out for a walk and breathing fresh air to help improve one's mood. She would never say that she smelled the aroma of roasted chestnuts and sweet potatoes. Rong Tao naturally couldn't refuse. Chu Xiaoli was pushing the wheelchair and had all the control in her hands. Outside the hospital is a commercial street, but there are not many people there at the moment. The streets are lined with sycamore trees, with fallen leaves floating down. The sky is vast, as quiet as a sugar painting. Chu Xiaoli suddenly said, "It seems they're selling chestnuts and sweet potatoes over there. Do you want to try some?" Rong Tao. "If you want to eat, go buy it." "Oh, okay. Then you wait here for a moment." Rong Tao parked his wheelchair next to the rest bench and watched her nimble figure trot to the stall selling roasted chestnuts and sweet potatoes. The cell phone rang at this moment. He is a lawyer. "Mr. Rong, the personal share transfer document has been prepared, but because Miss Rong Chiwen's shares have just been transferred to you, they need to be frozen for 3 months before they can be transferred again." Rong Chiwen was kicked out. She was also humiliated in public by her husband and became a laughing stock in the entire upper-class circle. Now she is hiding at home, drinking to drown her sorrows, and is extremely depressed. He even had the idea of repurchasing the shares he had transferred. How could he return it once it fell into Rong Tao's hands? In addition, he wants to give these shares to Chu Xiaoli. She wants your own shares. Then give it to her. Buying out Rong Chiwen's shares and then kicking him out wouldn't make him happy. I only thought that those shares were gifts for Chu Xiaoli. This gave him the idea that this was a good idea. Rong Tao replied calmly, "Well, prepare the documents required for the transfer in advance." He hung up the phone and saw Chu Xiaoli smiling at the uncle. After the uncle weighed the chestnuts, his hand holding the shovel shook, and he gave her some more. This was her secret to getting food from the cafeteria window in college. Rong Tao found it somewhat amusing. She always seems to be optimistic, positive, and smiling. It didn't seem to be the case before. Just recently, after buying chestnuts and roasted sweet potatoes, Chu Xiaoli went to the milk tea shop and bought a cup of milk tea before returning. She sipped her milk tea in front of Rong Tao and said, "I know you don't like these, so I didn't buy them for you, and I didn't see the mineral water you usually drink. After all, this man only drinks snow mountain water that is said to be filtered and purified from glacial rock layers for 20 years. Chu Xiaoli looked at his face, then looked at her hands. She felt embarrassed because she bought all the clothes for herself. She handed the milk tea to his lips and said, "How about you try it?" She just meant it. Unexpectedly, Rong Tao actually lowered his head and took a sip of milk tea through her straw. He was obviously not used to the taste, but he nodded and said yes to save face. Chu Xiaoli smiled and sat down on the bench next to him. She peeled a chestnut and put it in his mouth, saying that the uncle selling chestnuts was a very nice person and gave her a lot. Rong Tao said indifferently, "You're already laughing like that. If he doesn't show some reaction, wouldn't that be tactless?" Chu Xiaoli retorted, "I smile at you every day. Why don't you show any appreciation?" A question mark slowly emerged in Rong Tao's mind. He was about to give Yurong's shares to her. "But I can't say now. I'm not someone who can be bought with a smile." Chu Xiaoli snorted, "You just keep talking stubbornly." In the evening, Chu Xiaoli sent a message to Zhou Luoran, saying that she would meet him the next day. She would repeat the experiment he had done before and tell him what needed to be improved and use this as a basis to determine how to perform the subsequent operation. Xiaoya knocked on the door and said, "Madam, it's time to apply the patch to Mr." Chu Xiaoli then remembered. As soon as she left, Xiaoya said, "There are extra pillows in the sir's room. Please call me if you need anything." Chu Xiaoli. Why do these people want her and Rong Tao to sleep together so badly? Is it okay for her to come back in the evening to read the literature and comprehensive diagnosis and treatment cases? Before she finished speaking, Uncle Zhong had already brought a glass of milk to her and said, "Madam, you have worked hard." Chu Xiaoli brought the milk in and saw that the single pillow on the bed had turned into a double pillow. When I looked again, Rong Tao had already applied the patch on himself. Chu Xiaoli glanced at his acupuncture marks, which were not that obvious. Much better than last time. It seems that her technique is still powerful. Rong Tao said. Zhou Luoran's technique is more skillful than his teacher's. Chu Xiaoli kept a cool head and told herself not to get carried away. But before she could say anything, Rong Tao spoke again. Qin Zhoubai seems to be at the same level as you were last time at the street massage parlor. There are traces of blood all over. It seems like he hasn't yet figured out the acupuncture points. Chu Xiaoli evasively replied, Dr. Zhou will be very happy to hear you praise him like this. Rong Tao stopped talking, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he looked up and said, Tomorrow. Chu Xiaoli immediately said, I have to go to Beijing Medical University tomorrow and send your nerve cell smear to the laboratory for analysis. What about the day after tomorrow? Go get the analysis results the day after tomorrow. Chu Xiaoli said seriously, I'll ask them to analyze it overnight. Rong Tao frowned. Just let Lin Yi do these. Why is it so difficult to ask her out to see a movie? Lin Yi didn't participate in the whole process and would feel confused. Rong Tao was impatient. He is the president's special assistant. There is no word like bewildered in his dictionary. How dare the people in the president's office be at a loss? Chu Xiaoli asked tentatively, Is there something wrong? You must have me here. Rong Tao restrained his tone and said, There is a new movie released recently. I wonder if you like it. Chapter 94 I Can't Walk, Carry Me. Chu Xiaoli suddenly realized. Are you going to ask me to watch a movie? What time do I need to buy tickets in advance? Rong Tao looked at her and twitched the corners of his lips. No need to buy a ticket. It's playing in the home theater. How could he possibly go to a public place like a cinema to watch a movie? The home theater on the underground floor can directly play the latest movies from all over the world. The facilities inside are also extremely luxurious. The equipment is top-notch. You can enjoy the feeling of a VIP theater at home. Chu Xiaoli, I have a narrow mindset. She quickly calculated in her mind the time required for the experiment and the subsequent presentation of the results and said, Then we'll watch a movie together at 7 p.m. the day after tomorrow when I get the results. It's quite embarrassing to say. She has been single for so many years and has never watched a movie with the opposite sex. This is a necessary step in a relationship. Holding hands and watching a movie? Chu Xiaoli pulled her face, trying to smile more reservedly, and said, It's settled. Prepare some popcorn and Coke. She held her face with both hands and looked forward to it, and finally said, I'm going to rest. Good night. Rong Tao, he asked. Are you going to read tonight too? Chu Xiaoli nodded. Yes, I haven't finished reading it yet. There is also a long English literature review that needs to be translated tonight. He really loves to study. Good. Although he didn't want to say that word. Chu Xiaoli passed by a cinema on her way to Beijing Medical University and saw a movie trailer playing on the LED screen. It's the movie that Rong Tao chose and has just been released. Yurong Entertainment controls the distribution rights of most overseas films. Naturally, he can play it at home. At the entrance of the cinema, couples came out with a bucket of popcorn, talking and laughing. Chu Xiaoli was waiting for the red light, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up when she saw their sweet appearance. Hopefully one day, she and Rong Tao can do it too, walking hand in hand on this wide road. When she gets tired of walking, she will act coquettishly and say, I can't walk anymore. Ask you to carry me. He squatted down. She was about to jump on his back. The road of life is long, so keep going. Chu Xiaoli in the neurosurgery laboratory. She seems very happy today. There is a look of excitement in the corners of his eyebrows and eyes. Well, she seems to be very happy every day. Zhou Luoran couldn't help but ask, What's the matter? Why are you so happy? Chu Xiaoli wanted to say something that single people don't understand, but she felt that it would be too discouraging. She touched her face, calmed herself down, and said, I'll send the smear for analysis first. Are the experimental instruments ready? Everything is ready. Okay, I hope the experiment goes well. Chu Xiaoli said, I have an appointment tomorrow night. Observe the results yourself and send them to me in the form of a report. Zhou Luoran. He was curious again. What appointment? In the end, I felt like I shouldn't have asked. Chu Xiaoli was in a good mood, so she answered his question. Of course, it's a date to watch a movie. Mr. Irong? Chu Xiaoli couldn't help but roll her eyes. How could she dare to go with another man? Yeah, she nodded, looking shy and cute. However, after she entered the laboratory, put on a white coat and a mask, her expression immediately returned to seriousness. Help me record the experimental data. Rong Tao asked Secretary Chun to order popcorn and Coke in advance. It will be delivered to your door when the time comes. Although he is not passionate about it, as long as she likes it, he will do his best to do it. After Secretary Chun came out, he bumped into Lin Yi and whispered, Boss is definitely in love lately, with a smile on his face. Lin Yi frowned and said, I'm afraid he won't be able to laugh later. What's wrong? Secretary Chun looked back and saw Chu Guofeng. She put on a polite smile and walked away. Chu Guofeng came here today to discuss the West City Development Project. For some reason, he always felt uneasy. I always feel like there's something very strange about it, but he couldn't figure it out for the time being. I heard that Rong Si and his daughter have a very good relationship. Last time, someone saw the two of them outside the hospital, looking very sweet, drinking milk tea and peeling chestnuts together. Chu Guofeng was a little skeptical. First of all, his daughter and Rong Si don't seem like the kind of people who can be sweet. Secondly, his daughter doesn't like chestnuts. When she was a child, Chu Yin or Chu Fei stuffed a chestnut in her mouth as a joke, which blocked her bronchus and almost caused her to die. After that, she developed a fear of chestnuts. However, he had heard that Rong Si loved his daughter very much. If I had known that my daughter was so capable and could win Rong Tao's heart, I should have treated her better and should not have signed that statement. Chu Guofeng joined the president's office. When Rong Tao saw him, he looked at him coldly and said, "Everything is listed in the contract. Do you have any questions?" Chu Guofeng felt uneasy when he was looked at by him. Especially recently, there is a popular saying in the circle that I would rather be Rong Tao's dog. So he came here more to show his loyalty. No, Chu Guofeng shook his head. I didn't come here today because of Qingxi's affairs. I just miss Xiao Xiaoli. I haven't seen her for a long time. Rong Tao looked at him with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Can I see her? Don't even think about it. Rong Tao flatly refused. Things were so embarrassing at the time. Chu Guofeng actually wanted to see Chu Xiaoli again. It's impossible. Chu Guofeng didn't dare to say anything more. He took out a bag and said, "Well, can you help me give this to her?" Rong Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. Her grandmother made the dumplings for her. She also brought some fresh chestnuts, but she doesn't eat chestnuts, so I didn't bring any. Don't eat chestnuts? Rong Tao frowned slightly and asked, "What did you say?" Chu Guofeng thought Rong Tao didn't hear clearly and said, "She choked on a chestnut when she was a child, and she stopped eating chestnuts afterwards." Rong Tao said nothing more. Chu Guofeng couldn't guess what he meant. As soon as he opened his mouth, his eyes swept over him coldly. "Take these things back." Rong Tao said, "Linny, show them away." Chu Xiaoli arrived home on time at 6 o'clock. Today's experiment went smoothly. Zhou Luran's expression at that time. To say that I was jaw-dropping is not an exaggeration. Just observe for another day tomorrow and record the data. She threw the car keys at the entrance and saw Rong Tao's shoes. I wonder why he came back so early. Is the gentleman back? Chu Xiaoli asked. The gentleman arrived home at 5 o'clock and is in the study now. Chu Xiaoli said, "I'll go up and take a look." She casually took out 2 chestnuts that were left over from yesterday from the paper bag, went upstairs and knocked on the study door. "I'm back. Let's go down and have dinner together." Rong Tao sat at the desk, not knowing what he was looking at. It seems to be some kind of archive or something. After a while, he looked up and watched her peel a chestnut and put it into her mouth. Chu Guofeng came to see me today. Chu Xiaoli didn't take it to heart. That's definitely not a good thing. Indeed, Rong Tao said he did say something that was a bit strange. What? Chu Xiaoli asked, leaning against the door. He said you choked on a chestnut when you were a kid, and you stopped eating chestnuts afterwards. Chapter 95, I Love You. Chu Xiaoli almost choked herself. Is this true? She couldn't find any relevant memories in her mind. That's true. Chu Xiaoli first admitted what he said, and then calmly gave her own explanation. But I am slowly overcoming my fear. One should not give up eating because of choking. She really speaks without hesitation. His mind works incredibly fast. Rong Tao stared in silence. Next to him was the file about her that the Chu family had given him before. He had not read it carefully before. I opened it today and took a look. There's a long list of taboos above. There are many foods that I hate and won't touch. Raw chestnuts are prominently listed, but no cilantro. What's wrong? Chu Xiaoli asked back. Did Chu Guofeng say bad things about me again? It wasn't enough to say it in front of her last time. Do I have to say it to Rong Tao behind her back? No, Rong Tao denied. He came here today for the project, and by the way, he talked about you. Rong Tao didn't hide it. Tell her what Chu Guofeng originally said. He has never cared about me and doesn't understand me. Chu Xiaoli said calmly. The sudden concern he showed is just a change of circumstances. He thinks I have some value. Don't pay attention to him, and don't be soft on him. At this point, she glanced at Rong Tao again, her voice filled with grievance. Last time in the Chu family attic, You saw how partial he was and how he allowed his other daughters to bully me. Of course, Rong Tao remembered. The black eyes were instantly filled with coldness. Chu Xiaoli gave him a shot of adrenaline. I have nothing to do with him anymore. If you are curious about my past, I will tell you in person. Don't get it from other people, as that will lead to deviation. People in love can't help but be curious about each other's past. Chu Xiaoli knew Rong Tao's past. Plus, his previous life wasn't very bright, so he was restrained. But Rong Tao is different. Okay, Rong Tao agreed and then asked, were you often bullied in the Chu family before? Chu Xiaoli walked over, put her arms around his neck from behind, and put her face against his. This will increase the sense of trust and dependence on each other. Yes, she whispered. When you are young and have no one to rely on, you will be bullied. However, she quickly changed the subject. No one dares to bully me now because you will protect me. That's emotional intelligence. No matter how straight a man Rong Tao is, facing her gentle words, he would put aside his doubts and choose to comfort her, saying, I will take care of the Chu family. Chu Guofeng had never expected that his attempts to curry favor with the family would eventually become the straw that broke the camel's back. Chu Xiaoli continued to stick to him and said, I can protect myself too. Don't you think I've changed a lot recently? Strike first. Rather than passively accepting doubts, it is better to raise the other party's questions directly. A lot has indeed changed. For example, she now dared to throw the question directly to him. It made him feel that they were evenly matched. He rarely has this feeling in the business world. Yeah, Rong Tao replied. You are very different from before, or maybe I didn't know you well enough before. The two have been married for 1 year. There was almost zero communication. The thinking is simply not on the same channel. There are no common interests or hobbies. He is also of a cold and cautious character. Never open your heart to others easily. If Chu Xiaoli hadn't been proactive enough, there would be no story between them. What's different? Chu Xiaoli asked tentatively again. From personality to hobbies. Rong Tao thought for a while and said calmly, it's like he has become a different person. Chu Xiaoli pondered for a while and suddenly had an urge to tell him, what if it really was a different person? She is actually not the original Chu Xiaoli, just a soul from another world, borrowing his wife's body. It changed the outcome of the divorce and forced their relationship to continue. Of course, no one stays the same. Rong Tao saw her brows slightly frowned and spoke slowly and solemnly. It's good now. It's so good that I can't express it in words. Every frown and smile is what he likes. More importantly, they resonated with each other on a spiritual level. Leaving aside the body, it is the harmony that bursts out from the depths of the soul. Just as she said, these two independent planets began to have gravity. She understood him and knew what he needed. Every hug is warm. Every kiss is healing. Even if time passes and the world changes, and even her appearance changes, as long as her sincere soul is still there, he can still recognize her. Chu Xiaoli was stunned. It was as if he had figured it out for himself. After a pause, Rong Tao said seriously, be careful when eating chestnuts. Don't choke yourself again. This is what he actually wanted to say the most. Okay, let's go downstairs and eat. He reached out and patted her little face. Chu Xiaoli's brows relaxed, and her heart seemed to melt in honey. She put her arms around his neck and leaned forward to kiss his lips. The tip of her tongue pried open his teeth and entangled with his, interweaving their breaths together. Love him so much. Love that cannot be described in words. She even wanted to say, be good and I'll give you my life. I love you. She finally reached out and touched his Adam's apple, kissing it bit by bit, and finally whispered softly in his ear. Dinner wasn't until 7 o'clock. Chu Xiaoli said, the slices have been sent over today, and the results will be available tomorrow. I'll keep an eye on it. In fact, she not only sent slices today, but also conducted experiments. The next week will be a period of data observation. But just leave it to Zhou Luoran. Rong Tao was peeling shrimp for her. Yes, you read that right. Young Master Rong, who was used to being served by others, peeled the shrimps himself. He was probably so coaxed by her words, I love you, that he was in a cloud of joy and couldn't come back to his senses for a while. After hearing her complain that the shrimps were difficult to peel, I started peeling them for her without saying anything. Although these beautiful, slender hands are not suitable for peeling shrimps. But men are. You don't have to just coax him or spoil him all the time. You have to let him take the initiative to do things for you and make him feel that he is needed by you. Otherwise, if it's always one-sided giving, the relationship will become too tiring and you'll become tired of it. Xiaoye came over with the soup. She had sharp eyesight and noticed at a glance that her boss had a red mark on his neck. And not just one. The collar of his white shirt was slightly open, making it even more obvious. She watched Rong Tao peeling shrimps, a little worried, and asked, "Sir, are you allergic?" Chu Xiaoli raised her head and looked at Xiaoye. Xiaoye touched her neck and gestured to her. "There are so many red ones." Chu Xiaoli looked over. "See the obvious marks on his neck? That's clearly a kiss mark. It is my own masterpiece." Chu Xiaoli couldn't help but laugh out loud. As soon as the laughter died down, the man raised his head and looked at her, his eyes slightly deep and containing a warning. Chapter 96, Chu Xiaoxiali. Don't push yourself too far. Chu Xiaoli pursed her lips and said seriously, "Yes, then don't peel it yet, apply some ointment later." Xiaoyan naturally didn't understand this and really thought her husband was allergic. He also said that the kitchen would not prepare seafood or anything like that these days. Chu Xiaoli smiled mischievously and said to Rong Tao meaningfully, "Because it's too sensitive." She just kissed upwards along his Adam's apple. "I didn't use much effort. The traces are so obvious." Rong Tao took out a wet towel and wiped his hands slowly. Seeing Xiaoya wanted to talk, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you free? What's going on?" Now, these people seem to be very idle. He wasn't paying her to chat here. Xiaoya turned around and ran away in a hurry. Chu Xiaoli laughed again. "Why are you being so mean to her? A boss like you is really harsh." Rong Tao raised his eyes and looked at her expressionlessly. "Have you finished your meal?" Chu Xiaoli suppressed her smug smile, lowered her head, and began to eat the shrimps that Rong Tao had peeled for her. "Don't go too far, Chu Xiaoli." But she couldn't help but secretly glance at him out of the corner of her eye. I saw Rong Tao raise his hand and touch his Adam's apple. It's inexplicably sexy. Soon his eyes fell over. Chu Xiaoli immediately withdrew her gaze. "Is it very popular?" he asked suddenly. Chu Xiaoli raised her eyes, bit her lower lip lightly with her pearly teeth, and nodded in acknowledgement embarrassedly. The man locked his eyes on her, then moved his gaze down to her neck. His eyes narrowed slightly. Chu Xiaoli suddenly felt a chill on her neck, which was very dangerous. She quickly lowered her head and continued eating. The man looked at her indifferently and silently for a few seconds, his eyes moving back and forth from her earlobe to her collarbone. After a while, he snorted coldly. When Chu Xiaoli heard this, it meant "You're waiting for me." Chu Xiaoli tossed and turned at night and couldn't sleep. She was almost upset by Chu Guofeng's sudden concern. Luckily, she was able to open her mouth. But Rong Tao's reaction. Chu Xiaoli thought about it carefully. He said everything was fine now, which showed his recognition of her. Probably he doesn't want to go back to the past. So she got carried away and just said, "I love you" to him, and kissed him actively. Isn't this a bit too abrupt? Never mind. She's been rude many times before, so this one won't matter. The two of them rarely mention the past when they are together now. We are all smart people. Everything is fine now, and there is no need to dwell on the past. The moonlight fell on the bedside. Chu Xiaoli sat up and held her chin with her hands. Before telling him everything, do you need to lay the groundwork in advance? For example, let him watch some soul travel movies or read some books to strengthen his psychological preparation. Chu Xiaoli sighed. This matter is a bit complicated and not something she should bear at her age. She patted her cheek and told herself, "Don't think too much. He trusts you now. Wait until the operation is done before telling him. Then see if he can accept that his wife has changed. If he can, then you can continue to be together. If not, how could it not be possible? There are so many advantages in me that they can't be written down on an A4 paper. How could Rong Tao not accept me? I really can't think of any reason why he wouldn't love me. Master hates deception and going back on one's word the most." This sentence suddenly popped into my mind. Chu Xiaoli had already laid down and instantly sat up again. She held her head and told herself to calm down. It's been cheated anyway. It's okay to lie a little longer. Don't scare yourself. Go to sleep. There is work to do tomorrow. Zhou Luoran stayed up all night to help Chu Xiaoli observe and record the data. This will play a key guiding role in subsequent diagnosis and treatment. If I was still skeptical before, but after Chu Xiaoli independently completed the experimental model he had designed for a long time, he was completely convinced. There is always someone better than you. This was taught to him by his mother. Let him always maintain a sense of awe for science. Chu Xiaoli came and saw that he had two big dark circles under his eyes and showed concern. You go and rest first, I'll keep an eye on this. Zhou Luoran said weakly. The experimental results are on the computer desktop. Please check the data. Okay. Chu Xiaoli put on her white coat skillfully, opened the experimental glassware, and saw that something was wrong. The mouse showed no signs of life. Zhou Luoran. She called out his name. What's going on? Zhou Luoran was no longer sleepy and ran over to take a look. All the mice in the experimental group lined up and went to heaven. The control group was quite lively. His brain was confused. Chu Xiaoli frowned. I saw that he was fine before I left yesterday. Did anyone come into the lab? There are also cases where unreliable junior and senior students have destroyed the experimental results being conducted by their predecessors. No, my doors are locked. Chu Xiaoli raised her hand and pressed her brow. Find out the cause first, then restart the experiment. The data is very important and must be accurate. Good. The two began to investigate from the beginning and finally determined that this result was caused by contamination of the experimental reagents. It has nothing to do with the design of the experiment itself or her operation. Chu Xiaoli's face was covered in cold sweat. After finding out the cause, she breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Luoran looked at her. The last time she was sweating was when she heard Rong Tao suddenly go into shock in the hospital. Her face was also pale at that time, but she still completed the first aid steps calmly and rationally. Chu Xiaoli said hoarsely, I'll start over. You go and rest first. No, I'll cooperate with you. You're so sleepy, I'm afraid your hands will shake, and you'll send another batch of mice to heaven. Zhou Luoran. He exhaled. Okay, I'll buy you lunch later. What do you want to eat? Wholemeal bread will do. Fast and filling. It just tastes a bit bad. But she doesn't care too much about doing experiments. When she is really busy, she can even rely on oral glucose to maintain her energy. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the popcorn and cola ordered by Secretary Chun were delivered to Yuan Villa. She also picked a rose with great care. There was a heart-shaped card with a love poem written on it. Watching other people fall in love is more fun than falling in love yourself. Secretary Chun thought so. Rong Tao specifically chose 7 o'clock, which is also the time when the film will be released worldwide. This was their first official movie viewing. It will be more commemorative. He just took a photo of popcorn and Coke for Chu Xiaoli at 6 o'clock and sent it to her. No one replied. Until 6:30. No message came back. Rong Tao called her. I can call, but no one answers. What's going on? Rong Tao frowned, and worry began to appear on his face. He continued to call her. Still no one answered. The man's face was already gloomy at this moment. The movie starts at 7 o'clock. She had to be home before 7 at the latest. She said herself yesterday that she would be home before 6:30. Now he doesn't reply to messages and doesn't answer calls. What is he doing? Rong Tao no longer hesitated and called Xiao Yang, asking to check where Chu Xiaoli was immediately. Chapter 97. Rong Tao's legs regained consciousness. Xiao Yang learned from Rong Tao that his wife drove to Beijing Medical University by herself today. But there has been no reply so far. In addition, Rong Tao asked that this matter be done in secret and not to alarm anyone. Xiao Yang immediately set out to investigate. From the surveillance video, we saw that her car entered Beijing Medical University and did not come out. The person must still be in the school. Surveillance video analysis showed that she entered the neuroscience laboratory building. It does match her whereabouts. Only. Soon, Zhou Luoran came out of the building and bought a large bag of whole wheat bread and 2 bottles of milk and went in. Xiao Yang didn't dare to hide anything. Copy the surveillance video and send it to Rong Tao. Zhou Luoran slept in the lounge for a while, and when he woke up, it was almost 8 o'clock. He rubbed his eyes, stood up, and went out, and saw that the lights in the laboratory were still on. Zhou Luoran frowned. Why are you still here? Chu Xiaoli left him with her back. I'll finish processing this batch of data. It's 8 o'clock now. The figure froze, turned around, and looked at him in disbelief. 8 o'clock? Morning or evening? Zhou Luoran. I am speechless. Night. That's good. No all-nighter. Wrong. Chu Xiaoli suddenly thought of something. Zhou Luoran reminded at the right time. Didn't you say you had a date tonight? Stop talking. Chu Xiaoli almost cried. I remember it. She quickly took off her gloves and put on her white coat, picked up the phone in her coat, and took a look. She switched on airplane mode. As soon as I turned on the network, a message popped up. It belongs to Rong Tao. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. She changed her clothes and said, I'm leaving first. You record the data. Don't make any mistakes. Okay, will you come over tomorrow? Chu Xiaoli. You should ask, will you still be alive tomorrow? Zhou Luo ran. Chu Xiaoli went out and went straight to the parking lot. While walking, he called Rong Tao. After the call was connected, she said, sorry, my phone was on airplane mode and I didn't receive the message. I'll be back right away. Rong Tao's voice did not convey any emotion. Well, be careful on the road. Chu Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief. Calculated the time. It takes 40 minutes to go back to Beijing Medical University, even if you take the highway. Oh my God. She really started the experiment and testing the data all over again, and was so busy that she fainted and didn't even have time to check her phone. This made me 2 hours late. She felt that she was a little outrageous. I hope Rong Tao won't be angry. It is impossible not to be angry, but don't be too angry. Just be the kind of anger that can be coaxed away. Chu Xiaoli drove the car home at almost 120 miles per hour. When she got off the car, she vaguely felt that her clothes smelled of reagents. When she rushed upstairs, she saw Xiaoya coming down and said to her, the master is in the cinema on the first floor below ground. Chu Xiaoli made an okay gesture to her, quickly took a shower, changed her clothes, and pressed the elevator to the basement floor. When I opened the door of the home theater, it was dark inside. Only the projector was flashing a faint blue light. She saw the man sitting on the sofa playing with his cell phone. He was hiding in the dark and didn't look up when he heard the sound at the door. He just sat there. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoli thought, is it too late for me to leave now? As soon as this thought came to mind, the man's gaze fell over. She had no choice but to walk over and apologize sincerely. I'm sorry, I'm late. Rong Tao said nothing. After a while, he raised his face, raised his eyebrows, and asked, what's the reason? I was visiting the Neuroscience Research Center today and turned my phone to airplane mode. I didn't receive any messages and forgot the time. It takes 40 minutes to get from Beijing Medical University to Yuan Villa. And this is the excuse you made up? Rong Tao was obviously angry. It's not made up, it's the truth, said Chu Xiaoli. Rong Tao reached out and pressed his temple. He leaned back on the sofa, his outline hidden in the darkness, looking a little cold. With whom? I'm alone, Chu Xiaoli said. The man held out his hand to her. Come here. When Chu Xiaoli approached, he reached out and pulled her, causing her to fall directly onto his lap. Rong Tao held her waist with one hand, leaned forward and said, Zhou Luoran is here too. Yes, he came to do the analysis today. Chu Xiaoli did not deny. I greeted him and asked him to help bring bread and milk. I transferred the money to him, so it was not in vain. Rong Tao narrowed his eyes. It doesn't look like she's lying. Rong Tao smelled the fragrance of her shower gel. He pinched her collar with his fingers and said without much emotion, have you changed your clothes? I smell a bit like a laboratory. Maybe I picked it up during the tour. I was afraid you wouldn't like it, so I took a shower. The man let go of her hand, stared in her eyes, and said word by word, I've been waiting for you for 2 hours. 2 hours. Who dares to make him wait for 2 hours? He just sat there doing nothing, staring at his phone for such a long time. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please don't be angry, okay? She put her arms around his neck, feeling extremely guilty, and her voice was so soft. You don't reply to messages or answer calls. Do you know how worried he is? Chu Xiaoli didn't dare to refute him at all and gave in to him. I'm really sorry. You can punish me however you want. She leaned over and kissed him and said, kiss you. The man was unmoved. Chu Xiaoli kissed him twice, but seeing that he didn't react, she didn't dare to continue and didn't know how to coax him. She has used up all her tricks, and any more would be beyond her comprehension. But as soon as she left his lips, the man grabbed her jaw and started kissing her with all-out and aggressive force. This was a kiss completely different from the gentle and tender ones in the past. It was a strong and conquering kiss. This is the real Rong Si. His gentleness and good temper are just appearance. He is strong and sharp in nature. Chu Xiaoli suddenly felt some unexpected fear, and soon she felt a pain on her lips and tasted blood in her mouth. Rong Tao let her go and pinched her jaw with one hand. His slender fingers brushed across her lips inch by inch. His eyes narrowed slightly and turned as dark as ink. He leaned close to her ear and warned her in a low voice. Chu Xiaoli, I believe you, but if you dare to lie to me and get involved with other men. The hand moved down and gently stroked her slender neck. The man was shrouded in a dark night atmosphere that was completely different from before, and he slowly tightened his control. I don't mind destroying him. Chu Xiaoli nodded hurriedly. I don't have it and I don't dare to. The kiss fell again, extending from the lips all the way down. With a click, it was the sound of buttons being unbuttoned at the back. Chu Xiaoli suddenly felt a pain, and her pupils contracted instantly. He bit her. Still, she got up in a hurry with fear and looked at him in horror, her expression so shocked that she couldn't freeze. This overturned her imagination. It's not a sweet love like rainbow candy. Chu Xiaoli broke free from him and ran away. When he ran to the door, he suddenly remembered something. He leaned against the door, carefully reached back and buttoned up the 3 rows of buttons, then pushed the door open in panic. Behind him, the man's eyes were extremely dark. Rong Tao raised his hand and touched his lips. Soon, his brows furrowed deeply. My legs suddenly felt numb in waves, which was continuous and regular. His legs seemed to regain feeling. Chapter 98. Still not skilled below the neck. Chu Xiaoli ran all the way back to her room, closed the door, and leaned against it to catch her breath. She carefully lifted her clothes and took a look. The skin on her chest turned red. It hurts a bit too. Bitten by him. She held on to the kisses on the neck and above for now. As for below the neck, she is not yet skilled. So the moment Rong Tao bit her, she ran away in fear. Chu Xiaoli touched her neck. Her mind was in a mess. She calmed down for a while and thought silently. Would he be even angrier? We agreed that any punishment is fine. As a result, he ran away halfway, not replying to messages or answering calls, being 2 hours late. It was her fault in the first place. But he couldn't bite her, a place that no one had touched except herself. But soon another voice was heard. What's wrong with biting him? Didn't you bite him before? Chu Xiaoli was confused. She took a sip of water to suppress the crazy voice in her head and planned to go back and take a look later. Rong Tao leaned back on the sofa. The numbness did not go away, and it was even getting worse. But he couldn't move. The cell phone rings. It's Xiao Yang. President, my wife did visit the neuroscience laboratory today. Dr. Zhou stayed up late last night to analyze the data results and slept almost all day today. The two of them just happened to meet. Madam also went to the library alone at noon to read for 2 hours. Xiao Yang consulted teachers and students from the Neuroscience Research Center of Peking University Medical School. Report to your supervisor. As a subordinate, Xiao Yang always only reports the facts and never adds his own subjective judgment. But today, he couldn't help but say, I believe that Madam is just immersed in the world of science and forgets the time. Madam is so smart and lovely. She definitely didn't forget the time on purpose. Rong Tao exhaled. I know. He hung up the phone and thought for a while. She has indeed been quite interested in neuroscience recently and has bought a lot of books to study on her own. It seems that she actually dropped out of college and did not continue her studies. So you want to make up for your regrets? Rong Tao thought so, pursed his lips slightly, and considered whether to let her go back to school. Reading is a good thing. Girls can become more independent and strong if they read more. What's more, she doesn't have many friends now, and her life is quite monotonous and boring as she stays at home all day. If she has a dream, he, as her husband, should support it. Are you still there? The door was suddenly pushed open, and Chu Xiaoli's voice rang out. She saw Rong Tao still sitting there in the same position as before, so she turned on the light and walked in. He was scary in the dark. It's safer to turn on a light. The sudden brightness made Rong Tao close his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, Chu Xiaoli had already walked in front of him. Didn't he run away? Why come back? What's wrong with you? Why are you sweating so much? Chu Xiaoli noticed something was wrong with him as soon as she approached him. His face was pale, and his head was covered with cold sweat. She immediately took out a tissue from the table to wipe his sweat. When her fingers touched the temperature of his skin, she frowned. Do you have a fever? The temperature is slightly higher than usual. It's a low-grade fever. I'll get the thermometer. She turned to leave, but he stopped her. My legs, he told her in a hoarse voice. They're a little numb. Chu Xiaoli was stunned. Her pupils dilated involuntarily as she realized what was happening. She immediately squatted down, put her hands on his knees, and asked in disbelief, Your legs are numb. Do you feel it? Rong Tao nodded. Chu Xiaoli jumped up from the ground suddenly. I will call Zhou Luoren immediately, and we will go to the hospital. Seeing that he was unmoved, Chu Xiaoli pointed at him and said firmly, If you are still angry with me, I will let you do whatever you want when you come back. You must go to the hospital now. Don't make a fuss. Let him bite anywhere. Rong Tao was helpless. How do you want me to move? Damn it. He had only the beginnings of feeling in his legs. It's not like I can walk anymore. Chu Xiaoli slapped her forehead and said, Sorry, I'll go get Xiao Yang to come over. Zhou Luoran felt that he was on the brink of sudden death. He stayed up all night. I took a nap on the sofa in the afternoon. I'll just finish washing up and am ready to rest. Chu Xiaoli called him and asked him to come to the treatment center immediately, saying that Rong Tao had regained feeling in his legs. She said very seriously, This matter must be kept secret. Zhou Luoran got up from the bed without saying a word. I'll be right there. Drive carefully. Chu Xiaoli gave another reminder. She hung up the phone, took out the anti-inflammatory medicine she had just brought from the medicine box at home, handed it to him, and said, Take some medicine first. Rong Tao took the medicine obediently. After a while, Chu Xiaoli raised her head, touched his forehead, and said, It's gone. She held his hand, unable to hide her excitement, and said, It's a good thing. Rong Tao looked at her and saw that she was even more excited than himself. The corners of his lips twitched, and he wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. He really lost his mind to bully her. When they arrived at the hospital, Zhou Luoran also arrived. He immediately arranged a series of tests. I originally wanted to ask Chu Xiaoli to help, but when I thought about her current status, the words that came to my lips turned into the common words to comfort the family members. Don't worry too much, take a rest, and wait for the results with peace of mind. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning when Rong Tao finished a series of tests and analyses. The specific results will not be available until tomorrow morning. He was the only one in the empty ward. Chu Xiaoli was not there. After a while, the door was pushed open. He immediately raised his face. The one who came in was a nurse. Rong Tao was quite disappointed. The nurse came to change his dressing and handed him an envelope, saying, Mrs. Rong asked me to give it to you. Rong Tao opened the envelope puzzledly and saw a heart made of pink writing paper inside. When he opened it, he saw 3 words written on an apology letter. Dear Mr. Rong, I wonder if you have calmed down? I am so sorry for forgetting the time and missing the first official date. No matter how I explain, it seems like I am making excuses for my mistakes. But I still want you to forgive me and accept my sincere apology. I am right outside your ward door. If you are no longer angry with me, let me come in and take care of you. Chu Xiaoli, who feels guilty but loves you. This woman is so good. It is impossible to tell whether Rong Tao is angry and is using this method to give each other a way out. Rong Tao had calmed down long ago when he saw the letter. Even being 2 hours late doesn't seem like a big deal. He was making a fuss out of nothing. She has the right to be late. They have the right to be indulged and favored. The man smiled faintly and said to the nurse gently, Please ask her to come in. Chu Xiaoli pushed the door open and walked to his bedside. Rong Tao reached out his hand to her. He held her hand, asked her to sit next to him, pulled her little ear, and said, Don't do it again. His voice was gentle, without any accusation. Chu Xiaoli nodded, put her arms around his neck, put her face close to him, and said, Let's go to the movies together tomorrow. I'll go buy a big bucket of popcorn. Yeah. Rong Tao responded lightly. After a while, he suddenly asked, Does it hurt? Chapter 99, What Am I Afraid of? Chu Xiaoli was originally immersed in his tenderness. These words instantly sobered her up. This? How to answer? Neither affirmation nor denial is right. When she thought of that feeling, her scalp tingled and her face turned red. In fact, she is only good at talking. Chu Xiaoli hesitated and finally said, It really hurt at that time. Rong Tao didn't ask any more questions. He touched the end of her hair and said, Gently, then be gentler next time. Chu Xiaoli. Her brain was unable to react for a moment. What on earth is this man talking about? I didn't control my emotions well. Rong Tao put his ear close to hers and spoke softly. I scared you. Chu Xiaoli was really scared, especially when he had his hands on her neck and was saying those threatening words. She instantly felt fear in her heart. Even though she is smart, but in this world, Rong Tao still crushes her in terms of status. Not to mention, he is definitely not as gentle and easygoing as he appears. Have you ever seen anyone who messed with him have a good ending? I only have you. Chu Xiaoli's voice was soft and aggrieved. I dare not do anything reckless. The words you said scared me. Don't say that in the future, okay? Good. Her grievances and weakness made him give up again and again. But he enjoyed it. The man held her chin with his hand. His thin lips gently lingered along her earlobe. Chu Xiaoli closed her eyes. This man? How come you were such a good kisser? It was not until a hand moved from her waist to her back that she woke up from her dream. Chu Xiaoli opened her eyes wide and held Rong Tao's wrist. What is he going to do? The two looked at each other. Rong Tao's eyes were deep and dark. He narrowed his eyes slightly and just looked at her. The meaning in the eyes is self-evident. Such a handsome man looks at you with such eyes. Anyone could not help wanting to surrender to him immediately. Chu Xiaoli bit her lip. Various thoughts turned back and forth in her mind. She finally lowered her brows and said, next time. Today, it hurts. Rong Tao. He withdrew his hand and coughed lightly. Chu Xiaoli immediately ran over and pretended to pour herself some water. Sure enough, kisses above the neck were no longer enough. He still has more parts to unlock. She drank 2 glasses of water to calm down before turning back and forcibly changing the subject. The analysis results won't be available until tomorrow, so let's wait. He already knew this. No need to say more. Would you like some water too? Let him calm down too. Need not. Chu Xiaoli. The corners of her lips twitched. Rong Tao looked up at her and suddenly asked, do you want to continue studying at university? Chu Xiaoli almost spit out a mouthful of water. Go to college? She studied for so many years, took so many exams, and finally graduated with a bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degree. She no longer has to do experiments, test data, and brush test tubes every day. Why? Change place. Do you want to go back to college again? She didn't want it at all. But you can't say that. Chu Xiaoli pulled the corners of her lips with difficulty, revealing a puzzled but polite smile. Why do you say that? I see that you are very studious recently and are interested in neuroscience. If you want to go back to school, I can allow you to enter without taking an entrance exam and choose the major you like. Although it's not very upright to do so, it also went against his usual rules. But for her, exceptions can always be made. Keep a low profile when the time comes and don't get exposed. Rong Tao added. Chu Xiaoli. I didn't reply to messages, didn't answer the phone, and was 2 hours late, and you're punishing me like this. Send me back to college. Why don't you let me start over from high school? She couldn't hold back her smile anymore. But you still have to laugh. You also have to think about how to refuse with high emotional intelligence. You don't have many friends. You can meet like-minded people in college. He sincerely suggested. You don't have to stay at home all day. Of course, you can't have too much contact with male classmates. Chu Xiaoli. I really appreciate you considering me. She forced a smile, put down the cup in her hand, and said, thank you for thinking about me, but I haven't thought about going back to school yet. I want to spend more time with you now. Rong Tao wanted to speak more. Chu Xiaoli immediately held his face with both hands and gritted her teeth and said, why do you suddenly want to push me away, don't you? She narrowed her eyes and threatened. Is there someone else? Rong Tao held her wrist. There is no such thing. How could he have someone else? I only recognize her in this life. I was just kidding. Chu Xiaoli let go of his face. Let's talk about it after your leg is healed. Even after my leg healed, I still won't go to school. Rong Tao lowered his eyes and looked at his legs. The flames of hope in my heart were ignited one by one. The analysis results came out the next day. Rong Tao's legs have regained some sensation. Nerve cells are also being generated rapidly. This is a good sign. The timing of myelonerectomy surgery can even be advanced. After listening to Zhou Luoran's report, Chu Xiaoli almost jumped up. She high-fived Zhou Luoran and then thought of someone else, so she bent down, took Rong Tao's hand, and said, come on, high-five Dr. Zhou to celebrate the good news. Rong Tao. He is tired. I can only passively follow her instructions. Keep it secret. This matter must be kept absolutely secret. Chu Xiaoli instructed. Zhou Luoran nodded. Just follow the diagnosis and treatment plan, and the results will be kept confidential. Chu Xiaoli pushed Rong Tao out of the ward, talking all the way. The man in the wheelchair lowered his eyes and smiled faintly as he listened. Anyone who sees them would think they are a match made in heaven. When the two were passing through the hall, they were suddenly stopped by someone. Chu Xiaoli raised her head and took a look. It turned out to be Rong Jiwen. He has been feeling numbness and difficulty controlling his right hand recently, so he came to the neurological treatment center to see if he needs surgery or something. As a result, I met my nephew here. Rong Tao, it's been a long time since we last met. Rong Jiwen came up to him and asked, come and check on your leg. How is it? Is it getting better? Same as before. Rong Tao said lightly. Don't be too depressed. It's not a big deal if you can't stand up. You've been in a wheelchair for so many years. You should be used to it. Rong Jiwen shook his body. His eyes fell on Chu Xiaoli and smiled maliciously. Rong Tao can't move his legs. You have to work hard. He said sarcastically. Give birth to a great-grandson sooner, and I will give you more shares, and no one will say that Rong Tao is incompetent anymore. Uncle. Chu Xiaoli raised her face and sneered. Compared to Rong Tao and me, Grandpa is more concerned about the fact that you are in your 40s and still have no children. You look red and have a strong internal heat. You must have eaten too much seahorse and deer antler. To tell you the truth, these are of no benefit except making your kidney function worse. She sighed. You came to the wrong place. You should go to the men's department across the street, 800 meters away. Rong Jiwen raised his hand and pretended to hit her. But before he could do anything, his wrists were clamped behind his back. The omnipresent Xiao Yang is here again. Rong Jiwen didn't care about his image and yelled, Rong Tao, I'm your third uncle. You're elder. Do you dare to touch me? Rong Tao raised his head and looked at him. The corners of his lips curled up and he laughed out loud. What am I afraid of? As soon as he finished speaking, his face darkened instantly, completely tearing off the warm and affectionate appearance he had previously pretended to have, and his eyebrows raised. Xiao Yang threw Rong Jiwen to the ground with a clean shoulder throw, causing him to scream in pain. Chapter 100 I had a nightmare. Rong Jiwen still wanted to struggle. Xiao Yang simply placed one leg across his neck and used his knee to push his face in the ground so hard that it was deformed. Rong Jiwen waved his hands and grabbed the air like a clown. Uncle. Rong Tao admired his ugly appearance for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Don't forget that you are still a suspect of hit and run. Why do you show up so brazenly? Do you think the electronic surveillance is just for show? He leaned forward slightly, his eyes sneered. Or do you want your grandfather to accompany you on a legal program as a guest at your old age? Rong Jiwen ran back secretly. I didn't tell anyone. Hearing this, he panicked and said hurriedly, You don't even think about scaring me. Believe it or not, I will kick you out of the board of directors too. Rong Tao smiled faintly. I'll wait. He then ordered Xiao Yang. Drag him away. Xiao Yang took off his coat, covered Rong Jiwen's face with it, and dragged him away. Chu Xiaoli looked over there. Stop looking and let's go, the man said softly. Chu Xiaoli came back to her senses and asked worriedly. He won't complain to Grandpa, will he? Rong Tao was calm. I hope he will file a complaint. He just wanted to take this opportunity to test Rong Jingting's attitude. Even though the old man favored Rong Jiwen in the previous few times, after the recent events, the balance in his heart must have tilted. Chu Xiaoli saw that he looked calm and listened to his words thoughtfully. You want to see Grandpa's attitude this time, right? Rong Tao raised his eyes and looked at her. Chu Xiaoli knew she guessed right. She pushed the wheelchair forward and said, Grandpa has always been strict with you. Maybe it's because he has high hopes for you. Or maybe. Chu Xiaoli couldn't explain the old man's attitude towards Rong Tao. Rong Jingting was also considered a hero of his time, so naturally his thoughts were difficult to guess. He is afraid of me and afraid that I will weaken his authority. Rong Tao said, but he also relies on me. None of the businesses I have taken over have failed. The old man also knew that there was no more suitable successor than Rong Tao. But older men always want to show their authority from time to time and prove that they still have a say. I was respectful to him so that he couldn't find fault with me, and I wasn't controlled by him. Rong Tao chuckled. He had no way to deal with me. He was always struggling with himself, hesitating between choosing and giving up. Of course, this might be the last pleasure in his life. Chu Xiaoli was stunned. Are you a psychoanalyst? Does your grandfather know that you are so calculating? Rong Tao immediately stopped smiling. It was Xiao Yang who came over and spoke in his ear, as usual. Rong Tao gestured. Just say it directly. Chu Xiaoli cannot hear. I hung him in the underground garage and lowered him down 2 hours later. The surveillance footage was deleted in time. There won't be any impact. Rong Tao nodded. Drive back first. Chu Xiaoli stayed up almost all night. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon when she got back. She was so sleepy that she fell asleep as soon as she lay down on the bed. Rong Tao was not sleepy. While dealing with things in the study, Lenny came to report on his work. Lenny drove over quickly. Just arrived at the door of the villa. Another message came on my phone. The sound of footsteps going upstairs. Lenny immediately pursed his lips and began to tiptoe at the door of the villa. When I changed my shoes and went upstairs, I didn't dare make any sound. I was afraid that if I made any noise, these feet would be gone tomorrow. He pushed the study door open with his fingers using minimal force and said in a pinched voice, "Boss, I'm coming." Rong Tao raised his head to look at him, motioned him to close the door, and said in a normal voice, "Let's get started." After Lin Yi reported on his daily work, he took out a stack of documents and said, "This is the personal file and transcript of Chu Guofeng's youngest daughter, Chu Fei. She was exempted from the entrance examination a year ago as an arts specialty student. She skipped classes many times, but by bribing the teacher, she barely passed the final exam. In addition, she also bullied her classmates at school. She has now obtained a place as an exchange student and is preparing to go abroad in her sophomore year." Rong Tao motioned for him to take it back. He didn't even want to look at it. "Please sort out the information and post it online to put pressure on the school to expel her directly." Lin nodded. "Okay, I'll do it right away." Rong Tao's brows were full of coldness. Find out who allowed her to enter without taking the exam. The rules of the education system cannot be destroyed by such people. Lin Yixinli. "It seems like you just asked me about the admission without examination to Beijing Medical University not long ago." But he dared not say anything or ask anything. Rong Tao really started to clean up the Chu family. Song Meiyin is just the beginning. None of the remaining people could escape. Rong Tao looked at the time, and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Chu Xiaoli is still sleeping. He motioned to Lin Yi to get a financial book from the bookcase beside the bed. The study is very big. One entire wall is covered with bookshelves. There are various kinds of books placed on it. Rong Tao was a child. No one played with him. He just reads by himself. Books can bring him peace and heal his heart. I've been walking alone for so many years. Apart from Uncle Zhong and the others, the only people who always accompanied him were books. Lenny searched for a long time and finally found it. I didn't have time to rejoice. The study door was pushed open. "Someone comes in." Then a soft girl's voice sounded. "I had a nightmare." Chu Xiaoli ran in barefoot. She might have been influenced by Rong Jiwen during the day. "I had several small nightmares one after another. She even dreamed that everything was fake, just a fantasy." A distant and ethereal voice said to her, "You are not from this world. You must leave." She almost cried, "Yes, I am." Then she woke up. It's dark. It was so quiet around her that she seemed to be the only one left. The sound of a whistle coming from somewhere struck her heart. At that moment, she felt panic. Seeing the light in the study, he hurried over. Unexpectedly, Rong Tao was knocked into her arms. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Rong Tao frowned, held her in his arms, and said softly, "I'm here." His voice brought great comfort to Chu Xiaoli, helping her to recover from her panic. Then he raised his eyes and saw Lin Yi huddled in the corner of the bookshelf by the window. Lin Yi didn't know what to do at this moment. He wanted to leave quietly, but he had already been discovered. Chu Xiaoli felt a little embarrassed and wanted to get up, but the man held her shoulders. Rong Tao gave Lin Yi a warning look and told him to get out of here. Lin Yi didn't dare to breathe. He quickly put the book down, turned his back to them, and ran away quickly. Fortunately, I didn't see anything I shouldn't have seen. Otherwise, my eyeballs might be in danger. After Lin Yi left, Rong Tao reached out and stroked her face and patted her back with his other hand, comforting her like a child, telling her not to be afraid. Chu Xiaoli calmed down a little now. She took a long breath, leaned into his arms, and whispered, "I dreamed that we were forced to separate. When I woke up, I didn't see you. I was scared and ran over here. Did I disturb your work?" Chapter 101 helped me take off my glasses. "No," Rong Tao said. Lenny came to deliver the documents and insisted on staying to read a book. He raised his hand to her brow and pressed it gently. "Let her mind be peaceful and calm. It's just a dream. Don't take it seriously." The man's voice was soft and gentle. "I'm always here, and we won't be apart." Chu Xiaoli finally regained her composure. She scared herself. The color finally returned to her face, and she repeated his words. "Well, we won't separate. No one can separate them." Chu Xiaoli looked at Rong Tao with a firm gaze. Because of his work, the man wears a pair of frameless glasses on his nose, which makes him look more elegant and gentle. Why? He looks so good in glasses. The light from the study reflected down, and half of his outline was hidden in the shadows. He looked deep, handsome, and indescribably alluring. Chu Xiaoli slightly narrowed her gaze and suddenly heard him say, "Help me take off my glasses." The voice was low and hoarse. No one can refuse it. Chu Xiaoli obediently reached out and carefully took off her glasses. Just when she was about to ask if he wanted to put them away for her, The man turned his face and kissed her directly on the lips. It turns out that they wanted her to take off her glasses so that they could kiss her. How could he tease her like this? Thousands of fireworks are blooming in my mind. There are countless butterflies flying again. There were even whistles blowing frantically. Even if it was a dream, she was happy to do so too. Just like that, never wake up. But soon, she heard him take a slight breath. His brows also furrowed. Chu Xiaoli hurriedly let go of him and asked, "What's wrong?" "My legs seem to hurt a little." Rong Tao frowned. Chu Xiaoli jumped off his legs in a hurry. He had been injected with nerve growth drugs during the day, and there had been no reaction before. But now, in addition to the numbness, he even felt a slight pain. "Does it hurt a lot?" Rong Tao shook his head. "It's all right now." Chu Xiaoli was both worried and happy. This meant that his legs were slowly regaining feeling. This shows that the diagnosis and treatment plan is feasible. She didn't dare to show it too much, so she took out her phone and said, "Then I'll ask Dr. Zhou and see what he says." Rong Tao was willing to act like a decent person at this moment. "No hurry, he's probably resting now." Chu Xiaoli immediately held his face with her hands and looked at him tenderly. "You are so kind, so thoughtful and considerate of others. He is worthy of being the man she loves." Zhou Luoran had been working nonstop for 2 days and finally got a good night's sleep. "Wake up and check your phone." Chu Xiaoli said that Rong Tao's legs not only recovered some sensation, but he now also felt slight pain, but it was very short-lived. Zhou Luoran sat up from the bed. After asking a few detailed questions and giving professional responses, he arranged a follow-up visit on Friday. Chu Xiaoli glanced at the time he replied. It was 8 hours since she sent the message. "How can you sleep like this? How do you graduate with a doctor of medicine?" Chu Xiaoli yawned. "She stayed up almost until 2 or 3 in the morning again last night. Fortunately, I am young. Can hold on." Next to the desk was a thick stack of literature reviews that she had printed out last night, already translated and annotated. Prepare to bring it to Zhou Luoran next time. Let him feel the care from his predecessors. During this period, she stayed up late almost every day. I can see how haggard I am when I look in the mirror. After all, she is a young girl. Chu Xiaoli reached out and patted her face. "Hold on a little longer. Once the operation is successful, you can have a good rest." Rong Tao naturally also noticed her haggardness and thinness. Her jaw became much sharper, and her small face was the size of a palm. She has been accompanying him recently, and has been working day and night, and has not had a good rest. So Rong Tao told her directly, "The follow-up visit will be on Friday. Let Xiao Yang accompany you. You should have a good rest at home." Chu Xiaoli tried to argue. "I'm very energetic." Rong Tao's voice sank. "Look at your face." Chu Xiaoli reached out and touched her face. She didn't dare to say anything more. She was silent for a while. Suddenly, she raised her face and asked uncertainly, "Is it ugly?" "It's more than just ugly." Compared to him, she seemed like the sick one. Seeing Rong Tao remain silent, Chu Xiaoli pursed her lips, her voice revealing an unconfident tone. "You wouldn't dislike it, would you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his forehead with his finger. "Who dislikes her?" "You are too tired." Rong Tao said gently, "It is very harmful to your body to stay with me day and night." Chu Xiaoli touched her forehead, and it felt a little painful. "Xiao Yang is too busy to handle it alone," she said. "That's settled." Chu Xiaoli didn't say anything. Anyway, she will go with them when the time comes, and Rong Tao will definitely not be able to do anything to her. Rong Tao naturally knew her little thoughts. He wanted her to rest more and recuperate. After thinking about it, he thought of someone he could place his hopes on. Rong Ying felt a little uneasy when she received a call from her fourth brother. "She's been doing well lately." Xiao Mengli went in. The contract with the previous company was also officially terminated. "I am currently in contact with a new drama. Although I am the second female lead, fortunately the script is good, and it is also a production worth tens of millions." So, her brother called her? Rong Tao stated his request briefly and concisely. Rong Ying, "Brother, do you want me to take sister-in-law for out to play? You should have told me earlier," and made her worry for so long in vain. "The temperature has dropped recently, and I just want to go to the hot springs. I'll ask her to come with me. Don't worry, nothing will happen this time. If there is anything else, she really should stop messing around." Rong Tao thought that your comprehension ability has improved rapidly. He instructed, "Make her happy. I will give you a big gift later." Rong Ying, "I will ensure that the mission is completed." Chu Xiaoli soon received a message from Rong Ying. She booked 2 tickets for the hot spring bath. I want to go on vacation to the villa with Chu Xiaoli. Chu Xiaoli clicked her tongue 3 times. Single guys without boyfriends can only find her to play with. She also told Rong Tao. Is it because Ronging hasn't been in the group recently that she is free to go to the hot spring with me? Although it is very tempting to have someone treat you to a meal for free. But she is not free now. Rong Tao said calmly. Just agree to it. Maybe next time. I'm busy lately. I don't know when the next time will be. Rong Tao added, she happens to be free recently. If you reject her directly, she will be sad. That's true. And Ronging has been through a lot recently. I saw that she also posted a short essay on Weibo about her mental growth process. Although it was ridiculed and became a hot topic again. It's true that when people are hated, nothing they do is right. Ronging is very good at pestering people. Countless cute emoticons were sent again. There is a kind of momentum that I will not give up until you agree. She really is a little princess. Chu Xiaoli was helpless. Okay, I'll promise her. Rong Tao looked at her increasingly thin face, stretched out his hand to pinch her cheek, and murmured, why haven't you gained any weight? Chu Xiaoli immediately puffed up her face. Just as she was touched by his concern, she heard him ask doubtfully, you eat a lot. Chapter 102, I don't know how to raise a child. Chu Xiaoli paused as she stretched out her chopsticks. She turned her face away, swallowed the food in her mouth, and denied, no, I didn't eat a lot. Rong Tao smiled, his eyes showing some doting. Is that because I don't know how to raise a child? The orchids in the greenhouse were pampered by him and bloomed one after another, full of vitality. She, on the other hand, is getting thinner and thinner. Chu Xiaoli nodded immediately and complained. You put all your energy into growing orchids. They are more delicate than me. After hearing her heartless and distorted words, Rong Tao grabbed her ear and said, from now on, you should peel eggs and pick fish bones by yourself. And don't let me help you analyze the stock market trend. I was wrong. Chu Xiaoli turned into a pitiful little girl in an instant. She gently pulled her ear back from his hand. It's my fault that I didn't get enough rest. Ronging and I are going out to play this weekend. Do you have any plans? I'll go to the west of the city to take care of things on Saturday. Rong Tao took his hand back and said, just contact me if you have anything. On Friday, Rong Tao went to the neurological center for a follow-up checkup, still blindfolded while doing acupuncture. His light perception is noticeably enhanced. Instrument tests showed that his nerves and muscles had varying degrees of tremors. Chu Xiaoli suppressed her excitement and relaxed herself while giving him acupuncture. In the middle of the conversation, Rong Tao's cell phone rang. Chu Xiaoli raised her eyes and motioned Zhou Luoran to get it. As a result, I was named. Rong Tao asked her to pick it up. Chu Xiaoli. Zhou Luoran said in cooperation, Mr. Rong, please stop the acupuncture for now. I will apply the medicine for you. Chu Xiaoli quickly picked up the phone beside her. He has already taken action. Please. A deep male voice sounded from the other side. Chu Xiaoli. Mr. Rong is not convenient to answer the phone now. The other party was silent. I said sorry and hung up the phone. There is no note, and it is an unfamiliar number. Chu Xiaoli told him the phone number and said, I didn't hear what was said. Please call back later. Rong Tao's expression did not change at all, and he said calmly, okay. After the acupuncture, Zhou Luoran injected him with neurological drugs. Whenever this happened, Chu Xiaoli couldn't bear to look at him. No amount of comforting words could erase his pain. Seeing her pale appearance, Zhou Luoran could only leave the ward and say to her, the condition has stabilized. The surgery can be moved forward to next month, and we will try to complete it in March next year. Chu Xiaoli hummed, took out a thick stack of literature, and said to him, I have translated half of it, and the other half is not translated yet. You can do it yourself. Zhou Luoran took the brick-like document, thought about it, and said with concern, you have been very haggard recently. Only if you have a good rest can you have enough energy and will to accompany him. Chu Xiaoli nodded. Thank you for your concern. Zhou Luoran flipped through the literature and said, regarding the use of drugs during the postoperative recovery period, we still need to determine the plan. Chu Xiaoli also knows that many drugs in this world have not been developed or are still being researched. Okay, I'll confirm it, Chu Xiaoli said. Zhou Luoran put the documents away and saw Chu Xiaoli staring at the photo frame on his desk. It's my mother. It was taken at the University of California 20 years ago. I was only 6 years old at that time. Zhou Luoran pointed at the photo and explained. The pixels of the photos taken 20 years ago are not very clear and the faces cannot be seen clearly. but one can feel the intellectual and elegant bookish aura of Zhou Luran's mother. She sighed internally. No matter which world she is in, she is an orphan. She finally praised. Your mother is really beautiful and has a good temperament. Zhou Luoran smiled gently and said in an admiring tone, She is a genius, much better than me. He quickly put away his smile and said with some worry, I can't always cooperate in time. After a while, Mr. Rong will still notice it. Chu Xiaoli pursed her lips and said, There are still 2 more courses of treatment before the acupuncture is finished. I will switch to low-frequency pulse electrotherapy. Zhou Luoran. We also need to start preparing for the surgery. Chu Xiaoli nodded. I will prepare this week. Friday afternoon at 5. Ronging drove to pick up Chu Xiaoli to go to Sangyu Villa to take a hot spring bath. Fourth brother is so nice. The entire villa was booked. All expenses were paid for by young Master Rongxi. For this purpose, she specially helped Chu Xiaoli carry her luggage. Although it was Chu Xiaoli who handed it to her. Ronging carried the luggage to the trunk and saw Chu Xiaoli and fourth brother saying goodbye. She thought they will be separated for less than 2 days and will be back on Sunday afternoon. Is it necessary? Chu Xiaoli. Then Renjing and I will leave. You should also have a good rest at home. Remember to take your medicine and apply the patch every night. She said a lot more. Rong Tao laughed. Go quickly. Ronging is waiting for you. When I looked back, Ronging was leaning against the car window with an expression that looked as if she was not well yet. Chu Xiaoli kissed his cheek and said goodbye to Rong Tao. Ronging immediately retracted her body and started moving. Chu Xiaoli, what on earth is in your suitcase? Why is it so heavy? Just a change of clothes and a computer. I don't believe it. I suspect you installed bricks. And there's a book. Why bring a book on vacation? Ronging was puzzled. I've been suffering from insomnia recently, and I have to watch it for a while at night before I can fall asleep. Ronging, let's have dinner first, and then go to the hot spring. I ordered a sukiyaki pot for 2. Ronging said, I will meet the producer and director of the new drama tomorrow. Which director? Lu Ping is not considered a famous director. Chu Xiaoli opened her eyes and looked at her. Ronging, what's wrong? It's okay. He's the director of the movie Palace Qing that we watched last time, right? Yes, after we discuss the contract tomorrow, you can join the team. Ronging lowered her brows and looked worried. This drama will definitely be a hit. Chu Xiaoli looked at her steadily. Then you can use this to turn your life around and start a comeback in life. Ronging is not very confident. Especially after her fourth brother threw a stack of data analysis in front of her. She was completely at a loss. Well, will it? Of course. This is what I invested in. Chu Xiaoli said, Yes, be more confident. Once you are confident, there is nothing you can't accomplish. Ronging sat up straight. Then I believe you. The two put their luggage at the Hot Spring Hotel and prepared to go to the restaurant. When I walked around the front desk, I saw a woman making a loud noise. I made a reservation in advance. Why can't I check in? The receptionist said expressionlessly. We are temporarily closed to the public on weekends, and the ticket price will be refunded to you at double the price. It is temporarily closed. Why didn't I receive any notification? You may be missing information. Ronging whispered to Chu Xiaoli. We have reserved this place for ourselves. Chu Xiaoli. You are so rich. Actually, it was paid for by fourth brother, but he didn't let her tell. The two were talking in private when a noisy person at the front desk suddenly turned to them and said, Since the movie is on hold, why are they allowed to stay? I just saw them check in. But then came the surprise of disbelief. Chu Xiaoli. Why is it you? Chu Xiaoli. Let me see who it is this time. Chapter 103, I'm thinking of you. She walked forward. It turned out that this person was Chu Yin. Chu Xiaoli smiled. Of course it's me because I have booked the whole place. Chu Yin gripped the sliding handle of the suitcase tightly. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Finally, he pursed his lips, swallowed back countless words, lowered his eyes, and prepared to leave. His attitude is completely different from his previous arrogance. Chu Xiaoli was also wondering why this sister ran away when she saw her. Could it be that the slap in the face last time left her with a psychological trauma? Chu Xiaoli couldn't help but pinch her knuckles, thinking that it would be more effective to take direct action. Chu Yin turned around and took only 2 steps when she ran into Chu Fei, who had parked his car and was walking towards her. Chu Xiaoli standing there, looking thoughtful. She suddenly became furious and rushed forward to hit someone. But not close yet. Pain came from her knee, and she fell forward. Chu Xiaoli had already seen her and kicked her on the leg. Chu Fei fell to the ground with a thud. She was fat to begin with, and the noise she made scared the receptionist so much that she trembled all over. Are you seriously ill? Chu Xiaoli was puzzled. Would it be better to have a good beating? Chu Fei sat up from the ground with difficulty, pointed at Chu Xiaoli, and started cursing. Rong Ying couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to call the security guard. Chu Xiaoli stopped him. Don't do it yet. She understood what Chu Fei meant from the series of muted words. Her brows furrowed, and she sorted out her thoughts. You said your mother was sent to a mental hospital by your father, and you were forced to drop out of school, right? Eve know that. Chu Xiaoli spread her hands. What does this have to do with me? It's all because of you. Chu Fei started to throw a tantrum. Rong Tao forced my dad to do this, and he must have forced the school to let me drop out. Now I can't study or go abroad. I'm only 18 years old, and you've ruined me. That's perfect. You don't like reading anyway. Chu Fei was so angry that she wanted to hit someone again. She looked around and found that her second sister had run away, and there was no trace of her. You must have been the one who reported us. Chu Fei said angrily. How did we offend you that you treat us like this, bitch? You are a whore. Snap. Chu Xiaoli grabbed the villa introduction brochure and slapped Chu Fei in the face. She was beaten so hard that she saw stars and her cheeks were burning with pain. Chu Xiaoli took her hand back and said calmly, You should learn from Chu Yin. She knows how to deal with the situation and runs away when she sees me. She rolled up the manual and tapped it on her palm, saying, You are too stupid. If you are so sure it is related to me, then shouldn't you kneel down and beg for mercy when you see me? She sighed. You dare to scold me? If I get angry, I might go to my husband to complain. Then his cold gaze fell on Chu Fei's face. Wouldn't you die a more miserable death? Chu Fei looked horrified. Why don't you beg me? Chu Xiaoli smiled and said, I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood. Chu Fei exhaled rapidly, his face pale as he looked at Chu Xiaoli, feeling that she had really changed a lot. She stood there quietly, and the inexplicably cold aura she exuded made people dare not bully her anymore. Please, will you let me go back to school? Chu Xiaoli raised the corners of her lips. Of course not. Chu Fei's expression froze instantly, and he almost roared. Then what do you have to say? Chu Xiaoli replied calmly. Of course, I give you hope and make you despair. After saying that, she waved her hand and asked the security guard waiting on the side to drag the man out. Chu Xiaoli turned around and put the manual back. Seeing Rong Ying's surprised expression, she waved her hand and asked, What's wrong? Rong Ying came back to her senses and said in a tone of great respect, You are so awesome. Chu Xiaoli said calmly, Don't be soft-hearted towards such people. Otherwise, you will be dragged into the quagmire by them. She glanced at Rong Ying and reminded, Stay away from garbage. Then you will have a good life. However, Chu Xiaoli did not expect that Rong Tao would take care of the Chu family so quickly. It's worthy of him. He is decisive in doing things and never drags his feet. The two went to the restaurant for dinner, rested for a while, and then went to the hot spring. The moment Chu Xiaoli entered the water, all the pores on her body relaxed. This kind of ultra-luxurious VIP-level enjoyment can only be experienced once or twice in one's previous life. It was still a free ride. Chu Xiaoli picked up a grape and put it in her mouth and said to Rong Ying, What time will I meet Lu Ping tomorrow? Rong Ying said as she took a selfie, Let's meet him for dinner at 6 p.m. It takes him and me 3 hours to get here by bus and then subway. Is he that poor? He even told me that he has received tens of millions of investment. She sighed, I don't know if it's true. Who would invest so much money in a web drama like this? Chu Xiaoli. Maybe they're just far-sighted and think this drama will be a hit? Rong Ying saw that she looked confident. It seems like I am beginning to gain confidence. Just believe it first. The two of them soaked in the hot spring for a while, and when they felt it was enough, they went back to their rooms to rest. Chu Xiaoli changed into a Japanese-style pajamas and prepared to go to bed. She looked at the time and saw that it was just past 10 o'clock, so she sent a message to Rong Tao, asking him what he was doing. Processing files. He replied. Chu Xiaoli asked again, Guess what I am doing? Take a hot spring bath? It's already soaked. Rong Tao guessed several answers in succession, but she rejected them all. Finally, she typed, I'm thinking of you. After these 4 words were sent out, the other party made a video call to her. Chu Xiaoli quickly clicked it, holding her face and smiling. You are actually processing documents instead of thinking about me. She had just finished bathing and her face was flushed. She looks pretty. Rong Tao. He smiled and said, Then ask again. Chu Xiaoli asked again. A deep and magnetic voice sounded from the other side of the video. I'm thinking about you. He spoke it very slowly, almost word by word. Every word struck her heart. Damn it, he teased me again. The two chatted for a while, and soon there was a knock on the door. Chu Xiaoli put down her phone and said, I'll go check it out first. The person knocking on the door was Rong Ying. She came over with a stack of scripts and said she wanted to rehearse a scene. Chu Xiaoli, you're checking the script with me so late? Director Liu will be here tomorrow. I'll be auditioning, so I'll rehearse tonight. Rong Ying said, I'm a little unsure about some of the emotions. Please give me some reference. Chu Xiaoli closed the door and let her in. The two sat down on the tatami. Just talk about the conversation. Rong Tao's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Is Rong Ying coming? She hummed and said, then I'll hang up first. After saying that, he prepared to turn off the video. Rong Ying was sitting opposite her. At this moment, she suddenly raised her head, grabbed her sleeve, and said, help me look at this part. Japanese nightgowns are naturally loose. Chu Xiaoli is petite. The collar was immediately loosened by Rong Ying. A large area of jade-like shoulders and just laid out in front of the video that hasn't been cut yet. Chapter 104, It's Cold on the Mountain, were tighter clothes. Chu Xiaoli immediately turned her phone screen over and hurriedly gathered her clothes. Rong Ying happened to cry out at this moment. Your clothes were pulled off. Chu Xiaoli lowered her eyes and cleared her throat. You hang up first. The man hummed lightly, with an inexplicable meaning. Chu Xiaoli heard the sound of the video being cut off. I raised my head and saw Rong Ying was still smiling. She moved over and asked, You didn't see anything? Rong Ying pursed her lips. I didn't see anything, but, she said meaningfully. Brother, he should. After that, she raised her face and said, Chu Xiaoli, you are blushing. Chu Xiaoli put her hands around her neck and threatened. I think you're going to get beaten too. Rong Ying looked at her curiously. Chu Xiaoli, you haven't yet. What? Rong Ying said cautiously, last time I heard Grandpa say that he wanted you to have a child and that he would take care of it. This matter has not even started yet. Chu Xiaoli muttered. It's still early. Rong Tao never mentioned it. She herself had no idea. Chu Xiaoli pulled the script over and said, If you don't understand something, tell me now. I need to take a break soon. Rong Ying pointed. Give me some reference to the emotions here. It was almost 12 o'clock when the two of them finished reviewing the script. After Rong Ying left, Chu Xiaoli picked up her phone and wanted to send a message, but didn't know where to start. Finally, I sent a sentence goodnight, go to bed early. As a result, a dozen seconds later, a message came, can't sleep. Chu Xiaoli. He is not obedient and doesn't play by the rules. How should I respond? She immediately searched the keywords online. Soon an article titled, When a Man Says He Can't Sleep, a woman with high emotional intelligence will respond with this sentence popped up. Chu Xiaoli browsed quickly. I understand the general idea. First, comfort him and let him relax and relieve stress. You must have read too many documents. Apply some calming essential oil. Wipe it off. Chu Xiaoli was stunned for a moment and replied to him, Then I'll chat with you for a while. Take a rest. Rong Tao replied to her. At the end, he added, It's cold on the mountain. Wear tighter clothes. Chu Xiaoli. He must be implying something. The mountain air is fresh in the early morning. Chu Xiaoli got up early and ran along the mountain road. Rong Ying was taking pictures and saw her, and hurriedly said, Chu Xiaoli, come here and I'll take a few pictures of you. Chu Xiaoli refused. I'm sweating all over and my hair is messy. I don't want to take a photo. Can you take some pictures for me? Chu Xiaoli wanted to refuse. But when I thought about being invited by her to eat and drink for free, I reluctantly took a few photos for Rong Ying. Rong Ying took a look and exclaimed, Have you ever studied photography? Chu Xiaoli was surprised. Can't we take pictures if we master the lighting and composition techniques? Why do we need to learn them specifically? Rong Ying, she looked at Chu Xiaoli back and asked, Where are you going? Go back to bed. After Chu Xiaoli returned to her room, she immediately turned on the computer and began to write the surgical plan. The operation is complicated. First, the scars formed by necrotic cells must be removed, and then a collagen scaffold is implanted to guide nerve regeneration and repair the damage. And it takes a long time, but Zhou Luoran is here. It will reduce a lot of pressure on her. Chu Xiaoli wrote and organized the plan and sent it to Zhou Luoran. I looked up and saw that the sun was about to set. Before I knew it, it was already 5 o'clock. She came here just to work, not to rest at all. Chu Xiaoli got up, washed her face, and put on makeup, then sent a message to Rong Ying asking her where she was. I am at the Sunset restaurant. Come quickly, and you can see the sunset. Chu Xiaoli packed up and went over. Then I saw Rong Ying sitting there taking selfies and photos. Chu Xiaoli walked over and asked, "Why don't you bring an assistant to take pictures for you? I am in the process of terminating my contract with my former employer, and I no longer have an assistant." "It's okay. When you become famous and become a movie queen, you will have at least 4 or 5 assistants around you to take photos for you. Carry your bags and lift your skirt." Chu Xiaoli sat down and said with a smile, "The current predicament is temporary. You see, the sun is set, but it will rise again soon. There is no dark night that will not last until dawn." Ronging looked at her, but didn't know where to start when the words came to her lips. Finally, he sighed, "Although you are 2 years older than me, you know much more than me, and you are really two completely different people from the you I first met." Chu Xiaoli asked, "Is that good or bad?" "Of course it is good," Ronging said. "My second brother also praised you, saying that you are calm and responsible. He never praises people, but always scolds them." Chu Xiaoli smiled. "Since you are so good at talking, I will take a few more photos of you." After taking the photos, she handed the phone to Rong Ying and said, "Pick 9 photos at random and post them on Weibo. They're all beautiful and don't need any retouching." Rong Ying said, "Okay, the buffet has started. If you're hungry, eat first. I'll wait for the guide to come over." Before she could finish her words, Chu Xiaoli had disappeared. Chu Xiaoli came back with the buffet. "As soon as I sat down, I heard Rong Ying say, 'I'm on the trending search.'" "Chu Xiaoli, you've been scolded before. What did they say about you this time?" "No. The photo you took of me was liked by Senior Qin Yin and became a hot topic." "Who is this again?" "3-time Golden Globes Award winner, Best Director and Producer at the China Film Festival. Just." Rong Ying was so excited that she became speechless and started screaming like a groundhog. Chu Xiaoli saw that the actor left a message to Rong Ying. "The person who took the photo has a high level of artistic attainments in light, shadow, and composition, and the artistic conception and atmosphere are very good." She smiled. "After thinking about it, I found it funny. Accept compliments with a clear conscience." Chu Xiaoli hummed. "Say thank you for me," Rong Ying asked. "So you are my friend?" Chu Xiaoli. "Yes." She casually browsed the news and found that almost all major platforms were discussing this matter. The gossip group discussion was particularly lively. After completing the Grand Slam at the age of 25, Qin Yin retired behind the scenes and was rarely active on social media. This time, he actually liked a post and left a message praising a young star who had just debuted not long ago, although he was praising the photo instead of Rong Ying. But it's also surprising enough. Chu Xiaoli flipped from top to bottom. The large amount of information she saw on the screen made her remember the name Qin Yin. It seems that Rong Ying finally won the International Film Actress Award for her role in the movie directed by him. Chu Xiaoli found a social news post with almost no comments among the pile of entertainment posts. It is said that an injury incident occurred in the west of the city today. I heard it's related to the Rong family. But when I refreshed the page soon after, the post was deleted. Chu Xiaoli frowned. West of the city? Isn't Rong Tao in the west of the city today? She quickly took out her phone and searched for keywords. When she refreshed the page again, any related messages disappeared immediately. Someone is obviously blocking the news. Chu Xiaoli suddenly had a bad thought in her mind and immediately called Rong Tao. After a long while, Xiao Yang answered the phone and said that the president was resting in the back seat and asked her if she had anything to convey. Chu Xiaoli pursed her lips and said, "It's okay. I just wanted to ask if he went home. I'm driving him back." "Okay, I won't bother you driving then." After Chu Xiaoli hung up the phone, she stretched out her hand and knocked in front of Rong Ying and said, "Give me the car keys. I have to go back." Chapter 105. Rong Tao is injured. Rong Ying opened her eyes wide. "Now." Chu Xiaoli didn't explain much. "Well, give it to me first." Rong Ying handed her the car keys and saw her hurriedly get up and walk outside. Lu Ping was just walking in from outside the restaurant at this moment. He was bumped by her and staggered. He held onto the door frame in time to avoid falling. He was about to spit out a few curse words, but when he saw that it was Chu Xiaoli, he held back his words and even smiled and wanted to say hello. "Sister Xiaoli, you are here too?" But Chu Xiaoli didn't even look at him and hurried towards the parking lot. She started the car quickly and sped out. I hope she's just overthinking it. I hope nothing happens to Rong Tao. Her mind was in a mess at the moment. After calming down, he called Linny again and tricked him into sending something to Sangyu Villa. Linny sounded very embarrassed and said that he was not free at the moment. Chu Xiaoli asked, "Do you have something important to say?" Lin was not experienced enough after all, and was afraid that he would be exposed if he opened his mouth. I didn't know how to answer for a moment. He is not like Xiao Yang, who is mature, steady, and good at lying. Lin finally said, "Why don't you wait a little longer? Can we do it later?" Chu Xiaoli, "If you are busy, then you don't have to. I will be back tomorrow." She hung up the phone, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed back to a Yuan villa. Autumn has arrived in Kyoto. It gets dark early. The street lights are dim. It takes more than an hour to get from the suburbs to the city. She was the only car on the road. Chu Xiaoli did not dare to be careless and drove attentively. But he couldn't control the countless uneasy thoughts that popped up in his heart. Today is the weekend. Xiaoya Zhongshu and the others are on holiday. So Chu Xiaoli felt particularly quiet when she got home. She entered the password and entered the entrance. Then I saw blood dripping all the way. It looks like he has suffered some serious injuries. Chu Xiaoli rushed upstairs without even changing her shoes. As a result, Xiao Yang's voice was heard at the stairs. "The doctor can't come. How could this happen?" Chu Xiaoli standing at the stairs. At that moment, Xiao Yang was almost frightened to death. He grabbed the escalator in time to avoid falling down. Chu Xiaoli rushed over and asked, "What's wrong? Is Rong Tao injured?" She then saw that Xiao Yang's sleeves were soaked with blood and his body was also stained with blood. The brain exploded. She quickly pushed him away and rushed into Rong Tao's bedroom. A smell of blood filled the air. Rong Tao was half lying on the bed. The white shirt on his body was stained with blood. His face was pale. He has completely lost his former dignity and composure. Chu Xiaoli rushed in front of him and was speechless for a moment. His consciousness was a little blurred due to blood loss, but he still saw Chu Xiaoli frown, and just as he was about to speak, she stopped him. "Don't talk." Chu Xiaoli quickly checked him and found a deep wound on his left leg. She gave him a simple bandage, but the bleeding could not be stopped. There is corrosion on the left shoulder of the shirt, but fortunately, there were no wounds elsewhere. The blood on his body is most likely. Chu Xiaoli turned around and saw Xiao Yang and immediately asked, "Can the doctor come?" Xiao Yang nodded. "Lin has sent a doctor over. He is expected to arrive in 20 minutes. Chu Xiaoli said calmly, "Go to the community hospital to bandage your wound first. I will take care of it here." Xiao Yang didn't move and said, "I'll wait here. His employer is not out of danger yet. He can't leave." Chu Xiaoli glanced at him sharply. "What's the point of you being here? Do you know how to sew, or will the wound heal if you wait for it? Take care of your own wound first. I don't have time to take care of you." She quickly went downstairs and brought up the medicine box. Inside were many essential household medicines and medical tools that she had previously stocked up on. Includes medical surgical sutures. Xiao Yang watched her reach out and pat Rong Tao on the face, calling his name softly. "There's no anesthetic, just bear with it for now." Chu Xiaoli said, "I'll help you treat your shoulder wound first." The shoulder only had skin corrosion and the muscles and fascia were not affected. She simply disinfected it and bandaged it. When she saw those injuries, her brows furrowed, but she didn't have time to have too many emotions. She had to concentrate and not be distracted. Xiao Yang hadn't left yet and came up to ask if he needed help. At least he knows some simple ways to deal with wounds. Chu Xiaoli turned around and said, "Go deal with your own hand. Do you want it to be useless?" "Xiao Yang," Chu Xiaoli said in a deep voice, "I'm here, don't worry. The doctor should be here soon." Just as Xiao Yang was about to speak, Rong Tao's voice rang out. "Xiao Yang, go and treat your wound first." After Chu Xiaoli treated his shoulder wound, she stood up, quickly ran out to get a small towel, and then treated his leg wound. Chu Xiaoli reached out to unbutton his pants, but the man's belt was too complicated. She tried for a long time, but couldn't untie it. Chu Xiaoli coughed and said, "Take it off yourself. Do you have enough strength in your hands?" "Rong Tao, don't hesitate. Your life is at stake." She didn't care about anything at this moment and started to unzip his pants again. Rong Tao had no choice but to reach out and unbuckle his belt himself. Chu Xiaoli pulled his pants down quickly and efficiently. Rong Tao's legs were obviously in pain. When he was disinfected with alcohol, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat due to the pain. "Open your mouth," she ordered. Rong Tao opened his mouth obediently. A towel was stuffed into his mouth. "I'm going to sew you up. Just bear with it without anesthesia." She took out some surgical thread and began to sew up his wound. It should be Xiao Yang who helped him block the attack. So except for his shoulders and legs, Rong Tao had no fatal wounds anywhere else. She raised her head and looked at his face soaked with cold sweat and said softly, "It will be fine soon." Without anesthesia, he just endured the pain, especially since he has now regained most of the sensation in his legs. Therefore, the pain is particularly intense. But lucky, the wound avoided the aorta. There was no major bleeding. Chu Xiaoli sewed him up alone, holding a pair of scissors in one hand and tweezers in the other. Xiao Yang was driven away by her again, and no one helped her. Not very good at tying a knot. Finally, she made up her mind. He put his face close to it, bit the end of the thread, and tied a figure-8 knot. Her breath fanned over the man's legs. From his gaze, all you can see is the top of her jet black hair. For a moment, Rong Tao didn't know which one hurt more. It's still a bit more embarrassing. At this moment, Lin Yi's urging voice came from outside the door. "Dr. Zheng, please walk faster. The person is almost dead." After saying this, he opened the door. I saw the most shocking scene in my life. His boss was lying on the bed, biting a small towel in his mouth. Look downward. Chu Xiaoli was kneeling on the ground, with her face buried between Rong Tao's legs in a strange posture. Chapter 106. Mrs. Rong, are you also a surgeon?